Heartfelt Journey in Progress, a travel variety show cloaked in the guise of a romantic reality series, ignited a wildfire of attention online upon its inaugural live broadcast. The catalyst for such fervor? The youngest film emperor in the industry, Mo made an unexpected appearance on a dating show. Mo, a paragon of singlehood, is a veritable enigma, devoid of scandal and notorious for his aloof demeanor. He is a solitary figure, wrapped in cool indifference, dedicating himself solely to his craft. Resembling an unattainable flower atop a lofty peak, viewers pondered, what business does he have on a dating show? A funded vacation, perhaps? In the next moment, a guest beamed brightly as she approached Mo, her demeanor intimate and natural, sweetly addressing him as brother. Chapter 1. Prelude, Setting the Net. The lights shimmered brilliantly, and cheers and applause erupted, reverberating in a way that threatened to overwhelm the senses. In the midst of the crowd, a young man languidly lifted his eyelashes, casting a fleeting glance at his surroundings, his expression serene and detached, an oasis of calm amidst the surrounding clamor. His features were exquisitely sculpted, standing out even among a throng of handsome men and beautiful women. His porcelain skin, cool and flawless, resembled frost coalescing into a corporeal form. His signature phoenix eyes, elongated with a sharp upward tilt at the corners, were framed by long, dense lashes. The hue of his irises, lighter than most, glimmered like polished amber under the spotlight, radiating a crystalline clarity. Below his finely chiseled nose, his pale lips were pressed together, devoid of a smile. A few stray strands of soft black hair fell casually across his forehead, an apparent happenstance that somehow enhanced his allure. Countless arms reached out, all yearning to embrace the youngest film emperor. For it is customary at award ceremonies for the honoree to ascend the stage amidst the warm, genuine well wishes of the audience, basking in the adoration he rightly deserves. However, Mo stood apart, skillfully evading all physical contact, instantly casting a peculiar chill over the atmosphere. He ascended the stage at a deliberate pace, collected the trophy, turned to face the audience, and with a slight lift of his narrowed eyes, acknowledged those present. Finally, he uttered, "I am honored. Thank you for your support." With that, he departed without further ado. Liu Qianan tilted his head, replaying the live stream recording repeatedly. Indeed, it bore Mo's signature style. His slender fingers tapped the screen. Pausing the video at the moment Mo was about to exit the stage. In profile, his expression seemed tinged with displeasure. Even more handsome 2 years prior, at the age of 25, Mo ascended to stardom with a proud demeanor. His insufferable attitude during an award acceptance had made him the first film emperor to be criticized and trend on social media the very day of the ceremony. It was only 2 weeks later that Liu Qianan learned of this incident, that he had been immersed in filming, effectively isolated from the world. With his idol receiving an award, he had been unable to attend the ceremony or even watch the live stream, resorting instead to recorded clips to soothe his heartache. Liu Qianan sighed, his face etched with melancholy. Then he promptly dialed his manager multiple times. His poor manager, roused from slumber at 2:00 a.m., a barrage of calls, answered the phone bewildered, ready to unleash a tirade, only to hear Liu Qianan's voice clearly. "Ringo, please secure a spot for me on that variety show Mo is participating in. Just say I don't want their appearance fee." He was even more incensed upon hearing this. "Weren't you adamant about never participating in a dating show? Liu Qianan, where's your bottom line?" "Bottom line? What bottom line? Is there anything more important than being a fan?" Liu Qianan shamelessly replied, "Mo's first participation will surely generate immense buzz. If I can get a chance to join, it's like a windfall from the heavens." "Not a chance." He rolled his eyes. Liu Qianan had debuted at 14 as a member of a boy band, his role as the visual and lead vocalist. He possessed a breathtakingly beautiful face and a voice that resonated, a quintessential star destined to shine on stage. After the boy band disbanded, his personal popularity soared, catapulting him to the top tier of the industry. He diversified his talents, effortlessly transitioning from singing and acting to walking red carpets, while also showcasing his playful side on variety shows. He was just a few months shy of turning 23.5 years of meteoric rise, without a hint of scandal, Every piece of gossip expertly quashed, his popularity soaring to extraordinary heights. What resources could he possibly lack? Why would he choose to engage in a show that contradicted his principles, seeking discomfort in this manner? What can you possibly achieve by going on a dating show? Ren-E said, his frustration palpable as he tugged at his hair. Lu Qianan replied lazily, of course, I'm going to pursue Mo Ren-E. Damn. In a fit of exasperation, he abruptly hung up. Awoken from his slumber only to endure such idle nonsense, his head felt like it might explode. Who understands the struggles of a working person? Though he couldn't comprehend it, Ren-E begrudgingly indulged Lu Qianan's wishes and swiftly secured his spot on the show. Curiously, this dating show was shrouded in secrecy. The personal details of all 6 guests were kept confidential, even from one another. It was only due to Lu Qianan's family background that they managed to unearth some information. Among the guests, 2 female participants had a complicated history. When Lu Qianan brought it up, Ren-E was intrigued and decided to inquire with the director. Upon hearing the question, the director nodded knowingly, affirming support for sparks to fly between same-sex participants. I see. No wonder you're so eager to join, Lu Qianan. It appears your fascination goes beyond mere idol worship. It's a matter of the heart, star. As the call abruptly ended, Lu Qianan remained unfazed, as usual, navigating to Mo Shi's personal account on a social media platform. His private messages were filled with daily reflections, a consistent stream of 1 or 2 sentences, despite never having received a reply. Day 1760 of loving you, brother. I want to hug you, to kiss you. I miss you so much. He had watched the recording nearly 100 times, Mo's departing figure etched deeply in his mind. In the vast sea of lights, the young man clad in a tailored black suit resembled a black hole amidst the stars, solitary and fragile. The bespoke suit elegantly accentuated his broad shoulders and slim waist, with lines that were sharp and unyielding, as though he had stepped out of a painting. It was impossible not to feel that he was too perfect, as if he could never blend into the mundane farce surrounding him that Mo had always been solitary. Lu Qianan knew this well. He revisited the video, his fingertips hovering over the screen, feeling a chill engulf him. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes and tossed the phone aside. It's all right, truly. It's merely a matter of distance. Soon, we will share a stage on the show. Brother, I will reach for you, and you must love me in return. Star. The following day, after a sleepless night, Lu Qianan opened the bedroom door, dark circles under his eyes, and upon entering the living room, he spotted his younger brother, Lu Shiji, who had returned to the old house the previous day. The 17-year-old boy, seeing his exhausted older brother, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Huh, did you go thieving in the middle of the night, second brother? Lu Qianan smiled softly. Indeed, huh? Lu Shiji's laughter abruptly ceased. Wait, has our family truly fallen so low? Is second brother now resorting to thievery? Or is this some new hobby of his? The youth hesitated, unsure of what to say. Lu Qianan leisurely sipped his milk. Should I steal a sister-in-law for you? Would you like that? With that, he adeptly ignored the incredulous look from Lu Shiji and gleefully took to his alternate account to express his adoration in Mo Shi's fan group. This is the thrill of being a fan. Star? To be frank, Mo Shi had no desire to partake in a dating show. He preferred to focus on filming movies and dramas, disinterested in the sordid affairs of the entertainment industry. His talent spoke for itself. He chose to ignore any negativity directed at him. Mo Shi was remarkably zen in an exceptionally peculiar way. However, unable to withstand the agent's relentless pleas, nearly begging him to participate in a variety show, and with encouragement from his elder brother and sister-in-law to socialize more, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Under the weight of such pressure, he accepted the invitation to the romantic reality show, The Journey of Heartbeats. But how did he come to this decision? His agent had eagerly accepted the invitation, and the schedule had already been arranged. It was far too late to reconsider. Well then, he resolved to simply perform his role with indifference. Mo Shi reclined once more, sinking into the softness of his blankets, remaining motionless like a lifeless form. The early autumn sunlight of September graced his face, casting a warm golden hue upon him. With a visage of understated elegance, his features were sharply defined, yet carried a hint of aloofness, softened by the golden touch of early autumn. as if he were submerged in the colors of the season. Raising his left hand, light filtered through his fingers, casting delicate rays around him. The it was a poetic moment, a whisper of nature. His phoenix-like eyes shifted subtly, casting a sidelong glance at the desk. In the corner lay a stack of scripts, with two thick notepads resting atop the bottom one. One was a mint green, the other smoky pink, and the juxtaposition of these two colors was surprisingly harmonious. No, he ought not to dwell on this. It should end here. Mo silently clenched his fist and turned over, feigning sleep. Chapter 2, Commencement of Filming. Don't be too anxious. Just enjoy yourself. Regardless of the outcome, your happiness is what truly matters, his sister-in-law gently encouraged, patting Mo's shoulder. Mo had grown accustomed to being treated like a child by his brother and sister-in-law, and he responded, "Yes, it's fine. I will." He made it a point to engage in every exchange. His sister-in-law regarded him almost as a son, yet her concerns lingered until his brother, Mo Chien, reassured her, allowing Mo to finally escape. He carried only two moderately sized suitcases, which he stowed away in the trunk. The production team had sent the assistant director, Zhang Xiao, along with a dedicated driver to pick him up. Given that this was the film Emperor's debut in a variety show, they were apprehensive about any potential missteps that could offend anyone. Zhang Xiao reiterated the itinerary to Mo. The filming would span nearly 4 months, encompassing 4 undisclosed travel locations, with the sequence gradually ascending from lower to higher latitudes. Mo remained silent, nodding slightly to indicate his understanding upon the conclusion of Zhang Xiao's explanation. Zhang Xiao was well aware of Mo's reserved demeanor and was not fazed. Yet he could not decipher the emotions concealed behind his impassive expression. Would he be dissatisfied with the arrangements? He cautiously probed, "Mr. Mo, do you find everything suitable?" The chief director had made it clear that although the 6 guests either boasted considerable popularity or a notable background, the most challenging to secure was the esteemed Mo. Any requests he made must be accommodated if at all possible. "Very good," Mo replied, turning a page of his book. Zhang Xiao exhaled in relief. "I will escort you to the holiday villa on the island. The show will be broadcast live for a limited audience, with post-production editing for the final release." "Very good," Mo reiterated, flipping another page. He was well aware of the arrangements. The program had sold 100,000 live viewing slots to ensure financial viability, meaning a substantial audience would be watching the live broadcast. To maintain the authenticity of the show, the guest lineup would remain confidential. The villa featured 2 double rooms and 2 single rooms, and he could reserve one if he wished. "No need," Mo replied, slightly irked by the incessant chatter that was clouding his mind. He set down his book. "Director Zhang, there is no need for such formality. I'm quite indifferent." Zhang Xiao laughed awkwardly and repeatedly apologized, finally bringing a semblance of tranquility to the vehicle. Mo was quite familiar with the dynamics of this variety show. Despite it being his first participation, claiming he was not nervous would be disingenuous. He could only treat it as if he were making a film, meticulously reviewing the various details provided by the production team. It was a struggle to suppress his trepidation. Zhang Xiao's remarks had stirred his anxiety once more. His right hand began to tremble uncontrollably, making it difficult to hold the book. He shifted his left hand to press down on his right, managing to quell the shaking, albeit with effort. How vexing. Throughout the nearly 10-hour flight, Mo had remained asleep. Zhang Xiao was filled with trepidation, fearing that his unusual behavior was indicative of a health issue. In truth, that was somewhat the case. Upon disembarking, Mo's complexion appeared particularly pale. His naturally fair skin looked even more ghostly devoid of color. Zhang Xiao was nearly beside himself with worry, immediately insisting they go to the hospital. Montakshi, having regained some composure, firmly declined. "There's no need for a hospital. It's not a physical issue." "Let us go," he said, gathering his hair into a small bun, his gaze drifting outside the car window. The azure sky, devoid of clouds, heralded a splendid day. Upon arriving at the filming location, the vehicle came to a halt in the parking space outside the vacation home. Mo alighted, retrieving his luggage and preparing to enter, not forgetting to turn back and nod in gratitude to Zhang Xiao. although Zheng Xiao had offered to assist him with his bags. Feeling somewhat indebted as he had just begun to regain his strength, and Mo Shi, a robust young man with a strikingly fit physique, honed by countless action scenes, felt a tinge of disdain and firmly declined. With 2 heavy suitcases in tow, he strode purposefully, almost as if fleeing. Zheng Xiao's excessive concern was burdensome for him. The live broadcast had commenced, and the chief director, Chunling Tian, upon receiving a message from Zheng Xiao, promptly instructed the crew to switch camera angles. The audience caught only a fleeting glimpse of Mo Shi's silhouette through the dappled shade of the trees. The barrage of comments was filled with curiosity. Wow, the 3rd guest to arrive is a male. Who is he? I am intrigued. From his silhouette, he seems to have a fantastic physique, broad shoulders, narrow waist, a pert backside, and long legs. I can't help but drool. To build suspense, the director refrained from switching the camera to Mo Shi as he entered. Instead, he waited half a minute before transitioning back to the main interior shot. Mo Shi's visage was a stunning revelation to the viewers of the live stream. What? Is that the renowned actor Mo? I adore what one netizen said. Ah. Wow. Has our Mo finally blossomed? The stoic has found his spark? Unbeknownst to him, he stood before a bewildered man and woman, nodding gently. Good morning. Ya Montakshi. Please take care of me. Was it even necessary to introduce himself? Who in the world was unaware of his identity? The girl, suddenly bursting into laughter, was so thrilled to see her idol that she forgot to greet him. Good morning, Mo Ingdi. Em Yunxiangsha. She enthusiastically extended her hand, and Mo Shi lightly grasped it before releasing it. Yet, Yun Xiangsha's reaction was exuberantly exaggerated, her hands clasped in excitement. Ah, I shall never wash my hands again. Mo Shi paused, his expression softening slightly. She appeared to be lively and easygoing, alleviating his concerns about potential conflict. At that moment, the man, regaining his composure, quickly stepped forward. Mo Shi, esteemed actor, I have long admired your work. I am Yao Juni. We have collaborated before, do you recall? His smile bore a hint of flattery. The camera might not capture the heaviness of his makeup, but to the naked eye, it was rather uncomfortable to behold. Collaborated? When? I have no recollection. Mo Shi's brow furrowed slightly as he discreetly took a half-step back. Hello. Yao Juni, not understanding Mo Shi's body language, pressed forward, striving to appear familiar. It's quite normal for esteemed individuals to forget. You likely do not remember me. How could he possibly? That was 3 years ago, when Mo Shi, though not yet an emperor of the screen, had already garnered significant popularity. In that film, he portrayed a villainous boss, captivating countless fans with his remarkable performance. Initially, Yao Juni had been cast as the lead, but due to his persistent harassment of female staff, he was ultimately replaced. Thanks to Yao Juni's formidable connections, his sordid history of seducing fans and harassing women remained concealed. His participation in this dating show was ostensibly to engage with beautiful female guests under the guise of propriety. However, upon catching sight of the illustrious actor Mo, who squinted his eyes to conceal the fleeting brilliance within, Mo Shi remained oblivious to the underlying nuances, simply attributing his unsettled memory to forgetfulness. With a furrowed brow, he hesitated briefly before deciding to offer a perfunctory handshake. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he instinctively harbored an aversion towards Yao Juni. Just as their fingertips were about to meet, the door of the vacation house swung open abruptly with a resounding bang. A figure darted past, leaving the camera only able to capture a blur. What just flew by, so tall and fast? Before Mo Shi could comprehend the situation, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Lu Qianan wrapped his arms around Mo Shi, adeptly maneuvering to separate him from Yao Juni, sporting a broad smile. Shige. Long time no see. Though he was an adult male, his countenance bore an overly sweet charm, with alluring eyes that sparkled mischievously, exuding an indescribable allure. Chi-Chi? Huh? How old are you to be participating in a dating show? Doesn't your mother forbid you from dating? Oh my goodness, Chi-Chi. What happened to you? You're taller than Mo. I thought you were just a cute little baby. The ardent fans found Lu Qianan's name somewhat awkward, so they affectionately dubbed him Chi-Chi. a name befitting his sweet appearance reminiscent of his days in a boy band. Lu Qianan, however, didn't mind the nickname and allowed his fans to call him as they pleased. Mo sure recognized him. Lu Qianan had sung the theme song for the television series in which Mo sure starred. Encountering a familiar face in an unfamiliar place brought a sense of comfort. He did not push Lu Qianan away and allowed himself to be held. Long time no see. Lu Qianan lowered his head, nuzzling into the side of Mo sure's neck. The soft, curled strands of hair brushed against his jaw, tickling him slightly. Mo sure shifted but chose not to voice his discomfort. It would be impolite to prolong the embrace, Lu Qianan thought. Forcing himself to release his hold and turning to greet Yun Xiaoxia and Yao Juni with a radiant smile. Hello. I watched the live broadcast just now. I am Lu Qianan. In the live stream, he had observed Yao Jun relentlessly attempting to shake hands with Mo sure, fearing that this despicable individual might tarnish Mo sure's hands. He hurried over. Mo sure was notoriously known for his cleanliness. Lu Qianan maintained an impeccable smile while silently cursing Yao Juni. The issue wasn't merely a matter of annoyance. It was that Yao Juni identified as bisexual. The way he looked at Mo sure was unsettling. I'll look forward to your guidance, Teacher Yao. Lu Qianan squinted, his smile deepening as he grasped Yao Juni's outstretched hand, squeezing it firmly. He remained unperturbed, while Yao Juni struggled to maintain his smile. The door opened once more, revealing two more figures. The remaining female guests had arrived. The elder sister Jiang Mei donned a fiery red dress, while the younger sister Jiang, too, wore a simple white gown. With that, all 6 guests had gathered. Lu Qianan's gaze shifted slightly, and Jiang too caught his eye, exchanging a mutual understanding with him. This variety show promised to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 3, Island Episode, Initial Encounters, with everyone now present. The director stepped in to arrange for the 6 individuals to sit on the living room sofa for an introductory chat, allowing them to become acquainted. Mo sure preferred to remain inconspicuous, casually selecting a peripheral seat. Lu Qian, adhering closely to him, squeezed into the space beside him, feigning innocence as he asked, Brother Sure, may I sit here? Lu Qian displayed an adeptness in charming innocence, his lips curving into a sorrowful pout, as if he would burst into tears should he be denied. Mo sure, unable to resist his appeal, acquiesced. You truly are kind, Brother Sure. His previously pained expression vanished in an instant, his demeanor shifting with remarkable speed. The 6 individuals settled into their seats and proceeded to introduce themselves in a clockwise manner, resulting in Mo sure, who had been huddled in the corner, being the first to speak. He attempted to muster a smile, yet it did not materialize, and he chose not to pressure himself further. His voice, reminiscent of the delicate chime of jade, was cool and understated. I am Mo sure, 27 years old, an actor. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Jiang Mei raised her finely arched eyebrows. Mo, the esteemed actor, is being overly modest. Not every actor attains the title of Best Actor, yet he omits it entirely from his introduction. Mo sure pressed his pale lips together. You flatter me. Doesn't he seem like Mo, the esteemed actor, is very eager to converse? Someone remarked. Then I shall go next, Lu Qian declared, half of his body leaning against Mo sure, his lips curling into a gentle, affectionate smile, his captivating peach blossom eyes sparkling. I'm not quite sure what I am. I usually just sing and act. If I count carefully, I'll be 23 soon. His humility was so profound that Jiang Mei found herself at a loss for words. Yun Xiaoxia tentatively raised her hand. Little Lu, may I ask you a question? She was naturally sociable and felt that using full names was overly formal. What question? Lu Qian was unperturbed. Just how tall are you? Mo sure stood at 183 centimeters, which was already above average in the entertainment industry, yet Lu Qian, standing beside him, towered over him by nearly half a head. Yun Xiaoxia felt that conversing with them was likely to result in neck strain. Lu Qian pondered for a moment. Probably around 190 centimeters? I'm not entirely sure. He was indeed a towering figure. The others glanced at Lu Qian, still draped over Mo sure, and for reasons unknown, found the scene oddly harmonious. Can you give me an exact height? Next to introduce herself was Yun Xiaoxia, who quickly sprang to her feet, brimming with energy as she waved. Hello. Yun Xiaoxia. You can call me Xiaoxia or Xiaoxia. I used to be an idol, and now I'm a singer. I recently released a new album titled Stories of Summer, and I'd love to sing for you all sometime. As for why she didn't continue as an idol, I'm already 24, and I genuinely wish to experience the feeling of being in love. Upon finishing, she felt slightly bashful, her cheeks flushing as she playfully scratched her head and stuck out her tongue with a charming smile. Having debuted as the youngest member of a girl group at 18, she was quite protective of her reputation, fearing any missteps that could tarnish her name. In 6 years, she had scarcely held hands with anyone of the opposite sex, let alone pursued a romantic relationship. It was no wonder she sought to participate in a dating reality show. Xiaoxia, you are an adorable darling. Lu Qian's clinginess finally pushed Mo Shi to the brink. He gently nudged Lu Qian's shoulder. The instigator obediently rose and sat up straight, effortlessly taking over the conversation. Girl groups indeed have it tough. I recall that Xiao Lu seems to hail from a boy band. You two should share quite a common language. Jiang Mei, the most earnest in the room when it comes to dating shows, propped her chin in thought, while Jiang Tu beside her struggled to suppress laughter, softly interjecting, "Sister, who here isn't young?" "Ah, that's true," Jiang Mei replied, touching her nose and refraining from further comment. The fourth participant was Yao Jun. His appearance was quite commendable, yet today he had overdone it, sporting a thick layer of pale foundation that made him resemble a ghost emerging from a grave. This specter, nonetheless, insisted on smiling, as if his skin might peel off at any moment. "I am Yao Jun, 26 years old. I possess little talent, having acted in a few films and received a couple of awards." He had adopted a self-deprecating tone akin to Mo Shi and Lu Qian. However, no one contested his words. Instead, they nodded in understanding, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. It seems Yao Jun looks older than Mo the Emperor, yet he is actually a year younger. How amusing. Jiang Mei casually twirled her curls, her fox-like eyes elongated with a hint of rosy hue at the corners, enhancing her exquisitely alluring visage. "I am Jiang Mei, 25 years old, a model, though I'm contemplating acting in films as well." She was stunningly beautiful, exuding an assertive charm, and her character matched her appearance, outspoken and bold, much like a red rose, enticing yet thorny. Lastly, it was Jiang Tu's turn. In stark contrast to Jiang Mei, she exuded an aura of pure delicacy. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with moisture, accentuating her enchanting demeanor, while her long, raven hair cascaded down her back, adorned in a pristine white dress that seemed untouched by dust, reminiscent of a water lily. The beauty spoke softly, timidly. "Hello, I am Jiang Tu, 25 years old, named after the daughter flower. Besides composing music, I am an illustrator." The audience recognized her name, as she had risen to fame in recent years as a music producer. Every song she crafted had gone viral, and she had garnered affection for her sweet voice. However, few were aware of her artistic talent. "Your name is so adorable. May I call you Tu?" Yin Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled brightly. Jiang Tu shyly nodded in response. Jiang Mei scoffed. "Adorable? Just a parasitic daughter flower?" Her ability to create an awkward silence rivaled that of Mo Shi. "Are you sisters?" Lu Qian's inquiry slightly alleviated the tension. He was well aware of the dynamics between Jiang Mei and Jiang Tu, casting a fleeting glance and noticing Jiang Tu gripping her sleeve tightly. "No, yes." Jiang Mei's expression darkened as she glared. "I refuse to be the eldest daughter of the Jiang family." "Jiang Tu, what do you mean?" "Sister, although we share no blood ties, I still wish to be family," Jiang Tu murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, embodying a fragile grace. "No blood ties?" Yin Xiaoxia's jaw nearly dropped. She had assumed the two were siblings of the same age, possibly even fraternal twins. Mo Shi, unable to comprehend, furrowed his brow. However, he was too indifferent to inquire further, simply waiting for them to reveal the truth themselves. Lu Qian, on the other hand, appeared relaxed, leaning into Mo Shi's embrace with a contented nuzzle. It was Jiang Mei who ultimately resolved to clarify the situation, lifting her chin with an air of dignity. "Well, it's just a cliché plot. I am the false daughter of the Jiang family, raised for over a decade before they discovered I was not their biological child. Jiang, too, is the unfortunate true daughter who has endured much hardship while being lost to the world. Yet, unlike the typical narrative, when I proposed to leave the Jiang family, they refused, as did Jiang Tuesday. The Jiang family was reluctant to relinquish the heir they had painstakingly cultivated, valuing over blood relations. And Jiang too? What did she refuse? Isn't it wonderful to be the sole favored one? Jiang Mei found it incomprehensible, while Jiang Tu's hidden intentions remained unspoken. Among those present, only she and Lu Qianan were privy to the truth. The others, not well acquainted with the sisters, could only surmise. Now it makes sense. No wonder they don't resemble each other. Yao Junyi, who had been silent until now, broke the stillness, rubbing his hands together with a hint of anticipation. So, shall we discuss the arrangements for the night? In an instant, Lu Qianan perked up, grasping Mo Shi's wrist with a playful smile. Brother, would you be so kind as to share a bed with me? Chapter 4. Alan's segment room assignments. His words deliberately omitted certain nuances, delivered in an affectionate tone that bordered on ambiguous. Even the oblivious Yun Xiaxia, who was inexperienced in love, sensed a peculiar atmosphere around the two, one that seemed impenetrable to outsiders, failing to grasp Lu Qianan's blatant intentions. Jiang Mei, unaware that the show permitted same-sex relationships, assumed the two were merely close friends. As for Mo Shi, a man who had never experienced romance, one could generously call him an unattainable flower. Plainly speaking, he was a block of wood that could not bloom. As if oblivious to Lu Qianan's insinuation, he pondered for a moment before stating, I'm not accustomed to sharing a bed. He merely wished to discuss his role. As you know, Shirgu, my acting skills are lacking and I require guidance. Lu Qianan adopted a pitiful demeanor, adept at tugging at the heartstrings of the workaholic Mo Shi. After a few seconds of hesitation, Mo Shi acquiesced. Wait, how did you two end up together? Is this a ploy for views? Pure gimmickry, quite dull. Look at them. Who needs to ride on gimmicks for attention? I don't care. I'm shipping them anyway. The aloof, domineering, darkly charming cool guy paired with the soft and sweet younger brother. I've even named the couple. Mo Lu Xiang Phone. Teacher, are Mo Ing Isnt like that? Please don't turn him into a statue. Just look at Lu Qianan, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, trained in martial arts. How could he possibly be described as soft and sweet? Yao Jun then shifted his gaze to the 3 distinctive beauties by his side, licking his dry lips. It is often said that in the presence of sensuality, cuteness pales in comparison. At least for Yao Jun, this statement held true. His gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing on Jiang Mei. Jiang too was quicker to extend the invitation. Sister, you're not familiar with the others. Why not sleep with me tonight? She then smiled at Yun Xiaxia, saying, Xiaxia, you should join us for a girl's pajama party. Yun Xiaxia, who delighted in fun, readily agreed. Jiang Mei felt a sharp pang at her temple. When did I agree to sleep with you? Did her sister intend to abandon her for others? Jiang too raised her hand to cover her lips, her voice quivering. That's not what I meant. Jiang Mei refrained from voicing her thoughts. It's perfectly fine. It's only natural that you don't like me. After all, you are so exceptional, Jiang Tu said, wiping the tears from her eyes, looking like a weeping pear blossom. As long as you sleep comfortably, that's all that matters. All right. I suppose I can share a room with you. Haha, Tutu has certainly got a handle on little May. I sneakily took a bite of the GL. This is the best, I'm devouring it. What should we call this pair? The floral group? Yao Jun, who was conspicuously ignored by everyone, clenched her fists. Does Senior Yao not want to stay in a single room? Lu Qian asked with concern. Could it be that she has never slept alone? This subtly hinted at Yao Junyi's chaotic personal life. Yao Junyi felt her temper rising, but Lu Qian's innocent expression rendered her speechless, forcing her to swallow her anger as she busied herself packing her belongings. Mo Shi had already moved his things while they were conversing. Lu Qian regretted missing the chance to help carry the luggage. Yun Xiaxia struggled to drag her suitcase past. Mo Shi stepped forward silently to assist her with the heavy load, which exceeded all expectations. Mo Shi was quite baffled. He attempted to gauge the suitcase's weight, but failed to lift it. I packed 2 dumbbells and some clothes. Yin xia scratch her cheek. I use vacuum bags. Why bring dumbbells for the show? Montag was utterly perplexed. Nearby, Lu Qian noticed the faint veins on Mo Shi's hand and rushed over. Sure go. Let me take that. Without waiting for consent, he seized the suitcase and effortlessly hoisted it. I learned this. I packed my luggage like this when I entered college. Hey, senior, you're just pretending. How could you treat the senior as a fool? That's too cruel. I love it. Oh my. I remember that trending topic about the strong and sweet Lu Qian and, Montag momentarily confused. Stood still until Jiang Mei and Jiang Tu returned with their luggage, prompting him to assist them. After placing Yun Xiaxia's things, Lu Qian went downstairs to help as well. They are both so gentle and attentive. It feels like Yao Jun is not on the same level as them at all. What tenderness and thoughtfulness. It looks like a show to me. There's no need to lift one up by pushing another down. Our little June has her own matters to attend to. Speaking of which, isn't Yao Jun officially stated to be 188 centimeters tall? Why does she seem so short? With this remark, the audience began to take notice. Logically, there should not be a significant height difference between Yao Jun and Lu Qian and when standing together. Yet now, it appeared that Yao Jun, claiming to be 188 centimeters, was only as tall as Mo Shi when wearing platform shoes. The live chat erupted into lively discussions, with some digging up various photos of Yao Jun from past events for comparison. The excitement was palpable. The dinner was indeed lavish, and I found myself feeling quite hungry. After a series of processes were completed, the day had grown late, yet the production team had not troubled them and directly provided dinner. The orange sun hung brightly in the distant sky, casting its glow upon the horizon, which bore the brilliance of colors, resembling an unfolding impressionist painting. The weather today was splendid. The evening breeze brought a refreshing aura as the group gathered around the long dining table in the courtyard. The table was laden with local delicacies from the island, with seafood plentifully arranged as if it were free. The pragmatic director Chen remarked that, after all, the vast ocean was nearby, and seafood was indeed inexpensive. Lu Qian found himself seated beside Mo Shi once again. He discreetly stole a glance at Mo Shi. A gust of wind stirred, tousling the delicate strands of hair that veiled his amber-hued eyes. His profile was strikingly more handsome than his frontal visage, with graceful and elegant lines that ignited a desire in Lu Qian to reach out and trace them. Mo Shi appeared to be in good spirits, his lips curling into a vague, indistinct smile. Lu Qian inexplicably smiled back and leaned closer to whisper, "Sure go. Are you adjusting well?" He had been anxious all day, fearing that the perpetually shy Mo Shi might be overwhelmed by the other 4 individuals. Fortunately, that did not happen. Shurgo was indeed fragile and easily hurt. He needed to be well protected, Lu Qian mused. In truth, he was the only one in the world who perceived Mo Shi as delicate. "I can manage." Mo Shi replied, his tone languid. The sunset by the sea was breathtaking, and the sunlight was gentle. He noticed Lu Qian's naturally curly hair and thick, curled eyelashes, the light casting a soft shadow beneath his lashes, perfectly obscuring the stirring emotions within his peach blossom eyes. Lu Qian seemed to carry an innate smile in his eyes, especially now in a completely relaxed state, making his joy all the more evident. He appeared to be one with the sunlight. No, he was the very embodiment of sunshine itself. Mo Shi had been in the industry for 9 years and had encountered all manner of people. Yet Lu Qian truly deserved the acclaim of being a beauty recognized by the masses, stunning him momentarily. Mo Shi paused, momentarily lost in thought, hurriedly suppressing the tumultuous emotions surging within him, averting his gaze. He was acutely aware of his unconventional sexual orientation, yet regardless, he dared not tarnish the essence of sunlight. Mo Shi pressed his palm against his heart, forcing himself to remain composed. Mo go. Xiao Lu has whiskey, cocktails, cola, coconut milk, and fresh juice. What would you like to drink? Yin Xiaoxia, now familiar with everyone, inquired from across the table. As Shurgo prefers juice, I do like a cocktail. Thank you. Xiao Xiajia. Lu Qian interjected before Mo Shi could finish his casual remark. He was not angry, Instead, he looked at Lu Qianan in mild surprise, only to be met with a bright smile. I remember Shigu used to drink juice, if I'm not mistaken. That's correct. However, that was 5 years ago. How could Lu Qianan remember it so vividly? Yun Xiaoxia approached with 2 glasses of drink. Mo sure expressed his gratitude, lifting the glass of orange juice. The ice cubes clinking crisply within, the glass adorned with a layer of white mist. As his fingertip brushed against it, a droplet of water formed, poised to fall, reminiscent of unshed tears. He raised his glass and savored the sweet, refreshing juice. Unexpectedly, the esteemed actor Mo enjoys fruit juice. I had wagered with my roommate that he would undoubtedly choose whiskey. It is clear you are unfamiliar with Mo, as he typically responds with a casual indifference. The truth has been revealed. Haha, dear Xiao, what on earth are you doing? Do not use the crab's pincers to pinch anyone. Sister Rose, you look so graceful and beautiful while drinking. Oh, mother, I wish to marry her. Tutu has been gazing at Rose intently, clearly smitten. Yao Jun, while you indulge in merriment, the internet has already propelled you into trending topics. Surprised, are we? Dinner concluded splendidly amidst laughter and joy. After tidying the table and disposing of the refuse, the group, still unacclimated to the time difference, felt quite exhausted and retreated to their respective rooms. I have ventured into the live streaming room of Mo and Lu. Farewell, sisters. Floral group, let us reconvene in the live stream of Rose and Tutu. I am off to see dear Xia. Mother fan has arrived. Haha. Isn't anyone curious about Yao Junya's reaction upon discovering he is trending? I'm heading to his live stream for a good laugh. Be cautious, my friend. Yao Junyi's fans are notoriously foul-mouthed and uncouth. Mo pushed open the bedroom door, his palms slightly damp with nervousness. The spacious double room boasted a view of the beach and ocean through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He approached and drew the sheer white curtains, leaving the deep blue ones undisturbed, allowing the moonlight to grace the room later. Lu Qianan, well aware of Mo's little quirks, refrained from interfering and instead took a moment to observe the room. The clean, sleek wooden tones and shades of beige and light brown, accented by touches of blue, created a refreshing ambience. The room featured 2 beds, a disappointment as he had anticipated a single double bed. Lu Qianan still had luggage to unpack, so he wandered around before getting busy. Mo was not accustomed to being alone with someone in a room, feeling restless and attempting to lend a hand, only to be thwarted by Lu Qianan. Sitting on the carpet, Lu Qianan had to look up at him. His gaze briefly traversed Mo's long, fair neck and collarbone peeking from his shirt before he casually averted his eyes. He chuckled softly, lowering his head, his expression inscrutable to Mo. I can manage this, Shige. You should go shower first, he suggested. Mo remained still, speaking again, I can help you. It will be much quicker. Taking advantage of the fact that Mo could not see him, Lu Qianan raised an eyebrow in jest, finally lifting his face as if pondering something. He pressed a finger to the corner of his lips, suppressing a smile. Does that mean we should shower together, Teacher Mo? With the influence of alcohol, his voice carried a slightly husky timbre. A simple title delivered in such a languid manner felt almost intimate, deeply enchanting. I knew you 2 were acquainted, but did not realize you were this close. A trip to the Civil Affairs Bureau, perhaps? What on earth is Chi saying? Is this even suitable for broadcast? If the live stream disappears later, I would not be the least bit surprised. How could there be cabbages that run away on their own? Enough about cabbages. Heed my advice. If those 2 truly become involved, the esteemed actor Mo Ingdi will be no match for Chi. Mo, sure, bewildered, found himself following the advice. When he finally regained his senses, he realized he was holding something and standing in the bathroom. Truly foolish of him. With a blank expression, Mo sure faced the mirror and gave his forehead a sharp tap. Lu Qianan, having finished packing, finally found a moment of respite. He took out his phone, and upon opening it, a flurry of notifications appeared. The first thing he did was to check the trending topics. Lu Qianan and Mo Shure's chemistry was explosive. The tangled love-hate drama of the Jiang family's true and false daughters was igniting passions. Yao Junyi's height deception was causing a stir. Yin Xiaxia was all about romance. This was the most sensational variety show I had ever seen. Director Chen's face must be splitting from laughter. ignoring the bombardment of fan comments. He scrolled through his phone and opened the family group chat. 99 new messages awaited. He hesitated to open it, fearing the judgmental comments from relatives about Mo. Sure. Instead, he opened the chat with his brothers. Family chat is a mess. Being sure G's dog is my destiny, one brother proclaimed. I say, I spent a whole day with Shurga, and what mischief are those old stubborn ones stirring now? Brothers racing is at 800 miles, another teased. Second brother, do you still have time to look at your phone? Shouldn't it be quite late for you? Haven't you and our sister-in-law been getting cozy? The quickest reply came from the fourth brother, Lu Yung, while the fifth brother, Lu Shiji, was his twin. They were both athletes and amateur racers, often appearing carefree and unruly. Among the four brothers, he had the most volatile temper. However, those close to him knew that his rebelliousness was merely a facade. Deep down, he was just a naive and passionate youth. Being sure G's dog is my destiny, he repeated. Good suggestion, noted. So what exactly happened? I've started learning to paint. Just let me be, came another response. Are you two really getting cozy? Second brother, are you being forceful? Make sure to send me videos or pictures. Lu Shiji, do you believe I would gouge your eyeballs out? I won't manage this bunch of younger brothers. If uncle finds out, he'll say being gay is disgusting. And having a partner who is an actor is even worse. He'll make dad deal with you. You're reliable. What next? Uncle says he is gay too, diverting attention. Uncle is worried he might report to grandpa and grandma, so he stopped there. Uncle is sacrificing his reputation for the sake of the younger generation's love. Truly commendable. Lu Chin sighed and took note of this. After chatting with his brothers, Mo sure emerged from the shower, his hair damp and not yet dried. The translucent droplets clung to the ends, sliding down his neck, pooling at his collarbone, leaving a trace of shimmering water in their wake. The bathroom was rather warm, and Mo sure, in an attempt to evade Lu Qianen for a moment and grant himself some time to regain composure, lingered inside a little longer. At this moment, his cheeks were flushed, and even from his collarbone to his fingertips, a delicate blush adorned his skin. How beautiful, Lu Qianen thought, his gaze deepening. Mother, if I could behold Mo the Emperor's bath photos, my life would be complete. Mo sure, weren't you supposed to be the cold, abstinent type? How did a simple bath transform you into the epitome of pure allure? No way, that's impossible. Mo the Emperor could easily dine on his looks, but chooses to rely on his talent. I am in awe. He leaned closer, gently twirling a lock of hair between his fingers, the droplets of water cascading from the tips, cool against his skin. Perhaps the water was not truly cold. It was merely the heat within him that made it feel so. Lu Qianen struggled to retain his rationality. Shurga, has your hair grown longer than before? It had merely brushed his neck before, and today he noticed Mo sure had tied it into a small bun, not giving it much thought. Now cascading loosely, it was almost shoulder length. Just days ago, they had wrapped up filming for a movie where his character sported medium-length hair. Mo sure pushed aside the strands that had fallen over his temples, tucking them behind his ears, having let it grow long for styling purposes, forgetting to cut it. It seemed a tad too long, perhaps a nuisance. He should find time to tidy it up. Lu Qianen's eyes sparkled mischievously as he inched closer, truly beautiful. It suits you. The scent of camellias lingered at the tip of his nose, growing stronger with each passing moment. As Lu Qianen leaned in closer, Mo, sure, exasperated. Push him away. Go wash up. The one who almost succumbed to the urge to kiss him suddenly snapped back to reality and hurried to take a shower. He still had a chat with Shurga afterward, so he needed to be quick. When he emerged again, Mo sure had already dried his hair and was leaning against the headboard, engrossed in a book, with his black and silver half-framed glasses perched on his nose. He was reading a physical book, exuding a scholarly aura. His slender fingers delicately held the thin pages, moving with grace and elegance. Lu Qianen initially intended to leap towards Mo sure, yet he couldn't bear to disturb the tranquility of the moment. Instead, he quietly seated himself at the edge of the bed. Mo sure looked up and found Lu Qianen gazing at him with fervent eyes. Unlike Mo sure, who was wrapped tightly in a bathrobe, Lu Qianen had merely draped a towel around his waist, revealing a muscular upper body. His defined physique was reminiscent of a character straight out of comic. This left Mo sure feeling flustered, unsure where to direct his gaze. I would trade a lifetime of vegetarianism for a chance to watch tonight's live stream without being banned. I could drool over the screen forever. In comparison, Mo the Emperor is too conservative. What are you wearing? Quickly take it off. I have a bold idea. Lu Qianan, you should strip Mo the Emperor of his bathrobe. How audacious. You truly dare to think of anything. I want to see too. Why did no one warn me? Mo sure set down his book, straightening his back to sit upright, concerned about disturbing his teacher. Lu Qianan, with his hair still damp and curly, lowered his head, droplets of water falling heavily from his hair, embodying the essence of a diligent student. The disparity between his face and physique was striking. Mo sure stretched out his arm, fetching a clean towel to cover Lu Qianan's head, softly saying, "You should dry off first. Feel free to ask if you have any questions." Lu Qian responded with a soft acknowledgement, diligently drying his hair. How does teacher Mo manage to portray such intricately complex characters so adeptly? Mo sure, with arms crossed, pondered deeply before replying. It becomes a natural affair once you embody the character. When he made his formal debut at the tender age of 18, he was still shy and inexperienced, often delivering performances that felt superficial and easily penetrable. Thankfully, his seasoned mentor imposed stringent standards, refusing to indulge him simply because he was the younger brother of a corporate magnate. Whenever dissatisfied with his performance, the mentor would roll up the script into a bundle and gently tap the young man's head, admonishing him for being too superficial in thought. He never grasped what superficial truly meant. With the innocence of youth, whenever he was chastised harshly, he would retreat into a corner, covering his forehead and shedding tears. The old veteran instructed him for an entire year before unexpectedly passing away. At the funeral, Mo sure donned a black attire, clutching a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, lost in a daze as he gazed upon the face of his mentor in the coffin. In that fleeting moment, it seemed he suddenly comprehended the profound grief of a boy in the play who unexpectedly lost his father. When filming the most intense scene, Mo sure knelt on the ground, cradling a black and white photograph. Although his thoughts were of his mentor, gradually, the face in his mind transformed into that of the character's father. He wept to the point of near fainting, his cries resonating with heart-wrenching sorrow, ultimately moving even the director to tears. That film marked the inception of his meteoric rise to fame. Alas, there are no words to describe the acting prowess of Emperor Mo. Even the critics who wish to disparage him find it impossible. Anyone with eyes can see his exceptional talent. I cry uncontrollably every time I watch the film that first brought him fame. He truly is one of the few actors deserving of the title of Emperor. Unexpectedly, Lu Qian, after a moment of quiet contemplation, dropped the towel and arranged his tousled curls. He then probed further, "But when you become the character, where do you go?" Mo sure chuckled at his query. The cold demeanor of this person, akin to ice, transformed into warmth, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. He replied, "Lu Qian, I am not perpetually immersed in a role. How could I possibly remain trapped within it?" Chapter 6, Island Segment. Rising at 7:30 in the morning, Lu Qian quietly climbed out of bed, careful not to disturb the usually light sleeping Mo sure. Each night, at 11, the live streaming cameras in the bedroom would automatically shut off, only to reactivate at 8 in the morning. The previous night, he had inundated Mo sure with a barrage of questions, and even after the live stream concluded, he continued his inquiries until the late hours. It wasn't until he had thoroughly analyzed a response and looked up to find Mo sure already asleep that he reluctantly concluded his studies. Understanding how hard Mo sure worked, he felt it was only right to repay his efforts. Thus, despite still adjusting to the time difference and feeling dizzy from fatigue, Lu Qian summoned his indomitable willpower to force himself out of bed. After a quick wash, he threw on a white t-shirt and loose shorts, and tidied his disheveled curls before heading downstairs to the kitchen. How is it that Chi-Chi is up so early? Is it possible that the illustrious actor Mo is not up to the task? Chi-Chi's beauty has struck me with such intensity that I find myself utterly captivated. How is it that he appears so striking even from this unflattering angle? Is it truly normal for someone to possess such flawless skin? Oh, dear parents, I am utterly enchanted. Lu Qian is acutely aware that, apart from the bedroom, the cameras in all other locations are operational around the clock. He leans into the camera, waving in greeting, his smile sweet. Good morning. Wait, is it morning in the country right now? Although he knows he cannot see the barrage of comments. Netizens are eager to respond. If you say it's morning, then it is indeed morning. The king has arrived. It's morning for us too. They pay no mind to the moon's existence above. Jiang Tu hears the commotion and peeks out from the kitchen. The two exchange glances. Lu Qian's smile falters. Why are you up to? I was just about to ask you. Jiang Tu, clad in an apron tied gracefully at the back, showcases her slender and delicate figure. Yesterday, she had applied a subtle touch of makeup. Today, her bare face accentuates her pure and gentle beauty, though it starkly contrasts with her personality. Lu Qian picks up another apron, slipping it on while responding. What else could it be but to be the ideal homebody? The one-size-fits-all apron clings to him a bit too snugly, particularly around his chest, where his well-defined muscles create a discernible curve. Jiang Tu glances at him, unable to resist retreating to the camera's blind spot, playfully tapping him. Wow, it seems you've really honed that physique. Before the camera and the audience, she is a delicate and charming flower. Yet, in front of her good friend Lu Qian, she exhibits a mischievous and playful demeanor. Of course, if I didn't train well, how could I possibly entice Shige? Lu Qian busies himself, cracking an egg with a decisive snap and dropping it into a bowl. Jiang Tu, waiting for the broth to boil, finds herself idly watching Lu Qian cook. Can we ship this pair? They both look so good, yet somehow lack chemistry. Feels more like close friends. Get lost, die-hard shippers. I'm shipping this pair. Oh dear, are we delving into imaginary rivals again? Lu Qian is uncertain about what Mo Shige enjoys for breakfast. So how can he ensure Shige's satisfaction? Quite simply, he resolves to prepare everything he can think of. 40 minutes later, Jiang Tu gazes in awe at the array of breakfast delicacies laid before her. Lu Qian removes his apron, beaming with pride. Well, what do you think? Not too shabby, right? Goodness, Lu Qian, it's a pity you're not pursuing a career as a chef. Naturally, such words cannot be voiced in front of the camera, so Jiang Tu feigns gentleness, biting her lip and smiling softly. Little Lu, you're amazing. Director Chun enters, intending to rouse the guests and assign them breakfast tasks, only to be met with the sight of an impeccably arranged spread that rivals the work of a five-star chef. Along with Lu Qian and Jiang Tu folding aprons at the table, the director feels momentarily lost. You two have completed the task. What more can I assign? Lu Qian looks up, seemingly innocent. Good morning, Director Chun. Shouldn't there be tasks for today? There were indeed supposed to be. The director, at a loss, can only maintain a smile. It is then that Deputy Director Zheng, inspired, approaches Director Chun to whisper suggestions. Director Chun found himself at a loss for alternatives and could only echo Zheng Zhao's words. The first task is to awaken the other four guests. So, we will get to see their sleeping faces? How delightful. Once again, how fortunate. I am curious to see who looks the silliest while sleeping. Haha. Isn't the production team being a bit inconsiderate? This infringes on privacy. As an insider, rest assured, the agreement includes relevant clauses and the guests have been reminded. All is done with consent. Oh, how intriguing. Lu Qian rubbed his chin, a flicker of darkness passing through his gaze. Is there a limitation on how to wake them? None at all. This was precisely what added excitement and variety to the show. Having been good friends for several years, Jiang Tu instantly grasped his intent, and the two feigned cooperation. Lu Qian would wake the two male guests, while Jiang Tu would rouse the female guests under the guise of men and women should maintain a distance. This arrangement is more convenient. To ensure a close-up presentation, the cameraman hefted his equipment to follow closely. Jiang Tu was the first to act. She encountered little difficulty and, after gently knocking on Yun Xiaxia's door, discovered that she had already cocooned herself. She then proceeded to find Jiang Mei. Although Jiang Mei struggled to rise, she endured it for the sake of their sisterly bond. It's your turn. Jiang Tu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qian, who had been watching the spectacle unfold. Lu Qian shrugged nonchalantly. Contrary to the audience's expectations, he did not seek out emotion first, but instead knocked directly on Yao Junyi's door. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response from within. Lu Qian twisted the doorknob, but it would not yield. If I can't get in, the task will be impossible, right? This is inexplicably nerve-wracking. Yet, Lu Qian felt no anxiety about the task. He merely sighed, gathered his strength, and suddenly kicked the door. His kick was forceful, causing the frail door to creak ominously but remain intact. A miscalculation. The door would not break. The would-be door demolisher touched his nose, retrieved a spare key, and unlocked the door. How amusing, huh? Who told you to act so cool? Is Chi-Chi still in her awkward phase? However, despite the commotion he created, the room remained eerily silent. Yao Junyi was deeply asleep. If you do not awaken, do not blame me for being too forceful. Lu Qian recalled the way Yao Junyi had looked at Mo, sure, the previous day, holding a grudge. He lazily drew out the name, calling Senior Yao. It's time to rise. As expected, Yao Junyi merely turned over, still unmoving. Lu Qian, well accustomed to concealing his excitement, feigned frustration as he tilted his head to examine the sprawled figure of Yao Junyi. He picked up a cup and went downstairs to fill it with ice water. The glass was filled to the brim, the ice even rising above the water's surface. Given the current temperature of 28 degrees, pouring some ice water would likely elicit only a startled reaction, certainly not endanger anyone's life. It was nothing but pure malice. He disliked Yao Junyi for his predatory tendencies towards women he deemed vulnerable, and he resented the way he leered at Mo. Sure. It seems I have an inkling of what is about to unfold. Chi-Chi, how mischievous you are. It appears that mother favors you more, haha. The situation has turned grim. In pursuit of views, one can resort to any means, showing no respect for seniors. How did he become a top-tier influencer? What if our dear June falls ill? In a place where the average temperature hovers around 30 degrees, a splash of ice water could lead to sickness. Perhaps you should refrain from coming here. Should we consider what you are saying? Chi-Chi has been in the industry for 9 years. Logically, Yao Junyi should address him as senior. Don't you think? The photographer zoomed in, focusing on Yao Junyi's face. Lu Qian stood by the bedside, holding a cup, and with a serious demeanor began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, splash. A full cup of ice water cascaded over Yao Junyi's face, the ice cubes crashing down, creating little splashes. Startled, Yao Junyi yelped and sprang up, bewildered for a couple of seconds before comprehending what had transpired, ready to unleash a torrent of expletives. However, Lu Qian promptly interjected, speaking with an air of apology. Good morning, Senior Yao. I'm terribly sorry, but calling you in any other way proved futile. Thus, this was the only recourse. He spoke earnestly, wearing an innocent expression, his doe-like eyes blinking innocently. Lu Qian's rapid-fire apology left Yao Junyi with no opportunity to reprimand him. And out of respect for his reputation, he swallowed back his curses. In a bid to maintain his composure, he even expressed gratitude to Lu Qian. Lu Qian waved him off with a few polite words before darting away, leaving Yao Junyi seething with rage. Has anyone noticed the stark contrast between Yao Junyi's bare face and his made-up visage? Of course, there is a difference between being barefaced and made up. Celebrities are ordinary people too. However, when compared to the other guests, Yao Junyi falls significantly short, with a nose that appears crooked. Yao Junyi has never appeared before the camera without makeup. He has always been adorned. Even after years in the industry, not even a single fan has managed to capture an unadorned photograph of him, making it one of the entertainment industry's greatest mysteries. Today, however, this incident has caused the program to trend on social media. Yao Junyi's bare face revealed. Lu Qian's ice water wake-up call experiment trending. Lu Qian and Yao Junyi, a desire to harm yet restrained. Lu Qian, oblivious to the trending topics, felt a sense of vengeance fulfilled, invigorated by the moment. And with a mind brimming with mischief, he cheerfully sought out Mo. Sure. His impish grin was barely containable, resembling a mischievous child. Finally, what might the slumbering Mo indie look like? This is the moment I have eagerly anticipated. Chi-Chi wouldn't dare splash water on Mo indie, would she? Fear not. Chi-Chi would never treat her husband in such a manner. How is he your husband? I wager a packet of spicy snacks. He is her wife. Arriving at the bedroom door, Lu Qian deliberately placed a finger to his lips, hushing Jiang Tu and the photographer to maintain silence before cautiously pushing the door open. He had not disturbed Mo, sure. Lu Qian breathed a sigh of relief as he crept closer to the bedside, though it may be difficult to imagine. Mo Shi's sleeping visage is truly endearing. Despite being a towering figure at over 6 feet tall, he curls up into a ball while slumbering, exuding an air of innocence. His delicate lashes, like wisps of cloud, flutter faintly, while a few strands of inky hair cascade down, partially obscuring his cheek and enhancing the sense of mystery. He is nothing short of a work of art. Lu Qian leans closer, his voice low and resonant, sending shivers through the soul. Sure go, it's time to wake up. Good morning. In matters of charm, he is unrivaled. Mo Shi opens his eyes, dazed. Chapter 7. Island Breakfast. With his lashes lazily lifting, the usually sharp phoenix eyes are softened by lingering sleep, losing some of their usual coldness. The previously frosty corners of his eyes are tinged with a delicate blush, still holding a hint of physiological tears. The sight is breathtaking, both stunning and fragile. Lu Qian feels as though his breath has momentarily ceased, still in a daze. Mo Shi struggles to focus his gaze, which drifts dreamily towards Lu Qian's face as if he were lost in a dream, murmuring softly, Qian. The voice is barely a whisper, akin to a breath, only audible to Lu Qian. The sole recipient of this intimate address can scarcely believe his ears. How could such affectionate words come from Mo Shi? Lu Qian's ears flush crimson. He cannot dwell on it for long and waves his hand before Mo Shi's eyes. Shurgu, Shurgu, are you still sleepy? Mo Shi shuts his eyes, pulling the blanket over half his face, nodding and shaking his head in a confused manner. It seems as if his consciousness has returned all at once as he suddenly sits up, facing the dark lens of the camera. Mo Shi, camera. Oh, this might be the most mortifying moment he has experienced in years. Mo, the film emperor, is actually like a little kitten in private. Darling, I think I'll start calling you my wife. Hereby announcing that Lu Qian is 1 for dog, 0 for cat. It feels like when Mo, the film emperor, saw the camera, he transcended, resembling something faintly familiar, though flustered. Mo Shi quickly regains his composure and gently nods at the camera. Good morning. He then turns to Jiang Tu. Good morning, Miss Jiang. His emotions are tightly concealed, his gaze as deep and tranquil as an ancient well, revealing no turbulence. His mood is inscrutable. Lu Qian, standing closest yet artfully ignored, pouts in discontent. Shurgu, what about me? Mo Shi suddenly recalls the vague figure he had seen earlier, unsure if he had uttered that endearing term aloud. At a loss. His earlobes flush with warmth as he covers his ears, clearing his throat. Good morning. Lu Qian, looking pitifully forlorn, replies, what about my name? Lu Qian. Mo Shi presses his lips together, stammering momentarily. It feels rather awkward. So, is Mo the film emperor the type who seems aloof, but is actually quite gentle? This is not gentleness. He is simply too indulgent. Once Chi-Chi pouts, the film emperor's heart just floats away. Don't say that. If Chi-Chi were to act like that towards me, I would directly become a tyrant. Delicious, love to eat. Ladies, I'm going to indulge now. Having completed their mission, Lu Qian and Jiang Tu return to the indoor dining area, where Jiang Mei and Yun Xiaoxia are already present. This romantic variety show primarily emphasizes leisure and entertainment, showcasing the guests' most authentic selves, so they have opted for a simple, everyday makeup look. Jiang Mei, a stunning beauty of the highest order, truly embodies the essence of her name, resembling a resplendent red rose. Today, she dons a fitted tank top that accentuates her delicate, slender waist, complemented by a semi-transparent, loose black outer garment that hints at her figure, adding an air of allure. Yun Xiaoxia, with her doll-like face, appears almost like a youthful girl of 15 or 16. Her round almond eyes and soft cheeks adorned with dimples exude a sweet charm. Sporting a high ponytail, she wears a white t-shirt emblazoned with sunflowers and a denim skirt, radiating vitality and exuberance. Each of the 3 female guests possesses her unique charm. Lu Qian, having observed them keenly, cannot help but admire the director's discerning eye in selecting the guests, except for Yao Jun. Jiang Mei gestures towards the breakfast spread, saying, this. I made it with Sister 2 Tuesday, Lu Qianan, wishing to support her friend, thinks to himself, once again playing the role of the Good Samaritan. Zhang Tu, visibly touched, tugs at Jiang Mei's sleeve with sparkling eyes. I heard you enjoy tomato shrimp soup noodles, so I tried making it. Sister, please give it a taste and let me know if it's good. Jiang Mei feels a sense of unease, glancing between Lu Qianan and Jiang Tu before finally looking at Yun Xiaoxia, who is marveling at the crystal shrimp dumplings wrapped like flowers. Feeling helpless, she decides to trust them for the moment. Mo Shi descends the stairs and notices 4 individuals gathered in the dining room. His first words are an apology. I'm sorry for being late. I went to bed too late last night, he says, still enveloped in a palpable fatigue, and after delivering the statement, he falls silent. As Mo Shi approaches, Lu Qianan suddenly recalls something and moves a little closer to inhale deeply. Indeed, there is a hint of white camellia fragrance. Could it be the scent of a shampoo? Lu Qianan squints, recalling how he always catches a whiff of this subtle aroma when near Mo Shi, intensifying yet never cloying. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Qianan has unconsciously associated this scent with Mo Shi. After waiting for more than 10 minutes without seeing Yao Juni descend, Yun Xiaoxia's stomach growls, and she collapses limply onto the table, lamenting it's so painful to only look and not eat. Jiang Mei, too, is beginning to feel impatient. Mo Shi, typically unfailingly patient, does not express annoyance, but finds himself rather bored, propping his chin on his hand and fiddling with the bouquet on the table. Ultimately, Lu Qianan, today's chef, decides to proceed with breakfast without waiting for everyone to arrive. However, Mo Shi hesitates, making no move to pick up his chopsticks. Yun Xiaoxia shoves a crystal shrimp dumpling in her mouth, her cheeks puffed up, and curiously leans over. It is impossible to speak with her mouth full, so she mumbles a few indistinct syllables, likely inquiring why Mo Shi isn't eating. Lu Qianan casts a concerned glance his way. Is it unappetizing? Mo Shi remains silent for a moment before apologetically responding, I don't have the habit of eating breakfast. To be precise, he hasn't properly had breakfast in 2 or 3 years. I never expected that the esteemed actor Mo shares the same lifestyle habits as a mere worker. Mo doesn't eat breakfast, neither do I. By rounding off, we are truly a match made in heaven. Sister, you should eat something. How much have you had to drink? Having been raised under the influence of traditional Chinese family values, Yun Xiaoxia instinctively replied while swallowing a shrimp dumpling. Skipping breakfast is detrimental to the stomach. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly taken on the role of a matron. Mo Shi, unable to avert his gaze, fixedly stared at the table, as if such an action could allow him to escape reality. It was quite embarrassing and peculiar to be lectured by a girl 3 years his junior. Lu Qianan lowered his eyes and noticed the blush creeping up Mo Shi's earlobes, offering a gentle laugh for reassurance. Sure go. If you don't feel like eating, don't force yourself. He placed his chopsticks down, only to lift them again, selecting a piece of lotus seed cake to place in his small bowl. Taking a small bite, he found the sweet flavor pleasantly surprising and nodded. I'll try my best. Aside from this minor, unpleasant incident, breakfast commenced harmoniously. Halfway through the meal, Yao Juni descended the stairs. His delay had been due to applying heavy makeup. After years in the industry, his skills were impeccable. With a good foundation to begin with, and after careful embellishment, he appeared as a strikingly handsome gentleman. Yao Juni was always conscious of his image in front of the camera, especially since this was a dating reality show where he understood the importance of an appealing appearance. He had, however, forgotten the program's casual, everyday style. Although it's a personal preference and others shouldn't interfere, making everyone wait so long for makeup feels quite bothersome. For those who reside on the island, please try not to wear makeup. Sweating can lead to smudging and breakouts. Suddenly, amidst the fresh-faced beauties, a pale, lifeless visage appears, and I couldn't help but laugh. Does it matter whether Xiao Jun wears makeup or not? The other guests have said nothing. If we are to speak of a lifeless face, we must look at Mo Shi. He displays no expression, putting on airs for no one. To everyone's surprise, Yao Laoshi always wore makeup. Jiang Mei sincerely lamented. As a model, She had to maintain her weight and avoid excessive caloric intake, so she dared not eat much, having already set her chopsticks down. The bowl of tomato shrimp noodle soup before her was only half consumed. Jiang Tu, however, felt no disappointment. Rather, she was pleased to see her sister eat so heartily. Sister is willing to enjoy my breakfast. How delightful. Lost in her self-satisfaction, Jiang Tu hardly registered what Jiang Mei said, merely nodding in agreement. Yao Juni found himself awkwardly caught between the two sisters and could only force a smile as he sat beside Mo Shi. Without raising his head, Mo Shi leisurely poked at the half-piece of glutinous rice cake in his bowl, offering a faint good morning upon hearing the commotion. "Haha, good morning, Teacher Mo," Yao Juni persisted, oblivious to any problem with Mo Shi's demeanor. He had certainly heard of Mo Shi. 2 years prior, on the night Mo Shi became the best actor, he had been present at the awards ceremony, even among those who were rebuffed from contact. Little did he expect that 2 years later, amidst the storm of criticism and vitriol aimed at Mo Shi's character, he remained unchanged. Truly rare and quite intriguing. As trivial remarks reached his ears, Mo Shi offered no response, swallowing a piece of glutinous rice cake with some difficulty, feeling a dull ache in his stomach, yet he chose to ignore it. Why does Yao Juni always cling to the esteemed Mo? It seems something is amiss between them. Don't mention it. Lu Qianan is also attached to Mo. Does he possess some kind of charm? Hee Mo, why don't you cling to me as well? Clearly, this is scripted. Do they intend to establish a heartthrob persona? Yao Juni, eager to curry favor with Mo, placed 2 pieces of glutinous rice cake into his bowl. Her smile overly sweet. "Teacher Mo, you are too thin. Do indulge yourself a bit more." Unaware that Mo had a habit of foregoing breakfast and found it difficult to eat in the morning, Yao Juni acted with innocent intent. Had only been that, Mo would have silently endured. However, the matter was compounded by his slight obsession with cleanliness. Instead of using the communal chopsticks, Yao Juni had the audacity to use her own to serve him. An immediate wave of disgust washed over him, his phoenix eyes darkening as he coldly averted his gaze. Lu Qianan's voice floated over, leisurely. "Brother Mo, I've told you before, do not force yourself." Mo turned to find Lu's gaze filled with playful intrigue, and he discerned a hint of possessive affection within those eyes. Noticing Mo's lack of reaction, Lu leaned in, lowering his voice to whisper, "Do whatever you desire. I will handle the aftermath." What a child, Mo thought to himself, convinced that he had not misread the glimmer in Lu's eyes. With that, the disinclined Mo set down his chopsticks and rose from the table. "What happened? I just grabbed takeout. Where has my Mo cat gone?" Did they argue? I've been watching closely and haven't seen him speak. Yao Juni served him something, and then he left. Who remembers that Mo is quite reluctant to eat breakfast? Who recalls that Mo has a cleanliness obsession? Damn it. Damn Yao Juni. I want to devour you. Do you realize how difficult it is for us to catch a glimpse of Mo? Chapter 8. Departure to the Island. Yun Xiaxia lifted her head from her bowl, gazing blankly at Mo's retreating figure, and asked in a muddled tone, "What has happened?" She had been focused on her meal, unaware that she had missed a monumental event. Jiang Mei took a sip of coffee, tilting her chin slightly. Who knows? If I were Mo, I might have kicked him away. Mo's cleanliness was hardly a secret. It was well known within the industry. Yao Juni had jumped into the pit herself, with no one able to rescue her. She seemed oblivious to her misstep, muttering something under her breath before resuming her breakfast. This guy can't possibly be unaware of Mo's cleanliness obsession, can he? He can read lips. His words were quite foul. I'm blinded. I initially thought he was just a poor actor, but it seems his emotional intelligence is lacking as well. Xiao Jun was merely being kind. Mo is just bullying his junior. I used to think better of him. Lu Qianan followed Mo as he left, catching up with him around a corner, one of the few blind spots of the cameras. Mo leaned against the wall, appearing aloof. Yet, when Lu lowered his gaze to meet Mo's, he saw a slight lift at the corners of his mouth, a faint smile that caused Lu's heart to flutter. Are you quite happy? Lu Qianan asked, reaching out to gently touch Mo's face. Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, allowing the intimacy. Yes, one might say so. The warm pads of his fingers brushed against her cheek, pinching gently with a playful grip. And Mo Sure, feeling slightly displeased, tapped his hand dismissively and said, "Don't be mischievous. Engaging in cat teasing required moderation, lest one suffer the consequences of scratch." However, Lu Qianan, unafraid of such repercussions, pinched twice more and proposed, "Unless you agree to one thing, brother." "What thing?" And Mo Sure was taken aback by the audacity of this fellow, attempting to shake off his hand, yet failing. Lu Qianan's laughter subdued, his expressive eyes sparkling with brilliance, captivating the soul. When he lowered his voice, it sounded almost like a pout. "Brother, could you play with me for the next couple of days?" This peculiar form of address was unfamiliar to Mo Sure. Previously, those he encountered would refer to him with respect as teacher or senior. Being called brother was a novel experience, softening his heart. Perhaps in a moment of daze, he nodded, prompting Lu Qianan's joyful exclamation, "Brother, you'll keep your promise, right?" And Mo Sure found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. The two reappeared in the live broadcast, just as breakfast concluded and the time for gathering approached. The viewers in the live stream collectively exhaled in relief. "I thought something had happened to Mo Ing. You scared me to death. The lives of Lu fans matter too. How could our Chi-Chi just disappear? He must have gone to chase after his husband. But he should get too infatuated. Still, why can't it be about chasing after a wife?" Director Chun Ling-tian felt a significant weight lift off his shoulders. Having been anxious moments before, fearing that Mo Ing might withdraw from the recording due to displeasure. After all, it was a hard-won opportunity. What would happen if he got offended and left? Unfortunately, he dared not remind Yao Juni, as the influence of the Yao family was not something an insignificant director like him could provoke. If he truly crossed them, being blacklisted would be a matter of moments. Director Chun felt a burden in his heart, unable to articulate his concerns, due to the requirements of subsequent tasks. Today's activity was structured around Director Chun crouching beneath the camera, holding a rather inconsequential task card, elongating his voice to create suspense. "Explore the island map. Remember to stay safe." In essence, it was an invitation to frolic about. Lu Qianan had anticipated such an outcome, being one of the two regulars among the 6 participants. He clapped without flinching, displaying a blend of surprise and skepticism with remarkable naturalness. "Is it really that good? Director Chun, this isn't a scam, is it?" "Of course. There are stipulations," Director Chun continued, filled with gratitude. "We will group you according to the voting results of the audience pertaining to your pairings. We'll split into 3 teams. Are you all curious about who your partners will be?" "Wow, how thrilling. Isn't this just self-assigning CPs?" The voting will likely reflect their previous performances in the live broadcast, so no pulling strings. The voting was incredibly intense. I remember seeing Lu Qianan paired with Yao Jun yesterday. What on earth will they do together? Cool them off with ice water? Ha! Yun Xiaxia nodded vigorously, genuinely curious. Lu Qianan and Yao Juni joined in the enthusiasm, while Jiang Tu, though less animated, also participated. Mo Sure stood aloof, offering no response. And Jiang Mei raised her brow in apparent jest. Having garnered the agreement of the majority, Director Chun sighed in relief and began to announce the groupings. "It seems that Teacher Xiaoxia is quite curious about the grouping situation, so let us begin with you." Upon being called, Yun Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although she did not hail from a prestigious family, she enjoyed a life of comfort and privilege, being the only daughter cherished by her parents. The affection showered upon her since childhood has cultivated her candid and unpretentious nature, allowing her to approach others with a refreshing openness. However, her upbringing also instilled in her a sense of propriety, preventing her from being overly familiar to the point of discomfort. Director Chen appreciates such guests. The results of the voting revealed that Teacher Xiaoxia would be paired with Teacher Yao. With her characteristic generosity, Yun Xiaoxia regarded Yao Juni with a favorable impression. Beaming as she exclaimed, "Wow, that's wonderful." Yao Juni feigned an air of gentility, responding, "Indeed. If Xiaoxia wishes to go anywhere, please do not hesitate to let me know." This was anticipated. Lu Qianan glanced up slightly at Yun Xiaoxia, feeling an unavoidable pang of guilt. No matter how much Jiang Tu had cried and moaned in the middle of the night on social media, expressing a desire to be close to his sister. He resolved not to assist her again. Although the voting results this morning indeed indicated the current groupings, he felt a heavy conscience for having resorted to purchasing votes. He could only divert some attention to keep an eye on Yao Jun, ensuring he did not engage in any underhanded behavior. So exhausting. Lu Qianan languidly leaned against Mo Shi. In keeping with his promise, Mo Shi endured the contact without pulling away. Congratulations to Teacher Lu for achieving his wish to be paired with Teacher Mo. Director Chen appeared calm, yet internally he was brimming with excitement. The celebrated Lu Qianan teaming up with the acclaimed Mo Shi. What a sensational pairing, even if one were to disregard everything else. The mere sight of these two handsome men together was undeniably pleasing. Shout out with me, Mo Lu's encounter. The CP voting results are in. Mo Lu's encounter is a hit. Qi Lu refuses to concede, but the disparity in stature is indeed a setback. Ultimately, I have indulged in the beauty of the emperor. Qi Lu is simply irresistible. Jiang Mei, brimming with enthusiasm, was about to applaud when she turned and caught sight of Jiang Tu's sparkling eyes. Suddenly, she realized something. Why did it feel as though they were not participating in a dating show, but rather a family-themed variety show? Jiang Tu was almost glowing with excitement at the prospect of being in the same group as her sister. Lu Qianan, my good brother, you truly delivered. Jiang Mei could not muster a smile. She had sensed that her younger sister was rather peculiar, with a tone reminiscent of a spoiled villainess from a novel or drama. Jiang Tu did not seem to be vying for affection. Instead, she appeared to be supportive of her. How strange. Indeed, Teacher Jiang Mei, you and Teacher Jiang Tu are in the same group. Director Chen nearly let slip that they appear to be a couple. Although society has become much more accepting of same-sex relationships, and the program allows for such narratives, it remains a relatively niche subject. Guest interactions were generally innocuous, framed as brotherly or sisterly affection, but the director's implication was quite clear. The grouping concluded here. I've hit the jackpot with all three pairs. Ha ha ha. You seem like Fan Jean from the story. Oh, I got it right. Oh, what a delightful experience. The laughter fills the air as the three groups separate. With the photographer trailing behind, the live stream now dispersed into three distinct segments. Lu Qianan, donning a sun-protective jacket, eagerly rushes forward to push his bicycle. After all, at the seaside, there's nothing quite like leisurely cycling while basking in the sea breeze, perfect for capturing the moment. This little dating tip was learned from his father. Though somewhat cliché, it aligns perfectly with Mo Shi's usual style. He favors a slow-paced lifestyle, relishing cycling over riding a tourist bus. Let us go. Chapter 9. Strolling on the island meanwhile, the other two groups are meticulously planning their routes. Observing this, Lu Qianan halts, turning to glance at Mo Shi. His striking peach blossom eyes glimmering with anticipation. Brother Shi, shall we make a plan? Mo Shi, lost in thought and trailing behind, remains oblivious to Lu Qianan's sudden stop, inadvertently bumping into him. It doesn't hurt, yet he instinctively raises a hand to touch his forehead. This small gesture visibly unsettles Lu Qianan, who reaches out to gently rub Mo Shi's forehead. Did I hurt you? Sorry. Mo Shi, slightly exasperated, steps back to create some space, replying coolly, It's fine. No need for a plan. Let us just wander. Nevertheless, the blush adorning his earlobes betrays his inner turmoil. Mo the film emperor. Do you realize your pale skin turns red so obviously? Is he feeling shy? Chi-Chi, don't tease too much. My ship is real. This acting is so fake. How can anyone ship this? Male pheromones are wafting. Mo Shi strides quickly, almost breaking into a run, even with Lu Qianan's height and long legs. He can only take wide strides to keep up. The photographer, burdened with equipment, follows closely, sensing that today's shoot might be exceptionally challenging even before the activities begin. The island is not large. A coastal road encircles its entirety. The gentle sea breeze, carrying hints of salt, sweeps in from the azure waves, refreshing and invigorating. Perhaps the ocean breeze possesses a magical quality of awakening, as Mo Shi finally regains his composure, his face no longer flushed. Their eyes meet, and, simultaneously, they mount their bicycles, finding the right pace to ride side by side along the coastal road. The island is not a renowned tourist destination. The lengthy avenue is theirs alone, if one disregards the few crew members trailing behind. Mo sure focuses intently ahead, while Lu Qian's gaze remains fixed on Mo sure. Today, his hair is unbound, dark locks cascading to his shoulders, gently swayed by the wind, exuding a sense of languid charm. The light amber hue of his eyes reflects the sunlight, resembling a precious gem. Indeed, he is my treasure. Lu Qian does not hide his fervent affection. The air is thick with an atmosphere so ambiguous, it seems ready to bubble over with pink hues. The photographer, reluctant to intrude, maintains a steady pace in the tourist vehicle, capturing the scene from behind. The frame reveals two silhouettes against the backdrop of an expansive blue sky. Fluffy clouds blanket the sky, while verdant leaves provide a comforting shade. The coastal boulevard stretches into the distance, leading to a shore of soft golden sands and an endless sea. It is a scene so exquisite that it resembles a painting, a dream. Amidst the beauty, Mo sure, absorbed in the scenery, finally becomes aware of the undeniable gaze beside him. He subtly shifts his eyes and softly reminds, "Watch the road, be mindful of safety." Caught in the act of stealing glances, Lu Qian shows no sign of embarrassment. His audacity rivals that of a fortress. Although he averts his gaze, he does not forget to tease, "I don't want to look at the road. I wish to gaze upon you." Mo sure shoots him a light glare, choosing silence. A few minutes pass in quietude before the sea breeze carries Lu Qian's murmured words. "I speak the truth. The scenery pales in comparison to you, brother. I only wish to behold you." Those words, soon whisked away by the wind, tug at Mo sure's heart like a little hook, igniting a sensation he cannot ignore. He tightly grips the handlebars, feigning ignorance. If he acts convincingly enough, perhaps he can evade the truth. In matters of the heart, Mo sure tends to be somewhat obtuse. Yet he is not a fool. He had sensed Lu Qian's unusual demeanor before, though he could not ascertain its nature. However, those two statements felt undeniably like a confession, laid bare without pretense. His earlier suspicions appeared validated. But could Lu Qian, the radiant sun in his heart, a being naturally imbued with light, ever wish to embrace him? Would he be willing to grant even a modicum of warmth? The thought is too daunting to entertain, too perilous to voice. Thus, he carefully conceals his emotions. The sudden influx of sunlight feels surreal to Mo sure, who has long confined himself to darkness. For a fleeting moment, he questions whether his affliction has returned. Yet, that is impossible. If it had, his brother would have surely taken him back for treatment. Therefore, Lu Qian's intentions must be to cultivate heat, an age-old tactic in the entertainment industry. Even as Mo sure's mind wanders, growing increasingly agitated, he unwittingly accelerates his pace. It is only when Lu Qian calls for a halt that he realizes he has succumbed to his tumultuous thoughts once more. Montachi abruptly bacchus, turning back with a flustered expression, only to meet Lu Qian's gaze, which is excessively tender. Shall we take a break? Being in Lu Qian's presence is most comfortable when words are unnecessary. Mo sure follows him into a quaint roadside cafe, remaining silent throughout. Before him lies a selection of island-inspired desserts. A milky coconut jelly rests on a porcelain dish, adorned with an array of colorful fruits. It is delightfully chewy and sweet without being cloying. The coconut cake boasts a soft, glutinous texture, generously sprinkled with coconut flakes, releasing a fragrant aroma. The drink is a blend of pineapple juice, infused with a hint of mint and the proprietor's homemade low-alcohol fruit wine. The pineapple juice is sweeter than usual, lacking any discernible acidity, with only a hint of mint that adds a refreshing touch. The alcohol merges perfectly with the fruit juice, rendering it palatable even to Mo sure, who typically shuns alcoholic beverages. This drink possesses a certain finesse. Lu Qian gazes at the breathtaking visage before him for a moment, then follows the other's gaze outside. Just then, a seagull lands on the windowsill, and Lu Qian unexpectedly locks eyes with its small, dark orbs. A silent exchange occurs between man and bird. Squawk. Lu Qian, picking up a fry from the table, tentatively offers, "Would you like a bite?" Squawk. The seagull snatches a fry and flies away. Unable to contain himself, Mo Sure turns to Lu Qian, his expression akin to that of someone observing a fool. Seagull, let's go to the dock for some fries. How is Chi-Chi conversing with a seagull? Hilariously adorable. Mo Sure's expression is absolutely priceless. I must screenshot it for a meme. Haha. The seagull, displaying a sense of propriety, takes the fry and flaps its wings away. Lu Qian sets down the remaining fries and looks at Mo Sure, blinking innocently. Clear yet naive. Mo Sure finds it difficult to decipher Lu Qian's character, at times adorably innocent, other times fiercely proud and brimming with an air of mischief, effortlessly oscillating between extremes. Never becoming tiresome. Ignoring Lu Qian's seemingly playful antics, he puts down his cup and inquires, "When shall we set off again?" "I don't want to leave." Lu Qian stirs the ice in his cup with a straw, pouting, "Did you just disdain me, Shurge?" I said no. Do you believe me? When no response comes, Lu Qian's face morphs into a picture of grievance. "You truly disdain me, don't you? How heart-wrenching." He pretends to wipe non-existent tears from the corner of his eye, his performance vividly embodying a forsaken little wife. Mo Sure, my mother tongue is silence. All right, I bet Lu Qian will become an award-winning actor next year. I'll wager 2 bags of spicy snacks. Mo Sure, feeling a softening in his heart, finds himself at a loss. He presses his lips together, then releases them, secretly repenting for his dishonesty. "I do not disdain you. Not believing unless you kiss me." Startled, Mo Sure's eyes widen in disbelief, suspecting a malfunction in his hearing. Upon looking at Lu Qian again, he finds a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. It seems his hearing is intact. He was mistaken. "Oh, hurry and kiss him. Qui, kiss, kiss. I have a friend." Mo Sure, my pupils are trembling in shock. Mo Sure lowers his head, remaining silent for a long moment. Just as Lu Qian intends to lighten the mood and continue their journey, he hears a faint, almost imperceptible query. "Really, can I kiss you?" Chapter 10. Island Arc. Ambiguity. Lu Qian is momentarily taken aback, then his gaze darkens slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing as a sudden surge of possessiveness flickers across his features. Quickly concealed by a clever smile. Propping his chin, he beams brightly. "Of course, Shurge, you may kiss me however you wish." Montag she escase, vandas restlessly. Finally settling on Lu Qian's beautifully moist, lightly rosy lips, perpetually adorned with a playful smile that reveals the faintest hint of sharp canines when he grins. Truly, one could be bewitched, for he finds himself unable to restrain the question. Mo Sure pinches the bridge of his nose, feeling dizzy. What should he do now? He wants to kiss, but hesitates, remaining motionless for a prolonged moment. If it weren't for the gentle sea breeze stirring the gauzy curtain, the viewers in the live broadcast might have thought their phones had frozen. A familiar laughter graced the air as Lu Qian rose, reaching across the modestly sized table to tug at Mo Sure's nape, drawing him closer. Instantly, warmth and softness touched his lips. This moment lasted only a few fleeting seconds. But as they were about to part, Lu Qian mischievously adjusted his position, his sharp canine teeth playfully grazing Mo Sure's delicate lip. For Lu Qian, this kiss was refreshingly innocent, devoid of any unspeakable intentions. In contrast, it overwhelmed Mo Sure, who had not anticipated such audacity from his partner, especially under the scrutiny of so many eyes. His heart seemed to pause momentarily before racing wildly, the thunderous rhythm echoing in his ears. A warm blush crept up his cheeks, impossible to hide, prompting him to awkwardly lift his drink and gulp it down. Lu Qian watched with a beaming smile, finding Mo Sure's uncharacteristic innocence particularly endearing. No, he realized every aspect of him was charming. Oh my gosh, how long has it been and you two are already kissing? Have you been secretly dating? I'm really shipping this couple. Is Mo the Emperor blushing? Is he shy? Tell me I'm not mistaken. You stir the groundhog's den. Even the icy drink couldn't cool Mo Sure's flustered state. He clinked the remaining ice in his glass and silently set it down. His face felt like it was on fire, and he knew it must be thoroughly crimson. All because of that mischievous little rascal, Lu Qian. Embarrassed yet resigned, Mo sure stood up and curtly declared, "I'm leaving," before turning to flee. Lu Qianan watched him scurry away, a surprising delight swelling within him, his smile bright and his eyes crinkling with joy, inciting another wave of excitement in the live chat. A certain trending topic quickly dominated social media, with frantic inquiries about their unexpected display of affection. Director Chun, scrolling through the trending topics, exhaled in relief. Having spent so much to bring them here, it was worth it. As they stepped out, the temperature remained relatively bearable, but as they sauntered along, nearing noon, the heat intensified. Mo sure wore a long-sleeved jacket, yet he did not remove it. Lu Qianan was unaware of the reason and chose not to inquire, firmly believing that Mo sure had his own justifications. At that moment, the photographer, following their lead, relayed the director's request for them to pause and interact more, capturing additional footage. Lost in thought, Mo sure was momentarily unresponsive, suddenly hitting the brakes and nearly propelling himself forward. Lu Qianan, who was closest, instinctively reached out, grasping Mo sure's arm to pull him back. Mo, your maturity and composure are merely a facade. Haha. The adorable Mo cat is so cute. I have a desire for Mo cat. I want Mo cat in the future. Quick, let us scare Chi Chi. She's losing her color. Haha. In a brief span of half a day, Mo has suffered embarrassment multiple times on camera, his pride rendered vulnerable. During interactions, he appears even more reserved and distant than before. Whenever Lu Qian approaches, he instinctively retreats. The photographer, observing the chasm of a meter between them, feels somewhat awkward. The island sun shines too fiercely, and Lu Qian gazes down to see Mo's cheeks flushed from the heat. After a moment of contemplation, he removes his sun protection jacket and drapes it over Mo's head. A small patch of shade is created, and the sunlight transforms from blinding to gentle, softened by the translucent fabric. Mo, with a flick of his fingertips, lifts a corner of the jacket, peering out in confusion, only to meet Lu Qian's face, which is alarmingly close. Lu Qian's hair is not purely black, but has a brownish tinge that, under the sunlight, shines with a warm chestnut hue. His thick, curled eyelashes share the same color. Coupled with his radiant smile, he truly resembles the angel that fans claim has descended from the heavens. The angel, lost in thought, gazes at the semi-transparent fabric and earnestly remarks, "Shige, do you not think it resembles a veil?" The photographer, elated, inches the camera closer, desperately seeking angles, almost transforming their interaction into a proposal shoot. "Once again, I'm utterly smitten. Lu Qian, you're quite the charmer. In this lifetime, I must date someone like this. Don't attempt to achieve immortality through such means, constantly creating romance. You truly are infatuated. I'm in tears in that fleeting moment." Lu Qian genuinely envisioned a wedding dress. If Shige were to agree, in an unfathomably distant future, he would orchestrate an extraordinarily romantic wedding for him, granting him everything he desires. He longs to bind himself with a wedding ring and a certificate, submitting to the beloved he has admired for so long. It said that one should die beneath the peony, living on as a playful spirit. He yearns to perish beneath the white camellia, becoming a lovesick ghost. As Lu Qian gazes at Mo, allowing his thoughts to wander, he finds Mo watching him in return. He does not wish to dwell on the distant future. It is merely a habit, for no one can predict what tomorrow holds, whether death or dawn shall arrive first. Mo prefers to focus on the present and the past. Burdened by guilt, he forces himself not to speculate on the overt affection laid bare before him. He cannot allow intangible feelings to jeopardize Lu Qian's future. He is far too young and inexperienced, and perhaps in an instant, he might change his heart and regret his past choices. This remains his solitary, lingering thought. Upon returning to the vacation house, dusk has already settled in, and the other guests have long since arrived. Yun Xiangxiao rushes over, urgently greeting them, shoving a freshly cut fruit platter into Mo's hands, and turns to Lu Qian with a sincere prayer. "Xiao Lu, please save the kitchen." The Jiang sisters have remained in their room, engaged in some undisclosed activity, having deliberately turned off the bedroom camera, clearly wishing to avoid being seen. They hesitate to intrude. Lu Qian, is oblivious to the happenings. It was only upon inquiry that one realized the stark absence of common ground between Yao Juni and Yun Xiaoxia. Their entire repertoire of conversation seemed to have been exhausted during the initial half of the day, leading to a profound silence that enveloped the spacious living room upon their return, creating an atmosphere thick with stillness. Director Chun could no longer bear the quiet and suggested they might attempt to prepare dinner. Yun Xiaoxia had only assisted her parents in the kitchen before, but upon witnessing Yao Juni boast about his culinary skills with unwavering confidence, she took his word and ventured to help. However, calamity soon ensued. First, the oil began to splatter violently. Yao Juni hastily covered the pot, but when he lifted the lid, flames leapt forth, nearly singeing his eyebrows. And he could not extinguish them, as thick black smoke began to billow. Director Chun, startled, immediately called for someone to quell the fire. Yao Juni feigned calmness, waving his hand dismissively, insisting that it was merely a minor mishap he could handle. Unable to bear the sight, Yun Xiaoxia squatted in a corner of the kitchen, clutching the assortment of watermelon, pineapple, apple, and grape that Yao Juni had handed her, diligently slicing them. By the time she had prepared 4 plates of fruit, Yao Juni was still struggling to remedy the situation. The young girl spoke rapidly, vividly recounting the entire ordeal. She then pointed to the fruit platters in Mo Shi's hands. Upon inspection, Mo Shi noted that the watermelon had been meticulously carved into flowers, indicating that quite some time had been spent on it. Lu Qian's expression shifted dramatically, and he dashed towards the kitchen with the speed of a sprinter. The camera captured only his fleeting silhouette. What was the matter with him? Yun Xiaoxia was taken aback by his fervor. Mo Shi picked up half a grape and, with an air of tranquility, savored it before remarking, "Quite sweet." Wasn't that a tad too composed? Or was it merely me who was astonished? Yet, after the initial shock, an even greater surprise awaited. Chapter 11, Island Episode Compensation. The scene in the kitchen was a veritable disaster. Lu Qian decisively turned off the flames, coughing from the thick smoke. He lifted the pot, which was nearly burnt through, and felt an overwhelming urge to upend it over Yao Juni's head. Yet, considering they were under the scrutiny of live cameras, he restrained himself. The unfortunate pot was unceremoniously relegated to the trash. Yao Juni, having failed to maintain his facade, managed a wry smile, choosing silence. Men who can cook truly earn points. Not being able to cook is not a cardinal sin, but pretending to know how is a different matter altogether. Strong brother had me in stitches. Little June only meant well. There was no need for such malice. Haha, Mo the actor should give Chi-Chi a hug. He seems on the verge of shattering. Mo Shi, named in the barrage of comments, continued to quietly enjoy the fruits, savoring the local produce known for its sweetness and juiciness. Yun Xiaoxia surveyed the scene, feeling an odd sense of dissonance. Lu Qian, visibly dejected, approached Mo Shi with an air of grievance. Brother looked before he could finish. A piece of watermelon met his lips. The small, disgruntled figure looked up in surprise, only to discover that it was Mo Shi, delicately offering him a forkful of fruit. Noticing his lack of reaction, Mo Shi gently wiggled the fork, teasingly presenting the vibrant red watermelon flesh, reminiscent of a playful gesture towards a pet. With grievances forgotten, Lu Qian gladly accepted the offering. Having pacified him, Mo Shi shifted his gaze towards Yao Juni, his tone unexpectedly courteous. "If you would be so kind as to clean up." After a brief pause, he added, "Do not forget to compensate for the damage. What you have broken belongs to Lu Qian." Huh? Yun Xiaoxia glanced towards the pot lying in the garbage bin. Why bring a pot to a dating show? Previously, Xiao brought dumbbells, and now Chi-Chi brings an iron pot. It seems that talent abounds in the heart journey. I wondered why Chi-Chi's gaze held both reluctance and affection. It turns out there are feelings involved. Could it be that Chi-Chi looks at dogs with such affection? Yao Juni was visibly taken aback, quickly reaching for his phone to prepare for a transfer. "It's no trouble. Compensation is compensation. How much is this pot?" Conversely, Lu Qian seemed rather indifferent, allowing the situation to unfold as he raised his head after hearing the commotion, pausing for a moment before saying, "Let's forget it, senior. It's just a small amount. Xiao Lu, please provide your quote." Yao Juni mused that a single pot could hardly be expensive, a few hundred or 1,000 at most. And even a custom piece would hardly exceed 10,000. Such a sum was insignificant to him. How could one claim to be a top-tier celebrity, yet display such pettiness? Yao Juni paid little mind to the ordinary iron pot, feeling more embarrassed than guilty. How could someone as observant as Lu Qian not notice? Originally, he did not care about such trivial money, but since the other party showed no remorse, he had no choice but to play the villain. Perhaps around 2 to 300,000, he casually remarked. The weight of those words caused a certain senior's hand to tremble, his face reflecting disbelief. Are you trying to swindle me? Stealing? You say stealing? Is it that our currencies differ? The only calm ones present were the two individuals, closely nestled together like conjoined twins. Having played enough, Mo finally relinquished the fruit platter, thrusting it into Lu Qian's hands and shifting away to create some distance. He simply couldn't endure such clinginess. Lu Qian looked at Mo as if wounded. Abandoned, he lamented. In US dollars, Yao Juni thought, intending to be somewhat lenient. But in a foul mood, he felt it was only fair to put some pressure on the senior. This young man certainly knew how to keep the suspense alive. Poor Xiaoxiao was once again left in shock alongside Yao Juni. So if our currencies truly are different, this is a bit disheartening. Even if sold, I couldn't afford the compensation. Is this a joke? Can a pot really be that expensive? Lu Qian was not deceiving them. This pot was actually the centerpiece of an entire set of cookware, designed by a renowned French designer and forged by top Swiss artisans, custom-made. And there was no other set like it in the world. Furthermore, the designer had passed away, and the artisan's skills could not be passed down. Thus, it remained a limited edition treasure. Lu Shiji had spent nearly $2 million on this cookware as a birthday gift for his second brother. When Lu Qian received the gift, he had mocked him for being foolish with money, placing it in the collection cabinet without using it. It was only half a month ago that Lu Shiji casually mentioned it, prompting him to take the cookware out once more. Altogether, it had been used merely 4 times. What a loss. Sighing deeply, Lu Qian picked up a green grape and began to chew. Money could be requested from his parents again, but once lost, one's face could never be regained. Yao Juni understood this principle well and immediately contacted his assistant to prepare for compensation. Lu Qian took a bite of a peach and continued to chew. While indulging in snacks, one should not forget to remind, there is no rush for compensation. A simple IOU from the senior will suffice. What else can one do? Acceptance it is. The kitchen is temporarily out of commission, and despite the lack of any entertaining programs, the production team must hastily place orders from nearby restaurants. With nothing to do, the 4 of them sit side by side on the sofa. Yun Xiaoxia chatters excitedly, showcasing the fruit platter and recounting the projects and scenery of the day, while Lu Qianan, possessing a cheerful disposition, happily engages in conversation with her. Mo remains silent, listening in, always feeling that this individual beside him is akin to a Samyet, with an invisible tail spinning rapidly behind him like a propeller. Yao Juni is heartbroken over the 2 million and is utterly exhausted. Notably absent are the Jiang sisters, who have yet to descend. Lu Qianan, keeping a watchful eye, seizes the moment while Yun Xiaoxia is preoccupied with the fruit to send a message to Jiang Tu. Why aren't you two coming down? Your progress seems swift. Jiang Tu responds promptly, it's a secret. We're busy enjoying ourselves, hee hee. Such teasing is quite vexing. Personal suffering is unpleasant, but the happiness of friends is even more irksome. Without hesitation, Lu Qianan wraps his arms around Mo, joyful and exhilarated. This has already happened innumerable times today. Montakshi, somewhat numb to it all, lazily surrenders to the comfort of the embrace, finding a cozy position to lean against Lu Qianan. Truly, it is a surprise for a child. It seems the desensitization therapy is effective. With continued closeness, Mo will gradually become accustomed to hugs, kisses, and sharing a bed, but only with him. The person in his arms possesses an expression as indifferent as ancient frost and snow, so chilling it cannot be melted away. Warmth is needed to thaw it. He is willing to place ice upon his heart, not for any other reason, but to remember the vibrant waters of spring he once beheld. As warm and clear as jade. How he longs to see it once more. After dinner arrives, Jiang Mei and Jiang Tu finally emerge from their room. Surprisingly, Jiang Mei exhibits no signs of impatience. In fact, she appears quite pleased. Truly baffling. All the guests gather around the dining table, and Lu Qianan instinctively sanitizes the chopsticks and bowl in front of Mo, sure, before naturally returning them. The emphasis is on meticulous details. As the meal progresses, Director Chen squats down on a small stool, cautiously inquiring in a negotiating tone. Starting tomorrow, we will be assigning formal tasks. How is everyone adapting? The group nods in agreement. Director Chen ponders deeply. 2 days have passed, and with a series of events, they have captured little material, and even less is suitable for broadcast. A rough edit might yield only 8 to 9 minutes. Fortunately, the recording time for the program is sufficient, and with some piecing together, producing 3 episodes totaling 270 minutes for the island segment should be feasible. If that proves impossible, they may have to include more daily snippets, enough to be visually appealing. Just as Director Chen lifts his head, he catches sight of Lu Qianan's affectionate, twinkling eyes, causing his heart to flutter. Shifting his gaze, he then sees the elegant and austere profile of Mo, sure, making his heart race anew. Covering his pounding heart, Director Chen feels an immense sense of gratitude for having summoned the courage to extend an invitation to them. With these two present, the program is destined for success. After dinner, the sisters finally unveiled their secret. A trip to the beach would be incomplete without swimwear. Today, my sister and I happened to pass by the largest swimwear boutique on the island, so we decided to browse and purchased a few items. Jiang Tu carried several shopping bags, distributing them thoughtfully while discreetly concealing the store's logo to lessen the workload for the teachers later. The guests were remarkably considerate. Much to Director Chen's delight, Lu Qian expressed his gratitude while sneaking a glance into his bag, a classic Hawaiian shirt and oversized shorts, with swim trunks resting at the bottom. It was evident that the items chosen for the 3 male guests would not differ significantly. After a cursory examination, he turned his attention to Mo Shure's reaction. Mo Shure glanced for merely half a second before freezing, seemingly unable to accept the surprise. This was hardly unexpected. Mo Shure typically adorned himself in a monotonous palette of black, white, and gray, resembling a character from a novel. He must embrace small changes to ultimately transform his entire lifestyle and escape the confines of dullness. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled, and he playfully poked the bag, remarking, "Brother, you will undoubtedly look splendid in this." Chapter 12, Island Chronicles, Scars. Mo Shure ignored Lu Qian, his demeanor growing even colder. To those unfamiliar with him, such behavior might be interpreted as annoyance. However, those who truly understood him recognized that this was merely a sign of shyness. Lu Qian evidently belonged to the latter group. Thus, in response to Mo Shure's aloofness, he maintained his cheerful demeanor, his smile unwavering. Yao Jun observed their interaction, a fleeting shadow of bitterness crossing his gaze, as if unwilling to accept the sight. In that brief moment of scrutiny, Lu Qian caught him. The seemingly innocent smile of the sunny, cheerful boy belied an underlying sense of pressure that was almost suffocating. A palpable sense of possessiveness lingered in the air, causing Yao Jun to look away, his eyes stinging. Using the shopping bags as a shield, Lu Qian extended his fingertip, gently brushing against Mo Shure's hand. He playfully tugged it, and upon sensing no resistance, he tightened his grip. It had truly been a long time since he experienced such a sense of security. Their fingers intertwined, growing ever closer, as if taking root in an unbreakable bond. After a day of careful testing, despite his reluctance, Lu Qian refrained from any intimate interaction with Mo Shure throughout the night. It was akin to the gentle handling of a kitten. Excessive force might lead to distress. For the sake of future happiness, he chose to temper his excitement for the time being. Adjusting to the time difference went smoothly, and by 8 o'clock the next morning, everyone arrived punctually, even Yao Jun. Having checked the trending topics the previous night, he had opted for a natural look, which indeed appeared much fresher and more appealing than a heavily made-up visage. Perhaps the Jiang sisters' actions had inspired the production team, for Director Chen's assignments were now delivered with renewed confidence. His authoritative voice resonated with a vigor that suggested an imminent declaration. Today marked the official departure of the journey of heartfelt encounters. Yesterday, I trust that everyone has become somewhat acquainted with the island's environment and has gained a measure of understanding of one another. A 3-week journey on this enchanting island awaits us, and I wonder if you are all curious about our first exhilarating guide? Among the 6 guests, only Yun Xiangxia seems to be earnestly listening. Since the disbanding of her girl group nearly a year ago, she has been engrossed in recording and performing, and her absence from variety shows has rendered this experience refreshingly novel for her. The young lady is genuinely intrigued, nodding enthusiastically, which even causes Director Chun to feel a bit bashful. Lu Qianan glances to his left at his good friend Jiang Tu, who appears lost in the bliss of his romantic interest, and to his right at the distracted and somewhat sleazy Yao Jun. It is exhausting, yet unavoidable. He must continue to perform. Curiosity lingers, but Director Chun, surely you wouldn't put us in a difficult position? With a gentle smile, Lu Qianan speaks in jest. How could I? The first exhilarating guide is setting sail. The seafood we catch will serve as the ingredients for a sumptuous feast. Participation is optional. Those who prefer may indulge in leisurely activities. Our journey is centered on relaxation, and all you need to do is savor the delightful island life. At this moment, Director Chun, a man in his 30s, is bursting with youthful enthusiasm akin to that of an 18-year-old. Following Lu Qianan's words, he introduces the program's philosophy, feeling quite content. Yao Juni finally snaps back to reality and joins the conversation. The 3 guests engage in lighthearted banter with Director Chun, and at last, a semblance of variety show recording emerges. After watching a live stream for 2 days, I finally see them in action, haha. I've always felt that this journey is truly a publicly funded vacation. Who understands? I'm very curious about how the show will be edited. It seems quite amusing. After completing the necessary procedures, Director Chun grants ample time for the guests to prepare. Lu Qianan follows Mo back to their bedroom, closing the door behind them to shut out the outside world. Unfortunately, a glaring camera remains inside, observing them. With a playful spirit, Lu Qianan engages in a silent standoff with the camera, ultimately conceding. Turning to Mo he asks, "Brother aren't you hot?" Today, as temperature reaches a scorching 38 degrees, even fruit flies find it unbearable. Mo remains silent, and a quiet tension begins to fill the space. He retrieves some mosquito repellent from the nightstand and hands it to the eagerly watching young man. They say that eye contact is a kiss devoid of passion. Yet in such close quarters, with hearts racing, Mo dares not meet Lu Qianan's gaze. The scent of the repellent, a blend of mugwort and mint, is refreshing, suppressing any impulsive urges. Lu Qianan shifts closer to Mo returning the small bottle, though he has no intention of suggesting a change of clothes. He merely smiles at Mo The young man possesses a tall and slender figure, with a strikingly beautiful face that seems almost unreal. His unkempt curls partially obscure his brow, and his drowsy appearance is just perfect. Having grown up in front of the camera since the age of 14, he has faced criticism but has never been deemed unattractive. He is undoubtedly the pinnacle of nurturing talent, unmatched in the entertainment industry. Even setting aside his talent, his extraordinary appearance alone could capture attention. Mo genuinely admires Lu Qianan's face. This is no exaggeration. However, having known this fellow for 4 years, Mo did not exhibit any overt signs of discomfort. He averted his gaze and casually unfastened 2 buttons of his shirt. Startled, Lu Qianan stammered, "Wait. What are you doing?" "Changing clothes," came the calm and placid reply. As his mind momentarily faltered, Lu Qianan instinctively grabbed a plush blanket and hurriedly covered the camera. Mo, oblivious to any impropriety in his actions, did not recall that just the previous night, Lu Qianan had confidently appeared on screen, wrapped only in a towel. Lu Qianan struggled to articulate his thoughts, his cheeks flushed with a suspicious hue. It was true he lacked modesty, yet to candidly inform Mo that his exposure was merely a display to entice him felt rather crude. Fortunately, Mo was not one to dwell on matters, continuing to undress. With a clear understanding of his own self-restraint, Lu Qianan turned his back. gazing earnestly at the wall, his heartbeat resonating like a drum. The innocent pup, harboring our 18 thoughts yet feigning purity, dared only to steal glances for a few fleeting seconds. It was indeed captivating. Ahem. The viewers in the live stream, only able to hear the dialogue without seeing the visuals, were on the brink of frenzy. Ah, kui. What delicious meal are you having behind the backs of your mothers and sisters? I'm crying. It's a rare feast featuring the physique of Emperor Mo. I'm not gambling, not using drugs, have no bad habits. What is wrong with indulging in a little color, crying? Chi, please listen. You're too young to understand this feast. Let your mother bear it for you. I can hear the calculations being made even from Emperor Mo's bed. It was only when Mo sure donned a loose, short-sleeved shirt that Lu Qian and finally pulled down the blanket, exhaling in relief. Just as he reached for sunscreen, intending to apply it on Mo Sure's skin, he noticed the grotesque scar marring Mo Sure's exposed forearm. He froze instantly. His fingertips trembled as he swiftly gripped Mo Sure's wrist, which he attempted to retract, his smile vanishing, replaced by a chilling intensity. What had transpired? Who had done this? Chapter 13, Island Chapter. Setting sail. Lu Qian and was indeed strong. His grasp was too forceful, forgetting to temper his strength, causing Mo Sure's wrist to turn pale before swiftly flushing red. The scar was long, stitched, with brown marks lying dormant on the inner arm resembling a centipede, which would frighten most onlookers. Mo Sure, too, prefer not to gaze upon it. The injury had healed long ago, and to revisit it would only rekindle the pain. He gently tugged at his wrist, murmuring, "Let go." Lu Qian complied, standing still, unlike his earlier, lively self. Mo Sure retrieved the sunscreen from Lu Qian's palm, applied a layer casually, and returned it to him. The warmth born from years of collaboration and the intimacy of the past 2 days seemed to dissipate alongside Lu Qian's smile. In truth, it was nothing serious. A touch of concealer could easily mask it. Mo Sure instinctively covered the scar with his hand, fearing the child would be startled, and suddenly spoke up. He was not adept at comforting others, appearing somewhat clumsy. Yet, it proved remarkably effective for Lu Qian. The dejected pup's expression shifted slightly, collecting his emotions, and he smiled once more. Then let us the sound of footsteps signaling assembly echoed from outside. Mo Sure shook his head and took Lu Qian's hand, saying, "Let us go first." Lu Qian could not refuse and obediently followed him out of the room. The audience, having witnessed everything, was already delving into the origins of that scar. Strangely, no matter how much one delves into it, only the experiences of Mo Sure after his debut can be uncovered. The 18 years preceding his emergence into the limelight remained shrouded in mystery, with even his origins known to but a few. There have been numerous reports of injuries, mostly due to filming, though none of them have been severe. This has sparked a flurry of discussions. As the guests made their way to the coast, Mo Qian, several time zones away, watched the live broadcast and scrolled through trending topics, letting out a long sigh. His brother's injuries are an enduring source of pain within his heart, perhaps a silent blemish that haunts the entire family. After placing 2 phone calls, that glaring, trending topic faded into obscurity. During the heart guidance program, Shiedai Shoji was strictly prohibited, and Mo Sure remained unaware that his anxious brother had attempted to call him over a dozen times. The production team had previously contacted a nearby fishing base, rented the largest boat, and hired the most experienced fishermen as guides. They boarded the vessel at the dock without wasting a moment. Mo Sure had initially intended to conceal his scars, but upon reflection, he realized that after spending 4 months in close quarters with the guests, hiding would be futile. He decided to embrace the truth instead. Fortunately, the other guests merely glanced at him, hesitated to speak, and no one inquired about the cause of his injuries, perhaps deterred by the ominous demeanor of a certain follower. Is it just my imagination, or does Chi interact very little with the esteemed actor Mo? My Fu seems to have lost his composure. I'm musing. The atmosphere feels somewhat peculiar. I'm unsure and will take another look. The sea is truly romantic. I must travel there during my vacation. As the boat navigated to the fishing area, nets were cast, and the ripples reflected glimmering spots of light, resembling exquisite shards of glass. The deck beneath their feet swayed gently with the waves, creating an unsettling rhythm. Lucian did not venture too close to Mo, sure. Yet his gaze seemed inexplicably glued to him. In truth, he was lost in thought, his mind a chaotic tempest. Until today, he had believed that the various means he employed to gather information would allow him to piece together a life filled with hardships and sorrow. He was mistaken. There remained pain buried deep within the marrow, unexamined and unspoken. Lucian possessed a strong desire for control, not so much in his dealings with others, but rather in the unfolding of events. Whenever circumstances deviated from his expectations, he would become anxious and irritable. This inclination was shaped by his upbringing and influenced by a past tragedy. What should he do? Lucian found it impossible to resist the innate affection etched into his very being. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, his gaze gradually wandered towards Mo, sure. Like a white mountain tea blooming in the center of his vision, delicate and cool in hue, beautiful yet not gaudy. Just as the lotus emerges unsullied from the mud, so too does the white mountain tea symbolize a tender struggle birthed from the icy snow. Lost in reverie, it seemed they were beginning to haul in the nets. And the joyous exclamation of Yun Xiaoxiao rang out. Wow, so many fish. Quick, I want to take pictures. Hearing her voice, Mo sure also moved. But rather than heading towards the nets, he walked directly towards Lucian. Shall we go take a look? His phoenix-like eyes lifted slightly, the emotions within them inscrutable and hesitant. Lucian could not decipher Mo sure, yet was eager to indulge him. If brother sure wishes to see, shall we go together? Though not particularly keen on joining the fray, Mo sure nodded in agreement. The fish that have been caught are currently being sorted, with a substantial pile glimmering like silver, exuding a strong, fishy odor. Jiang Mei, who dislikes the smell of fish but is reluctant to miss such a rare scene, squats down while pinching her nose to observe the fish. Jiang Tu, naturally, does not leave her side, squatting next to her. Yun Xiaoxia, unable to remain idle, borrows gloves from the fisherman to catch and sort the fish, thoroughly enjoying herself. Yao Junyi is also participating in the fish-catching activity, though his demeanor suggests reluctance. Perhaps the past 2 days have made him realize that among the 3 female guests, Yun Xiaoxia is the most naive and easily deceived, prompting him to plan his approach towards her. Due to his obsessive cleanliness, Mo sure maintains a distance from the pile of fish. Lucian places a hand on his shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze, an unmistakable gesture of reassurance. The recipient of this squeeze feels a lump in his throat, his breath caught in his chest. The fabric of his clothing is thin, allowing him to feel the warmth of Lucian's palm. The hand resting on his shoulder is exquisite, with well-defined, proportionate fingers that resemble a piece of art. Do you play the piano? Such beautiful hands will be wasted if they don't, he muses. As expected, Lucian nods affirmatively. I've learned for a few years. How did you know? Just a guess, Mo sure replies. Lucian then recalls that he has never played the piano in public, resting his chin on his hand as he ponders. Well, I'll play for you sometime. The 2 sisters, after squatting until their legs grew numb, finally rise to their feet. Jiang Tu quickly spots her good friend whispering to her crush, which brings her a sense of satisfaction. This young man has harbored a crush for nearly 5 years. And finally, there seems to be progress, truly a rare occurrence. Jiang Mei, crossing her arms, kicks a fish attempting to escape back into the pile. Amused, she takes a couple of steps to kick another fish, which lands right beside Yun Xiaoxia. The young girl bursts into laughter, swiftly capturing the fish and sorting them with great agility. Jiang Tu, feeling a tinge of envy, bites her handkerchief, lamenting that her situation is even more challenging than Lucian's. Upon returning to the dock to sort their catch, it is nearly dusk by the time they finish. The bounty of fish, shrimp, and crabs, a dazzling array, is then carefully sorted and placed in water tanks to settle. Tomorrow, they will directly handle the live catch to ensure freshness. What are we having for dinner? Yun Xiaoxia, having genuinely played all day, feels a significant lack of energy and is in urgent need of replenishment. Jiang Tu changes into clean clothes, ties her hair up, and rushes into the kitchen ahead of Lucian. He stands momentarily bewildered, but upon catching Jiang Tu's triumphant glance, he understands. To capture a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. As kindred spirits, they comprehend each other well, yielding the opportunity to impress to his good friend. Lu Qian heads upstairs to find Mo Shi. Chapter 14. Island phone call. Upon opening his phone, Mo Shi notices several missed calls, all from his brother, and he can easily guess the reason. Turning off the camera, he returns the call. The ringtone was a gentle piano melody, ringing softly for just a few seconds before abruptly ceasing. Mo Qian, usually serious during work, now exhibited a warm tone even through the slight distortion of the phone line. Mo Shi responded briefly, "Brother." The two brothers were 5 years apart. As the heir, Mo Qian had received elite education from a young age, maturing quickly and often viewing his only younger brother as a child, a perspective that influenced his wife as well. Mo Shi often felt that, in the eyes of this young couple, he was of a similar age to their 4-year-old son, which was quite exasperating due to their excessive protectiveness. Mo Qian stated, "The trending topic has been suppressed." He continued, "Speaking of which, that boy you live with, the one with yellow hair, Lu Qian, he does not have yellow hair." Montague replied earnestly. "His hair is chestnut brown." Silence enveloped the space, akin to the tranquil atmosphere of tonight's Cambridge. After a moment of gathering his thoughts, Mo Qian struggled to converse with his overly earnest brother. He hasn't done anything to you, has he?" Mo Qian was acquainted with Lu Qian, not only because he was a top-tier star coveted by every entertainment company, but also due to an incident 5 years prior, when his younger brother brought the newly adult boy home late one night. The 18-year-old was facing social interactions for the first time at a drinking party, while his incompetent manager had fled halfway through, leaving the young man disoriented and surrounded by strangers. To make matters worse, Lu Qian had an exceptional tolerance for alcohol and would not easily succumb to inebriation. The drinks were laced with drugs, orchestrated by the company, eager to hear scandalous news about the rising star shortly after his coming of age. Coincidentally, Montague, feeling slightly dazed after consuming half a glass, passed by. Somehow, he ended up bringing the boy home. Upon learning of this, Mo Qian swiftly contacted Lu Qian's manager and scolded his brother, believing such actions were akin to inviting danger into their home. Now, that little wolf cub had grown and matured, and he was once again living with his brother. This was exceedingly perilous. Mo Shi furrowed his brow. What could he possibly do? A pertinent question, but one that went unanswered. Mo Qian opted to vent his frustrations. When Lu Qian entered, Mo Qian was in the midst of advising his brother to take good care of himself. Mo Shi echoed his brother's sentiments, yet his attention was entirely captivated by the newly arrived boy. Reflecting on how just moments ago he had been listening to Mo Qian's complaints about Lu Qian, a sense of guilt washed over him. Unaware of the tension, Lu Qian blinked and refrained from interrupting Mo Shi, sitting quietly by his bed, appearing quite obedient. His soft, slightly curly hair was tousled by the wind, resembling a large, fluffy dog. In an inexplicable moment, Mo Shi reached out, delicately smoothing down the strands of hair. Lu Qian inclined his head slightly, facilitating the touch. The wild little pup had transformed into a docile one. After hanging up, Mo Shi felt increasingly assured that his brother was misjudging Lu Qian. How could such a gentle child commit any outrageous acts? "Shirgu, who were you just chatting with?" Lu Qian asked, wrapping his arms around Mo Shi's waist. Though slender and seemingly fragile, he was firm and muscular to the touch, embodying a surprising strength. The sensation was delightful. Mo Shi shifted to escape the embrace, his ears tinged with crimson. It was my brother. The intangible scent of lemon dissipated as Lu Qian knowingly inquired, "So, does Shirgu have an elder brother?" Although there was no deliberate concealment, it was indeed true that few, aside from his fans, were aware that Mo Shi had an older sibling. Lu Qian had only encountered Mo Qian once, and that was during a time of hazy consciousness. Mo Shi had long assumed that Lu Qian had forgotten the events of years past. After a moment of silent contemplation, he opened his phone to browse through the photo album, ultimately retrieving an image to show to the young child. The resolution was modest, likely preserved from an old mobile device. In the photograph, 4 individuals were captured, The two adults in the background were unmistakably Mo Sher's parents. The man was tall and handsome, with a warm smile, yet his gaze bore an unusual sharpness that felt like ice, piercing and painful. The woman possessed the same phoenix-like eyes as Mo Sher, her appearance equally cool, tenderly resting her hand on her elder son's shoulder. 13 or 14-year-old Mo Chien stood in the center, dressed as a little gentleman in a white shirt and black trousers. His youthful face already hinting at the striking good looks inherited from his parents, while he attempted to maintain a facade of composure. The younger Mo Sher, still a child, was averse to facing the camera, clutching his brother's clothing tightly with one small hand, retreating behind him, his dark eyes timidly peeking forward. Lu Qianan leaned in to scrutinize the little figure in the photograph, increasingly convinced that he resembled his own imaginings of Mo Sher's childhood. A small white-haired kitten, with adorably pink paw pads, exuded cuteness, making one wish to take it home for cuddling. Just as the playful words were about to escape his lips, a series of knocks echoed from the bedroom door, interrupting him for the second time that day, much to his annoyance. Mo Sher perceived the sudden shift in Lu Qianan's demeanor, which had turned melancholic, evoking a sense of pity. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently pat the drooping head, reminiscent of a sunflower in a cloudy sky. The simple gesture was profoundly effective. In an instant, the sunflower perked up, and the stars in his eyes brimmed with joy. So easily pleased, as the moon ascended the horizon, cloaked in dark clouds that obscured its true form, Mo Sher sat by the window, cradling a warm cup of sweet milk as he gazed at the moon. Lu Qianan squeezed in beside him to share the view. Time seemed to stand still, and this serene moment was worthy of poetry or painting. Lacking artistic tools and poetic prowess, Lu Qianan felt a tinge of regret, but recalled that he could sing. When he softened his voice, he unconsciously lowered his pitch, blending melody with lyrics. Performing a song from his personal album, titled Mingyue Dang. The song narrated a poignant love story set against the backdrop of the Warring States period, where a beautiful young woman could no longer await the return of her newlywed husband, who had gone off to war. The couple's pair of Mingyue Dang were symbolically divided, one buried with her husband in his grave, the other worn as a charm close to her heart. The decay of the one in the grave and the shattering of the one worn on her person amidst violence turned to dust beneath the hooves of horses. Montag she listened, entranced. The deep, mellifluous voice wove the tale, evoking heart-wrenching sorrow in its bitterness and intoxicating sweetness in its joy. As the final note faded, Lu Qian withdrew the empty cup from Mo Sher's hand, preparing to wash it. He suddenly noticed the glimmer of tears in Mo Sher's eyes, momentarily taken aback, and gently wiped the damp corners of his eyes with his fingertip. Shi Yi, please don't cry. Unaware of his own emotions, Mo Sher only lifted his hand to casually dab at his eyes after Lu Qian's remark. It was embarrassing to have cried while listening to music at his age. Furthermore, he often prided himself on being rational and composed. Yet, in Lu Qian's presence, he found all his reason dissipating. It was quite unusual, though not entirely unwelcome. After exchanging goodnights, they bypassed their usual pre-sleep conversation, and slumber quietly descended. Chapter 15, Island Procurement. This sleep was anything but peaceful. Perhaps it was due to having seen an old family photograph during the day, and Mo Sher found himself ensnared in a peculiar dream, reminiscent of his childhood. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, imparting a sense of emptiness. He stood upon a solid marble floor. A fabric barrier obscured his view, and as he reached out to part it, his sight remained muddled, as if veiled by a thin gauze. No matter how he probed, he could not touch anything else. Thus, he ceased his movements and lifted his gaze to the outside, striving to discern the scene before him. His brother was practicing the piano, pressing the black and white keys one by one, yet no sound emerged. Each keystroke resonated as a soft whimper. It was quite bothersome. Mo Sher attempted to rise and inquire about the situation, only to realize he was immobilized, ensnared by some unseen force. He called out Gu, struggling in vain. Montag Qian, seated on the piano bench, remained oblivious, and the whimpering grew louder, likely reaching the climax of the piece. Suddenly, two shadowy figures appeared, his parents. Mo sure held his breath and covered his mouth. They stood behind Mo Qian, his father's left hand resting on his son's shoulder while his right arm encircled his wife's soft waist, seemingly engaged in laughter and conversation. As the piece concluded, the whimpering ceased. What a warm family scene it was. No one could hear his voice. Once the weight dissipated, Mo sure managed to slip through the fabric and stood up, moving towards his family. The unfolding scene began to collapse, inducing a dizzying sensation. The feeling of weightlessness during the fall was strikingly vivid. Mo sure awoke before Lu Qian, his body glistening with a light sheen of sweat, his pajamas clinging uncomfortably to him, as if the remnants of last night's dream were still entangled around him. Turning to glance at Lu Qian in the other bed, he found him serene in slumber, the corners of his lips curling into a gentle smile, suggesting he would not awaken soon. The quilt lay meticulously arranged. Mo sure descended the bed and made his way to the bathroom for a shower. The water cascaded down, drenching him completely. He raised his wrist to brush his bangs aside, letting droplets trickle down his cheeks and along his elegant jawline. A heaviness pressed upon his chest, as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. Mo sure exhaled deeply, drying off the remaining moisture and changing into fresh clothes before returning to the bedroom. His damp, shoulder-length hair fell loosely, softening his cool features, resembling an ethereal being. As Lu Qian opened his eyes, he was met with this beautiful sight, an overwhelming surge of visual impact and happiness flooding him, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Good morning, Shurga." The newly awake individual retained his amiable demeanor, shaking off any remnants of morning grumpiness, cheerfully greeting him. "You're up quite early. The camera hasn't even turned on yet. At this hour, one ought to surrender to the embrace of Morpheus rather than force oneself to rise." Lu Qian longed to nestle back into the warmth of his bed, writhing and twisting beneath the covers for a brief moment before finally rousing himself. As he drew closer to Mo sure, he caught a whiff of the fragrant white camellia, imbued with the morning's dewdrops, exuding a refreshing, damp essence. His spirits lifted considerably, and he began to hum an indeterminate tune, preparing to devote the entire day to orchestrating an exquisite seafood feast for the evening. Upon entering the living room, Lu Qian was met with a list handed to him by Yun Xiaoxia. The list, penned in the elegant script of Jiang Tuzhuan, detailed the missing ingredients and seasonings. The young girl nodded repeatedly, explaining Tutu and Sister Rose have already departed, leaving me to mind the house. She was not adept at cooking, and half of the items on the list were unfamiliar to her, so she resolved to initiate the preliminary preparation for the seafood at the vacation home. As for Yao Junyi, there would be no inappropriate antics under the watchful eye of the live stream, allowing for peace of mind in their companionship. Lu Qian leaned against the doorframe, tucking the list away, and playfully beckoned Mo sure with a graceful curl of his fingertips, embodying the very essence of flirtation. Mo sure captured his fingers, quietly admonishing him, "Mind your image." As he scolded, he followed closely behind, exuding the affection of a doting guardian. Yun Xiaoxia, lifting her fallen chin, rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Why did it seem that these two were presenting an unusual dynamic? Today's agenda was tightly scheduled, ostensibly leaving no room for idle chatter. Yet, when two masters of time management convened, the outcome was markedly different. Mo sure was accustomed to meticulous time management, taking mere minutes to devise the most efficient plan based on distance and effort. Lu Qian, with an astonishing degree of execution, did not question a single directive. If Mo sure instructed him to head east, he complied without hesitation, and the same went for west, an experience akin to military training. Choose the purple-backed perilla. The white variety lacks its quality. Mo sure instructed, as for lemons, opt for the yellow, juicy ones. They have a milder flavor. The smoother the skin and the heavier the weight, the better. "Hey, brother sure, shall we also pick up some mangoes on our way back?" Lu Qian, brimming with practical life experience, chatted away while selecting items, sharing little life hacks with the audience through the lens. He appeared exceedingly reliable until he laid eyes on a colossal mango, at which point his carefully cultivated demeanor crumbled. Clutching the enormous mango before Mo sure, His smile radiated sweetness that surpassed even the fruit itself. Mosher glanced down at the list. No mention of mangoes. Raising his gaze to the puppy, his heart softened. If it were anyone else, he could calmly refuse without a moment's hesitation. But Lu Qianan was an exception. Is it truly that large? Though perhaps. The size of this mango is rather excessive. As large as one's face, it weighed at least 3 or 4 pounds. A clever soul raised their hand and declared, I will prepare mango sago for everyone, and later I'll pick up some grapefruit. Indeed, a splendid idea. With an assortment of items and the enormous mango in hand, they exited the store, perfectly aligned with their schedule. On the way back to the vacation house, Mosher pondered the recipe for mango sago and suddenly remarked, Milk and coconut milk? Lu Qian understood. We have that at the vacation house. And what about sago? Yes, we don't have that. I'll ask Director Chen later. How did Chi manage to comprehend Mo's words? It feels as though even if Mo mewed, Chi could respond. Mo's meows would translate to Chi's barks. Once again, our shipper sister has been delighted. He. Upon parking the car and returning to the vacation house, they coincidentally encountered Jiang Mei and Jiang Tu at the entrance. Jiang Mei, adorned in 7-centimeter red stilettos, walked gracefully, one hand carrying 2 plastic bags and the other clutching a large bouquet of red roses. Jiang Tu, dressed in her customary flowing white dress, held a multitude of bags, her expression slightly resentful as she glanced at the bouquet. If not for her face, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Sadako. Seeing the two side by side, Jiang Mei reflected on the beauty of friendship. Jiang Tu, forcing a smile to conceal her ghostly demeanor, secretly gave Lu Qian a thumbs up. Lu Qian paused momentarily, realizing he had inadvertently forgotten Jiang Tu's allergy to mangoes. Mo sure greeted the two politely, yet distantly, nudging Lu Qian with his elbow, his eyelashes casting a gentle shadow as he inquired, Shall we go? Of course, let's go. Like a puppy on a leash, he hurriedly followed. Chapter 16, Island Feast. As soon as they returned and set their belongings down, Lu Qian donned an apron, tying it at the back. He could have easily tied it with a reverse knot, yet he chose not to. Mosher also entered the kitchen. Lu Qian smiled, revealing his shallow dimples. Brother, could you assist me? How foolish. Mosher lifted his finger, tucking away the strands of hair that obstructed his view, and, lowering his head, wrapped the ties around his slender fingers, slowly forming a bow. As he pulled the ties, it inevitably shifted the fabric of the apron, accentuating his trim waistline. Well-defined and strong, it was evident he possessed considerable strength, reminiscent of the 8-pack abs seen on the first night. This, surely, was what fans referred to as the top-tier alpha male waist. Mosher released his hands, not pondering further, and opened the cupboard to find an apron for himself. Having not cooked seriously in some time, he had genuinely forgotten how to tie the strings. Having just called Lu Qian foolish, he now realized the fool was, in fact, himself. Lu Qian, with a playful demeanor, crept up. Brother, would you like my help? Without waiting for a response. His hands had already found their way to Mosher's waist, lingering just shy of intimacy. A faint blush suddenly appeared on Mosher's porcelain-like face, a delicate rosy hue. His silence and lack of resistance implied consent. Lu Qian, with more mischievous thoughts, circled around Mosher's waist to locate the ties. His slender waist nestled in the embrace of well-defined muscles, creating an undeniable tension. He yearned to hold on a moment longer. Deliberately slowing down, he fumbled with the ties, attempting to secure them multiple times without success. Just as Mosher was about to urge him to hurry, he caught the puppy's pleading gaze and fell silent, allowing him to take his time. Montak gay. It's already taken care of. Yun Xiaoxia rushed into the kitchen, cradling a basket of freshly cleaned shrimp, only to stumble upon an intimate embrace between two individuals. A sharp exclamation escaped her lips. Mosher, startled, instinctively attempted to push away the one beside him, as if trying to conceal their actions. Lu Qian, not releasing his grip, turned with an apologetic expression. Did I frighten you, Sister Xia? My hands are clumsy. I couldn't tie the knot properly. Yun Xiaoxia, still trembling with unease, had initially thought she had interrupted a kiss or some other affectionate display. Although she found his explanation somewhat dubious, she chose to accept it. Once she departed, Lu Qian swiftly secured the ties and released Mo Shi from his grasp. Indeed, Mo Shi was a skilled actor, his earlobes flushed like pomegranate blossoms. Yet he maintained an air of composure as he took the shrimp Yin Xiaoxia had brought and began marinating them with seasonings. Is the illustrious Mo about to don an apron? What an unconventional pairing. The aloof beauty cooking in a cute pink apron. How amusing. His demeanor was typically proud, often likened to a lofty flower, the kind that seemed untouched by the mundane. However, contrary to appearances, he relished cooking, and his culinary skills were commendable. In his prime, he had even entertained the notion of cooking daily. It had been over 2 years since he last wielded kitchen utensils. Lu Qian also became busy. After a few minutes, Jiang Tu entered the kitchen. Reluctantly, she assumed the role of a third wheel, for otherwise, the seafood feast would remain unfinished. Though she remembered the techniques clearly, her hands felt unaccustomed. Fortunately, Mo Shi was patient and willing to invest time to ensure everything was executed flawlessly, moving slowly and with great precision. Lu Qian stood beside him, occasionally stealing glances. His flowing black hair, exquisite features, and flawless complexion radiated like the bright moonlight. The apron was a curious garment. On Mo Shi, it diminished his aloofness, drawing him closer to those around him, akin to a deity who, once indifferent to worshippers, suddenly descended from his pedestal to extend a hand to those who bowed before him, ready to be profaned. As Jiang Tu passed behind the two, she obstructed the camera's view, playfully nudging Lu Qian's lower back, suppressing a curse. If she could forsake her image, she would have jumped up and shouted, "Lu Qian, you foolish love-struck idiot. Your fish is going to burn." Could he not pay attention, especially with the live stream running? Was she truly the only one unable to approach her crush? As the daylight dimmed, the rich aromas in the kitchen tantalized the taste buds. The three who were inexperienced in cooking busied themselves with preparation tasks. When the dishes were nearly complete, Jiang Mei arrived with diced mango and peeled grapefruit. The sago was boiled and rinsed in cold water, while the mango was blended with coconut milk and condensed milk to create a juice. A layer of mango was placed at the bottom of the cup, followed by the grapefruit segments and sago, then topped with the milk and fruit juice. A few ice cubes were added, and the drink was garnished with fresh mint leaves, the vibrant green complementing the brilliant yellow, creating a refreshing appearance. A separate cup was prepared for Jiang Tu, substituting the mango for yellow peach to avoid allergens. The essence of the journey lies in the realm of culinary variety, which has been thoroughly understood. As the evening approached, the moon began to grace the sky, and the stars ascended in the east, heralding the commencement of a sumptuous seafood feast. 2 long dining tables were artfully combined into a square to accommodate the array of dishes, and the sweet mango sago was meticulously portioned. The guests resumed their seats from the first evening's arrangement. Perhaps Director Chun recognized that pairing seafood with alcohol could lead to a potential dietary disaster, for no alcoholic beverages graced the table this evening. Jiang Mei felt a twinge of disappointment, but after taking a sip of the mango sago, she was instantly captivated. Though sweet and likely high in calories, it was undeniably delightful. At 25 years of age, this was her inaugural experience with mango sago. The rich mango flavor enveloped her palate, complemented by the creamy sweetness of coconut milk, a hint of coolness from mint leaves, and perfectly cooked sago that was tender and chewy. Paired with either spicy or mildly sweet seafood, the experience was utterly satisfying. As she took a second sip, Jiang Mei sluggishly realized that the drink contained mango. Jiang Tu was allergic to mango. Regardless of her attempts to feign indifference, she felt a surge of protective instincts as the elder sister, and she immediately set down her cup, rushing to seize the beverage from Jiang Tu's hands, only to discover that half of it had already been consumed. With urgency, she scolded, "Jiang Tu, are you not aware of your allergy? Hurry, we must go to the hospital now." The color of the peach was similar to that of mango, and Jiang Mei had not recognized the difference. Jiang Tu, taken aback by the reprimand, displayed a barely perceptible smile. She gently grasped Jiang Mei's hand that was reaching for the cup, her her doe-like eyes twinkling with subtle light. "Sister, are you concerned about me? Still playful?" Jiang-Mei furrowed her delicate brows, too preoccupied to evade Jiang-Tu's touch, as she fished out her phone to contact a doctor. Jiang-Tu embraced her, her voice soft and sweet. "I'm fine, sister. You are truly kind and good-hearted." At last, they resembled sisters, evoking a sense of warmth. Just then, someone might inquire, "Sister, how come you are so attentive?" Unbeknownst to them, the eavesdropping Lu Qian felt a sudden impulse to cross the table and deliver a couple of slaps. Mo Shi was observing the two sisters, sensing an odd atmosphere that he could not quite pinpoint. Was it merely that the younger sister was overly attached to her elder sibling, or was such closeness expected among family? Mo Shi remained uncertain, silently gnawing on his straw. The exuberant Yun Xiangxia was blissfully unaware of the unfolding dynamics. Although Yao Juni caught glimpses of the situation, he dared only to steal furtive glances. After being scolded by his father for requesting compensation, who had specifically warned him not to offend Lu Qian, he had become somewhat subdued. While he could not contend with the esteemed Moing, he was determined to win over this naive and easily swayed girl. Chapter 17. Island episode. Late at night, after enduring a slap from Jiang-Mei, Jiang-Tu ceased her antics and exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Qian, maintaining a poised demeanor while dining. Everything proceeded as usual, and the dinner concluded in a relaxed and pleasant manner. The three who did not cook took on the task of clearing the table. Yun Xiaxia confidently vowed that she would not shatter anything. Ultimately, she managed to break 3 plates and 4 bowls, and inadvertently cut her finger, tears welling in her eyes as she sucked on her fingertip, both pitiable and amusing. After a considerable effort in tidying up, the exhausted guests, having labored throughout the day, bid each other farewell and returned to their rooms. The allure of physical seduction is occasionally delightful, but when overused, it becomes tedious. This time, Lu Qian donned proper sleepwear. The fans who missed out on the physical feast lamented in dismay, while Mo Shi let out a sigh of relief. The book in his hands felt heavy. As he turned another page, he adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down his nose, and meticulously savored the minuscule text. Lu Qian responded to the messages sent by his brothers and uncle, and in a moment of ennui, he curiously inquired, "Shirgu, what book are you reading?" He noticed Mo Shi's pale wrist, which emerged from his sleeve, lifting and then lowering as he closed the book, revealing the cover to him. Ulysses. An enigmatic and convoluted stream of consciousness masterpiece. Lu Qian recalled hearing classmates lament about it during university, and after attempting to read it, he was overwhelmed by the countless allusions and footnotes longer than the text itself, leading him to abandon it altogether. "What book is that?" Look at Chi-Chi's dazed expression. "Ha ha. I can vaguely see a bit of the cover, and given its thickness, it must not be Joyce's work. A nightmare for those studying foreign literature." Mo Shi flipped back to the page he had just read, continuing to peruse, and had the leisure to explain, "I'm just passing the time with it. I really enjoy stream of consciousness works." The familiar headache seemed to return. Lu Qian urgently opened his phone and entered the small group chat. Group chat, a family that interferes with one another. Being sure G's dog is my destiny. Urgent report. I feel my IQ is insufficient to match Shirgu. What should I do? I've even started painting. Just let me be. You still have an IQ? Second brother. I thought your mind only contained thoughts of our sister-in-law. Brothers racing is 800 miles. You still have an IQ? Second brother. I thought your mind only contained thoughts of our sister-in-law. Damn this group of younger brothers. I'm done with them. One being sure G's dog is my destiny. It was my mistake to have hopes for you. Goodbye with a smile. Perhaps due to fatigue, Mo Shi fell asleep earlier than usual. He remained curled up in a ball, a few strands of black hair draping over his porcelain white cheek, creating a stark contrast. The camera had been turned off, and Lu Qian leaned against the headboard, observing Mo Shi for a while before quietly rising and leaving the room. He deliberately stepped into the blind spot of the surveillance camera and entered the storage room at the end of the second floor. The room was unlit, and a figure stood in the corner, with straight, raven black hair cascading down and dressed in a flowing white gown. Lu Qian pressed the switch to turn on the light, his face etched with exasperation. "Jiang-Tu, if you keep playing ghost, I won't help you anymore." Jiang-Tu replied, I'm just being honest. Please let me off. As for why this late-night rendezvous occurred, it was purely due to a bold little girl enamored with her sister's boyfriend, who sought to glean insights from a friend's pursuit of his beloved, wishing to exchange strategies. In-person instruction is far more intuitive than communicating via phone. Lu Qian could not comprehend why Jiang Tu believed that his pursuit of the illustrious actor Mo Ying was progressing smoothly. In his view, his efforts were far from sufficient. He had scarcely shared a proper kiss or embrace. Conversely, he felt a tinge of envy towards Jiang Tu, for Jiang may have been her classmate since middle school, and later they became housemates, affording them ample opportunity to meet. Unlike him, who had harbored a secret crush for nearly 5 years, 791 days, his love remained unspoken. He could only leave messages on a screen that Mo would never see. He confided these feelings to Jiang Tu, who responded with a wry smile. "ISNT. My sister has been my first love since high school, even before I returned to the Jiang family. But I am afraid, I fear that in the end, we may not even be able to remain as sisters or friends." Just today, Jiang Mei had accepted a bouquet of roses from a male fan who had traveled to the island specifically for a holiday. It is true that the one who falls first is the most humble. What was meant to be a light-hearted chat turned into a source of deeper melancholy. Lu Qian sensed the discomfort and sought to change the subject, thoughtfully stroking his chin before asking, "By the way, Jiang Tu, are you really AT? You don't seem like one." Jiang Tu let out a few rough, cold laugh from deep within her throat. "Then I must question you, Lu Qian. Are you truly a one? You look even less like one, don't you?" A delicate and beautiful girl transformed into Godzilla. Jiang Mei would probably give me 2 slaps if she saw this. After over an hour of playful banter and boasting about their beloveds, only 10% of their conversation pertained to the purpose of their gathering. Jiang Tu mentioned that pretending to be a white lotus was indeed beneficial. She challenged him to try it. Lu Qian remarked that Bai Luo Chun was truly a delightful tea and should be savored. After their conversation concluded, they offered each other words of encouragement before stealthily retreating to their respective rooms, gazing with deep affection at their beloveds. It was not until the moon sank in the west that they finally fell asleep, their thoughts consumed by their cherished ones, rendering even their dreams sweet. At 3:30 in the morning, Mo sure awoke earlier than the previous day. His breath was hurried, and his heart raced. Upon closing his eyes, he was engulfed in a sea of crimson, and a piercing pain coursed through him. Mo sure rolled up his sleeves, his gaze fixed on a slightly raised scar on his forearm, a remnant of a knife wound, its edge meticulously crafted into a curved arc. It was the most distinctive mark left by that man. Pulling his sleeve back down, Mo sure switched on a small mushroom-shaped lamp on his bedside table, the warm glow creating a cozy and relaxing atmosphere. In the dim light, he picked up a book resting beside his pillow, turning onto his side, too lazy to reach for his glasses, instead bringing the pages closer. His nearsightedness was mild, making reading manageable. Countless pages turned, as Stephen continued his search for his spiritual father. 2 hours slipped away slowly with a flow of words. Mo sure began to feel weary, his gaze drifting from the book, squinting his slender eyes to observe his surroundings. The room was tranquil, with the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore and the rustling of palm leaves in the wind. He could also hear the steady, calm breaths of the young man beside him. The horizon was tinted with the soft, golden hues of dawn, but the curtains kept the room shrouded in night. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Mo sure cautiously approached Lu Qian, bending slightly and gazing upon him with an unusual tenderness. This marked the second, perhaps the third time, he had observed the sleeping beauty. Initially, he intended merely to admire the serene visage before him. Yet his hand seemed to act on its own accord. Just a gentle touch, surely that would not be of consequence. Mo sure reassured himself, moving with deliberate slowness, his fingertips brushing against the smooth, delicate skin of the young man's cheek. In his slumber, Lu Qian seemed to sense something, his long lashes fluttering briefly. But he did not awaken. Instead, he nuzzled against Mo sure's hand, drifting back into a deeper sleep. Mo sure felt his heart soften, rationality wavering as his mischief-laden hand ventured to trace the contours of Lu Qian's lips. The shade of rosy pink appeared invitingly kissable. However, just as his fingertips grazed the surface of those lips, Lu Qian's eyes flew open, startling Mo Shi into a flurry, instinctively retracting his hand. Yet, Lu Qian's reflexes were swift. The world spun around Mo Shi as he was forcefully pressed onto the bed, the weight of Lu Qian bearing down upon him. Even the soft bedding unable to cushion the impact that left him with a dull ache. A pair of hands tightened around his throat, squeezing mercilessly and constricting his airway. Pain flared up, engulfing him in a haze of confusion. Mo Shi yearned to call out Lu Qian's name, yet found himself utterly voiceless. The grip was unyielding. The sensation of suffocation began to envelop him, eroding his consciousness. Chapter 18. Alandark. Guilt. Mo Shi was acutely aware that he could not break free from those hands. Yet he was no lamb waiting for slaughter. Deprived of breath, he ceased struggling, conserving the oxygen within him for as long as possible. Lu Qian enveloped him beneath his weight, and Mo Shi gazed intently at his face, which still bore a familiar smile, as if caught in a dreamlike state. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, the physiological tears induced by oxygen deprivation blurring his vision. It was only when the grip on his neck momentarily loosened, only to tighten again, that Mo Shi seized his chance for escape. Grasping Lu Qian's wrist, he delivered a forceful kick to his side, creating sufficient distance to extricate himself. Lu Qian grunted softly, his awareness gradually returning as the haze in his peach blossom eyes began to clear. With heart still racing, Mo Shi retreated, covering his neck, his steps unsteady until he finally collapsed onto his own bed. An expression of weariness etched across his face. Air filled his lungs, yet the pain lingered. He swallowed the metallic taste of blood in his throat, desperately stifling a cough, waiting for Lu Qian to speak first. It was not that he was unwilling to converse, but his throat felt parched and raw, rendering him momentarily mute. After 2 minutes of mental rebooting, Lu Qian emerged from his fog. His smile vanished, replaced by astonishment as he regarded his hands. Was it a dream? The sight of Mo Shi's wary demeanor pierced his heart like a multitude of sharp needles. This was no dream. It was all too real. His first instinct was fear. Lu Qian knew his own strength, particularly the force in his hands, and he hurried closer to assess Mo Shi's injuries, anxiously stammering, "Brother, how are you hurt?" "I'm so sorry," his words tumbling out in a jumbled rush, nearly bringing him to tears. Finally regaining his composure, Mo Shi withdrew his hand from where it shielded his injury and turned on the floor lamp between their beds, allowing its gentle light to wash over them. The skin on his neck was exceedingly delicate. In just a few minutes, the crimson marks had turned a deep purple, indicating bruising. Lu Qian dared not touch him and hurriedly rummaged through drawers in search of a first aid kit. In contrast to his flustered state, Mo Shi appeared remarkably composed, frowning as he observed the chaotic unfolding of events. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Mo Shi opened another cabinet, retrieving the first aid kit, and the sound that escaped his lips was so hoarse that he barely recognized it as his own, an awkward admission. "I've made a mistake here." He truly could not fathom how this fool managed to live independently. Lu Qian instructed him to sit on the edge of the bed, open the first aid kit, and without hesitation knelt before Mo Shi, applying Yunnan Baiyao ointment. The impact of this gesture was even more profound than the moment of his earlier aggression. The phrase "a man's knees bare gold" echoed in his mind. He contemplated reprimanding Lu Qian, but upon glancing down at the tearful, puppy-eyed fool, his heart softened. Thus, he intended to offer some words of comfort, but was deterred by the sound of his own voice, which he deemed unappealing. Instead, he reached out to gently pat the soft, furry head as a form of solace. As Lu Qian applied the medication, he observed the darkening hue of the bruise, and guilt and sorrow began to overshadow his initial fear. Though not typically prone to tears, this time he could not hold back. Mo Shi's attempts to console him only made his eyes redden further, tears streaming down like a string of pearls. Even after the ointment was applied, he remained kneeling, using the back of his hand to wipe away his tears, transforming into a pitiful little creature. The pain gradually subsided, and Mo Shi focused on the current predicament. He had succumbed to the allure of beauty, carelessly touching while the other was asleep, inadvertently startling him awake and causing him to cry. No matter how he contemplated it, he felt the need to apologize first. Facing the situation with candor, Mo sure cleared his throat. Lu Qian, how should I express this? I can't very well tell a child that I like you so much that I can't help but reach out. Can I? It would make me appear like a greasy, perverted uncle. Fortunately, the child interjected, sparing him the effort of finding the right words. Brother, just hit me, please. Lu Qian stifled his tears and resolutely replied, You can hit me however you want. I'll 1T retaliate. Mo sure realized the truth. Lu Qian possessed an overwhelming sense of morality and adherence to rules. Once he felt guilt, he would easily become mired in it. Surely, he could not actually strike him. He raised his hand slightly, allowing it to gently fall upon Mo Sure's cheek, not so much a slap as a tender pat. Imbued with an odd sense of affection. All right, this is my fault. Can you rest a little longer? The amber eyes glimmered like honey, sweet and warm, almost melting as they flowed with emotion. It was maddening, stirring within him a desire to bury himself in the other's embrace. Such gentleness only deepened his guilt. Lu Qian felt he was not a good man. How could he have hurt someone so tender? He sat up in bed, mentally chastising himself. Despite having only slept for 4 hours and feeling drowsy, sleep eluded him. He sat upright, fidgeting with the hem of his shirt, clearly unsettled. His brother's magnanimity did not equate to forgiveness. He needed to contemplate how to make amends. As the curtains were drawn, the rising sun poured light into the room, brightening the space. Today, he had no choice but to apply makeup. Seizing the moment before the camera turned on, Mo sure opened the fill light and faced the mirror, attempting to conceal the bruise. Lu Qian, being young and in good health, showed no signs of fatigue despite the occasional lack of sleep. He sat anxiously at the vanity, contemplating how to address the situation. Unable to bear it any longer, he said, Brother, let me assist you. Mo sure turned around in his chair to face him, lifting his chin to indicate his consent to help. The bruise had turned a deep purple, looking quite alarming. Layer upon layer of concealer was applied, gradually correcting the color. Lu Qian observed intently, ensuring that no trace of the injury remained before setting down the blending brush and applying translucent powder. His technique was commendable, as Mo sure noted appreciatively. The temporary change in voice was inconsequential. Remaining silent would prevent detection. He was naturally a man of few words, scarcely uttering more than a handful each day. As they exited, they encountered Yin Xiaoxia, who had been spending considerable time with Yao Juni lately. She fancied that they were on the verge of becoming close friends, blissfully unaware of the ulterior motives of the young man. Yin Xiaoxia greeted them cheerfully. Mo, Xiaolu, good morning. She wore a pastel floral cami dress, its layers cascading like fluffy clouds, exuding a youthful charm. Lu Qian felt a pang of guilt towards Yin Xiaoxia. Had it not been for his orchestrating votes with online support, she might not have caught Yao Juni's attention. He smiled gently. Good morning, Xiaoxia. Originally, they were to part ways for different activities, but Yin Xiaoxia suddenly recalled, Oh, right. Director Chun mentioned that we will be taking the promotional photos for the dating show in the next few days. Each of us needs to choose a color to serve as the primary hue for the announcement. I chose lemon yellow, just like my support color, overflowing with enthusiasm. She continued, Why don't you tell me what you wish to select? I can register it with Director Chen later. Support colors? This would simplify matters. Lu Qian responded, Then I shall choose ash pink. My fans say it suits me. When he debuted, they had not established a support color. The company allowed fans to vote on the support colors for each member, enhancing engagement and attracting more followers. After much deliberation, 70% of the fans agreed that ash pink was fitting for him. It was indeed quite appealing, with a low saturation and a hint of gray. It resembled a dried powder rose, sweet and romantic, yet tinged with a touch of melancholy. Lu Qian was quite pleased with the voting outcome. Yin Xiaoxia took out her phone and opened her notes to jot it down, her eyes sparkling as she looked towards Mo Sure. How about mint green? Lu Qian teased, pulling him closer by the waist, smiling as he inquired, I remember your support color is mint green, right? Montaxi pauset momentarily. He was deeply immersed in his role. aware that most fans could not recall support colors. So how did Lu Qian know? However, mint green was indeed a suitable choice. Low in saturation, high in brightness. Light and soft like a babbling brook, refreshing and soothing, mingling tranquility and tenderness with a hint of sorrow. Mo sure nodded in agreement, using Lu Qian's voice to convey his choice to Yun Xiaoxia. After noting it down, Yun Xiaoxia went to consult Jiang Mei and Jiang Tu, oblivious to Mo Shi's unusual behavior. Lu Qian seemed to sense Mo Shi's confusion and playfully shook his hand. Idle. As a devoted fan, my memory is quite sharp. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 19. Island Poster. A devoted fan is also the best mouthpiece. Lu Qian seemed to possess the uncanny ability to read minds. Whenever he needed to converse with Mo Shi, a mere exchanged glance would suffice, after which he would articulate precisely what lay within the other's heart. Mo Shi found this phenomenon rather astonishing. Unbeknownst to him, this silent exchange stemmed from Lu Qian's personal motives, his mind-reading prowess reliant on his profound understanding of Mo Shi. Throughout the day, no one noticed anything amiss. Occasionally, a few comments appeared in the barrage of messages, but they were swiftly drowned out. On the following day, during lunch, Director Chen informed the guests that the afternoon's agenda involved a photo shoot for promotional posters. Are they live streaming the entire process of the photo shoot? This show is truly transparent. Watching handsome men and beautiful women at work is delightful. Oh, I've heard that everyone gets to choose their primary color. I love how colors can reflect personality. I'm guessing Chi-Chi will go for ash pink and Xiaoxia for lemon yellow. It seems like a blind guess, but I have the reference answers in hand. Yun Xiaoxia and Jiang Mei had a habit of napping, while the others busied themselves with their own activities. They would only depart for the shooting location once the two awakened. First, they needed to change outfits, and the 6 of them entered their respective changing rooms. Lu Qian glanced at the garments prepared by the production team and felt a twinge of exasperation. While he had chosen pink, it was rather audaciously vibrant. The ash pink satin French-style shirt draped elegantly, its deep V-neck barely concealing his chest muscles, and if not for the crisscross ties, it would likely be deemed inappropriate. The sleeves were wide and billowy, adorned with ruffled cuffs. Around his neck, he wore a black lace choker, and his earlobes sparkled with pink diamond cross earrings. Opulent and sophisticated, yet the ensemble made him feel somewhat bashful. As he stepped out, he was taken aback. Jiang Mei donned a borrowed blazer from the director's team, subtly revealing a rose-red sequined bodycon dress, exuding a sultry allure. Jiang Tu maintained her signature fresh style, wearing a cream-white backless dress that evoked a sense of youthful innocence. With a furrowed brow, she quietly complained to Lu Qian, "This show doesn't have any age restrictions, does it? My sister's outfit looks like an 18-year-old strapless design." Jiang Mei seemed unbothered by it. Jiang Tu felt a pang of jealousy. In truth, she was well aware that the clothing was perfectly appropriate, but couldn't help feeling envious. Yun Xiaoxia's dress closely resembled her iconic performance outfit from her famous music video, a short skirt in lemon yellow and cafe au lait, adorned with sunflowers. Yao Jun intended to promote his new drama, and his outfit mirrored the style of his character. Lu Qian cast a disdainful glance at him, thinking, ugh, it clashes terribly. It sullies the attire. After all, this was a highly suggestive dating show, and the production team aimed to evoke an atmosphere of flirtation among adults in the promotional posters. Hence the garments bore a hint of sensuality. The Jiang sisters were a given, not to mention Yun Xiaoxia's semi-transparent white stockings, and Yao Jun's deliberately accentuated muscle lines. Ah, the beauty of the human form. The show truly does not treat us as outsiders. They're genuinely showcasing the attractive. This livestream viewing pass was worth every penny. Lu Qian eagerly anticipated what Mo Shi would wear. The graceful figure of Mo Shi is captivating, revealing beauty in every aspect, particularly in the waist and legs. As Lu Qian stepped out of the dressing room, adjusting his cuff, he caught a glimpse of the complex expression on Mo Shi's face, instinctively lowering his gaze to check if he had dressed incorrectly. Fortunately, everything was in order. His feelings were ambiguous, a blend of relief and disappointment, but predominantly admiration. How could Mo Shi's attire be so impeccably tailored and modestly alluring? It was striking and utterly delightful. He donned a wide, new-style Chinese shirt adorned with intricate frog buttons, featuring a white base and a hem decorated in a delicate mint green ink wash. His ear cuffs were asymmetrical. The left side showcased a silver butterfly, while the right boasted a single jade bead embellished with a long tassel. Coupled with his ethereal, cool demeanor, this ensemble rendered him akin to a celestial being emerging from a painting, an object of distant admiration, not to be approached casually. Unable to avert his gaze, Lu Qian's slender, pale fingers gently prodded the exposed skin on Mo Shi's chest, eliciting a playful tickle. The owner of that hand lifted his gaze, whispering in a tone only Lu Qian could hear, "What are you staring at? Your outfit resembles that of a dandy." Lu Qian concurred, grasping Mo Shi's wrist to add, "But I am no dandy. I am a devoted and pure-hearted boyfriend." The makeup room was spacious, with a sufficient number of makeup artists, allowing all 6 guests to prepare simultaneously and efficiently. Lu Qian's features were striking and well-defined, his skin flawless, requiring minimal effort for base makeup and contouring, making him a favorite among the makeup artists. Mo Shi, with his subtle features, also possessed a strong foundation and high adaptability for makeup, granting the artists ample creative freedom. Applying makeup on the two was akin to play. The artists, inspired, whimsically adorned Mo Shi's eyes with mint-colored butterflies and small pearls. A touch of blush in a rosy hue accentuated the corners of his eyes and cheeks, these delicate embellishments enhancing a fragmented beauty reminiscent of rain-kissed Chinese flowering crabapple blossoms, where the pearls represented the tears of the flowers. Lu Qian rested his chin on his hand, observing him as the lighting cast a shimmering silver-pink sparkle across his cheeks. Their contrasting makeup styles coalesced harmoniously in the frame. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qian picked up a vibrant red velvet lipstick from the table and handed it to Mo Shi, his fingertips playfully tugging at the collar of his shirt, revealing more of his fair skin. "Mo Shi, could you write something for me?" Tempted, Mo Shi calmly accepted the lipstick, waiting for Lu Qian to continue. "Let us go with something a bit cliché. I love you," replacing LOV with a heart. Mo Shi, remember this. I love you. The last phrase shifted in tone, imbued with a heartfelt sincerity akin to a confession of love. Mo Shi cleared his throat and complied with the request, the vivid red blossoming against the skin, a matte finish exuding an inexplicable allure. His earlobes flushed with warmth, a hint of excitement coursing through him. Lu Qian's attire was partially damp, the collar's ribbons askew, clearly revealing the traces of lipstick from Mo Shi's painting. His peach blossom eyes were intentionally captivating, shrouded in a misty haze. As he gracefully lifted a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, delicately holding the temple between his lips, the slender metal chain cascading naturally over his chest. Mo Shi observed the entire filming process and concluded that this young man was undoubtedly enchanting. Unlike the other guests, Mo Shi exuded a reserved and austere demeanor, embodying the essence of a cool and unattainable flower. He toyed with a string of gold silk and sandalwood prayer beads, his fingertips resting lightly on a vibrant mint-colored butterfly, while a pearl chain adorned his neck, elegantly intertwining throughout the frame. He resembled a jade butterfly ensnared within a web of pearls. Mo Shi approached the poster shoot as if it were a performance, skillfully manipulating his emotions to convey a fragile sense of beauty. The scene was captured in the camera's lens. Meanwhile, Lu Qian, with a fervent desire to chase after stars, swiftly grabbed a white rose prepared by the props team and rushed over. In Chapter 20, set on the beach of an island, a few white roses were accompanied by eucalyptus leaves, arranged in an elegantly luxurious honeycomb gold vase. Mo Shi placed the vase on the bedside table, his expression devoid of emotion. As he contemplated the white roses, Mo Shi was not preoccupied with notions of love or coming out. He could not comprehend why Lu Qian would act so genuinely if it were merely a ploy for attention. When he received the bouquet from the smiling youth, Mo Shi felt an overwhelming urge to kiss him. He chastised himself internally for such a rogue inclination. Just then, he noticed Lu Qian still clad in his damp clothes, the waterproof lipstick having left circular beads of water on the velvety surface. Unable to resist, Mo reached out to wipe away one droplet, his fingertip brushing against a faint shade of red. In that moment, he realized the gravity of his actions. He had just touched someone's chest in front of an audience. The recipient of his touch laughed heartily, proudly puffing out his chest. "Bro, how do I feel? Good to touch, right?" His youthful innocence allowed him to find joy even in being taken advantage of. As the flowers in the vase wilted day by day, the bruises on Mo's neck gradually healed. The production team had not assigned any romantic guidelines in recent days, opting instead for numerous small tasks to enhance interaction among the guests. Overall, the atmosphere remained relaxed. Unbeknownst to them, their time on the island was swiftly approaching its final week. The official promotional poster for the guest lineup had been released 3 days prior, undoubtedly causing a stir. The youngest film emperor in the industry, a consistently popular top-tier star, an internationally renowned model, and a mysterious musician who had never shown his face combined their allure to elevate the excitement to new heights. The first episode, along with its corresponding behind-the-scenes footage, was set to air in 4 days. Director Chun rubbed his hands together, filled with enthusiasm, and pointed skyward in a vow to produce an exceptional show. Thus, the idea for a collective beach outing emerged. Today marked the commencement of the second romantic guideline, a beach holiday. All necessary preparations have been made. Esteemed guests may proceed directly to the beach. How could an island excursion be complete without the sun, sand, waves, coconuts, and palm trees? Such stereotypes must hold true. In comparison to other dating shows, it feels as though the tasks in this journey of the heart are merely for amusement. Meanwhile, the neighboring dating show is struggling to secure meals, while this journey is purely for enjoyment. When vacationing at the beach, one must swim, right? Does this mean there will be food as well? Oh, come on, you silly girl, tone it down. The 6 guests are adorned in matching attire purchased by the Jiang sisters. The vibrant Hawaiian shirts are both colorful and eye-catching, comfortably loose for a natural wear. Mo, apprehensive of water, has no intention of swimming, opting not to wear swim trunks, instead donning a white t-shirt beneath his Hawaiian shirt. Rarely does he wear such bright colors, perhaps due to his recently uplifted spirits. He finds it surprisingly acceptable. With time constraints set by director Chun, the marks on his neck have faded significantly, causing him little discomfort. Both Lu Qian and Mo have forgotten to waterproof their makeup. The tour bus halts at the beach. Though it is not peak tourist season, there are still a few other visitors, creating a tranquil atmosphere. The production team has set up beach umbrellas, arranged lounge chairs, and erected a volleyball net, providing swimming rings for guests who cannot swim, and even diving equipment. The fine, platinum-colored sand feels as soft as clouds beneath their feet, while the water is crystal clear and exceptionally well-preserved. Yin Xiangxiao removes her shoes and socks, joyfully running barefoot. Releasing her pent-up energy after a few days of boredom, she grabs a small yellow duck swimming ring and dashes towards the sea. After a moment's hesitation, Yao Juni grits her teeth and follows suit. Jiang Tu's interest in play pales in comparison to her fascination with her sister. Upon seeing Jiang Mei reclining on a beach chair in the shade, she joins her, lying side by side. Mo gazes longingly at the sea but dares not venture too close, while Lu Qian picks up tools to build his sandcastle, smiling at him. "Brother, care to join?" With a hint of cleanliness obsession, Mo agrees. The two crouch together, amusingly engaged in their sandy endeavor. They compact the moist sand into towering structures, with Lu Qian instructing Mo on how to sculpt the sand into pointed spires. It feels as though they are compensating for the joys of a childhood left unfulfilled. Mo listens intently and plays earnestly. Lu Qian gently observes the serious expression of the man before him, diligently molding the soft sand, and softly takes his hand. Mo's eyes narrow. "What's wrong? Be gentle, brother. Too much force will ruin it." The speaker may be oblivious, but the listener perceives meaning. Mo finds this statement somewhat strange, causing his hand to tremble, and the newly formed spire collapses. Lu Qian glances down at the fallen tip, finally grasping the situation, his cheeks flushing as he earnestly repairs the tower. Of course, he knows a healthy young man cannot be entirely ignorant of such matters. Yet, why might Mo sure think in that direction? Could it be possible that he might actually harbor feelings for me? The sandcastle stood tall and intricately crafted, crowned with a triangular flag at its pinnacle, reminiscent of a fairy tale castle. Mosher could not recall if he had ever indulged in such tales during his childhood. Yet he had a 4-year-old nephew. He had read picture books to his nephew a few times, and the castles depicted within were akin to their sandy creation. Lucien gathered a handful of small shells and pressed them onto the sandcastle's windows. Mosher discreetly selected a few shells from those Lucien had set down, pocketing them in his shirt, then pretended as if nothing had transpired, assisting Lucien in adorning the castle with windows. The sun blazed fiercely upon their exposed skin, and it was only upon the completion of the castle that Mosher felt the heat radiating on his face and shins. When he approached the shallow water to wash his hands, he playfully splashed a cascade of droplets upon his shoulders and neck for relief. The water diluted his concealer, revealing faint traces of bruising at the edges, barely discernible to the naked eye. Exhausted from swimming, Yuan Xiaoxiao returned to shore, rested for a moment, then eagerly picked up a volleyball, seeking a partner for a doubles match. It was a given that Yao Juni would team up with Yuan Xiaoxiao. Montaxi, disinterested in sports, watched Lu Qian brimming with enthusiasm and chose to settle onto a beach chair, allowing Lu Qian to play on his own. With a resounding clap, Jiang Mei removed her sunglasses, folded them neatly, and approached the volleyball net to join the game, pairing with Lu Qian. Jiang too stared intently at Jiang Mei's long, fair legs exposed beneath her shorts. Oh, how beautiful she was, perfect from head to toe, destined to be the protagonist of her own painting. She contemplated the layout of a scene in her mind, only to later direct her attention to Mo Sher, who sat beside her. Jiang too trusted her good friend's aesthetic judgment and found herself harboring a certain fondness for his crush, an aloof and handsome gentleman, quite the match for Lu Qian. As a budding art student, Jiang too was particularly sensitive to color and immediately noticed the faint bruises on Mo Sher's neck. Her thoughts wandered. Mo Sher remained oblivious to her scrutiny until the beach volleyball match concluded, and the victorious Lu Qian approached him, seeking praise. Only then did Mo Sher glance back. Caught in the act of peeking, Jiang too smiled innocently, redirecting her gaze to her sister and applauding her exceptional prowess, leaving Mo Sher and Lu Qian utterly perplexed. Chapter 21. Island Adventures. The day was spent in playful revelry. During this time, a few enthusiastic fans, unable to contain their excitement, boldly approached to request photographs. Among them was a red-haired youth with a Western visage, who, upon spotting Lu Qian, tugged at the sleeve of his companion, whispering excitedly and sharing a smile. The two approached Mo Sher and Lu Qian to greet them. To Mo Sher's surprise, the young man standing before him, smiling warmly, bore an entirely Eastern appearance, with long, black hair cascading like ink down his back. His Mandarin was authentic and fluent. Mo Ingdi, I am a tremendous admirer of your films. Your expressiveness is simply outstanding, particularly in... At that moment, the red-haired youth yanked Lu Qian over, positioning him beside Mo Sher. Mo Sher was left utterly bewildered. The youth's Mandarin pronunciation seemed somewhat peculiar, unmistakably revealing a lack of fluency. As he spoke, his hands gestured in the air. Hello, you all. We would like to request a photograph. You two pose together. Wow, this is great. Thank you, young man. That charming lad with the red-haired wolf tail is adorable. The long-haired one must be a boy as well. So handsome. In a single night, two unknown individuals have become unexpected companions. Lu Qianan smoothly draped his arm around Mo Sher's shoulder, drawing closer with a radiant smile, his sharp canine teeth slightly exposed. With an ambiguous tone, he asked, brother, is that all right? Mo Sher pondered, still unable to comprehend. Why not a group photo of four? That must mean it is permissible. Ji Sui discreetly poked the long-haired youth's arm. Little uncle, Yu Wei Huan, who had always doted on this non-blood-related nephew, employed all his business negotiation skills to act out a scene, charmingly weaving words in a delightful manner. Seizing the moment, Ji Sui lifted his camera, prompting them to strike a pose. Mo Sher, feeling a bit dazed, instinctively mirrored Liu Qianan's actions, raising his hand to form a silly heart shape. Très bien, Ji Sui exclaimed in French, capturing the moment with a click, their interaction radiating an unfiltered joy, tinged with a hint of rebellious mischief. He then opened his backpack and retrieved a photo printer, producing 2 copies of the freshly taken photograph, one for Liu Qianan and one for Mo Shi. With a sense of accomplishment, he withdrew, deleting the images from the camera's memory card before waving goodbye and hastily exiting with his little uncle. Mo Shi watched the two depart, holding the photograph as he lowered his gaze. The image was clear, set against a backdrop of white sands and blue skies, with 2 intimately close men at its center. Although same-sex attraction typically implies repulsion, their intertwined hands formed a complete heart, brimming with affection, akin to that of an ordinary couple. A surge of emotion once again seized Mo Shi's heart as he carefully stored the photograph. Liu Qianan also treasured his copy, placing it into his bag, contemplating how to frame it upon returning. It was indeed fortuitous to have encountered someone familiar, creating this exclusive memento. Unlike the interactions captured by the lens, this keepsake belonged solely to the two of them, not to be shared with anyone else. What kind of feeling could this evoke? It was akin to facing a large jar of candies wrapped in sparkling, colorful paper, witnessing each one being shared with others, yet never fearing the loss of one's own portion. For the sweetest piece bore his name. As evening approached, the sea shimmered with golden remnants of sunlight, the tide receding and leaving shells and starfish upon the damp shore. Local island residents would seize the opportunity to gather marine treasures as the water withdrew. The 6 of them exchanged glances, mimicking the nearby shellfish gatherers, running barefoot to chase the waves. Yun Xiaxia discovered a colossal cat's eye shell, her excitement palpable from having watched countless tide-chasing videos. She eagerly shared it with the photography instructor, squeezing it and splashing water onto his face. Jiang Mei, finding it amusing, also began to search for cat's eye shells, intending to let her sister experience the joy of being splashed. Mo Shi observed quietly, his shallow gaze reflecting the sky and sea, akin to exquisite honey-colored cat's eye stones. He felt a lingering trepidation. The warm sea water barely reached his ankles, which was already his limit, as he refrained from wading further, allowing the waves to wash over him repeatedly. Liu Qian collected dozens of beautifully patterned seashells, carefully selecting the most exquisite and unique one to present to Mo Shi. In his early 20s, he could hardly be considered mature, and having never experienced love, he felt clumsy in his first attempt at putting his inherited courtship techniques into practice. Mo Shi accepted the small gift with an unruffled demeanor, which was enough to bring him joy. The temperature had dropped suddenly, a chill creeping up the spine. Facing the sea, the wind swept in from behind, as though it sought to draw one beneath the waves. Shall we head back? With her hair tousled by the breeze, Mo Shi tightened her coat, stepping further from the water as she inquired. The director and crew were enjoying drinks and skewers, only realizing the time upon hearing her voice. Director Chen hastily set down his unfinished skewer, wiped his mouth, and stood to arrange for the guests to return. Yun Xiaxia stealthily pocketed a few whole lamb skewers, chatting with assistant director Zheng as she chewed on the meat chunks on their way back. Upon reaching the vacation house, she excitedly relayed the information she had gleaned from Zheng to the passers-by, Jiang Tu and Liu Qian. Their next travel destination appeared to be the vast grasslands. Liu Qian, privy to the details, nodded knowingly. He was aware of the plans and knew that the grassland journey would entail the guests donning traditional attire for a tragic romance short film. Remember to keep it a secret, Yun Xiaxia said, lowering her voice, thinking she was sharing confidential information. Unbeknownst to her, a camera was positioned right across from them, capturing her every word. I heard that. Ha Xiaxia, you silly little hamster. The grasslands sound wonderful. They'll likely visit around late September to early October. The autumn scenery must be magnificent. I've heard they're going to 4 locations. I wonder what the other 2 are. Liu Qian politely declined Jiang Tu's request to meet again in the middle of the night and returned to his room. Mo Shi stood before the vanity, staring blankly into the mirror. Before he could utter a word, Mo Shi silently reached out, pulling him into a more secluded corner of the room, away from the camera. Brother? The corner was not cramped, but it was still somewhat awkward for two adult men to stand face to face. Lucien felt that he could almost brush his lips against Mo's shoulders if he leaned down. Mo positioned himself to shield the camera with Lucien's body, effectively trapping himself between Lucien and the wall. If he were to act forcefully now, there would be no escape. Suppressing his growing possessiveness, Lucien pressed his lips together, feeling a slight thirst. Mo tilted his chin slightly, his fingertips brushing against his neck. His voice barely above a whisper. It seems like it's showing here. A sudden jolt echoed in Lucien's chest. He could hardly contemplate how enticing this posture was as he glanced downward. Indeed, on the alabaster skin, there were faint traces of purple bruises, fortunately not very conspicuous, and partially hidden by cascading strands of hair. It should go unnoticed. Lucien reflected on the day's events. Out of a sense of guilt, he made every effort to help Mo evade the camera, particularly minimizing close-up shots. Such subtle marks would be imperceptible in the footage. Their clandestine whispers in the corner would be visible to the audience, yet the absence of sound would not hinder their ship's voyage. Wow. Isn't this angle suggesting they're kissing? It must be. The disparity of 7 centimeters in height and differences in physique are truly overwhelming. The encounter with Mo is exhilarating. Mo, the esteemed actor, possesses an undeniable talent for training dogs. As he prepares to bathe, Lucien smooths his bangs to mask his restlessness, then picks up his phone to check the messages. Several notifications from Jiang Tu catch his eye. Jiang Tu, Lucien, did you sleep with Mo the actor last night? Be honest. Jiang Tu, you two got together so quickly? That quickly? Jiang Tu, you fool. Are you trying to leave marks on his neck, hoping to be photographed? Jiang Tu, where are you? Off doing something again? Jiang Tu, wishing you early blessings. Lucien falls into a deep silence for a moment. To be mistaken for having slept together when he hadn't even dared to kiss is a rather peculiar misunderstanding. His heart aches slightly as he types a response. We didn't even kiss. What do you mean, dreaming? What about you and your sister? Chapter 22. The Island. First kiss. Lucien doesn't delve into the lengthy reply from Jiang Tu, which can be summarized as a lament about falling for a straight girl, despite being unable to control his feelings. He is heartbroken over not even having kissed her, yet he loves her dearly. Determined, he resolves to expedite his pursuit of love. Mo has seamlessly adapted to his physical affection. Hugging and holding hands are no longer issues. The next step is to make him accustomed to kissing. Being a public figure, they must tread carefully under the scrutiny of cameras, always mindful of their actions and words. What once was a playful peck now teeters on the edge of impropriety, and anything more substantial could be misinterpreted as a compromise for attention. Lucien fears for Mo's reputation more than his own future. Thus he decides to wait a little longer. As the clock strikes 11, the live stream concludes on schedule, and Mo removes his glasses and sets down his book. Preparing for sleep, Lucien calls out to him, "Brother." Leaning against the headboard, Mo pauses, intending to turn off the small lamp on the cabinet, and softly acknowledges him with a nonchalant "May I kiss you?" Lucien blinks, his tone sincere, as natural as bidding goodnight. He is a straightforward individual. If there were no cameras, he would profess his love dozens of times daily, embracing his partner fiercely until they could hardly breathe. Mo is taken aback by this direct approach. Kiss? The intensity of his rhetorical question reveals his profound confusion. Yes, I wish to kiss you. With an affectionate tone, almost playful, Lucien moves closer to Mo, his gaze penetrating deeply, filled with a moist, fervent longing. This desire has long taken root, swelling within his heart, threatening to overflow if not released. Bathed in the warm glow of the lamp, Mo feels a blush creep across half of his face. He is too shy to give a straightforward agreement. In the silence, he contemplates every possible reason that led to this moment. Yet he dares not consider the most obvious one. Lucien likes him, having grown up amidst neglect and denial. Mo acknowledges his shortcomings, but fails to recognize his strengths. His deeply buried insecurities prevent him from making such assumptions. He hesitated, his throat constricted as if it were filled with cotton, his subconscious affection preventing him from uttering insincere words. Unconsciously, his hand tightened around the blanket until another warm, broad hand enveloped it. "Brother, there's no need to force it." It was evident that Lu Qian was exerting tremendous restraint. The comforting words, however, shattered the delicate tension. And Mo sure cast aside all extraneous thoughts, grasping Lu Qian's collar and, disregarding everything, pressed his lips against his. The kiss was chaotic and unrefined, marked by the awkward clash of their teeth, accompanied by a metallic tang that brought with it a stinging sensation. Once he regained his bearings, Lu Qian swiftly seized control. Mo Shi's somewhat domineering kiss had split the corner of Lu Qian's lip, the two droplets of blood mingling with their lips as they intertwined. How sweet it was! He had never imagined that his own blood could taste so sweet. Though this was Lu Qian's first experience with kissing, he possessed an innate talent for it. He expertly captured Mo Shi's soft, thin lips, mercilessly tormenting them, causing the delicate pink petals to bloom into a deeper crimson without a trace of mercy. Montaxi, unaccustomed to such intimate contact, felt a wave of discomfort and, with a gentle flutter, remembered to push him away. Continuing the kiss, he feared, could lead to unforeseen complications. This was the thought shared by both. What's wrong? Lu Qian still retained a semblance of rationality, managing to appear obedient while feigning innocence. Loosening his lips but not his hold, encircling Mo Shi's waist while lowering his gaze. From this angle, he could clearly see the sheen of moisture on Mo Shi's alluring lips, a remnant of their recent kiss, tinged with awkwardness. Mo Shi remained silent. What could he possibly say? He certainly couldn't disclose to this naive child that he was a man brimming with youthful vigor, a normal male. Even though he bore the title of a transcendent, ethereal being, he was still subject to the desires inherent to humanity. Lu Qian's kissing skills were so exquisite that they aroused a thrill within him. In this ambiguous atmosphere, he might even succumb to primal instincts, impulsively taking action. His thoughts were a tangled mess, and Mo Shi hastily wiped away the moisture from his lips, striving to calm his mind. "It's nothing. Let us sleep," he finally said. Lu Qian, seemingly composed, smiled as he wished him sweet dreams, giving a fleeting kiss on the cheek before returning to his bed, lying flat. The lights dimmed. Separated by less than 2 meters, they could not see one another, each harboring their own thoughts, unable to sleep. Lu Qian donned his headphones, repeatedly listening to the theme song he sang for the television series starring Mo Shi. The song, titled 5 minutes and 20 seconds, was precisely 5 minutes and 20 seconds long. Fans of the original story and the drama remarked on how it perfectly encapsulated the delicately sweet and sour emotional arc between the male and female leads. Listeners found the emotional depth so moving that it brought them to tears. When the song first gained popularity and garnered rave reviews, his manager, Ren, had even praised him. Lu Qian, feeling somewhat hollow, busied himself with his fingers. In truth, he had collaborated with Jiang Tu, borrowing her name, while the lyrics and music were wholly his own, concealing countless personal sentiments. Lu Qian empathized with the character played by Mo Shi, understanding the bittersweet nature of unrequited love. Thus, through the male lead's candid expression of affection for the female lead, he sang of his own unspoken love for Mo Shi. The singer's voice, transitioning from youthful exuberance to deep maturity, articulated the enduring bonds formed over the years. In the past, he was reluctant to listen to his own songs, feeling a sense of awkwardness and discomfort. Yet, this particular piece had remained quietly nestled in his private playlist for over 2 years. If the opportunity arose, he longed to perform it in person for Mo Shi. His phone's music volume was modest, with only the right earbud in place, allowing the sounds of the outside world to filter through clearly, such as the rustling from the bed beside him. Mo Shi was also awake. After a considerable pause, a tentative call pierced the darkness. "Lu Qian? Brother." Lu Qian silenced the music, focusing intently on the moment. Mo Shi had not anticipated a response, hesitating for a moment. Yet the initiation of dialogue must continue. "Aren't you asleep?" "I don't want to sleep." Lu Qianan silently added the latter half of the thought. I only wish to sleep with you now. That kiss effortlessly dispelled all fatigue, proving far more invigorating than coffee. Mo sure may have replied, or perhaps he did not. In any case, silence enveloped the room once more. There were tasks to attend to the following day. Rest was imperative. Lu Qianan fixated on the ceiling, counting sheep, 1, 2, 3, until the illusion of the room being filled with fluffy clouds of little lambs emerged. After reaching 400, he finally began to feel drowsy, closing his eyes and continuing to recite in his mind. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, he heard Mo Shi's voice again, ethereal, as if it came from a distant realm. Lu Qianan, Lu Qianan? He remained silent, in that liminal space between dreams and wakefulness. Hearing Mo Shi exhale a sigh of relief, on the threshold of reality and dreams, Lu Qianan seemed to see Mo Shi pulling open the drawer of the nightstand by the window, retrieving a small white bottle. After swallowing the contents poured from the bottle, Mo Shi wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, quickly succumbing to deep sleep. Chapter 23, Misadventures on the Island. At 7 in the morning, Lu Qianan was roused from slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Typically, he would experience a slight morning grumpiness, though not severely. However, having gone to bed late the previous night and plagued by chaotic dreams, the ringing was undeniably an unwelcome aggravation. In a fit of frustration, Lu Qianan contemplated smashing his phone and trampling it underfoot. Just as he was about to act on that impulse, he noticed the caller ID and, suppressing his anger, prepared to answer. Glancing up, he saw that Mo Shi was still asleep, realizing that his brother's rare quality of sleep should not be disturbed. Deciding to step outside into the corridor, he pressed the answer button, his voice languid, cutting off the greeting on the other end. Teacher Indong, do you understand that disturbing someone's sweet dreams is profoundly unethical and lacking in decorum? He emphasized the last 6 words with palpable resentment. The voice on the other end cleared its throat and promptly apologized. I'm terribly sorry. I was too anxious. However, I calculated the time difference, and it should be around 7 on the island, so it's not too early. The voice, characterized by uniquely masculine softness, resonated with a magnetic charm. Lu Qianan retorted, must you always define early mornings with your elder's schedule? But, with a mere instinct, he understood the purpose of this early call. Lu Qianan had no desire to listen to an elder's monotonous lecture first thing in the morning. Leaning against the wall, he felt the urge to doze off while standing. Speaking without hesitation, just give it a little more time. I assure you he will take the bait, 100% guaranteed, without a single hair on your precious green plum being harmed. Indong was uncertain whether this seemingly unserious young man could be trusted. Yet aside from trust, he had no other options. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sierra replied, all right, thank you for your hard work. Could you please inform me once the matter unfolds? I shall contact Director Chun at the earliest opportunity. Certainly, Lu Qian chuckled softly, teasing Indong. Director In, it appears that Sister Xia is still rather oblivious. The journey to win her heart is long. You must exert more effort. The thought of the innocent young girl potentially being bullied by the scoundrel tightened Indong's heart, rendering him unable to retort. Instead, he inquired, what is the status of your progress with Actor Mo? How did you know that last night Shige took the initiative to kiss me? How would I know? We are not brothers. I am not privy to such information. Confounded. Indong answered truthfully according to his thoughts. Lu Qian's expression fell. Director In, it must be quite exhausting for Sister Xia to be with you. Each time he believed that Indong had reached the pinnacle of human tedium, Indong would, through his actions, demonstrate that no, he could indeed transcend himself. The only person more tedious than Indong could only be Indong himself. Ultimately, unable to sleep, Lu Qian hung up the phone and returned to his room to wash up and change clothes. The commotion he caused was somewhat loud, and he anxiously feared that Mo Shi might awaken. Pausing for 2 minutes to observe before exiting, he noted that the person on the bed was breathing evenly and slowly, showing no signs of waking. In his relief, he remained skeptical. To his knowledge, Mo Shi was typically a light sleeper, disturbed by the slightest sounds, like a pillow falling or a movement from those beside him. Yet today, Lu Qian furrowed his brow, recalling the small mushroom lamp that illuminated at midnight and the white vial that appeared in Mo Shi's hand. He surmised it was some sort of sleep aid. On the day Mo Shi was absent, he would investigate the contents of that vial. Entering the kitchen, he rinsed a handful of cloaked seeds, a handful of lily bulbs, and the green beans that had soaked overnight, adding them to the frozen rice and hot water. Through their time together over the past week, Lu Qian had discerned Mo Shi's culinary preferences, knowing he favored sweeter congee, and thus added 2 pieces of yellow rock sugar. As the congee boiled, bubbling vigorously, Lu Qian propped 2 chopsticks on the pot's edge to prevent it from overflowing, awaiting the white mist to envelop the air, the water and rice to meld into a thick, white broth, the sugar to dissolve, and the green beans to soften. In the meantime, he prepared 4 servings of Yanshan noodles and fried perfectly runny eggs to rest atop the noodles. Chi-Chi is simply the ideal domestic chef. Will future smart housekeeping robots be modeled after him? I sincerely hope so. I can almost taste the aroma through the screen. How infuriating it is that it's the middle of the night, precisely when one would crave a midnight snack. The pursuit of weight loss has yet to begin. It is already faltering. By the time breakfast was ready, the others had already descended. Yun Xiaoxia bounded into the kitchen, lauding Lu Qian's culinary skills and placing 4 bowls of noodles on the dining table with a tray. The congee was perfectly warm. Lu Qian set 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks neatly, then brought the entire pot to the table. The meticulously prepared lily, cloaked seed, and green bean congee was rich and aromatic, the rice white and the beans green, exuding a visual sweetness. Mo Shi, lacking in spirit and enthusiasm, numbly accepted the utensils Lu Qian offered, allowing him to serve the congee, even expressing his gratitude with reluctance. Something was amiss. There was an unmistakable sense of discomfort in the air. Even Yun Xiaoxia, who typically devoured her food with reckless abandon, slowed her pace, occasionally pausing to chew and nibble on the chopsticks, watching the unfolding scene. After finishing a bowl, Lu Qian swiftly intercepted Mo Shi, who was about to clear the table, and took it upon himself to deliver the dishes to the dishwasher in the kitchen. Yun Xiaoxiao, who had been holding her concern for a while, could no longer contain herself. Mo Ge, are you feeling unwell? Mo Shi took a moment to respond, nodding, then shaking his head. Huh? Yun Xiaoxiao, perplexed, mimicked his gestures, nodding and shaking her head, yet still remained confused. What is wrong with Mo Miao Miao? He seemed perfectly fine yesterday. This state is definitely not normal. It feels like he isn't fully woken up, yet not entirely asleep either. It's quite strange. But little Xiao Xiao is so adorable. Her cuteness makes my heart soften. Initially, Lu Qian had planned to sneak a peek into the bedside drawer while Mo Shi was engrossed in his tasks. But he abruptly changed his mind. Brother, why don't you go back to sleep for a while? Lu Qian spoke dejectedly. I'm sorry for keeping you from resting well. Mo Shi took a moment to process, nodding, then shaking his head again. This time, he responded verbally. No need. It's my own issue. Although he insisted it was unnecessary, the haze of drowsiness enveloped him, making it impossible to resist the urge to doze off. Lu Qian muttered an apology, and seizing the opportunity of the gap between Mo Shi and the chair, he extended his arm to support his waist, gently lifting him with ease. Montaxi, half opening his eyes, experienced an odd sensation of weightlessness. His sluggish mind struggled to comprehend what was happening, and his body, drained of energy, refused to move. He simply chose to rest his head against Lu Qian's chest and closed his eyes to sleep. Before the eyes of many, Lu Qian carried Mo Shi back to the bedroom. Lu Qian's boyfriend prowess is off the charts. Who even noticed the muscles in his arms? My goodness, it's simply too attractive. This is so captivating that I can hardly eat or sleep. Their dynamic is indeed remarkable. Fun fact, Mo Yingdi stands at 183 centimeters tall. Although his weight is on the lighter side, he possesses a bit of muscle, so he is not excessively thin. Compare that to those who claim female celebrities are overweight yet struggle to lift them. How did Chi-Chi become the perfect boyfriend at such a young age? He deserves to be on this dating show. Once Mo Shi was settled, Lu Qian brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen onto his cheek and noticed that due to their passionate kiss the previous day, Mo Shi's lips were slightly redder than usual, with a hint of swelling. They felt soft against his own, yet he always spoke stubbornly. Lu Qian thought to himself. This bad habit needs to be gradually corrected. After all, should the sky fall, I will be here. He doesn't need to bear the burden alone. With the intention of completing tasks now vanished, Lu Qian cast a glance at the bedside drawer, inhaled deeply, and opened it. Inside lay several types of medication, each needing to be examined one by one. When a small white pill bottle, identical to the one in his hazy memory, finally landed in his palm, Lu Qian felt an uncanny sense of unreality. Engaging in such clandestine activities was an unprecedented experience for him. Gazing at the pill bottle, he swiftly noted its name. It was a 2 milligrams dosage of clonazepam, and the bottle bore hastily scribbled words that he could barely decipher as 5 pieces, though they were scratched out and smeared. Clonazepam is a class 2 controlled substance that can induce sedation, hypnosis, and alleviate anxiety. However, it also carries side effects such as dizziness, drowsiness, and fatigue. Reflecting on Mo Shi's condition, Lu Qian suddenly understood. It was the influence of the medication side effects. With a resolute heart, he decided to proceed without hesitation. Having glanced at the remaining medications, he decided to examine them more closely. With a guilty hand, he extracted several boxes of pills. Most displayed no signs of use, save for a few that were missing 2 or 3 tablets. Among them was cold medicine, which he recognized as a travel essential. In addition to the cold remedy, there were also sulpiride, sertraline, and risperidone, all lacking their instruction leaflets, leaving Lu Qian unfamiliar with their purposes. He was dissatisfied with the brief descriptions on the boxes and proceeded to search for detailed information on each medication. Only after completing his search did he belatedly realize he could have consulted their family doctor overseas. Thus, he took a photograph of each box and sent a flurry of messages to the family doctor, inquiring about the common dosages and side effects of the medications. The Lu family placed great importance on the health of its members, employing 4 teams of family doctors to ensure 24-hour availability. The doctors on duty were taken aback when they received this barrage of messages, exchanging bewildered glances. All the medications were psychotropic. To their recollection, this young master had excellent health reports, both physically and mentally. Could these medications truly belong to him? The youngest nurse clapped her hands in realization. Oh, right. The second young master has recently participated in a dating show. Could it be? Minutes later, Lu Qian received a response. The doctor provided dosage recommendations based on the standards for adult males and casually inquired whose medications these were and whether there was any relevant medical history. Lu Qian, amiable and unpretentious, shared a camaraderie with the household staff that resembled friendship, allowing the family doctors to feel comfortable asking such personal questions. After a moment's hesitation, he responded only to the first inquiry. They belong to my future boyfriend. He chose to keep the medical history confidential, as he presumed his partner would prefer privacy. Setting his phone aside, Lu Qian meticulously arranged the medications back to their original order, erasing any traces of his earlier actions, and closed the drawer. He had no desire to complete this task with anyone other than Mo Shi. With Mo Shi asleep, he decided to keep him company in slumber. Lu Qian lay down beside the vacant space next to Mo Shi, instinctively draping his wrist over his waist as if to enfold him in an embrace. The rhythmic sound of his breathing was tantalizingly close, and Lu Qian fixed his gaze on him, tracing the delicate lengths of his eyelashes to the sharp contour of his chin. No matter how he looked, one could hardly associate this visage with the term patient. He recalled the astonishment he felt upon first seeing a copy of Mo Shi's medical records, and now he faced the reality with a sense of calm. Indeed, he had matured. Perhaps with a bit more effort, he might truly deserve to be his boyfriend. At 18, shortly after the disbandment of his boy band, he attended a gala with his new manager and another artist under his management. At the event, he encountered Su Qiu, the younger brother of his former bandmate. Unbeknownst to many, was his actual uncle. The moment Lu Qian laid eyes on Su Qiu, he understood. There were surely members of the Lu family monitoring them, both overtly and covertly, to prevent any mishaps, particularly to avoid a recurrence of abduction. Since childhood, Lu Qian had detested the feeling of being watched. In his youth, during his rebellious phase, he loathed such scrutiny even more. He cunningly provoked Su Qiu into a drinking contest, leading the fiercely competitive Sue to a state of complete inebriation. Naturally, the Liu family could not neglect the brother of the matriarch, and amidst their chaotic attempts to manage Su Qiu, Liu Qianan slipped away to a less scrutinized corner. Who would have guessed that the company would be so obsessively distasteful, setting traps even when he had diminished his presence to such an extent? That spiked drink was almost akin to a senior's coercive insistence. Liu Qianan maintained his composure until the senior departed, intending to head to the restroom to purge. But as his gaze swept across the room, he spotted Mo Shi. The young man, audacious and bold, cleverly used the effects of alcohol and drugs to slump languidly in a chair. As Mo Shi passed by, Liu Qianan raised his tearful, peach blossom eyes, silently pleading for assistance. Mo Shi, unable to locate his manager, who was solely concerned with profit, was reluctant to help Liu Qianan, as another artist under his wing had a higher profile than Liu at that time. Moreover, the notoriety of being black and red was still a form of fame. He could profit from the company while riding the waves of controversy. Fortunately, Liu Qianan won the gamble. Mo Shi found it impossible to refuse the boy's entreaty, taking him home and summoning a doctor. However, upon awakening the next day, Liu Qianan discovered that Mo Shi no longer recognized him. Devoid of any memory of their earlier candid exchange, Mo Shi's willingness to extend a helping hand was purely an act of kindness, unlike Liu Qianan's initial intentions, which had been to seduce. Mo Shi's demeanor had also shifted from before. He was cold, expressionless, and as unresponsive as a wooden figure, making normal communication impossible. Ultimately, unwilling to engage further, he called Mo Qian for assistance in dealing with Liu Qianan. During the ride home, Mo Qian silently observed Liu Qianan through the rearview mirror. The car halted beneath the apartment building arranged by the company, and Mo Qian locked the doors before turning to the boy, warning him not to disclose the events that had transpired. A child raised in a wealthy family, no matter how innocent, is seldom truly naive. Liu Qianan shed his compliant facade, smiling as he propped his chin on his hand, acquiescing. Mo Qian glanced at the strikingly handsome youth, feeling an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Indeed, the next moment, Liu Qianan casually inquired, "What has Shi Gu experienced? Sharing the truth would benefit your company. For instance, I can ensure that the upcoming rounds of financing will encounter no issues." At that time, Mo Shi's parents had recently passed away, and Mo Qian had been thrust into the unexpected role of inheriting the entertainment company, facing relentless pressure from rival firms and turmoil within the company, leaving him utterly at a loss. Liu Qianan's words struck a chord deep within him. Actions speak louder than words, and fearing Mo Qian's skepticism, Liu Qianan grinned and reached for his phone to contact his father. Shortly thereafter, Mo Qian received a message from his assistant, stating that the Liu family wished to invest in his company. After hanging up, Mo Qian pondered for a moment, opting not to divulge the entirety of Mo Shi's situation, instead selecting two key points. The first was that at the age of 4, when Mo Shi first entered kindergarten, his teachers noticed his peculiar behavior. He struggled to speak and did not engage with other children, remaining motionless on a small stool. He was ultimately diagnosed with mild autism. The second incident involved a traumatic event from a year prior that had inflicted severe emotional distress on Mo Shi, resulting in an emotional disorder that had only recently shown signs of improvement. During his recuperation, Mo Shi also took part in a film, which is set to be released early next year. He remained discreet about the nature of the accident, choosing not to elaborate. Mo Qian, having concluded an 8-year romantic relationship, could immediately discern the unambiguous, raw, and audacious gaze that Liu Qian directed toward Mo Shi, one that unabashedly proclaimed infatuation and desire. Possession is merely the initial step in love. A worthy partner must also learn to temper their possessiveness, to nurture and care for their beloved, and to embrace the beauty of enduring affection. If Liu Qian genuinely cared for Mo Shi, he would undoubtedly investigate the details surrounding the accident. After all, Mo Shi is Mo Qian's only brother, and as an elder sibling who had inadvertently neglected his brother for years, he might feel compelled to act out of guilt, leading to excessive protectiveness. Liu Qian understood this well, and politely took his leave. For an extended period, Lu Qian did not encounter Mo Shi again. During this time, he changed his agent, devoted himself to singing, and began participating in films. True to the prophecy of the entertainment industry's auspicious star, he achieved widespread fame online within mere months. Outside of work, he kept a watchful eye on Mo Shi's news, discreetly assisting him in managing paparazzi and false rumors, employing various means to investigate Mo Shi's past. He also heard about the flourishing development of Mo Qian's entertainment company. At the beginning of the following year, he bundled himself in a down jacket, donning a mask and hat to attend the premiere. The next day, he booked 3 screenings, sitting alone in the empty theater to watch the film 3 times in succession. The movie revolved around themes of familial love and friendship, exuding warmth and a sunny palette. Mo Shi rarely portrayed such candid and enthusiastic characters, and truth be told, it did not quite suit him. However, he seemed to embody the role itself. His demeanor transformed dramatically, his smile radiant yet deceptively genuine. Amidst the lively music, tears welled up, and the screen before him grew increasingly blurred. The more Mo Shi smiled on screen, the more Lu Qian felt the urge to weep. Chapter 25, Island Interlude. Upon awakening, Mo Shi instinctively reached out to his side. Empty, no one was there. It seemed the sensation of someone sleeping beside him was merely an illusion of a dream. Checking his phone, he noted the time. It was already 1 in the afternoon. Lu Qian must have teamed up with others for their task by now. He felt a mix of disappointment and guilt. Mo Shi had no intention of joining the task midway, so he donned his glasses and picked up a book, preparing to while away the entire afternoon. He had barely read 2 lines when Lu Qian returned, bearing a delicate and light meal. Upon seeing Mo Shi sitting up, Lu Qian appeared momentarily taken aback. Then his lips curved into a soft, tender smile, his eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. His appearance was one that captivated at first glance and revealed deeper beauty upon closer inspection, ethereal yet enchanting, devoid of aggression. After all, how could he not be dubbed the sweet brother, talented at a young age, charmingly beautiful, and capable of playful affection? While most would be mesmerized by Lu Qian's smile, Mo Shi's attention was immediately drawn to the redness at the corners of his eyes, reminiscent of crushed petals stained with vivid hues, evoking a sense of melancholic beauty. Mo Shi gazed at him earnestly. The meal was placed on the low cabinet, and Lu Qian calmly returned the gaze until Mo Shi, feeling shy, averted his eyes. "What are you looking at, brother? Have you suddenly realized how handsome I am?" The teasing undertone was unmistakable. Mo Shi remained silent, accepting the bowl of shrimp and egg custard from Lu Qian's hands, cradling it without touching the spoon. Given the nature of their relationship, was it appropriate for Lu Qian to express concern for Mo Shi? Having held hands, embraced, and kissed, it seemed justifiable. He attempted to ask nonchalantly, "Have you been crying? Who has upset you?" Yet he regretted his words almost immediately, feeling they sounded foolish, akin to comforting a child. Lu Qian dabbed at the corners of his eyes. The traces of tears had dried, leaving only a faint blush. He was not one to be overly sentimental, and he himself was surprised when tears fell. It was unexpected that Mo Shi could perceive it, and in that moment, shock transformed into joy. Lu Qian scooped a spoonful of egg custard and brought it to Mo Shi's lips, saying, "Perhaps the one who bullies me is none other than you, brother." This realization struck him suddenly. 5 years ago, Mo Shi had taken on that film purely as a means of evading reality. The egg custard was smooth and the shrimp sweet, yet Mo Shi was unaccustomed to being fed, taking the spoon back and holding it between his fingers. "I don't," he protested. "You clearly do. Brother, not taking care of yourself makes me worry. That's bullying me," Lu Qian murmured, adding, "You take advantage of my affection for you." Mo Shi was startled, choking slightly, his face flushing red as Lu Qian hurried to pat his back and offer a cup of warm water. The intimacy between them was heightened in the absence of a live broadcast. After a few sips, his coughing subsided, but Mo Shi's brow remained furrowed as he finally asked, "Are you serious?" "If you think I'm serious, then I am," Lu Qian replied, aware of Mo Shi's internal concerns. He deftly changed the subject. "Brother, do you have a favorite dish? I made something light this morning since you seemed unwell." I'm not picky, Mo sure replied. I don't believe that. You just don't eat anything too oily, sweet, spicy, bitter, or garlicky, and you avoid fried foods. You want to eat fish unless it's braised or boiled eggs. All right, maybe I'm a bit particular, he conceded. Mo sure followed suit in diverting the conversation. Everything you make is delicious. Despite his poor appetite, he ate slowly, but managed to consume every bite without waste. Lu Qian grinned. If you like it, I'll cook for you for a lifetime. A lifetime, really? Indeed, more genuine than diamonds. Their dialogue was humorously childish. Although the fatigue from his medication lingered, Mo sure preemptively cleared the table and headed downstairs to wash up, with Lu Qian trailing behind like a devoted shadow. It's been quite a while since we saw these two. How have they grown closer in our absence? As long as Mo the Emperor is fine, I've been worried for so long. What could be happening in the bedroom with the cameras on? Upstairs. Something feels off. The two groups tasked with assignments were a bit delayed, and dinner was prepared by Lu Qian and Mo sure together. Yin Xiaoxia was the first to rush in, her eyes brightening at the sight of the fragrant homemade dishes. Mo Ge, Xiao Lu, you've worked hard. By the way, how is your health? Mo Ge. Mo sure felt a fleeting illusion of parents waiting for their daughter to return from school, pausing for a moment before nodding. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. I was startled this morning when I saw Xiao Lu suddenly sweep you away. I thought you two were filming a romantic drama, Yin Xiaoxia said, chewing on a leaf of bok choy as she gestured animatedly. That happened. Mo sure couldn't recall the incident. Lu Qian, wary that revealing too much too soon might be overwhelming, intentionally chose to withhold details. The result was inadvertently revealed by Yin Xiaoxia. Lu Qian, feeling anxious, repeatedly cast furtive glances at Mo sure, already envisioning the displeased expression on Mo sure's face as he scolded him for his misstep. While he found Mo sure adorable, he knew that anger could be detrimental to one's health. Jiang Tu returned, linking arms with Jiang Mei, their laughter and chatter indicating a successful deepening of their relationship, an undeniable exuberance radiating from them. After a prolonged wait, the dishes had grown cold, yet there was still no sign of Yao Junyi. Where could he be? Jiang Mei lifted her chopsticks and gestured towards Yao Junye's vacant seat. Yin Xiaoxia and Yao Junyi had been partners since the beginning of the program, and today's task was also meant to be executed together. The young girl shook her head, expressing her uncertainty, and sincerely stated, "He told me to return first," saying he had something to attend to. Ah, right. And he even forbade the camera crew from following. Oh dear, could something have gone awry? Sister, are you actually concerned for someone else? How heartbreaking. Lu Qian was not particularly surprised by Yao Junya's actions, but he was taken aback by Jiang Tu's tearful, aggrieved tone. Leaning his head on Mo sure's shoulder, he whispered conspiratorially, "Brother, don't you think Jiang Tuesday?" Mo sure wholeheartedly agreed. Her relationship with Jiang Mei is rather abnormal. In truth, I wanted to say she is excessively manipulative. Lu Qian hesitated, reflecting on his own shortcomings, and ultimately refrained from speaking, shaking his head in quiet exasperation at Mo sure's blatant cluelessness. Only those who were oblivious would fail to recognize Jiang Tu's blatant scheming. Director Chun was in a state of turmoil over Yao Junye's situation, preparing to send someone out to locate him. After all, Yao Junye's fans were quite fervent, flooding the live chat with accusations of the production team's negligence. Does the production team not care about the safety of the guests at all? How could they let guests be alone outside at night? Exactly. This is utterly irresponsible. What if something happens to Xiao Jun? What is up with Yin Xiaoxia? Xiao Jun is her partner. Shouldn't she care? Wait, are you all deaf? Didn't you hear that it was your precious Xiao Jun who asked Xiaoxia to return first and forbade the camera from following? After searching the task point several times without success, the barrage of comments intensified. Under pressure, Director Chun decided to temporarily shut down the live stream and urgently inquired if any of the guests had an idea of where Yao Junyi might have gone. As the others pondered deeply, Lu Qian lifted his gaze and with a light-hearted smile declared, "There's no need to search. Senior Yao will return shortly." He even embraced Mo sure, maintaining a posture of dependence, his voice imbued with an undeniable certainty. Director Chun was taken aback. Mo sure cast his eyes downward. Although he could not fathom Lu Qian's calm demeanor, he still gently ruffled the hair of the person in his arms. The soft, fluffy curls reminded him of a plush puppy from home. In a certain sense, Lu Qian did bear resemblance to a small dog. Chapter 26, Island Chapter, Childhood. Although Lu Qian's words inexplicably instilled some confidence in Director Chun, the search for Yao Junyi still needed to continue. Director, do you think we should hold a discussion meeting? Once the table was cleared, Lu Qian ended his call with his manager, Ren, and intercepted Director Chun and Vice Director Zheng, who was preparing to head out. Director Chun hesitated. The idea is excellent, but I fear we cannot go live tonight. He was too apprehensive to broadcast before locating Yao Junyi. What if we operate 2 cameras simultaneously? I know where Senior Yao is. Lu Qianan retrieved a room card from the pocket of his coat, playfully shaking it while wearing a bright smile. As they went live searching for Elder Yao, he suggested that they could also converse about family matters and relationships. Vice Director Zheng exchanged a glance with Director Chun, who nodded in agreement, prompting Zheng to take the card from Lu Qianan's hand. The card bore an exquisite imprint of Monet's waves, with the address and room number embossed in silver foil. Showcasing its craftsmanship, Vice Director Zheng signaled to the cameraman to set up the camera, and a group of around 10 people proceeded towards the address indicated on the card. In truth, Chun Lingtian harbored doubts about Lu Qianan's words. Just 2 days prior, he had received a generous sponsorship purportedly from the Lu family enterprise. However, the Lu family did not possess any subsidiaries primarily engaged in the entertainment industry, making the sudden sponsorship of an obscure director's variety show seem illogical. At first, Chun thought he was dreaming. Upon reviewing the contract, he noted that the sponsorship required him to heed Lu Qianan's suggestions within reasonable bounds, and it strictly prohibited disclosing the sponsorship to Lu Qianan. Chun found this arrangement inappropriate. What did reasonable even mean? Even unreasonable requests could be entertained. After all, who would turn down money? The sum they invested was sufficient to allow him to live lavishly for a lifetime. When Lu Qianan suggested holding a discussion, Chun readily agreed, reasoning that it was entirely normal for 5 young individuals to gather and chat. He intended to ask his brother and others if they would be willing to appear on camera. Upon receiving their consent, Lu Qianan felt satisfied and sought out others. At 8:30 in the evening, Vice Director Zheng had been out for nearly 10 minutes before Chun finally commanded the opening of the live broadcast cameras. The island featured a night market. The heat of the day drove the local residents to venture out in the evening, making it a bustling time with crowded streets. Lu Qianan calculated that, barring traffic, it would take at least 40 minutes to reach the hotel, so there was no need to rush. The 5 of them sat comfortably on the sofa, now dressed in pajamas, sipping coffee and milk, basking in the cozy atmosphere. The live broadcast was split into 2 screens, with most of Yao Junyi's fans flocking to Vice Director Zheng's stream. Occasionally, a few would hurl insults in Lu Qianan's chat, but they were quickly silenced by other viewers. Director Chun announced the theme for today's discussion: the most memorable childhood experiences. Yun Xiaoxia took a sip of her strawberry milk, eagerly raising her hand. I'll go first. There were countless amusing anecdotes from her childhood, and she pondered for a moment before selecting the most entertaining one. When I was young, my neighbor was a boy 2 years older than me, and we grew up together, sharing a wonderful bond. He wasn't as skilled in fighting as I was. We even made a pact where he would call me big brother and I would call him little brother. Lu Qianan paused, a few drops of coffee spilling from his cup as he stifled a laugh while wiping the drips with a tissue. He had only known that Yin Dong and Yun Xiaoxia were childhood friends, but he hadn't realized they shared such a brotherly bond. To mask his reaction, Lu Qianan took a sip of coffee, grimacing at its bitterness. Mo sure sighed, nudging the sugar bowl to suggest that he add 2 cubes. He knew Lu Qianan rarely drank coffee due to his aversion to bitterness. Today, when the youth suddenly requested to try some, Mo sure had been somewhat surprised, thinking perhaps his taste had shifted. It now seemed that was not the case. 2 sugar cubes dissolved in coffee, and Lu Qian placed his cup alongside Mo sure's, creating 2 identical cups that brought joy just by their appearance. Yun Xiaoxia, after chattering about her childhood friend, began recounting a story. It was during the summer of my third grade year when our families traveled together to the Dead Sea. Initially, I was reluctant to go, as the name Dead Sea sounded frightening. I dreamt of floating fish, lifeless in the water. On the first day at the destination, our neighbor's boy insisted on swimming, and I stayed on the shore to watch him. After waiting for too long, I accidentally fell asleep and awoke to find him floating motionlessly, resembling a corpse. I was terrified, convinced he had perished like the fish in my dreams, and jumped in to drag him ashore. Being young and unaware of how to save someone, I resorted to slapping him awake, just as I'd seen in cartoons. Only then did I learn that he had merely grown tired and was resting on the surface. The storytelling was vivid and animated, eliciting hearty laughter from the audience, with Jiang Mei even shedding tears of mirth. Lu Qian felt a twinge of guilt for laughing at Yin Dong, but couldn't help himself, covering his face as he chuckled. The thought of the other protagonist, Yin Dong, likely watching the live stream, only made it more amusing. So adorable, huh? Bamboo horse. So, no longer in love? Waking up after being slapped awake is genuinely hilarious. My apologies to Bamboo Horse. Nonetheless, safety in swimming is paramount. Xia Xia has some awareness, but not entirely. Jiang Mei began to find the conversation quite engaging, and after laughing, she took the opportunity to share her own story. At her 10th birthday party, many guests were boys of similar age from families seeking potential marriage matches. Although it was termed a birthday celebration, it was essentially an early search for future spouses. Jiang, too, was bewildered. She had been brought home for a match at the age of 15, and prior events were vague to her. Hearing her sister was to be matched at such a young age made her grip Jiang Mei's hand tightly. "Hey, Jiang Tu, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. Gripping too hard, Jiang Mei pulled her hand away in discomfort and quickly clarified, "There's no match yet. They just want me to play with someone they have in mind." When there were no elders around, I scolded him until he cried and ran away, and after that, the Jiang family ceased to mention it. With tears still glistening in her eyes, Jiang Tu choked out, "Is that true? Why doesn't T's sister like him?" His apparent lack of intelligence was almost laughable, and I found him distasteful. "Stop crying. If you keep it up, you won't seem clever either." Jiang Mei, accustomed to sharp words, spoke with a hint of disdain, but gently wiped Jiang Tu's tears, turning her face away in embarrassment. So dim-witted and unattractive, appearing even less intelligent than he truly is. Another strategy for dealing with blind dates acquired. Truly, my Rose sister possesses such prowess at 10. I am in awe. The interaction within the floral group is so sweet. Is Rose perhaps a little bent? The remaining 3, who had not spoken, included Jiang Tu, who struggled to survive in a male-preferential family in her childhood, and Mo Shi, who could scarcely recall past events, with memories that were hardly noteworthy. The coffee, though sweetened, retained its bitterness. Lu Qian added some coconut milk, estimating that he would find Yao Jun in about 10 minutes. Without further storytelling, even 10 minutes felt excessively prolonged. Although I had never mentioned it publicly, I indeed had several brothers, the kind who share both father and mother. The coffee, now with coconut milk, tasted remarkably like a fresh coconut latte, making it far more palatable. Lu Qian took a couple of sips before continuing. My elder brother, 3 years my senior, had always been rather serious. His favorite pastime was reporting our misdeeds to our parents, leading my younger brother and me to often face reprimands due to his disclosures. When I mentioned my younger brother, Lu Qian exhibited signs of discomfort. Mo Shi noted this and observed Lu Qian's tightly clenched fist, a clear indication of his anxiety. Chapter 27, Layout of the Island Arc. Lu Qian had never appeared nervous under the lens, evoking a pang of sympathy in Mo Shi. He reached out gently, his fingertips brushing against Lu Qian's hand, concealed by the sofa. The coolness of his touch broke through Lu Qian's emotional turmoil, prompting him to clasp Mo Shi's bony hand in return. A hidden pain required the soothing balm of sweet affection. Lu Qian's feelings remained impenetrable behind his smile as he winked at Mo Shi, adding a hint of mischief. At 6 years old, my younger brother and I endeavored to rescue a kitten trapped in a tree. We succeeded in saving the cat, yet my brother ended up stuck in the tree himself. With our parents away, my brother felt too embarrassed to seek help from others. Thus, I had no choice but to find our elder brother. Upon hearing the news, he panicked and insisted on climbing up to save her brother, but in the process, they broke a branch that fell and struck me, all while they were still laughing. At this point, he suddenly turned to Mo with a playful pout. Brother, it really hurt. If you had seen it, would you have comforted me? Mo began to imagine what 6-year-old Lu Qian might have looked like. Based on his current impression, he likely had been a lively and charming child. He tightened his grip on Lu Qian's hand, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. I would. Mo was not one to indulge children. Yet he found joy in comforting Lu Qian. When our parents returned home, they scolded both my elder brother and my younger brother, making them stand in punishment. Lu Qian recalled the pride he felt as he circled around the two, who were tearfully standing, laughing at his once childish self. Yet he mused, if only his brother could have held him, he would have felt even happier. How adorable! Ha! Chi-Chi's pleading for comfort is simply heart-melting. Still, I wonder if they're truly real brothers? I envy such brotherly bonds. My brother and I have lost touch for quite some time. I work while he is in high school, and it feels like we have grown distant. Yes, I feel the same. I used to be inseparable from my sister. But after she got married in my senior year, a strange distance emerged between us, like that of strangers. This makes me nostalgic for childhood. The friends of my youth, the bravery and candor we once shared, even familial love, seem like mere echoes of the past. Wait, Emo, pause. Hurry to see Yao Journey. I'm super excited. Zheng Xiao entered the hotel holding a room card, but was halted by the front desk due to the crowd. In order to avoid disturbing the lives of passersby, the cameraman promptly shielded the lens. After Zheng Xiao explained the situation, the reception attendant hesitated for a while before stating that allowing so many people to enter in search of someone would disrupt the rest of the guests in the other rooms, which was rather inappropriate. Upon reflection, Zheng Xiao decided to take only the cameraman inside. The two stood before the tightly closed door, Zheng Xiao clutching the room card, uncertain whether to knock. With the card in hand, what was the point of knocking? The cameraman, in a fit of impatience, snatched the card and swiped it, producing a soft click as the door swung open. As Zheng Xiao entered, he called out to teacher Yao. What followed was a sight that left two beleaguered workers and an audience in shock. Two individuals intimately embraced in the room. Yao Junyi was donned in the hotel-provided bathrobe, his hair damp, suggesting he had just emerged from a shower. He sat on the edge of the bed, one hand holding a cigarette while the other wrapped around a handsome youth, who was also clad in a bathrobe. The robe appeared somewhat oversized on the youth. Whether by intention or chance, the collar slipped down, revealing a delicate shoulder marked with bite marks, and a hint of black lace could be seen. The youth leaned against Yao Junyi, playfully chastising him for being naughty while reaching for his cigarette. Although the youth hastily stood and adjusted his collar as soon as the door was pushed open, it was not difficult to infer the truth behind the black lace. It was, after all, part of a rather suggestive garment. Even Zheng Xiao, who fancied himself seasoned in the face of tumult, could not suppress a startled scream at such an extravagant scene. A tenor voice pierced through the audience's wandering thoughts, filling the screen with question marks. What on earth is happening? Surely, what Yao Junyi intended to do wasn't this. Watching this live stream makes me feel my own room is on the brink of collapse. I came over from the cozy conversation next door, and indeed, this is a visually shocking and dramatic turn of events. Thumbs up, Yao Junyi, flustered, forcefully tossed the youth onto the bed, rushing over without even slipping on his slippers to block the camera. The cameraman instinctively protected his beloved equipment, swatting Yao Junyi's hand away and clutching the camera tightly to his chest. Yao Junyi, no longer concerned with maintaining his gentlemanly facade, shouted in a fierce tone, "Shut down the live stream this instant." Contrarily, the youth, quicker to regain his composure, smiled serenely at the camera, propping his chin on his hand. "We're live? Isn't that even better, Brother Yao? As long as those bothersome fans are gone, you can focus on being with me." With a languid posture, he smirked and announced to the viewers, "Brother Yao is my boyfriend. So you lewd individuals better keep your hands off him." "Shut up, Bai Lian," Yao Jun exclaimed, his frustration bubbling over. Bai Lian, having grown up in pampered luxury, had never faced a reprimand. Yao Jun's outburst shattered his calm, and he retaliated, raising his voice in indignation. "How dare you shout at me? Who do you think you are to yell at me? I only wanted to keep your fans from daydreaming about climbing into bed with you. Why are you yelling at me? Yao Jun, you better explain yourself. You assert that one must achieve great success to be worthy of my companionship. Yet your methods of doing so seem to involve consorting with directors and fans alike. Both individuals, caught in a tempest of emotions, find themselves embroiled in an inevitable quarrel. Bai Lian, with her unfiltered tongue, reveals all. The cameraman trembles with anxiety, yet out of professional integrity, maintains a remarkably steady shot. Is it truly so? Engaging in intimate relationships for resources and with fans? Am I mistaken? Is this still coherent? I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Hurry to check a certain platform. Yao Juni has even proactively arranged meetings with fans, and several have come forward with evidence. From fan to foe, their mental state appears quite stable. Damn you. Yao Jun, I shall have my revenge. Zheng Xiao, trembling, retrieves her phone to dial Director Chen. Director, our show is on the verge of chaos. The moon is full tonight, yet the stars seem sparse. Although a discussion may alleviate the tension, the incident involving Yao Jun necessitates an early closure of the live feed in the bedroom. Lu Qianan, lying in bed, is not idle. He first informs Yin Dong, then opens a certain platform to check trending topics. Yao Juni has truly made a name for herself, occupying the top 3 spots on the trending list. Yao Juni, variety show live stream private meeting with boyfriend. Yao Juni, a major player in the entertainment industry, sleeping with fans. Yao Juni, harassment of fans by both genders exposed. Scrolling through, he feels a tinge of regret. Had he not been reluctant to rely on his family background and had more time, he would have unearthed Yao Juni's tax evasion scandal. He can only hope that when her prominent fans turn against her, they will unveil the truth. After all, those who love her most understand her best, and those who know her intimately can ensure she never rises again. After perusing enough, Lu Qianan notices Mo sure is engrossed in reading, likely unaware of this sensational news. Seemingly casually, he remarks, "Brother, it seems that Senior Yao is in trouble." Senior Yao? Who? Mo sure ponders for a moment. Is it Yao Jun? Indeed. Lu Qianan slyly entices him. Brother, just open the platform and you'll see. Were it not for his impressive performances in television dramas and films, along with the honor of being a best actor, Mo sure could be considered an invisible presence in the entertainment industry. His personal platform updates occur at intervals measured in years. Initially, he garnered considerable criticism from detractors, but his fans, embodying his own laid-back demeanor, resulted in a lack of fulfillment for his critics. With numerous comments flooding in, the subject himself does not check the platform, nor do his true fans engage. As time passes, even the critics grow weary of their derision, some even adopting a similarly serene outlook and transforming into loyal fans. With no bombardment of private messages and work-related matters managed by his agent, he has become increasingly disinclined to check the platform. Thus, upon reopening it after a long absence, Mo sure is met with a deluge of unread messages, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 28, Island Arc. The plan, he intended to casually dismiss the notifications, clearing the irritating red dots, but upon viewing the latest message, he recognized a familiar name. The account, named Lu Qianan, adorned with a gleaming verification badge, could not be mistaken. It belonged to the very luminary lying beside him. Curiosity piqued, he clicked to see what the 99 messages contained. Before I could even finish reading a complete sentence, my phone received the latest message from Lu Qianan without any vibrations, sounds, or even pop-up notifications. On the 1,800th day, brother, forgive my capriciousness. I simply couldn't resist telling you. What should I tell you? My emotions surged unpredictably, an unfamiliar sensation, as if I were no longer myself. He had no desire to see the remaining half of the sentence, not the slightest inclination. Mo sure pressed the retreat button to leave the message page, opting to browse trending topics, feigning ignorance of what he had just glimpsed. Lu Qianan deleted the literary content in the dialog box, contemplating for a moment before inputting a gentler phrase, which he ultimately sent. Sleeping fans? Mo sure casually clicked on a trending topic, whispering the key phrase. It was a term not particularly familiar to him. Over the years, the number of celebrities involved with sleeping fans had dwindled, at least those exposed had become fewer, and it was increasingly rare for anyone to fall from grace due to such matters. Screenshots and videos filled the display, revealing a collective expose initiated by over 20 fans. The fans who stepped forward, both male and female, once infatuated with Yao Juni to the extent of offering their bodies, seemed to awaken suddenly, directing their ire towards him. Bai Lian even uploaded a chat log that clearly documented his relationship with Yao Juni and the latter's evasions and flattery after each encounter with sleeping fans. In the comments section of Bai Lian's revelation, there were plenty of Yao Juni's girlfriend fans hurling insults, as well as some fans blinded by loyalty, unwilling to acknowledge the truth, claiming that his chat logs were fabricated. Filled with pent-up fury, Bai Lian would not permit anyone to disbelieve him. He retaliated against every insult with crude and straightforward language, his attacks profoundly impactful, easily breaching defenses. Lu Qianan leaned in to take a glance, offering a considered explanation. The Yao family had been struggling in recent years, and forming a connection with the Bai family could only be described as a significant elevation. The Bai family did not support their youngest son's attraction to the same sex. Bai Lian, in a love-struck haze, had endured countless reprimands for Yao Juni, ultimately persuading his parents to agree to the union. Mo sure understood, his gaze upon the screen now tinged with sympathy and envy. Envy for Bai Lian's bravery and resolve, and envy for his capacity to sacrifice so much for love. Although Mo sure did not admire Bai Lian's actions, the idealistic efforts still evoked a sense of longing, much like how one might fantasize while reading a novel. Bai Lian's idealism had been harshly crushed by Yao Juni's stark reality. Contemplating this, Mo sure finished perusing a few trending topics related to Yao Juni, succinctly remarking, "He deserves the scorn." Lu Qianan raised both hands in agreement, then picked up his phone, which had been silenced, ignoring the myriad abstract comments and countless complaints sent by Bai Lian in their private messages, responding simply, "The plan is proceeding smoothly. The acting is commendable. Now we merely await the next steps." The following morning, the trending topics were still dominated by Yao Juni, albeit with a shift in content. The narrative had transformed from a scandal involving a scoundrel and sleeping fans to accusations of tax evasion and legal transgressions. In contrast, revelations about cosmetic surgeries claimed to be natural beauty had become trivial in comparison. At this juncture, fans endowed with discernment are acutely aware that within a mere span of hours, Yao Juni has transformed from a towering figure into a ruin, achieving an unprecedented level of disgrace. It appears that there shall be no filming activities today. According to Bai Lian, the Yao family has not yet relinquished their hold on Yao Juni, attempting to suppress the trending topics forcefully. However, as a second-tier celebrity, Yao Juni has stirred a considerable scandal, and with the Bai family orchestrating the publicity behind the scenes, the fallout from this incident is beyond the control of the Yao family. The trajectory of events is as anticipated. Lu Qianan feels a sense of relief, finally setting aside his phone to rise, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he greets Mo Sure, who is already attired for the day. Moments ago, Director Chun had notified that Yao Juni would withdraw from the program recording. Rarely does Mo Sure refrain from daydreaming or clinging to a book during his free time. His first utterance was to inform the late-rising Lu Qianan of the news, before Lu Qianan could respond. Mo Sure's second remark was a probing inquiry. "Does Yao Juni's situation pertain to you?" "Ah, indeed, his involvement has been uncovered. Yet, it is hardly surprising," Mo Sure, with his keen perception, naturally deduced the connection. With no pretense left to maintain, Lu Qianan looked up, his smile unwavering. "Indeed, but I merely assisted Mr. Bai in unearthing the truth about our esteemed senior Yao. Is there an issue with that, brother?" He spoke the truth. What Lu Qianan had done was simply relay Yao Juni's actions to Bai Lian, deliberately inciting him and subsequently guiding him to entice Yao Juni into a clandestine affair. There were no fabrications, nor was there an invocation of familial influence. He merely exploited the naive yet irascible Bai Lian, who, in turn, was utilizing him as well. This was a transaction aimed at eliminating a common adversary. Mo sure ought not to comprehend such dealings. Lu Qian mused as he inched closer, shifting his weight, his cheek brushing against Mo Shi's shoulder, attempting to divert his attention through playful affection. Jun Xing like the sun, and Wenhua like brocade. Mo Shi squinted slightly, the screen in his hand dimming, his words tactfully affirming Lu Qian's actions, suggesting that Yao Jun's behavior was unworthy of his name. For a brief moment, Lu Qian fell silent. He had initially felt no remorse for exposing Yao Jun, truly. Yet, Mo Shi's words of comfort had an unintended effect, causing him to reflect on the original motive behind his actions, merely a petulant reaction to Yao Jun's fondness for Mo Shi. Such a capricious and immature reason. Viewed from this perspective, it indeed seems quite unreasonable. Uncharacteristically, Lu Qian did not cling to Mo Shi, rising in silence, meticulously organizing himself, and quietly departing to witness Yao Jun leave with a sullen demeanor. Yao Jun glared at Lu Qian's innocent visage, his teeth clenched in frustration. He was not foolish. His decision to accompany Bai Lian to the hotel last night was born of verbal coercion and impulsiveness. Upon reflection, he recognized numerous inconsistencies. Even he had been unaware of the filming location prior to its commencement. Questioning why Bai Lian had appeared here and how he could seemingly understand him, yet chose to expose his actions before the cameras. To claim it was mere coincidence would be a gross understatement. When he realized someone was orchestrating the situation, the first individual that came to mind was Lu Qian. Lu Qian's animosity was glaringly apparent, manifesting in his courteous demeanor towards everyone except for him, where he unleashed scornful jibes and sarcastic remarks. While others were gently roused from slumber, his awakening was akin to a harsh concoction of ice water. The warnings from his father were cryptic, but after some contemplation, Yao Jun discerned that Lu Qian likely possessed some formidable backing. Yet, his habitual arrogance led him to dismiss this thought entirely. He was resolute in his belief that despite Lu Qian's youth, his experiences rendered him astute and influential, capable of ensnaring him in a trap. Yao Jun wagered that this matter was intricately linked to Lu Qian. Perhaps he could not rescue himself, but leveraging the Yao family's influence to drag Lu Qian down was certainly within reach. Lu Qian's expression remained impassive, and when his gaze met Yao Jun's contorted visage, he showed no signs of disturbance. The fleeting pang of guilt evaporated without a trace. Fortunately, Yao Sr. was sufficiently malicious and wicked, ensuring that he would not truly feel remorse. In Chapter 29, titled Island Episode Agreement, the individual most beleaguered by the fallout from Yao Jun's scandal was Director Chun. Although the incident involving the guest unexpectedly surged viewership, the accompanying pressure was formidable. Yao Jun's impending sentencing was a foregone conclusion, making his public appearance utterly impossible. The production team worked tirelessly overnight, meticulously censoring Yao Jun's appearances from the already edited first and second episodes, resulting in a mere mass of shifting pixels for the audience. As the trending topic occupied the top spots across various domestic platforms, the first episode of Heartfelt Journey was broadcast with great fanfare, effectively capitalizing on the momentum generated by the scandal, drawing countless viewers eager to catch a glimpse of the pixelated figure. One must concede that Lu Qian's plan was astutely devised. He had orchestrated for Dong to call during Director Chen's most frantic moment, making his invitation seem entirely natural. The day following the suspension of the live broadcast, Director Chun had already prepared everything necessary to resume filming. However, a significant issue loomed. The island segment was originally slated for 3 episodes, with 3 romantic guides planned, yet the final guide had yet to commence. Reducing the episodes would complicate the subsequent itinerary. Freed from the constraints of live broadcasting, the guest had fully embraced a vacation mindset. The 3 female guests were often missing, having ventured out together, while Mo Shi and Lu Qian were frequently inseparable, locking themselves away from interruptions. As the filming days dwindled to a mere 3, Director Chun grew anxious, eager to engage with the guests directly. He seized the rare opportunity to gather the 5 of them for a discussion on whether to reallocate teams for the final romantic guide of the island segment or to forego it entirely. Given that Heartfelt Journey was a dating show, it felt rather odd for teacher Xiaoxia to appear solo without a partner. Director Chen's words were carefully chosen. They had extended an invitation to a new guest to take Yao Juni's place, but this newcomer would only be introduced at the next travel destination. If this posed any inconvenience, canceling the last romantic guide of the island segment was also an option, albeit extending the overall filming duration by a few days. Yun Xiaoxia listened intently, nibbling at the tip of her chopsticks, her brow furrowed in distress. Most of the decisions rested upon her thoughts. Yun Xiaoxia was reluctant to prolong the shooting schedule, fearing it would disrupt the work of others, and she did not wish to insert herself between the two other teams. Although she had been spending these past 2 days in close company with the Jiang sisters, she sensed that Jiang too was not particularly keen on her accompanying them. To be more precise, it seemed Jiang did not wish for her to join. As for the other team, Yun Xiaoxia discreetly observed them and noted one gazing coldly at Director Chen while the other cast a romantic glance at Mo Shi. Perhaps it was best to refrain from joining them altogether, just as she was about to make her choice. The gentleman with the affectionate demeanor exchanged a brief glance with Mo Shi and decisively interrupted Yun Xiaoxia as contemplation. If Sister Xia doesn't mind, you could join us. Mo Shi nodded in agreement. It would certainly be more convenient than altering the arrangements. Was it truly possible? After a brief discussion among the three, there were no objections, and the decision was firmly made. The live broadcast would resume tomorrow morning. Upon returning to her bedroom, Mo Shi relaxed, falling back onto the bed in silence, reluctant to move. During the 2 days of their break, Lu Qian hardly ever saw Mo Shi leave the bed or chair, and he had grown quite accustomed to it. Without a second thought, he leaped onto the bed beside Mo Shi. The affectionate creature, his voice sticky as if coated in sugar, inquired, "Brother, don't you get tired lying down all day? Wouldn't exercising be more exhausting?" Mo Shi, coming back to his senses and fearing he might dirty the bed, swiftly turned over and climbed up, grabbing Lu Qian's wrist, urging him to rise. Their conversation made Mo Shi feel like a damp recluse, while Lu Qian resembled a bright, thriving socialite. Although this observation seemed somewhat inconsequential, after all, according to fan statistics, he worked 280 days out of the year, spending the remaining time cooped up at home, avoiding all unnecessary social interactions. After a 3-week hiatus, he would soon return to filming. Lu Qian, who had just gotten up, stood directly in front of him for a brief moment before extending his long arms to encircle Mo Shi's waist, resting his head on his shoulder as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He casually posed a question: "Why does brother want Sister Xia to join us?" His dependent posture resembled that of a charming, delicate creature, if one overlooked his towering height of nearly 2 meters and his more robust physique. Mo Shi had indeed contemplated 2 aspects. The first was that the guests were generally busy with their work, and extending the shooting time might disrupt their schedules. The second was that he simply could not bear the psychological pressure of being alone with Lu Qian. The temptation was overwhelming, yet he had to suppress his feelings, which was utterly excruciating. Experiencing the world as a duo with Lu Qian would undoubtedly lead to his heart racing and his mind spiraling. His cheeks felt as though they might ignite, and Mo Shi raised his hand to cover Lu Qian's gaze, only briefly articulating the first reason. Unfortunately, Lu Qian, being adept at self-persuasion, nuzzled against Mo Shi's palm before lifting his face, his eyes sparkling like stars. Is brother showing concern for others? How about showing some concern for me as well? Concern? Could such a perfunctory reason actually be interpreted as care? Mo Shi was plagued by self-doubt regarding his proficiency in verbal expression. However, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Lu Qian anxiously reiterated his previous statement. "Brother, could you show me some concern?" It was quite endearing for a man in his 20s to exhibit such charm. After a brief internal struggle, Mo Shi capitulated after 3 seconds, responding affirmatively before turning away from Lu Qian, feigning busyness. He was uncertain how to express care, particularly in such a contrived scenario. Evading the situation seemed the most prudent course of action when one felt utterly at a loss. Typically, an observant person would refrain from further pursuit, and Lu Qian certainly belonged to that discerning category. Yet, he chose to deviate from the norm, perhaps confident that Mo she would not firmly reject him over trivial matters. And pressed on, "Is there a way for my brother to show concern that you would find acceptable?" Came the almost inaudible response from Mo she, who did not lift his gaze, but was nonetheless curious about what Lu Qian might desire. Lu Qian reclined in his chair, allowing it to spin around, the ceiling revolving before him until dizziness compelled him to halt, accompanied by a wistful sigh. "I do not know what I want." Lu Qian did not lack affection. He had never needed to seek care from others. He was capable of loving and graciously accepting kindness. Yet when tasked with contemplating the manner in which he desired to be cared for, he found himself at a loss. It was not a lack of yearning. Lu Qian longed for Mo she to occasionally embrace him or kiss him. However, to demand such intimacy under the guise of concern seemed, even to him, rather shameless. He believed that as long as he waited for Mo she to love him openly, such intimacies would naturally ensue. He was patient, willing to wait. Thus, Lu Qian did not dwell on his uncertainty. What should I do? May I reserve a wish opportunity for later, when I have made up my mind?" Mo she regarded Lu Qian as a somewhat immature child, and, naturally, perceived this so-called wish opportunity as a playful means to entertain him, responding without hesitation. "Let us make a pinky promise. Brother must not forget." Mo she, with a hint of exasperation, extended his pinky to intertwine with Lu Qian's, shaking it lightly. His tone remained cool and piercing, yet imbued with a tenderness he was unaware of. It will remain unchanged for 100 years. Chapter 30, Island Adventure. My source of joy has finally returned. Do you have any idea how I endured the 2 days without a live broadcast? I lost 3 whole pounds. 3 pounds. YJY truly is a man of significant mischief, pure malice. What progress has your relationship made in secret? Share it promptly. The third item on the list of romantic guidelines necessitated group activities. One group was tasked with preparing for the firework display on the eastern beach of the island, while another was to head north to a village for public service outreach, reconvening in the evening. Originally, the public service efforts were to be managed by 4 individuals. But with Yao Jun absent, the itinerary would become considerably busier. "If it proves too troublesome, I can handle it alone," Lu Qian remarked, scrutinizing the map attached to the task card. Considering the time constraints, Director Chun initially intended to transport them directly to their assignment. Lu Qian pondered deeply and sincerely inquired, "The Heart Journey is indeed a dating reality show, correct?" Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently triggered a sensitive subject. Lu Qian, who usually exuded a friendly demeanor, suddenly became sharp-tongued and articulate, discussing everything from the program's original intent to future trends. Director Chun was momentarily taken aback, deciding to grant the 3 guests some space to navigate their own paths. Lu Qian had initially intended to use this opportunity to get closer to Mo Sure while searching for tasks. It was supposed to unfold that way. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Lu Qian was convinced that Mo Sure was avoiding him. The most evident sign was that, despite the 3 of them walking together, he insisted on placing Yun Xiangxia between them. It was rather impolite, yet he felt that any presence between them served as a buffer. With a tinge of guilt, Lu Qian harbored this thought. Caught between 2 tall men, Yun Xiangxia felt as if she were the central part of a concave shape. The height disparity was rather pronounced. She tiptoed to minimize the difference in stature and inquired, "Is this direction correct?" Lu Qian calmly closed the map and responded, "Indeed, it's the right way. Just walk straight for 3 or 4 minutes. Xiaoji, are you tired?" "Not quite yet." Yun Xiangxia puffed out her cheeks, lowering the brim of her sun hat. Though she did feel the heat, a shadow fell over her, enveloping her snugly. The 2 conversing were startled, one looking up and the other turning back, only to find that Mo Sure had just requested a sunshade from the production team. "Here you go," Mo Sure said, handing the umbrella to Yun Xiangxia. Casting a slightly reproachful glance at Lu Qian, "The girl has delicate skin. She could easily get sunburned." The reproach was palpable, and Lu Qian realized that his intentions had been laid bare. Fortunately, he had a strong mindset. He managed to maintain a facade of nonchalance, even going so far as to grasp Mo Sure's wrist and pull him back a step. "Brother, it's inconvenient for Xiaojie to hold the umbrella. let us walk behind. Montakshi, Yun Xiangxia, as if tasked with a significant responsibility, solemnly flashed a peace sign at the two. Don't worry, I'll remember. Just walk straight for 3 or 4 minutes. Montakshi. Thus, the scene transformed into 2 tall men trailing behind a single umbrella. Montakshi, suppressing his curiosity, furrowed his brow and directly addressed Lu Qian. Why do you oppose the production team's plan? A rhetorical question, Lu Qian thought with a suppressed smile. Ultimately refraining from laughter, bowing his head in mock contrition. I was simply considering the need for program dynamics. Meanwhile, Yun Xiangxia, bouncing along like a kindergarten child 2 meters ahead, was oblivious to their conversation, but the viewers in the live stream heard every word clearly. Sore. But the déjà vu is so strong. It feels like parents bringing their child along. Chi-Chi, you're such a tease. Is that adorable voice really coming from a full-grown man? Dude, you look like a henpecked husband. Well, the idea of a male sister-in-law is rather progressive, to say the least. What sister-in-law? Lu Qian's mom fans account for 65, not just talk. He is clearly the son-in-law here. The daughter, accompanied by her flirtatious parents, safely arrived at the task location. An elderly person sitting in the sun by the door brightened upon seeing them, leaning on a cane to greet them, babbling a lengthy string of English. Yin Xiangxia froze. Oh no, she couldn't understand. At the tender age of 16, Yin Xiaoxia found herself enamored with English, a passion ignited by the allure of a language spoken by someone a year her senior. However, she soon conceded defeat, realizing that a forced affection could yield no fruitful outcome. Resolute in her aspirations of becoming an artist, she whimsically signed with an entertainment company, casting her English studies aside. Previously, she had relied on Yao Juni as a translator, but now faced the challenge of deciphering English laced with a thick island accent. A lengthy sentence struck her like a thunderclap, leaving her head buzzing in confusion. In her moment of distress, Lu Qian arrived to rescue her. Having ended his conversation with Mo, sure. His command of English was impeccable, marked by a refined British accent reminiscent of the elites portrayed in films. Montakshi, who had diligently studied English for acting purposes, had acquired a level of proficiency sufficient for everyday communication. As he listened to the elderly gentleman's enthusiastic praises of Lu Qian, a mix of joy and an unsettling emptiness washed over him. The more he interacted with Lu Qian, the more he perceived his exceptional nature. Lu Qian seemed incapable of faltering, effortlessly mastering what others found challenging. His near perfection incited doubts about his very existence, both in talent and temperament. Each time Mo sure witnessed Lu Qian's brilliance, he felt the chasm between them widening. Struggling to integrate into society, he pondered how he could possibly catch up with Lu Qian. Suddenly, Lu Qian's voice drew near, accompanied by a weight upon Mo's shoulder. When he lifted his gaze, he met Lu Qian's cheerful smile. After a brief pause, he replied, "Nothing much. Just now, Grandpa James inquired about our relationship. I described it as a situationship. What do you think?" The term situationship implied an ambiguous connection, typically denoting a relationship without a clear definition. Mosher couldn't suppress a breath, lowering his voice to add, "Not much." The audience, overhearing this exchange, might have murmured in intrigue, yet Mosher was assured they would not disclose it. Without outright rejecting the term, was this a successful probe? Lu Qian blinked, suppressing the urge to shower Mosher with affection, his grip on Mosher loosening slightly. Meanwhile, the audience lamented in the live stream. What secrets are these two whispering that I, as an SVIP member, cannot hear? With a shiver of trepidation, another viewer noted, Chi-Chi has never claimed he and Mo Cat aren't dating. Another chimed in, I was born, and Xia is my sister, right? And yet another playfully urged, why not kiss for us? We would love to see your sweet moments, always as if you were conjoined twins. Amidst the audience's clamor, the two main characters resumed their normal social distance. The trio followed Grandpa James to the coffee garden, a communal endeavor by the villagers. The moment James began discussing coffee, his enthusiasm surged, and he spoke at length, with Lu Qian serving as his human translator, relaying each segment for Yun Xiaoxia and a portion of the audience, who regarded him with newfound admiration. In the coffee plantation, Kona coffee is cultivated, with the harvest season spanning from late August to January of the following year. The fruits are picked in batches and processed into coffee beans. Nearby, there's likely a volcanic crater. Lu Qian, unfamiliar with coffee, lacks the comprehensive understanding one would desire, occasionally contributing a few words, but it is rare. The yield of Kona coffee has been dwindling. However, what troubles Grandpa James and others is the sales channel. As Lu Qian crouched down, he discovered the ground was indeed rich volcanic ash soil. The cultivation of Kona coffee has traditionally been family-run, yielding low output and demanding significant time and effort, leading to a growing reluctance among the youth to engage in coffee farming. Some aspire to achieve full mechanization. Others seek alternative employment, while many simply leave the island for other locales. The area of the coffee plantation is gradually diminishing. Most critically, ordinary growers like Grandpa James are entirely unaware of the exorbitant value of Kona coffee. Lacking marketing and export channels, they can only sell their coffee beans at a low price to wholesalers. With meager earnings, fewer individuals are inclined to cultivate coffee, resulting in even lower production. Had it not been for the Heartfelt Journey organization recognizing this predicament, a vicious cycle would have continued indefinitely. What are we to do? Yin Xiaoxia inquired, taking a red coffee cherry from Grandpa James, curiously biting into it, discovering its pleasantly sweet and sour flavor. Grandpa James chuckled, his face crinkling with joy as he observed Yin Xiaoxia's surprise. She gave a thumbs up, clumsily praising in her broken English him, very, very yummy. Seeing a celebrity with similar English skills reassured me. Why is my English poor? Because she is kind. The chaotic formula above deducts points. So how exactly should they promote it? I'm curious. Chapter 31. Island Preparation. The islanders are traditionally warm and hospitable. James showed them around the coffee plantation and demonstrated the processing area for coffee cherries. The freshly sun-dried coffee beans exuded a warm, sunlit aroma. He scooped a small handful into his palm, allowing them to slip through his fingers, producing a soft sound. The quality is exceptional, and the market price is undoubtedly high. During his university years, Lu Qian had studied marketing strategies, although he had never applied them in practice. However, with the assistance of the three prominent figures, any deficiencies could be addressed. Grandpa James insisted on inviting them to taste Kona coffee, and, as they entered the house, he began grinding the coffee beans to brew, leaving the trio to devise a plan. I have a preliminary idea, Lu Qian said, requesting paper and pen from the crew, recording his thoughts as he spoke. Firstly, they must define their objective to expand the coffee sales channel, ensuring it remains long-term and stable. They should establish a brand and open a shop in the tourist area. Mo sure glanced at Lu Qian's hasty handwriting, remarking that with his influence, accomplishing this should be relatively straightforward. Yin Xiaoxia lifted her head from the table, feeling a bit bewildered. Despite it being a discussion among three individuals, she struggled to comprehend their conversation. Nonetheless, it sounded remarkably impressive. Quietly, she slipped a sugar cube into her mouth, gazing at them with admiration. The sense of parenting has returned, and we, the Heartfelt Journey, are a family of three. Xia, the sweet and somewhat silly character, embodies her persona quite well, as it is indeed an accurate reflection of her true self. It is only natural for an art student like her to be unfamiliar with certain concepts. Understanding them would surely be unexpected. I refuse to believe that anyone remains unaware that Chi-Chi is studying finance at a prestigious university, excelling in a top-tier program. At this moment, the finance major is diligently recalling the lectures attended and the books read, yet he finds no interest in those troublesome matters. His decision to study finance is merely a strategic choice, contemplating a future in which he will step back from the limelight. With a younger brother at home, relying solely on the eldest sibling is utterly insufficient to uphold the vast family enterprise. Once their father fully retires, he will inevitably withdraw from the scene to inherit the company. While this may sound like a fantasy narrative, it is anything but delightful. It has little to do with dreams. Rather, it feels indistinguishable from becoming a mere cog in the corporate machine. The ordinary employee toils for their boss, while he labors for his elders and elder brother. Concerned that Mo Shi and Yin Xiaxia may not recognize him, His handwriting transitions from hasty scrawls to neat script, filling nearly an entire sheet of paper. As the rich aroma of coffee envelopes the room, he sets down his pen and lays the paper flat on the table for the others to see. Today, we shall undertake the first step of promotion. I have the means to provide the resources necessary for establishing the brand in the future. Yun Xiaxia's eyes widen as she attempts to decipher the flamboyant yet illegible letters at the beginning. Lu Qian clears his throat. Essentially, it will be treated as an advertisement shoot. I can do that. It's my forte. Lu Qian and Yun Xiaxia are certainly experienced in advertising, while Mo sure has hardly engaged in such endeavors. Meeting their inquisitive gazes, he calmly states, I have acted before. It will be no issue. While Mo sure, the renowned actor, possesses a unique charm that aligns with stereotypes. He indeed has experience, having won a Best Supporting Actor award for a particular film, which adds a touch of humor to the situation. How could one convey to them that regardless of how the advertisement fares, we would inevitably indulge in passionate consumption? As the trio immerse themselves in marketing with utmost enthusiasm, the Zhang sisters remain busy. The island's fireworks festival occurs approximately every 3 months, becoming more frequent during the peak tourist season. The locals embrace the fireworks display as a means of expressing their hopes for happiness and prosperity, treating it as a significant event, thus necessitating extensive preparations. Jiang Tu and Jiang Mei, one a delicate flower, rarely leaving home or engaging in physical activity, and the other, though maintaining a slender figure through fitness, is clearly not suited for lifting heavy objects. They were assigned to collaborate with local girls in arranging the venue decorations. Jiang Mei, having navigated social circles for over a decade, quickly established rapport with the other girls thanks to her graceful demeanor. Jiang Tu, on the other hand, refrains from engaging with others, inflating a balloon while her gaze remains fixed on Jiang Mei's radiant smile. So vibrant, powerful, and dazzling, it could effortlessly dominate the barren landscape of her youth, perhaps compelling her to dedicate her insignificant life in pursuit of it. Jiang Tu yearns to become closer to Jiang Mei. Bang! The balloon, overinflated with excessive gas, transformed from a plump, round entity into a pitiful, fragmented remnant of rubber. It was a disheartening sight. Startled by the sound of the explosion, Jiang Mei instinctively turned her head to locate its source and found Jiang Tu bending down to retrieve the shattered balloon from the ground. She was then taken aback by the gaze that Jiang Tu revealed as she lifted her head. The doe-like eyes, already shimmering with tears, glistened as if they were reflecting the gentle rain of the plum season, encircled by a reddened hue that suggested a profound sense of grievance. Are you all right? In that moment of burgeoning compassion for Jiang Tu, Jiang Mei regretted her words, wishing she could retract them, but alas, once spoken, they could not be taken back. She could only watch helplessly as Jiang Tu wiped away her tears, offering a shy and tender smile that seemed almost surreal. It's all right, sister. I'm just a little scared. The remnants of the broken balloon lay tightly clasped in Jiang Tu's palm, as if what she held was not merely a small piece of rubber, but a fragment of her own youth that felt both distant and near. It was her fragile pride that had been pierced by the final straw, reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Look, there's still this. Jiang Mei rummaged through a small bag on the table, retrieving a new balloon and handing it to Jiang Tu with a teasing tone, yet her voice was gentle. Look at you, so helpless, crying over a balloon. If it weren't for the Jiang family, you have been bullied to death. Jiang Tu joyfully accepted the balloon, this time carefully controlling the amount of air, securing the pink balloon with precision, tying it snugly with a ribbon to hang from the eaves. It was Jiang Mei who gifted her the new balloon, as she always had. Jiang Tu had once doubted the existence of redemption in the world, let alone that she could be a recipient of such grace. Yet Jiang Mei appeared like a savior. It turned out that unforgettable moments were not confined to the pages of novels. Thus, she cherished her roses immensely today. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. Jiang Mei, accustomed to spritzing a bit of perfume, suddenly closed the distance, enveloping the air with a delicate fragrance. A bouquet of roses from the Fumar family. The name of the perfume flashed in Jiang Tu's mind, the scent of roses intertwined with hints of red wine, intoxicating her almost immediately. So much so that she unwittingly disregarded Jiang Mei's urgings, stammering in front of her sister's captivating face. She mustered the courage to voice her innermost feelings. "Sister, do you know that I—" The sunlight, slanting and golden, cast a warm glow on their faces, causing both sisters to blush. Jiang Tu's secret felt akin to the rosy flush on her cheeks. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Jiang Mei chuckled dryly, stepping back slightly, reminding her that their task was not yet complete and that they should refrain from frivolous chatter. Fortunately, the surrounding onlookers could not comprehend Chinese. They only noticed the sisters exchanging a few whispers before abruptly parting, their expressions suddenly becoming somewhat awkward as they hastened their decorative efforts. Those who understood, however, were utterly shocked. "Well, that was quite clear, wasn't it? I'm not imagining things, am I? My products have come alive, haha." The floral team is also standing up. "I don't understand, and I don't respect. Am I the only one who finds this exceedingly X?" "Yes, only you think so." Respecting the nuances of misunderstanding, it is evident that not everyone is reliant on the whims of popularity. The dynamics of relationships should not be swayed by the clamor of the masses. In a live broadcast, the sole victim, Director Chun, appeared visibly distressed amid the tumultuous exchanges. This was the first group to candidly express their sentiments before an audience of 100,000, and perhaps the only pair that might not encounter a broadcasting mishap. Such incidents are to be fervently avoided. Chapter 32, Island Episode, Mediation. The progress of promotional marketing has exceeded expectations, unfolding with surprising ease. As the trio arrived at the beach where the fireworks gala was held, a crimson sun lingered on the horizon. Upon seeing Lu Qianan, Jiang Tu, who had previously seemed lifeless, revived instantly. Without a second thought, she apologized to the cameraman and rushed to grasp Lu Qianan's arm. In a good mood, Lu Qianan did not mind her impulsive gesture and waved to Mo Sure, saying, "Sister Tu wishes to discuss something with me. You may take a break, brother." Mo Sure scrutinized him for a few moments, seemingly ensuring that Lu Qianan was not in any peril, before stepping away to grant them space. "What is the matter?" Lu Qianan smiled as he watched Mo Sure depart, but soon his expression shifted, concealing his amusement. Jiang Tu, without preamble, paid her utmost respect. "How was your date today?" "Quite pleasant. With Sister Xia's presence, Shurge seems more at ease than before." Lu Qianan reflected on the day's events, a smile creeping back to his lips. Jiang Tu, whose heart felt like ashes, responded with vacant eyes, "Oh, that's wonderful. Unlike me, I feel as though I am on the brink of death." "What has your sister done to you?" Lu Qianan inquired. Jiang Tu frequently lamented her impending demise, often attributing it to her sister's actions. After years of friendship, Lu Qianan had grown accustomed to her dramatics. After all, it was this very dynamic that had forged their bond. If Mo Sure were as callous towards him as Jiang Tu described, Lu Qianan's own heartbreak would surpass hers. The one who falls first is pitiable, and the one who harbors unrequited love is even more so. But Lu Qianan felt the most sorrow for those who silently acknowledge their plight while the object of their affection remains blissfully unaware, much like Jiang Tu and himself. "I've let it slip," Jiang Tu lamented. "I feel as though I am about to be cast out of my home and never see my sister again. If that were to happen, I would surely perish instantly." Such heavy sentiments weighed on him. Lu Qianan envisioned a scenario in which he was forcibly separated from Mo Sure, never to reunite. Indeed, that would be unbearable. "Have you been secretly skipping meals again?" Jiang Tu questioned him with hollow eyes, resembling a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of despair, capable of devouring 20 children in one breath. Lu Qianan maintained his unwavering smile in the face of her inquiry. "If you keep this up, I shall cease to assist you." Despite the language barrier, Yun Xiaoxia, equipped with her social prowess, managed to engage in conversation with several young women through gestures and expressions. Observing her joy, Mo Sure felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Prior to this day, he had been indifferent to all guests except Lu Qianan, as he had little inclination to converse with others, limiting his interactions to mundane exchanges. However, after spending a day in their company, he found himself harboring a newfound fondness for Yun Xiaoxia. Yun Xiaxia is a girl who can only flourish in a perfect and blissful family. Her innocence and vivacity bordering on naivety, easily evoking the protective instincts of others. A rarity in the entertainment industry. Mo, sure, avoiding the camera, casually found a place to sit. Before him, the waves danced with the wind, shattering the sunset. As the azure sea mingled with hues of orange and pink, naturally adorned with a warm filter. The tide was slowly receding. The sound of footsteps upon the sandy shore was nearly imperceptible as Jiang Mei settled onto the chair beside him. Only then did Mo sure notice her presence. It was indeed peculiar. Although the audience believed the two to be exceptionally well-matched and visually appealing together, they had scarcely interacted. Naturally, Mo sure would not initiate conversation with someone he was unfamiliar with, preferring instead to gaze upon the sea. Jiang Mei spoke first. "Teacher Mo, is there something you need?" Mo sure inquired cautiously, not wishing to engage in idle chatter, yet Jiang Mei appeared to be in desperate need of sharing a few words with someone. Perhaps she did not care who it was, Mo sure thought. Listening was all that mattered. "If Teacher Mo," Jiang Mei began, tucking her legs beneath her and resting her chin on her knees, an embodiment of both confusion and melancholy, were to suddenly receive a confession of love. Mo sure caught the key phrase, raising an eyebrow slightly. Though his expression remained unchanged, he looked earnestly at Jiang Mei. "It depends on who is confessing." Jiang Mei pushed, searching her mind for someone with whom Mo sure shared a sufficiently close relationship, someone to serve as a benchmark. The answer was singular. "For instance, let us say Lu Qian confesses to you. Teacher Mo, how would you respond?" His heart seemed to skip a beat, then raced wildly. Mo sure was uncertain if his voice trembled from apprehension as he retorted, "Who do you mean?" Jiang Mei repeated the name, adding, "No offense intended. I merely feel you're good friends, the kind that could be considered like brothers." Thankfully, his sordid and filthy feelings had not been unveiled. In an instant, a wave of relief washed over him, and Mo sure regained his typically tranquil demeanor. He began to imagine Lu Qian's confession. In Montag Shis Perception, Lu Qian had only just graduated from university and was a playful creature who, after requesting a kiss, might find himself so flustered that he couldn't sleep. How could anyone see him as anything but innocent and harmless? If Lu Qian were to confess, he would likely blush and stammer, yet obediently whisper, "I really like you." The more Mo sure pondered, the more he felt dismal. The confession from this fellow would inevitably make one unable to resist saying yes. 20 meters away, Lu Qian was strategizing with the architect of the confession incident, blissfully unaware that he had just been subjected to a rather terrifying out-of-character moment in Mo sure's imagination. Reason prevailed. After a brief internal struggle, Mo sure lowered his gaze, uttering words that held true sentiments from someone who would never reveal their true thoughts even to a psychologist. "I would reject him, tell him there's no possibility for us, and then maintain my distance, evade." The words spoken were akin to a blade cutting into the speaker's own heart. His habitual indifference was as solid as a fortress, without a chink in its armor. Jiang Mei buried her face within the small space formed by her arms and knees. Then, must one continue to evade? She found it difficult to comprehend Jiang Tu's perplexing behaviors, such as insisting she remain in the Jiang family and behaving excessively intimate towards her. Yet, she bore no animosity towards Jiang Tu as an individual. The elders of the Jiang family held a patriarchal view, treating her merely as a pawn in a marriage alliance, a tool to pave the way for her younger brother's future inheritance of the family business. Her younger brother, having been spoiled throughout his upbringing, epitomized the essence of a mischievous child, arrogant and self-important, viewing her as nothing more than a servant. Only Jiang Tu approached her in the most foolish manner, clumsily attempting to forge a bond with her, a gesture that bordered on obsequiousness. If she were to distance herself from Jiang Tu, she would find herself utterly isolated within her own home. At least, that was what she would do. Mo sure's life had been a desolate void for over 20 years. Devoid of the need for anyone to bring vitality into it, she never required such. Rather than dragging her beloved into the turmoil of public scorn due to orientation issues, it would be preferable to bury the seeds of love in an impenetrable darkness, allowing them to decay, in solitude. Rejecting the person she cherished would undoubtedly bring immense pain, leaving narrow scars that appear merely as fine lines on the surface, known only to herself, where the wounds run deep enough to reveal bone. Yet, if she could find a secluded place to repeatedly tend to her wounds and acclimate to the pain, she would eventually heal. As the sky darkened amidst their sporadic conversation, night descended, enveloping them like deep blue velvet adorned with diamonds. Lucian emerged unexpectedly, smiling at Mo Sure. The fireworks show is about to begin, brother. Shall we take a look? Sister Xia has been enjoying it for quite a while. Jiang too followed closely behind Lucian, hand in hand, unable to meet Jiang Mei's gaze. Mo Sure sluggishly sensed something amiss. Lucian, guessing they had been seated for nearly an hour and must have exchanged some words, seized Mo Sure's hand assertively yet gently, pulling him towards the light. The two left behind shared the same unspoken thoughts, remaining silent. Chapter 33. Island Fireworks. The filming tasks for the day were nearly complete, and thus the live broadcast had relaxed, without interference or management of the guests. It sufficed to capture moments of everyone watching the fireworks to compile into a cohesive segment, marking the island journey as a peaceful conclusion. Yun Xiaxia and the others were engrossed in games, forging new friendships, linking arms, and chatting animatedly in their self-invented sign language. The atmosphere was particularly vibrant and lively. The surrounding chatter overwhelmed Mo Sure, rendering it nearly impossible to discern what Lucian was saying. He was eager to validate the persistent thoughts swirling in his mind. And as he paused his hurried steps, he anxiously tugged at Lucian. Lucian understood his intent, grabbed 2 bundles of fairy wand prepared by the production team, and squeezed in the camera frame, grinning as he playfully informed the audience. I'm off to have a rendezvous with Shurji. Don't be envious. The audience responded enthusiastically. They discovered a tranquil, deserted beach, illuminated solely by the moonlight and starlight reflecting upon the water, save for the flashlight that Lucian had brought along. Settling cross-legged on the sand, Lucian hummed a disjointed melody, unwrapping a sparkler and offering one to Mo Sure. Unmoved by Lucian's joy, Mo Sure accepted it, pinching it between his fingers without igniting it. He glanced around the beach, feeling no aversion, and chose to sit beside Lucian. As Lucian removed his jacket, intending to offer it to Mo Sure, he hesitated mid-air, recalling Mo Sure's persistent fastidiousness. Brother, don't you find this dirty? It seemed he was treating Mo Sure as if he were overly delicate. After a moment of silence, Mo Sure decided to shift the conversation and spoke candidly. Is it truly Jiang too who did that? Donning the aesthetically pleasing yet impractical jacket, Lucian fumbled for his lighter, attempting to ignite the sparkler while casually affirming, yes. And he said it in front of an audience. It's likely to trend soon. I wonder how it will be dealt with afterward. Accompanied by a soft, crackling sound, sparks erupted, illuminating the darkness with bright, fleeting glimmers. The light reflected in his eyes as he excitedly waved the sparker, exuding a childlike exuberance that, though seemingly mismatched for his age, suited him remarkably well. The ephemeral sparks quickly faded into the darkness, and once a sparkler extinguished, Mo Sure heard Lucian's voice again, low yet gentle, as soothing as a warm mist, almost swept away by the evening breeze. Brother, do you think such thoughts are revolting? The thoughts he referred to were presumably those of love. Mo Sure sensed the peculiarity in his tone and, trusting Lucian, pondered little on it. I would be surprised. But love, in any form, is not revolting. Lucian paused, then burst into laughter. Brother, how naive you are. I'm at a loss for how to proceed. His radiant smile, under the moonlight, revealed the truth of his feelings. Many profess love, yet leave pain in their wake. Is that not revolting? Just like me? Lucian silently added. Without sufficient self-control or proper guidance, he could act out of his obsession and possessiveness over Mo Sure, resulting in terrifying actions. He certainly would. Coercion, confinement, harm. In his most unstable state, he had even contemplated that Mo Sure's pathological solitude could intertwine with his own intense desire for possession. Believing that only by imprisoning Mo Sure could they both find satisfaction, Isolating him from the outside world would bring him happiness. Lu Qian spent considerable time learning to control himself, to sheath his thorns, and to gently entice Mo Shi with the softest of approaches. Love, too, can be sinful. He understood this all too well. Mo Shi picked up the lighter that lay between them, igniting the slender stick he had held for a considerable time. As sparks erupted, he relinquished his silence. Such fervent, grand, yet ephemeral emotions cannot be deemed love. Against the backdrop of boundless darkness, the brilliance of this fleeting firework was insignificant, extinguished swiftly in the cooling night breeze. I perceive it merely as desire. True love should resemble the gentle sunlight of early spring, enduring and soft, not easily extinguished. Even in the face of rainy days, the sun remained steadfast. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, his words clumsy and awkward, as if speaking required immense effort. Finally, with a sigh, he sealed his lips. This evening, Lu Qian was unusually reticent. He did not counter Mo Shi's words or express his own views. They sat side by side, igniting firework after firework. The temperature had dropped significantly since daytime, becoming somewhat chilly. The flickering luminescence of the sparklers made Mo Shi feel drowsy, and he inadvertently began to relax, resting his chin in the crook of his arm and instinctively curling his body inward. In such moments, romance should blossom. The first firework shattered the tranquility of a night, breathtakingly beautiful. Years later, Mo Shi would still recall that firework blooming in the sky. It was a brilliant pink, resplendent as a dream. Even from a distance, the sounds of celebration reached their ears. The instant the firework display commenced, the starry night sky illuminated, and Lu Qian, with an audacity that defied reason, enveloped Mo Shi in an embrace, drawing their distance to nothing. Lu Qian seemed effortlessly adept at navigating every situation, including flirtation. His gaze bore no tumultuous waves, only a gentle drizzle, soft enough to dissolve the very marrow of one's bones. Mo Shi was taken aback by his sudden intimacy. Yet in the next moment, he was ensnared by Lu Qian's gaze, failing to push him away. Instead, he languidly raised his eyes, slightly disturbed from his drowsiness. He possessed an air of aloofness, his eyes cold and sharp. Devoid of any emotion, he exuded an aura of dominance that was dauntingly inaccessible. "I want to kiss you." The sounds of fireworks intertwined with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Lu Qian concealed his aggression, softening his voice as he implored him. "There are no cameras here, no audience." No cameras, no audience. It was as if a lock had begun to loosen, and Mo Shi belatedly realized he was not performing. He was simply being himself. What constitutes the self, he pondered. Dazed, Mo Shi asked another dazed version of himself. "Do you want to kiss Lu Qian?" "Yes." The first kiss landed gently on his forehead, followed by the corners of his eyes, his cheeks, and finally his lips. As the firework display concluded and the last remnants of light faded into the serene darkness, Lu Qian lightly nipped at Mo Shi's Adam's apple, so delicately that it left no trace, only a fleeting sensation of tingling, as ephemeral as a dream. In Chapter 34, Island Chapter of Hidden Affection, some embraced and kissed against the vibrant backdrop of fireworks, while others remained silent amidst the jubilant atmosphere. Sister Jiang, too, her face pale and timid, called out, her hands, marked with faint scars from years past, clasped together, gripping her skirt, crumpling the chiffon fabric into a wrinkled mess. A sorrowful childhood can inflict irreversible damage that lingers throughout one's life. Such is the case with Jiang Tu, whose submissive demeanor during her first 15 years is etched deep within her being. She dares not entertain the notion of sharing the same world as Jiang Mei. Jiang Tu instinctively finds solace in the beautiful dreams she weaves for herself. Regrettably, she erred by confessing her distorted feelings. The sister she is bound to by name is on the verge of tears, while the sister she acknowledges reflects on memories from a decade past. Jiang Tu's state upon returning to the Jiang family mirrors her current self, with her head bowed, a slight hunch in her back, and her hands persistently wringing the unfortunate fabric she holds, her voice barely audible. She has grown taller, Jiang Mei muses, and has become far more beautiful, possessing at least a bit of flesh, no longer the frail child who could barely fill her clothes. The Jiang family has embraced their new daughter. In Jiang, Mei has also reluctantly accepted her sister, feeling a sense of satisfaction with the current state of affairs. Yet, why must Jiang too disrupt the equilibrium of her life? Why must she continually affect her mood? Jiang Mei furrows her brow, a surge of unnamed anger rising within her. As an inevitable stepping stone for the heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Mei has acquired a wealth of knowledge. She is adept at negotiating favorable terms with partners, can navigate social gatherings with grace, and has even graced the runway as a world-renowned model. Love, however, is a realm she has never ventured into. Affection is for socializing. Socializing leads to marriage, and marriage is a means of mutual exploitation. Thus, the sentiment of liking someone bears no distinction from a contractual agreement, or so Jiang Mei believes. She does not perceive the need for a contract between herself and Jiang too. The complex emotions surge forth, a chaotic blend of confusion and fury. Nevertheless, Jiang Mei recalls Mo.'s words and promptly resolves to respond to Jiang Tu's veiled confession according to a prescribed template. She forces herself to regain composure. Adopting the tone of the esteemed actor Mo, "I'm sorry, Jiang Tuesday. It would be best if we regarded each other solely as sisters. Let us forget this matter." Jiang Tu silently repeats the principle of retreat as a means of advancement, as emphasized by Lu Qian, concealing her burgeoning emotions and slowly nodding in agreement. Neither party wishes to delve deeply into this unexpected incident. Maintaining a semblance of peace is of utmost importance. Just as Jiang Mei exhales in relief, her anxiety resurfaces. The heat surrounding the Heart Journey livestream is exceedingly high. This matter will probably trend on social media. The only way to quell the uproar is to contact your father. Her relationship with Jiang's father has never been particularly close, and since Jiang Tu's return home, their rapport has soured, resembling a mere business transaction. The number stored in her contacts has gone uncalled for 6 months. Jiang Tu is acutely aware of Jiang Mei's predicament and hesitantly interrupts her sister's musings, her gaze resolute. "Leave this matter to me. Sister, let's go watch the fireworks." "You?" Jiang Mei raises an eyebrow, skepticism written all over her face. Yet she genuinely relinquishes the thought of contacting their father. "Are you serious?" Jiang Tu sits beside her sister, responding with a simple affirmation, her eyes turned skyward. Her irises are a deep shade, nearly pitch black, reminiscent of a moonless night, reflecting not even the brilliance of the fireworks. Lu Qian feels as though he has truly drawn the short straw. The clandestine rendezvous with Mo was blissfully delightful, akin to bubbling over with joy. However, upon returning to the vacation home and unlocking his phone, a deluge of notifications left him momentarily speechless. Jiang Tu sought his assistance, a request quite customary since they had become close friends. Every year he was compelled to aid that capricious romantic enthusiast 2 to 300 times. Indong boasted that Yun Xiaxia had shared today's activities with him, a matter of course, while Lu Qian brazenly retorted, "What a joke. A fellow too timid to pursue his beloved dares to compare himself with me?" Yet, the glaring trending topic and the inquiries from his close brother truly startled him. Pray tell, who discerned the alleged love triangle involving Mo and the Jiang sisters? Was this the extent of human creativity? Lu Qian, with a headache, opened the group chat titled Familial Entanglements and diligently scrolled through the conversation history. The first to share an image was Lu Shi, an avid surfer. It turned out to be a fan's candid shot, depicting Mo and Jiang Mei seated closely, appearing almost as if they were about to embrace. The male was handsome and the female beautiful, a quintessential couple of extraordinary compatibility, coupled with Jiang Tu's confession mishap during the live stream. Lu Qian found it amusing, yet utterly devoid of laughter. Those brothers, unwaveringly loyal, offered no strategies or assistance, merely indulging in mockery and ridicule. The group chat buzzed with pointed remarks. "I've taken up painting, so let me be," followed by second brother. "Are you even capable? Is our second sister-in-law truly a straight man?" And second brother, "What a disaster." The banter continued. It was clearly a 2-person film, yet the protagonist became 3. "And you weren't one of them. Ha 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 ha." The purpose of such jibes was unmistakable, and without hesitation, Lu Qian took the bait. In a mere 30 minutes, he composed a strategic plan in his phone's notes, dispatched it to his assistant, and ordered immediate execution. His remarkable efficiency garnered the admiration of all. With this renewed vigor, Lu Qian deftly quelled the fervor surrounding Jiang Tu's confession incident. At 3 a.m, having deftly maneuvered through the myriad tasks thrust upon him, Lu Qian turned to see the blissfully unaware Mo sure peacefully slumbering, and his mood brightened considerably. Alas, not only had he been tricked into overtime, but he had also fallen into a trap without a hint of grievance. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of his elder brother, Lu Manchu. Such capitalist machinations were indeed formidable. Lu Qian silently cursed the architect of this scheme, yet willingly and enthusiastically proceeded to follow up on the tasks at hand, embodying the diligent worker. Thus, at 9 p.m. across the ocean and 4 a.m. on the island, the chairman of the Jiang Group personally clarified the relationship between his 2 daughters and the esteemed Mo Sure, while the entertainment company representing Mo Sure dispatched legal letters to several key individuals spreading defamatory rumors. Lu Qian had no intention of pursuing the fan who first circulated the candid shot. After all, they had merely captured a moment without fabricating any rumors or infringing upon privacy. However, that fan took the initiative to clarify that the proximity of the 2 individuals in the photograph was solely due to the angle of the shot. She passionately asserted that the 2 could only be identified as Mo Sure and Jiang Mei, with an exuberant outburst punctuated by a series of exclamation marks. This young lady possessed a certain charm. Lu Qian silently switched to a secondary account to give her a like. Everything seemed to have settled down. Lu Qian felt a sense of relief, decisively cast aside his phone, and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 35, Farewell to the Island Arc, drowsy, exceedingly drowsy. Apart from this overwhelming fatigue, he felt almost nothing at all. Lu Qian was even unaware of how he managed to sleep at 4 and rise at 7. In an ironic twist of fate, he could confidently lean against Mo Sure's shoulder. Should Mo Sure show any signs of wanting to leave, he would sway as if on the verge of collapse, comfortingly assuring him, "I'm fine, brother. Go attend to your own matters." A pristine white flower emerging untainted from the mire, a gentle and fragile canary in need of protection. Observing from the sidelines, Jiang Tu believed Lu Qian was entirely ready to take the stage. Mo Sure, easily softened, was reluctant to delegate the task of packing to another. Thus, he temporarily neglected Lu Qian. After hastily shoving the medications hidden in the nightstand into his suitcase, Mo Sure finally found a moment to spare, patting Lu Qian, who lay languidly on the sofa. "Get up." The motionless body, barely roused, murmured in a faint voice. Lu Qian was truly fatigued, but Mo Sure was unaware of his late-night vigil and assumed he was merely sulking for intimate contact. A quick glance around confirmed that no one was paying attention to them. He then leaned down and swiftly planted a kiss on Lu Qian's cheek. The unexpected delight jolted Lu Qian awake. He covered his recently kissed cheek, opened his eyes, and sat up in a daze, rendered speechless, as he felt the warmth rising in his palm. Though awake, he was not fully alert, his mind still clouded, leading to a hazy thought. I must have transformed into a fiery sunset. How splendid. Lu Qian intentionally booked the same flight on the same schedule as Mo Sure, arriving earlier than the 3 female guests who planned to linger on the island for an extra half day. With his luggage checked in, Lu Qian carried only a modest backpack, lazily draped over his right shoulder. He leaned to the left, once again resting against Mo Sure. "Brother." Seeing Mo Sure about to push him away, Lu Qian snuggled closer. Feigning a pitiful tone, "I'm out of energy." His sense of proximity was impeccable in this intimate situation to the eyes of strangers. They appeared merely as 2 good brothers playing around. Mo Sure indulged him, even sincerely commenting, "You should consider acting." Rich in emotion and nuanced in performance, with a remarkable ability for improvisation. Not to mention his striking face and versatile voice, he was entirely capable of delivering a compelling performance. Mo Sure felt a twinge of envy for Lu Qian's advantageous innate qualities. Unlike himself, who, Despite earning the title of Chosen One for his outstanding performance in a film that won him the Best Actor award, could not entirely overshadow that aura with subsequent works. Some cinephiles lament, believing that excessively brilliant characters detract from the immersive experience of other works. If it were Liu Qianan, having mingled with numerous directors, it is inevitable that Mo, sure, despite attempts to avoid external influences, has been somewhat affected. He begins to scrutinize Liu Qianan through the lens of a director. Or perhaps examine would be a more fitting term, as his sharp and somewhat acerbic gaze rests upon Liu Qianan's face and form. Liu Qianan merely lifts his eyelids momentarily to glance before closing them again, obediently reclining on Mo Shi's shoulder, allowing himself to be observed. It is only after boarding the plane that Liu Qianan dares to leave the unwelcoming embrace of Mo Shi. The number of passengers is sparse, and in the first-class cabin, they are the only two. From across the aisle, he leans slightly, his eyes shimmering with an ambiguous light. Now it's my turn to observe my brother, isn't it? Mo Shi remains silent, silently gripping the armrest of his seat, once again embodying that cold, aloof flower of the high peaks. He is genuinely frightened. Liu Qianan cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy. He knows the harrowing ordeal Mo Shi has endured, yet he cannot overtly reveal his awareness. Mo Shi remains oblivious to the fact that this object of his secret affection has already uncovered the majority of his life's trajectory, more invasive than a dedicated fan. An unsettling reality indeed. Brother, the flight experiences turbulence, and he cannot leave his seat. Thus, he gently calls out, extending his arm to lay his palm over Mo Shi's taut hand, attempting to offer some solace. It proves futile. A fear that penetrates to the marrow occupies Mo Shi's mind, as if he perceives an empty void around him, while the shadows of the past linger faintly. He began acting at the age of 18, achieving fame 2 years later. His career took off uncontrollably, and he swiftly garnered several prestigious awards. By the 3rd year after his debut, his parents, unable to bear the neglect of their younger son's accomplishments, decided it was time for Mo Shi to study abroad. In a foreign land, alone, they doubted that Mo Shi, who struggled with mild autism and found social interactions challenging, could adapt to a new environment. With his gradually undeniable brilliance diminished, they could continue to elevate Mo Qian. These two obsessive individuals were convinced that only their favored eldest son could become the sole radiant presence, while the unexpectedly born younger son was deemed unnecessary and unimportant. Inexperienced, Mo Shi received his parents' attention for the first time and believed their pretext of a family trip, feeling excitement without a single worry, carefully accepting the plane tickets and turning down recent work commitments. The bonds of kinship, laughably flimsy to Mo Shi's parents, became a dangerously alluring honey for him. Upon boarding and settling in, the atmosphere was remarkably quiet and natural. Initially, Mo Shi nervously fidgeted with a silver bracelet adorning his wrist, but soon his attention wandered, making concentration elusive. He tilted his head, attempting to memorize his parents' faces. It was the first time he noticed his father's hair had grayed and wrinkles had formed, still resembling Mo Qian, and he discovered that his mother's eyes were also amber, with the same upturned phoenix eyes as his own. Before he could observe the small mole at the corner of his mother's lips, the plane suddenly jolted violently. The flight attendant's calm reassurances transformed into a voice laced with tears. Behind her, a child wailed while a mother softly sang a lullaby to soothe the little one. A newlywed couple clutched each other's hands tightly, hastily preparing for their inevitable fate. Lips moved incessantly, uttering incomprehensible words amidst the chaos, as all passengers stumbled about, disoriented by the tilting aircraft. Only Mo Shi remained unresponsive in his seat, incapable of reacting. The turmoil seemed to unfold in mere seconds, overwhelming his capacity for comprehension. As his overloaded mind began to regain clarity, he felt someone jostling him. Then, the plane began its descent. The sensation of weightlessness was endless. The thin air at high altitude brushed past his ears, accompanied by a haunting wind. He could barely manage the oxygen mask, his hands trembling inexplicably. Ultimately, they plunged into the sea, a mist of blood enveloping them, and the surging adrenaline dulled his pain. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, Mo shitting swam upwards, the disturbed pale red of blood dissipating swiftly. The first breath he took, even if it was tainted with the foul stench of decaying seafood, filled him with indescribable joy. An uninhabited corner of a small island offered him a glimmer of hope. Blood froth spilled from his lips, and the delayed pain, mingled with nausea and dizziness, surged forth. Cold sweat and seawater pooling on the gravel shore. The sky was as cerulean as if reborn. When had his eyes become moist with tears? He could not say, just as he could not fathom how he had become a miraculous survivor. Chapter 36, Daily Record Embrace. On the third morning following the crash, Mo shitting was rescued. Why did I survive? Why did they perish? He longed to pose these questions to the rescuers, yet words eluded him. All he could hear were jubilant shouts. He was still alive. Hurry, get him to emergency care. What incredible luck. Luck? Was it truly luck? To call it fortunate would be disingenuous. He had faced a disaster with odds of mere millions to one, losing both parents and nearly shattering his family. Yet, to consider himself unfortunate seemed equally flawed. As he was among the scant survivors from a group of over 100, even the parents seated beside him had met a grim fate. Lost in these futile thoughts, he allowed the rescuers to carry him, remaining motionless like a lifeless body. Hospital treatment and rehabilitation ensued. Even though Mo Chien took on the role of a devoted brother, Mo shitting grew increasingly silent, the gloom enveloping him like an unshakable fog, weighing heavily upon his heart, stifling his breath. The unbearable restlessness and weary pain drained him of vitality. He began to blur the line between the whispers of curses in his ears and the watchful eyes that seemed to scrutinize him. Were they figments of his imagination or real presences? Mo Chien was consumed with work, leaving Mo shitting ample time to seek outlets for his pent-up emotions. He loathed himself, found everything intolerable. Locking the door behind him, he felt the unhealed wounds stretch and tear with his movements, blood saturating his hospital gown, the vivid crimson stark against the blue and white stripes. The vase, teacup, and even the photo frame placed at Mo Chien's bedside were all hurled to the ground. Shattering with a sound that did not disrupt, the low curses whispered close to his ear, while the demon's howls grew more fervent. The family portrait was drenched in water that spilled from the cup, porcelain shards and glass fragments scattered everywhere, as Mo, barefoot, stepped on the debris and bent down to pick up the sharpest piece. He then traced the old, twisted scar on his arm and made a decisive cut. He thought he would surely die. A person's blood is limited, and he had once experienced the effects of excessive blood loss when he injured his arm, feeling dizzy and faint as someone patted his cheek urging him to stay awake, which he obediently tried to do. This time, he could finally rest in peace. When the door was forcibly opened, his sister-in-law, who had come to visit her brother-in-law in place of her newlywed husband, was horrified by the scene before her and screamed. A large pool of blood, mostly dried and a dull red, lay on the floor like wilted flowers, with a lean figure at its center, head bowed. Black hair disheveled, covering half his face, pale, as if devoid of life. His sister-in-law, unaccustomed to such scenes, felt her knees buckle and crumble to the ground. While doctors and nurses rushed in, all she could do was tremble as she dialed Mo Chien's number. Having traversed the gates of death, receiving several critical condition notices, and experiencing 2 cardiac arrests during surgery, Mo was still miraculously revived. He lacked the strength for a second attempt at suicide, and upon awakening, futilely tried to remove the 4 needle from his hand, only to be firmly restrained by Mo Chien, who then gently caressed his cheek with a trembling, delicate hand. Mo focused his gaze. It was his brother, along with his sister-in-law. "Don't do anything foolish," his sister-in-law urged, her voice heavy with emotion, having clearly just wept. "And us, little we are a family. We will be all right." Mo Chien took over the words his partner could not finish due to his choked sobs. His own exhaustion evident in the dark circles under his eyes, his entire being worn and haggard. Mo diverted his gaze, his hollow eyes staring at the ceiling. "Brother, sister-in-law, I can't do it. They want to kill me." His disjointed words made Mo Chien realize the situation was far more complicated than he had initially believed. He had thought his brother was merely struggling to cope with the death of their parents, overwhelmed by grief and momentarily despondent. Montak Shiva Sid. The diagnosis he held in his hand described a lengthy list of muddled symptoms, culminating in the final line: acute post-traumatic stress disorder, emotional mental disorder. The torment of mental anguish had ravaged Mo Sure for years. Now, seated on a plane, he not only thought of the potential for a crash, but also recalled the countless pills swallowed and the torment of their side effects. Brother, brother? With each utterance, the weight of his words grew heavier. Mo Sure listened to Lu Qian's voice, closing his eyes as he awaited his racing heartbeat to return to normal. As an actor, he inevitably had to travel to various locations for filming. When pressed for time, he could only accept it, sleeping throughout the journey without a moment of wakefulness. Maintaining a clear consciousness on a plane was a rare feat. Seeing that he was unresponsive, Lu Qian panicked. Once the plane reached cruising altitude and stabilized, he left his seat, gently draping an arm around Mo Sure's shoulders, offering slow, reassuring pats. Montakshi. This time, he addressed him by his full name, imparting a sense of solemnity and gravity. Lu Qian lowered his head, brushing his lips gently against the cheek of the person in his embrace, leaving a trail of tender kisses, his arms tightening around him. Mo Sure had never anticipated that when this fellow was completely serious, he would be like this. As the younger one by 4 years, Lu Qian had always embodied a figure that relied on him, needing his care, so unlike this young man beside him, who exuded an infinite sense of security. Mo Sure was not fond of physical contact, yet Lu Qian's touches and embraces brought him a sense of peace, akin to the relief of surviving a calamity, perhaps reminiscent of finally stepping on a solid ground after several rounds on a roller coaster. His lips moved, the sounds emerging as mere whispers. When Lu Qian called his name, he responded in kind. Lu Qian. Montakshi. As the sighs gradually diminished into whispers, he confessed, "I am so afraid. Can you hold me for a moment, brother?" In moments of extreme fear, one can lose the ability to think. Without a second thought, Mo Sure extended his arms to embrace Lu Qian, one hand resting on the nape of his neck and the other encircling his waist, instinctively adopting a protective posture. They were too close. Lu Qian leaned against the back of the chair, preventing himself from toppling onto Mo Sure, yet he could still catch the delicate fragrance of camellias, bending slightly to allow Mo Sure to tighten his hold. A drowning person clings desperately to whatever they can grasp, Lu Qian mused. If Mo Sure needed to hold on to something, let it be his hand, for he would surely rescue him from the depths. Silence lingered, long enough that the sound of Mo Sure's hurried breaths became etched in Lu Qian's mind. Fearing to upset him, he refrained from moving, losing himself in thought. Their bodies pressed closely together. A coolness radiated from their necks, the faint scent wafting from his shoulder, and the fragile, shallow breaths were distinctly audible, a lethal combination. Lu Qian nearly lost control. As his sinful hands hovered near Mo Sure's waist, Mo Sure happened to turn his face slightly, lowering his gaze towards him. His eyes were rimmed with red, his nose tinged pink, and his amber-hued pupils were misty, yet no tears fell. In terms of actual circumstances, Mo Sure's appearance, even paired with this expression, was not one of fragility in need of pity. His phoenix-like eyes were alluring, and even his flushed cheeks bore the richness of spring, hinting at past torment, yet now softened by a thaw, leaving behind a lingering resentment. Yet, Lu Qian's heart softened at the sight. He cast away all impure thoughts, raising his hand to caress Mo Sure's cheek, despising himself for not being able to endure the suffering on his behalf. "Thank you." Mo Sure's voice was calm, if one disregarded the hoarseness and tremor. He opened his eyes to see Lu Qian's profound affection for him, yet he deceived himself into believing he was blind, forcing himself to think that Lu Qian merely wished to stir the waters of their relationship, feigning ignorance to escape the truth. Yet deep within, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Lu Qian's feelings were too fervent, too overt, wrapped in a thin layer of translucent, glutinous rice paper that concealed his burning emotions, restless and agitated. His earlier clumsy excuse was equally transparent. easily pierced by anyone possessing a modicum of rationality. Mo sure remained quietly, refraining from any touch, wanting to leave room for retreat. To avoid embarrassment when stating the impossibility of their situation, Lu Qian squinted, an idea forming in his mind, still holding Mo sure tightly, not willing to part for even a moment. I don't want to hear thank you. Brother, let's change the words. Chapter 37, Daily Record. Returning home. What else can one say besides thank you? Mo sure found it difficult to release the wrinkled fabric clasped in his palm. Their proximity could only be maintained at this intimate distance. In such circumstances, any words other than gratitude would be overly ambiguous. He was unwilling to allow himself to plunge into the fairy tale romance that Lu Qian seemed to embody, thus refraining from further dialogue. The prince living in Mo sure's eyes wore a gentle smile, his peach blossom eyes curving in innocent delight. He could express his fondness for the embrace, or his desire to continue holding on, but he could not utter the words of thanks. After all, it was his brother who had rescued him, was it not? He understood how fiercely independent Mo sure was, concealing his pain to digest it alone, while adopting a facade of indifference that inexplicably invited criticism. In order to help Mo sure lower his defenses and accept his goodwill, Lu Qian knew he must shift his perspective and position himself as the more vulnerable one. Predictably, Mo sure slightly retracted the arm that had just begun to loosen, as if they were trying to meld into one another. Their journey spanned nearly 10 hours. Aside from the initial hour of close contact, the remainder of the time was merely spent holding hands. Lu Qian, unwilling to remain separated by an aisle, suggested they change seats to sit together. Mo sure shifted to the window side, relinquishing his spot. They sat side by side, palms pressed together and fingers intertwined. Post-traumatic stress disorder is not easily overcome. Although Mo sure found temporary solace, lasting tranquility eluded him, leading him to choose sleep as an escape. It was only during such moments that he could evade the nightmares that disturbed his peace, bound as he was, unable to break free. Lu Qian, concerned that Mo sure might become stiff from sleep, did not release the hand he held. With his other hand, he gently pulled him into an embrace, adjusting him into a comfortable position. Fearing he might feel cold, he called for a flight attendant to bring a blanket. The attendant, a young Chinese woman in her 20s, was visibly excited in the presence of Lu Qian and Mo sure. Had it not been for her professional demeanor, she might have jumped for joy. Yet, Lu Qian smiled at her as she helped drape the blanket over Mo sure, and he graciously expressed his thanks, which sent her maternal instincts into overdrive. Oh, is there a problem? Lu Qian, accustomed to the gaze of fans, quickly noticed the attendant's hidden attributes, relieved that her persona remained intact. The young woman lowered her voice, saying, I am your fan. Lu Qian nodded encouragingly for her to continue. Oh my goodness, I truly love you. How can you be so adorable? Can I have your autograph, please? It seemed she had suddenly awakened some peculiar social tendencies. Lu Qian, unfazed, replied calmly, Thank you for your affection, but I don't have a pen with me. He then pointed to his right hand, still clasped with Mo sure's, and added apologetically, Moreover, it's quite inconvenient. My left hand has terrible handwriting. The attendant, ecstatic, clasped her hands together. That's all right. Just being able to see you both makes me so happy. She exclaimed, Oh, my precious boy, I will always support you too. How about we take a photo together? Lu Qian, moved by the thoughtfulness of such a devoted fan, could not bear to let her leave empty-handed. The young girl nodded repeatedly, pulling out her phone to capture multiple angles, vowing to cherish the photos privately and never share them. Mo sure was awakened by Lu Qian's voice. The plane had safely landed, and they had returned to the capital. He neatly folded the blanket and handed it to the flight attendant, donning a mask to conceal his pallid complexion, and stepped forward with his bag in hand. It was 3:30 in the morning in the capital, and few people had the energy or time to notice others at the airport. Mo sure intended to contact his agent for a ride after landing. Just as he dialed, the ringtone of a piano melody sounded, and Lu Qian snapped back to attention. Grasping Mo sure's wrist with bright eyes, Brother, didn't you want to hear me play the piano? I just happen to have one at home. How about? The invitation faltered, as Lu Qianan found his own clumsy attempt at an invitation rather embarrassing. He took a deep breath. We don't have a cat. And that fat dog is too foolish, but if you want to see a backflip, I can do that. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Shi's phone in his hand beeped. Then a sweet voice chimed in. Hello? Mo, good, you're back. The flight wasn't delayed. I'm coming to pick you up now. This was Mo Shi's agent, Bei Yu, who had only been in her position for 2 years and was a year younger than Mo Shi. Her virtues included being lively, good-natured, and energetic. Previous agents had left due to Mo Shi's aloofness, but Bei Yu had the patience and energy to pursue and persuade him. Her only flaw was that she shared everything with her superior, Mo Qian, without a hint of discretion. Mo Shi cleared his throat. No need. I'll head back by myself shortly. Wait. Mo, good, something's off. What happened? Bei Yu, who had been half asleep, sensed something amiss upon hearing his words. It was utterly bizarre that Mo Shi, a person who would never step outside if he could help it, was not eager to return home. Had he been possessed? With a sidelong glance at the seemingly amused Lu Qianan, Mo Shi vaguely replied, I'm attending a small concert. I don't recall you ever showing interest in music. Bei Yu was skeptical, wanted to say more, but when she glanced down, she saw Mo Shi had already hung up. Exhausted, she promptly dialed another Mo in her contacts. Lu Qianan led Mo Shi to his agent's car, cheerfully greeting the astonished Run. Good evening, Ringo. Run nodded stiffly, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Mo Shi. Indeed, it was the idol that this young man mentioned incessantly. As an agent, Ren was aware of Lu Qianan's charm. He navigated social situations with ease, and his resource negotiation skills were on par with those of seasoned professionals. However, was this attraction developing far too quickly? They had only spent 3 weeks together. How could they be heading home together already? Struggling to suppress his curiosity, Ren drove toward the suburban villa area of the capital. Seizing the moment when Mo Shi had just exited the car and Lu Qianan had yet to catch up, Ren grabbed the hem of his shirt, gritting his teeth for a moment before finally squeezing out a warning. Don't bully him, all right? Mo is daring enough to pursue you at the risk of his life. Bullying was undoubtedly on the agenda. Lu Qian pushed aside the obstructive hand, stepped down from the car with long strides, closed the door behind him, and turned around, his tone as natural as ever. For Mo Shi, sacrificing a life seemed worthwhile. The folly of love was truly terrifying, as it had driven the child nearly to madness. He shook his head and turned back toward his own home. The villa, designed in a modern European style, featured a garden in front and a swimming pool in the back, with exquisite and elegant architecture. As Lu Qian stepped into the familiar courtyard, he spotted Mo Shi standing by the path, gently caressing a hibiscus flower. The fragrance of osmanthus wafted in with the evening breeze, sweet and serene, almost maddening in its simplicity. An ideal life should indeed resemble this. Blooming flowers, a bright moon, and a companion to share the wind and gaze at the snow, all while engaging in unhurried activities, transitioning from today to tomorrow. The hibiscus was in full bloom, vibrant in shades of pink and white, as they walked through the floral expanse without plucking a single blossom. A petal that had fallen onto Mo Shi's hair was delicately picked by Lu Qian, held gently in his palm, shimmering with the moonlight. Chapter 38. Daily Melodies. Once the lead singer of a boy band, now a top-tier star, Lu Qian had attained considerable proficiency in music, being competent in various instruments. If not an expert, the villa housed a dedicated music room, where every instrument he had learned or intended to learn could be found. In one corner stood a white piano, handcrafted with exquisite craftsmanship, and Mo Shi immediately recognized its quality. Lifting the lid and striking a few keys, the sound resonated with a clarity that suggested a significant price tag. Mo Shi retracted her hand and seated herself on a nearby chair, adopting the demeanor of a true audience member, silently awaiting the performance to commence. After flipping through a few pages of sheet music, Lu Qian closed it, blinking and smiling brightly. No need for that. Is there a song you wish to hear? No, she replied. I want to hear what you like. Then I shall choose one that pleases me. After sharing a moment of laughter, when Lu Qian's fingers finally pressed down on the keys, he shed his natural nonchalance. adopting the seriousness he typically reserved for music. He began to play Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, a romantic yet tragic piece, with the dying embers of love transformed into a soothing calm under his touch, as if the moonlight spilled endlessly, a silver veil cascading through the air. Mo gazed at Lu Qian's elongated fingers deftly dancing across the black and white keys, the notes flowing forth as a seamless melody, bordering on virtuosity. He must have practiced this piece countless times. Outside the window, the late September wind rustled the osmanthus branches, creating a gentle sound, while the floral scent drifted in through the cracks of the window, perfectly delicate. A crescent moon shone like cool jade, with wispy clouds drifting by. Inside, the one he cherished was playing for him, more beautiful than flowers and the moon combined, an ineffable beauty that words could scarcely convey. Unbeknownst to them, the performance had reached the third movement when Lu Qian abruptly halted midway, a frown of distress creasing his brow. Mo, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "What is it?" Indeed, the third movement of the Moonlight Sonata posed the greatest challenge, yet the portion he had just played showed no signs of hesitation. From a technical standpoint, completing the piece was certainly within his capabilities. He had other reasons. Confirming Montag schis Spekulation, Lu Qian pouted playfully, a hint of complaint in his tone. "I don't want to give such a sorrowful part to you. It's too heart-wrenching." Mo raised an eyebrow and jested. "You've transformed it into a love song. It's impossible to discern any sorrow in it." That was indeed a misstep. Lu Qian calmly acknowledged this, though the blunder was fortuitous, as he had intended to play a love song for his brother all along. For Lu Qian, music served primarily to express emotion. His affection for Mo was so fervent and intense that it became impossible to ignore. Unconsciously, his feelings entwined with the melody, causing even the pieces he had practiced countless times to take on a different flavor. This resulted in Mo offering a compliment. "It sounds wonderful." The implication of affection was enough to satisfy him. When Lu Qian arrived at his home, it was around midnight. After playing a few piano pieces and engaging in light conversation, the clock had unwittingly ticked away 3 full hours. Lu Qian glanced at his watch and silently recalled the various scandals that had surrounded Mo in the past. These included, but were not limited to, clandestine meetings with renowned directors, hotel outings with married actresses, and intimate gestures with popular young actresses. Regardless of the gender of his companions, articles filled with blurry snapshots emerged, and rumors sprouted like wildflowers. At the height of it all, Mo could change dating partners 4 times within a fortnight. Reflecting on his own situation, Lu Qian realized he was not much better off. The clothes he wore often matched those of celebrities he had never even met, prompting speculation about his romantic entanglements. Now, at 3 in the morning, it was the prime time for gossip to flourish. If he were to drive Mo home, would rumors of the film Emperor clandestinely cohabiting with a top-tier male star surface? Upon considering the formidable tenacity of his fans, Lu Qian quickly dismissed the thought. At this hour, calling a cab was concerning, and waking the family chauffeur would be rather inconsiderate. There was only one solution left. "Brother, why not rest a while before leaving?" Mo halted his stride towards the door, hesitating momentarily, clearly questioning whether the individual beside him had lost his senses. "I'm not tired. Hailing a cab home is quite convenient." He had slept nearly 9 hours on the flight, and while he felt fatigued, he was not the least bit drowsy. Oddly enough, the journey to the island had left him feeling utterly exhausted, while the return trip had been surprisingly bearable. However, he dismissed such thoughts, unwilling to dwell on them. Lu Qian remained resolute in his judgment. "No, hailing a cab in the middle of the night is perilous. What if someone targets you?" "Lu Qian, I'm a grown man with 4 more years of life experience than you," Mo replied, taking a deep breath. "I can defend myself." How could this fellow always perceive him as so delicate and vulnerable, as if he were an inexperienced child? Acknowledging his lack of reason, Lu Qian shamelessly persisted, "With looks as handsome as yours, anyone would be tempted. I can't help but worry. Knowing how to fight is of little use if someone were to drug you, or if the assailant were armed, or even if they were a 2-meter-tall brute." Mo raised a hand to cover Lu Qian's incessant chatter, conceding, "All right, just this once." Lu Qian had never felt such disdain for the villa he had meticulously chosen and purchased. Why did it have to have so many bedrooms? Out of self-interest. When Mo Shi inquired about the guest room, he chose to lie, claiming it was unkempt and uninhabitable. Mo Shi gazed into his eyes and slowly spoke. Then, I shall return. No way. Lu Qian tightly embraced his waist, his demeanor sweetly clingy. You promised to stay here. I won't let you go. Not now or ever. Then where shall I stay? Mo Shi tilted his head, feigning innocence. Realization dawned on Lu Qian. His brother was teasing him. Instantly at ease and unafraid, he raised a finger to tuck Mo Shi's shoulder-length hair behind his ear. Contrary to his personality, the strands felt exceptionally soft, akin to fine silk. His slightly calloused fingertip grazed the earlobe, igniting a tingling sensation that flushed Mo Shi's cheeks, the contrast of his dark hair accentuating the blush. Sharing a bed with me might make you shy to the point of burning up. Is that acceptable? Lu Qian playfully pinched his earlobe, chuckling. You're already quite familiar here. Mo Shi lowered his gaze, intending to grasp Lu Qian's wrist and shake him off, but was instead caught in a firm grip. A sudden warmth radiated from the back of his hand, and he looked up in shock to find Lu Qian kissing his hand, leaning slightly forward with his brows lowered. His elongated, charming eyes brimmed with affection, his long lashes casting a delicate shadow over his gaze. Observing closely, one could not help but notice Lu Qian's strikingly superior features, both bone structure and skin flawless, exuding an air of refinement and nobility, even in the simplest casual attire. Mo Shi, unable to resist the allure, withdrew his hand behind his back, awkwardly conceding, "All right, I'll sleep with you." Chapter 39, Glimpse of Daily Life. After days of inadequate rest and struggling with jet lag, Lu Qian was genuinely fatigued. He had hardly attempted to entice Mo Shi and instead settled into a peaceful slumber, yet remained clingy, instinctively edging toward Mo Shi in his sleep. What initially was a distance of several centimeters was soon obliterated as he nestled closer. Leaning against the headboard while perusing an e-book on his phone, Mo Shi ultimately allowed him to rest his head on his lap. They had shared the same room for 3 weeks. Yet Mo Shi felt this experience bore a unique significance. The difference between a king-sized bed and 2 single beds was palpable, as was the distinction between a private bedroom and a transient vacation home. Taking advantage of Lu Qian's deep slumber, Mo Shi discreetly lifted the soft-haired head from his lap and stealthily wandered around the room, akin to a thief. A hint of anxiety tinged his thoughts as he took note of certain aspects of the space. No posters adorned the walls, but a modest oil painting of sunflowers, rendered in somewhat juvenile strokes, hung prominently. The furniture was all crafted from natural wood, seemingly reflecting the owner's preferences. Beside the desk stood a small bookshelf, stocked with an eclectic array of texts, ranging from art to business. Surprisingly, while Lu Qian suited the color pink, the dominant hues of the bedroom were beige and light gray, contrary to Mo Shi's assumption that he favored pink. However, traces of pink were not entirely absent. A large expanse of heart-shaped and circular pink sticky notes adorned the blank wall near the desk. Lu Qian's handwriting was elegant and free-flowing, detailing work matters and notes concerning Mo Shi's. August 9th, clear skies. The new film starring Shi has concluded shooting, and he has lost a considerable amount of weight, which tugs on my heartstrings. On August 13th, under a light drizzle, Yo-Yo finally allowed Shi to make an appearance. And though the photographs may not have captured him at his best, he is undeniably handsome, albeit noticeably thinner. I must find an opportunity to discreetly care for him. On August 15th, amidst a moderate rain, I ventured out without an umbrella and caught sight of a poster for Shi's previous film still plastered on the wall. I found myself captivated, staring at it for half an hour, inadvertently transforming into a masked voyeur. On August 18th, under a cloudy sky, I heard whispers of insider news suggesting that Shi might be participating in a dating reality show. He must be feeling quite anxious. But how can someone be so endearingly charming? It seems rather unfair. To avoid leaving a trace, Mo Shi refrained from tearing off the sticky note. Instead, he leaned in to discern the words, each note layered upon another. Amongst the mundane reminders nestled among important tasks, some of them elicited an inexplicable amusement. Mo deliberately bypassed the top note, which featured a delicately hollowed rose in the lower right corner, for he already knew its contents. On August 21st, beneath a clear sky, I resolved to join him on that dating show, determined to earnestly pursue him. If I were to fail, the last 5 words were hastily crossed out with several lines, leaving an ellipsis followed by an expanse of silence, devoid of anything further. Upon awakening, I noticed the absence of Mo, which left Lucci and feeling slightly dejected, though just a tad. He mused that it was strange for him to still be here at this hour, glancing at the sun hanging high in the sky. Realizing that time was of the essence. After freshening up, he checked the time, 10 o'clock. He approached his desk, standing still as he repeatedly confirmed that the chair had indeed been repositioned, now closer to the desk than the previous day, perhaps having shifted a few centimeters. Mo must have seen those words, achieving his aim. It was clever of him to fabricate an excuse to sneak into the garden yesterday, where he spent nearly an hour engaged in a verbal duel with Mo Chien, who had heard rumors of his brother's abduction, while fending off mosquitoes. Neither had managed to persuade the other, and the call ended when Mo sensed something amiss and went searching for Lu Chien. Future relations between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law may prove rather tense, Lu Chien thought idly, as he pushed open the bedroom door, preparing to head to the kitchen on the first floor for a chilled bottle of juice. Awake? The clear, cold voice bore a hint of emotional detachment. He recognized it as Mo. Upon seeing him emerge, Mo lifted a bowl, opened the clay pot, and served a bowl of congee on the table, saying, "I borrowed the kitchen, do give it a try." As Mo called out to him, Lu Chi momentarily froze, swallowing the question that lingered on his lips, incredulously realizing that Mo seemed to care for him more than he had anticipated. He took a seat at the table, dazed, pinching himself to confirm he was not dreaming. The pain was real. Mo observed his foolish expression and rubbed his temples before picking up his trench coat and standing to leave. "I'm heading home now." "Wait." The congee sat untouched, forlorn on the dining table, as Lu Chi instinctively followed, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. "I'll see you home." Mo seemed uncertain whether this gesture meant accompanying him back or merely sending him on his way. It turned out that Lu Chi was not capable of handling everything, at least not when it came to the skill of safe driving. Strangely enough, the once bustling dual 8-lane road, teeming with traffic, lay desolate today. Lu Qianan pressed the accelerator, transforming the vehicle into a racing machine, soaring down the empty asphalt at an astonishing speed. Sitting in the passenger's seat, Mo could wager that his accelerated heartbeat was not fueled by excitement, but rather by sheer terror, nearly rendering him unconscious. The consequence of such recklessness became evident once they finally arrived at their destination and parked the car. Mo raised his hand to support his forehead, solemnly inquiring, "Do you truly possess a driver's license? Was it obtained through legitimate means? Brother, have you watched too many crime dramas?" Lu Qianan refrained from returning the sarcasm and swore that he had committed no infractions, proudly identifying himself as a model citizen. He had indeed acquired his license through diligent study, but as he seldom drove himself, he had gradually forgotten the art of maneuvering a vehicle to avoid any legal repercussions. He had even secured a lane under the Liu family name at a steep price. "Is there something wrong with you? Do you need to visit a hospital?" Upon hearing these words, Emo's complexion paled further, prompting Lu Qianan to inquire with concern. Mo remained silent, shaking his head. That stretch of road had nearly cost him his life. A trip to the hospital might very well claim it entirely. "See you the day after tomorrow." Mo resolved to make his escape, stepping out of the car. The date he mentioned being the one repeatedly emphasized by the production team for their arrival at the second travel destination. "Indeed, see you the day after tomorrow, brother," Lu Qianan replied, his eyes curving as he watched Mo depart. In an instant, he concealed his sweet smile, flipping over his phone, where a series of notifications gleamed on the screen. Messages from friends and family were normal, while those from Mo Chien could also be considered standard. However, a few messages from an unfamiliar account caught his attention, It was evidently a secondary account belonging to someone, and the empty chat box contained merely 2 sentences, time-stamped from the previous evening. The first read, "Lu Qianan, guess who I am?" The second ominously stated, "I will not let you off." Lu Qianan chose not to respond to the foolish question, ignoring Yao Juni's presumption. Instead, he thoughtfully saved the chat record, disregarding the warning, allowing Yao Juni ample opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities. Chapter 40, Daily Chronicles of Authority. Yao Juni did not squander the opportunity presented by Lu Qianan. Early on, upon being forced to return to the country, he had contacted his subordinates, issuing orders to spare no effort in discrediting Lu Qianan, rendering him unable to find refuge in the entertainment industry. The irrefutable evidence at hand ensured that even the entire Yao family's influence could not save him. Yao Juni felt a sense of relief, knowing he had already secured 60 of the Yao family's power, thus avoiding the fate of being cast aside. At the very least, before any formal conviction, he remained valuable. In his quest for revenge against Lu Qianan, Yao Juni refrained from informing his father, who held the remaining 40 of the Yao family's influence, fully aware that his father would undoubtedly intervene. Throughout this ordeal, he had never comprehended the reasons behind his father's opposition. His subordinates toiled day and night, tirelessly delving into Lu Qianan's past, examining his life history with an intensity rivaling that of devoted fans, ultimately uncovering explosive revelations. The shocking nature of their findings jolted several who had nearly become Lu Qianan's admirers during their research, prompting them to hurriedly compile the information and send it all to Yao Juni. Yao Juni, having faced a reprimand from an elder, found his anger dissipating upon seeing the documents before him. With a slight lift of his lips, he smiled at the resplendent golden sunset outside the window. Driven by immense joy, he opened a social media application and switched to his secondary account, searching for the private account of Lu Qianan, which he had acquired during their journey for a variety show, and sent 2 messages. Subsequently, Yao Juni gestured to his assistant, who was waiting nearby for instructions, and, with a finger pressing on the ID photo displayed on his phone, spoke in a hushed tone, "Go, fetch this person." The image depicted a well-mannered young man, accompanied by the name Renhe. As the sun began to set, darkness enveloped the horizon, and the city was briefly illuminated by flickers of silvery light. For Yao Juni had spread his arms wide, casting a net. The 3 girls, who had forged a friendship while filming a variety show, had just disembarked from their flight. Yun Xiaoxia was the first to rush into her parents' embrace, affectionately enveloping them in a warm hug. Her father took her luggage, while her mother affectionately ruffled her hair, lamenting, "How have you lost weight again?" In truth, Yun Xiaoxia had gained 4 pounds over the past 3 weeks, but feeling bashful, she merely clung to her mother's arm playfully. The cheerful little son waved goodbye to her sisters, and, with laughter, the trio departed together. "Young ladies, your fathers wish to meet you," announced the esteemed butler of the Jiang family, approaching with a respectful bow, dressed in a pristine black suit. The old butler appeared almost otherworldly in his immaculate attire. The atmosphere grew tense, as if a cotton ball had obstructed their throats, making it hard to breathe. The sunlight continued to dazzle painfully, while dark clouds loomed over their skies. Jiang, too, was reluctant to return home, and Jiang Mei felt even less inclined to do so. Yet, there was no alternative. The black Maybach sped through the streets, with the scenery outside blurring into a cacophony of colors, hastily brushed on as if by a paint smear brush, chaotic and disorderly. Jiang, too, braced herself for reprimands or even physical punishment. After all, to her father, Jiang, too, was an utter failure, possessing no worth beyond their blood relation, while their meticulously cultivated Jiang Mei held value solely in potential marriage alliances and cooperative opportunities, ensuring the Jiang family's ascent. A public confession from a same-sex admirer could tarnish Jiang Mei's reputation and diminish her worth. As a businessman, Jiang's father could not possibly remain unperturbed. Upon entering the study, Jiang, too, discovered that her mother and brother were also present. And Jiang Mei and she exhaled in relief. With their mother in attendance, at least they wouldn't be beaten to a state of incapacity. Zhang tu inhaled deeply, subtly shifting to stand in front of Jiang Mei. her quivering voice betraying her trepidation. "Father." Hearing her, their father closed the documents, lifted his gaze, and smiled at her with apparent pride. "Wait," he smiled. Jiang-tu blinked in disbelief, questioning her own sanity. Surely one of them had lost their mind. She turned to confirm with her sister, only to find Jiang-mei equally astonished. It seemed their father had indeed been driven to madness by their antics. Jiang-tu squeezed her eyes shut, attempting to faint, only to be roused by her mother's joyous voice. "My daughter is remarkable. Tu, do tell us. At what stage is your relationship with young Master Lu? With whom? What stage?" Jiang-tu's mind was racing, overwhelmed by the sudden inquiries. As she grew anxious, a rush of blood surged to her face, reddening it. To her mother, who believed that her daughter had caught the attention of the young master of the Lu family, this was evidently a sign of shyness, thereby confirming her suspicions. The father remained silent, his expression softening slightly. Jiang-mei soon realized her parents had misunderstood the situation and leaned closer to Jiang-tu, whispering, "They think you and Lu Qian are in a relationship." Jiang-tu fixated on the nearby, moving lips, her mind instinctively shutting out all sounds, leaving her dazed with only one thought. "What are they saying? I can't understand. I just want to kiss." Bad news, she was a lovesick fool. Good news, the lovesickness had not led her astray. As Jiang-mei furrowed her brow, enlightenment dawned upon her. Jiang-tu, drawing on her years of playing the obedient daughter, suppressed the urge to turn around and retch, maintaining a facade of bashfulness and timidity, perfectly embodying the role of a young love caught in the act. "Where are we in our relationship?" Her parents assumed her coyness was merely a shy flirtation, never considering it could be the truth. Zhang's father, who typically wore a stern expression towards his wife and daughter, surprisingly displayed a smile today, a rare occurrence that Jiang-mei had only witnessed during cooperative discussions with him. Jiang-tu, the Lu family's status far surpasses ours. You must win his favor. The future of the Jiang family hinges on you. The Jiang family, having risen late and entirely through commerce, had barely squeezed into the upper echelons of society. Yet they were often looked down upon, mocked by peers as nouveau riche. This was a hurdle in Zhang's father's heart. The Lu family, in contrast, had deep military and political roots, subsequently establishing a vast commercial empire, ranking among the pinnacle of elite families. The probability of a small family like the Jiangs forging a connection with the Lus was virtually non-existent. Had they not witnessed Jiang-tu's closeness with Lu Qian and personally discovered that Lu Qian had suppressed the trending news of their love triangle, they would have never dared to believe that the Jiang family could aspire to such heights. Thus, Jiang-tu narrowly escaped punishment. In the midst of such an awkward situation, the two protagonists stood before them, and it was entirely out of character for Zhang's father to chastise them. Instead, he directed his ire towards Jiang-mei. She, however, crossed her arms dismissively, having long ceased to regard the two elders as her parents. Now, she retorted vigorously, volleying back insults that left Zhang's father so furious that he reached for his blood pressure medication and cursed for them to leave. "If you want me to go, then I shall." Wherever Jiang-mei went, Jiang-tu followed. As she grew increasingly irritated, she retrieved a long-neglected pack of cigarettes. Delicately holding a slender lady's cigarette between her fingers, the sweet aroma of the wine-infused tobacco mingling with the air, Jiang-tu, lowering her head, typed out a recount of the day's events and sent it to Lu Qian, hastily explaining to Jiang-mei, "Sister, I assure you, Lu Qian and I are not in that kind of relationship. We are merely very innocent friends. I don't even see him as a man." In fact, Jiang-tu hardly regarded Lu Qian as a person. In her eyes, he was merely a large dog, tamed by her indifference. "Understood." Jiang-mei lifted her gaze, exhaling smoke, her luscious lips resembling a drop of bloodstone amidst the haze. "I was merely contemplating the path ahead, wondering how I can avoid becoming a mere commodity." Silence replaced her helpless confusion, and the notification sound chimed. Jiang-tu opened a message from Lu Qian. "Lu Qian, coincidentally, it aligns with my plans. Let us initially allow ambiguity to lead to misunderstandings. You pursue my sister while I pursue your brother. Once we have successfully captured their hearts, we may then contemplate honesty." "Jiang-tu, what are your plans?" Lu Qian I initially intended to feign a romantic involvement with a girl to deceive my elders, thereby preventing their interference in my relationship with Shurge. Jiang Tu gasped, realizing that this fellow was quite audacious. To pretend to be in a relationship to fool the elders was one thing, but deceiving Mo sure could lead to misunderstandings that would leave him with no refuge for his tears. Jiang Tu, so you initially sought a girl to cooperate with you? Is this truly the conduct of a person? Lu Qianan, to take a step back, could not Shurge don women's attire and play the role of my girlfriend? Chapter 41, The Prairie Segment. Winds arise. At last, the much-anticipated second station has arrived after days of waiting. My source of joy, oh dear. Cheers and festivities. Fireworks illuminating the sky. The omnivorous party has arrived. Let me see which couple I shall ship today. Is no one curious about who the new guest is? I have gazed at the black silhouette in the promotional image for ages, yet remains unrecognizable to me. The autumn wind howled, causing the colorful prayer flags to flutter wildly. By late September, the vast prairie has already donned a golden hue, with herds of cattle and sheep drifting gracefully across the verdant landscape, akin to clouds that have inadvertently descended. According to the program's arrangement, the guests were to drop off their luggage before gathering at a designated location. Mo sure arrived early and found himself alone at the meeting point, facing a group of staff members brandishing their cameras. He stood like a marionette before the lens for a moment, but could no longer endure it. As he turned away, a sudden gust of cold air sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hastily zip up his jacket and tuck his hands back into his pockets. Having been accustomed to the warmth of the island, where short sleeves sufficed, and the relatively mild weather of the capital, he found himself ill-prepared for the current chill. Director Chun understood this and chose not to have the guests flaunt their physiques this time. He had devised a brilliant plan. The prairie temperature is 7 degrees, while I am at 37. Mo cat, come into my embrace for warmth, dear Rose. Let me share a joke. Mo, the esteemed actor, gained hundreds of thousands of female fans after appearing on a dating show. I once believed that his stoic demeanor would only attract career-oriented admirers. How can such matters concerning handsome men be deemed mundane? Clearly, he embodies the essence of a chaste idol. Brother, first, you hear his voice, then you see his face. Lu Qianan truly grasped the sentiment of a day apart feels like 3 autumns. The 2 days without Mo sure felt as protracted as a century. He dashed forward with remarkable speed, enveloping Mo sure in a warm embrace, his eyes gleaming with joy. Disheveled by the wind, his dark hair and pale eyes, though devoid of a smiling arc, brought forth a sense of happiness that had repeatedly graced his dreams, now materialized in reality. Lu Qianan leaned in to press his cheek against Mo sure's, his happiness soaring. How delightful it is to embrace my own dream. Mo sure hesitated for a moment. Lu Qianan was warm, and he had always been sensitive to the cold, yearning to draw near to sources of warmth. Naturally, he wished to remain close to this human heater. If it were not for the presence of Wenqi, one of their guides, approaching with a horse, Mo sure might have yielded to Lu Qianan. However, the earnest young Mongolian reminded him of the camera's presence, unaware that he had intruded upon their intimacy. Wu Enki greeted them with a naive smile, saying Saibenu, hello. Contrary to the stereotypical impressions left by films and dramas, his Mandarin was remarkably natural, devoid of any accent. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Wu Enki was born on the grasslands and, after living there until the age of 7 or 8, was taken by his parents to the capital for schooling. After graduating from university, he resolutely returned to his homeland, wishing to apply the knowledge he had acquired to enhance the lives of the herdsmen. The 3 female guests opted to accompany him. Jiang Tu scrutinized Jiang Mei and Yun Xiaoxia, who were dressed lightly, then glanced at Lu Qian and Mo Sure, who were wrapped in their coats like her. She suddenly felt a disconnect with the world around her. This was a professional habit, as they were accustomed to maintaining their appearances. Lu Qian clicked her tongue and, speaking softly to avoid the camera, expressed her disdain. Can't you bother to care about your sister? Perhaps send her something to ward off the cold? Zhang Tu, attentive to Master Lu's words, recalled something before leaving. Then why are you wearing so much? I didn't think you were afraid of the cold. Lu Qian perked up, proudly pointing to the logo on her left chest. It's the same brand as show.Mo's coat. How can it not be considered a couple-S outfit? Although the logo would certainly be blurred during editing, among the live viewers, there would always be a few with keen eyes capable of uncovering such details. Jean tu conceded. The five of them had grown familiar with each other, sharing laughter and banter as if they were performing a comedic skit. Yet not a single person mentioned the new guest. Director Chun, anxious, exchanged glances with Lu Qian, his eyes almost popping out, prompting her to reluctantly speak up. By the way, who could the new guest be? It's rather unusual that no information has leaked out. At her mention, Yun Xiaoxia recalled the impending arrival of a new guest, pulling herself away from the euphoric memories of her first visit to the grasslands. Without needing further prompting, she eagerly chased after Director Chun, igniting the atmosphere with anticipation. The few seconds of silence that followed Dong's entrance felt particularly awkward. Dressed in a deep blue Mongolian robe and riding a white horse, he exuded an air of charming nonchalance, his demeanor modest and refined. "What are you doing here? You've gotten bold, coming on a show without telling me. Do you still consider me a friend?" Yin Xiaoxia felt deceived, and as soon as Dong dismounted, she puffed her cheeks and playfully punched his shoulder. Dong had been smiling at her earlier words, but the last remark made his expression stiffen. "Welcome, esteemed director and screenwriter, Mr. Dong." Director Chun, feeling indebted to the illustrious director, attempted to flatter him slightly. Dong, unfazed, casually draped an arm over Yun Xiaoxia's shoulder and leaned in to shake hands with each guest, saying, "I'm just Xiaoxia's older brother. Hello, everyone." Jiang Mei grasped his hand, but quickly released it, realization dawning upon her. "Oh, it's you? Xiaoxia often mentions you." She recounted tales of his misadventures, such as losing a fight with a dog, provoking a hornet's nest, and getting stung until his face resembled that of a pig, and scaring himself with ghost stories that left him afraid to sleep. She refrained from dampening Dong's cheerful demeanor, finding humor in the contrast between his composed exterior and the childish antics that Xiaoxia shared. Sister Mei smiled at Director sensing a delightful synergy between them. Dao had previously expressed his fondness for cheerful girls, and Rose's smile towards him is noteworthy. However, it seems you're inadvertently forging a new pairing. Could you elucidate this, as the dynamics of the Heart Journey couples appear to be a matter of permutations and combinations? It has been quite some time, Mo Laosher. Dong turned to the next individual, bracing himself against Lu Qian's displeased gaze as he extended his hand. Their last collaboration was, if memory serves, at the beginning of last year. Mosher had worked with Dong on 2 occasions. While their familiarity was not profound, he retained a favorable impression. Accepting the handshake, he replied, "Yes, hello." Lu Qian's jealousy was palpable, almost tangible in its intensity. Though he had a penchant for envy, he was discerning in his affections. It was indeed a positive development for Mosher to engage normally with others. Yet the concern lay in the fact that the other individual was Dong, the very person whose rumored involvement with Mosher had once trended on social media. Awakened from a feverish dream. What? Is my pairing about to be resurrected? Goodness, I can't believe it. Dong and Mosher, the couple I orchestrated a year ago, are sharing the screen again, and on a dating show, no less. Look at that Kiki beside me. The sourness is practically oozing from the screen. My apologies. I am guilty. I truly have a weakness for the underdog aesthetic, though this isn't quite a case of defeat. Perhaps the 6 of them should just be together. The entangled relationships are becoming excessively convoluted. After exchanging polite greetings with others, Dong finally gathered the courage to turn back. His ears tinged with crimson as he bashfully inquired of Yun Xiaoxia, "Is it our turn now?" Yun Xiaoxia, oblivious to the tension, vigorously shook his hand. "What are you afraid of? I'm not truly angry. After all these years of friendship, why are you so hesitant to hold hands? What do I do if my childhood friend only sees me as a brother? I'm rather anxious about this." Chapter 42. The Prairie Ride. The production team must be out of their minds to devise such an activity. Lu Qian looked apprehensively at the horse beside him, gently patting its head, and turned to reconfirm, "Are you certain the distance is 20 kilometers? Indeed, but Mongolian horses are swift. The journey will surely take less than an hour," Wu Enki stated proudly while stroking the horse. "True, Horses are remarkable creatures. However, the 6 participants in this horse racing endeavor are not seasoned equestrians. The guest who finishes first will receive the coveted reward of spending 24 uninterrupted hours with a chosen companion, an exceptionally advantageous privilege. Understanding oneself and one's opponent is the key to invincibility, and thus, Lucien resolved to interview the others. I have only ridden a horse while taking photographs at tourist attractions, with someone guiding the reins around the circle, said Yun Xiaxia, who was patting the horse. To be honest, the old man from the Jiang family arranged equestrian lessons for me, but I managed to skip them all, remarked the audacious Jiang Mei. My sister can't ride, so how could I possibly manage? Inquired Jiang Tu, who was struggling with the stirrups. After a round of inquiries, it appeared that only Yin Dong, who had practiced for a couple of days for a flashy entrance, had any semblance of riding skill. Lucien then decided to stay by the side of the nonchalant Mo throughout the activity, ready to provide support. Thanks to our reporter Xiao Lu for the insightful interview. Amidst the applause, akin to Xia, I too have only ever ridden a horse in scenic areas. And now I yearn for a journey to the grasslands, feeling the thrill of adventure. One might assume that Heart Journey is merely a dating reality show, yet it serves to promote travel destinations. Wenki assisted those unable to mount their horses, ensuring they were securely seated. While imparting instructions on how to guide the horse's speed and direction, he repeatedly assured everyone of their safety, as the production team would accompany them throughout, guaranteeing that each guest would reach the finish line intact. A sharp whistle pierced the air as Lu Qian, with an elegant grace, mounted his steed. His movements were fluid and proficient, prompting Wenki to commend him. It turned out he was adept at horseback riding, which offered a sense of reassurance. Without hesitation, Lu Qian spurred his horse forward. Prior to this, he had never even touched a horse, yet now he rode with a semblance of poise, his expression earnest and composed. Mo glanced back, noticing Lu Qian's approach, and slightly slowed his pace to allow him to catch up. Although they were now close, a gap still lingered between them. Lu Qian, wary of mismanaging the horse's direction, opted to lightly tug at the reins, maintaining a speed comparable to Mo's. "Brother," he called out, his voice resonating with youthful exuberance. "Shall we have a race?" Mo was inclined to decline this evidently unequal challenge. He met Lu Qian's gaze, which sparkled with mischief, yet found that their silent communication failed to convey his intent. Undeterred, Lu Qian raised his hand skyward, declaring, "I assure you, I will be cautious. Brother, get a try, come on." Mo averted his gaze but nodded in response. His concerns extended beyond safety. He feared that a certain overly sensitive rival might weep upon defeat, necessitating his comfort. A rather unreasonable expectation. Although both enjoyed the moment, certain viewers were less amused. His elder brother, Mo Qian, had shown him the online criticisms aimed at Lu Qian, leaving Mo anxious that he might adversely affect Lu Qian's burgeoning career. Mere moments ago, he had silently vowed to adopt a cooler demeanor towards Lu Qian. Yet, how could he truly remain indifferent? If Lu Qian were to shed tears, all Mo would want to do is soothe him, thus rendering his plans utterly futile. With a multitude of chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he ultimately resolved to subtly ensure Lu Qian's victory. Just as he had settled on this course of action, he raised his gaze to find Lu Qian, instinctively responding to the horse's impulses, accelerating to a full gallop, surprising not only himself, but even the seasoned cameraman. Had it not been for Mo's calm demeanor, the production team might have assumed the horse had gone wild. As the cameraman adjusted the angle, he inadvertently captured one of Mo's glances. His narrowed eyes, devoid of emotion yet tinged with a hint of pride, emanated a porcelain-like coolness, tousled hair dancing in the wind, creating a delightful disarray that dispelled any heaviness. The gust heightened the already pale complexion, rendering his lips even more vividly red. In a fleeting moment, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted, forming a delicate arc. After a brief tremor, the camera stabilized, igniting a fervor in the live stream. "Oh my, this is simply too handsome," he asked like a protagonist stepped out of a novel. "If you agree, please breathe." The final subtle smile was utterly captivating, and I now understand why some individuals are so fixated on the nuances of those few pixels. Our dear Mo Gu is undeniably charming. I was so engrossed in the plot when I watched his performances as a child, yet upon revisiting them now, I realize how fortunate I have been. It was only after the previous comment that I recalled Mo Gu has been acting for 9 years. Indeed, I have grown up watching his shows. Without a doubt, Mo sure was the first to arrive at the destination, leaving the other guests far behind. Stepping onto the soft ground, distinct from the urban landscape, he handed the reins to the awaiting staff, gently stroking the horse's mane while praising it as a fine steed, before promptly removing his half-finger gloves to prevent palm chafing. This simple gesture incited a flurry of admiration from the livestream audience. Surprisingly, the second to arrive was Yun Xiaoxia. How delightful! She raised her arms in jubilant celebration, eager to run a little longer. It was indeed true that she struggled to mount, yet she possessed an innate talent for horse riding. Yun Xiaoxia seemed to resonate with the horse she rode, achieving a harmonious connection, resolutely heading north rather than south. However, dismounting proved a challenge, and 2 staff members assisted her down. Lu Qian and Yin Dong followed closely behind, arguably tying for 3rd place. I admit defeat. Yin Dong, smiling, extended his hand to Yun Xiaoxia for a high five, vowing to catch up next time. Lu Qian nestled into Mo Shi's embrace, expressing admiration. Brother, you are incredible. When you have time, could you teach me how to ride? Mo Shi, having secured an impressive time of 0.01 seconds amidst Lu Qian's playful challenge, nodded in agreeable response. In truth, prior to the competition, Yin Dong and Yun Xiaoxia had agreed to race against each other to see who was faster, aligning with Lu Qian's sentiments. Despite both teams engaging in identical activities, the atmosphere felt markedly different. Yin Dong, perplexed, observed enviously as Lu Qian affectionately kissed Mo Shi's cheek. He wished to emulate that gesture, tentatively touching the back of his neck and asking Yun Xiaoxia, "Can I kiss you?" Yun Xiaoxia blinked in surprise. Huh? Just on the cheek? Yin Dong pointed to his own cheek, indicating the intended location, his ears flushed with embarrassment. Why did such a natural act appear so peculiar when he voiced it? Surely, brothers would do the same. Unable to watch any longer, Lu Qian, sensing that Yin Dong's pursuit might only worsen, decided to lend a helping hand, considering it a good deed. Yun Xiaoxia contemplated Lu Qian and Mo Shi's actions, although skeptical. She accepted without much thought. She rose on her tiptoes, lightly brushing her soft pink lips against Yin Dong's warm cheek. Chapter 43, Prairie Welcome. The one embroiled in confusion is blind, while the observer sees clearly. Yin Dong believed that this little green plum would undoubtedly recognize that their bond transcended mere friendship, leading her to understand her feelings and swiftly progress toward a happy ending. As he twisted with excitement, the observing Lu Qian sighed heavily. Yun Xiaoxia's kiss was delivered with such earnestness. It was evident she had yet to grasp the situation, stubbornly treating him as just a good brother. Either she was an exceedingly rare, emotional blockhead or was feigning ignorance, deliberately brushing it off. Both situations are quite troublesome. After waiting for over 10 minutes without a glimpse of Jiang, Mei, and Jiang too, Yun Xiaoxia strained her gaze into the distance, her worry palpable as she inquired, could something have happened to them? More than an hour had elapsed since their departure, and not only had the Jiang sisters failed to arrive, but even Director Chun, who was trailing at the rear of the convoy, was still absent. It seemed that something truly was amiss. Lu Qian, without needing to ponder, already surmised that it must have been Jiang Tu's reckless antics causing the delay. How bothersome. Resting his head on Mo Shi's shoulder, he furrowed his brow, contemplating the duo of Jiang Tu and Yin Dong. As the most reliable strategist among the trio pursuing their beloved, he felt compelled to exert additional effort, perhaps by finding a way to coax the overly reserved Yin Dong into being more candid, while also tempering the impetuousness of Jiang Tuesday. Mo Shi lowered his gaze, raising his wrist, his cool fingertips brushing against Lu Qian's cheek. Do not fret, they are surely fine. Who would worry about those sisters whose bond barely qualified as friendship and had become a nuisance? Lu Qian subtly relaxed his brows, capturing the proffered hand and refusing to let go. Moments later, Director Chen's vehicle arrived at the campsite, revealing two figures in the back seat, Jiang Mei and Jiang Tu. The latter nestled against her sister, both appearing somewhat ill at ease. Lu Qian understood that it was time for him to take charge of the situation. Gently squeezing Mo Shi's fingertips, he stepped forward with concern. How did you get hurt? Is it serious? Jiang Tu's performance was rather lackluster. She weakly responded to Lu Qian's inquiry while pressing closer to Jiang Mei. I fell, but it's nothing serious. She rolled up her pant leg and opened her palm to reveal a knee and hand that had already been tended to by the accompanying doctor, with flecks of crimson seeping through the bandages. Just a scrape. Nothing more, Jiang Mei interjected coldly, her scrutinizing gaze sweeping over Jiang Tu's wounds. Jiang Tu bit her lip, retracting her hand and forcing a smile. Don't worry about me. Let's move on to the next activity. Did the production team not assure us of safety? Is this what they consider safe? How irresponsible. Indeed, the arrangement is highly unreasonable. Among the 6 of us, only 2 have any horseback riding experience. And we are expected to run 20 kilometers at speed right from the start? Seriously? What is Jiang Mei's expression supposed to convey? How can an older sister be so callous towards her younger sibling? It's absurd. Behind the crowd, the door of the yurt slowly opened, revealing an elderly man with gray hair and a face etched with wrinkles, accompanied by 2 young men and women. Wu and Qi promptly straightened up and greeted the elder. The elder spoke primarily in Mongolian, his Mandarin quite halting. After a brief exchange, Wu and Qi acted as translator and explained this is Badu, the eldest and most senior member of our settlement. He will present you with a hada as a token of welcome to our distant guests. At over 80 years of age, Badu remained remarkably vigorous. Decades of harsh winds and relentless passage of time had carved deep lines into his face. Yet his keen eyes remained sharp as an eagle's. He approached Mo Shi first. The young man and woman, holding the hada, presented it to Badu. The pristine silk resting in the elder's rugged hands, an embodiment of purity. Mo Shi bowed slightly and accepted the hada with both hands, expressing his gratitude, fulfilling all the necessary courtesies. A lengthy discourse emerged from Badu's lips, while Winky, with a smile, conveyed softly, he greatly admires the films you star in, watching each new release 5 or 6 times, even enlisting a younger companion to translate the dialogue. His earlier remark was a request for a few autographs during a break in recording. Mo Shi cast a glance at the microphone hanging from Winky's collar and nodded silently in acknowledgement. The sound has been completely recorded. How amusing. Ha ha. Batu is quite endearing. One might assume he would be a stern and serious elder, given his fierce appearance. Do remember to remove the chest mic when whispering in front of the camera. Observe how Lu Qian always takes it off when speaking quietly with Mo Shi, not allowing a single word to be overheard. The upstairs seems to be brimming with grievances. Batu presented a hada to each guest in order of their age, saying a few words to each. He inquired if Yin Dong had any plans to collaborate again with Mo Shi, remarked that Yun Xiaoxia's cleverness reminded him of his granddaughter, praised Jiang Mei's graceful demeanor, and reassured Jiang Tu that she certainly wouldn't fall off the horse again next time. Finally, when it was Lu Qian's turn, Batu directly draped the hada around his neck, his brow and eyes softening with kindness. After hearing Batu's words, Winky stifled a laugh while translating. He said his granddaughter is quite fond of you and wishes to have your autograph. Just the other day, the girl called again, requesting that you sign your name alongside that of Emperor Mo. With divine assistance making a timely appearance, Lu Qian flashed an okay gesture, his smile growing ever brighter, revealing a hint of sharp canine teeth. Having made the right first move, the subsequent events seemed poised to unfold smoothly, a streak of good fortune spanning this lengthy period. Lu Qian contemplated that he must find a suitable opportunity to further their relationship. The web was nearly complete. He could only hope for no unforeseen mishaps. Batu and Winky welcomed the 6 into the largest yurt at the settlement center. Batu's daughter had prepared milk tea for them, steaming and fragrant as it was poured into bowls. The group gathered around the table, raising their cups for a toast, their table adorned with various local delicacies, including milk tofu and dairy snacks. At this moment, formalities were set aside. It was time for conversation and laughter. Yin Xiaoxia, driven by curiosity, insisted on sampling everything, and despite sipping several times from the butter tea, she could not acclimatize, her face contorting into a grimace. The onlookers erupted in laughter, with Yin Dong joining in, handing her a bowl of milk tea to soothe her palate. Jiang Tu, nursing an injured hand, seized the opportunity to grow closer to her sister. Employing the charming techniques taught by Lu Qian, and coaxed Jiang Mei into feeding her. Jiang Mei, meeting her sister's doe-like, glistening eyes, felt an inexplicable warmth in her cheeks. While admonishing Jiang Tu for her shameless behavior, her actions remained gentle. Even when Jiang Tu licked her fingertips, she refrained from slapping her hand away. Lu Qian, having consumed 2 bowls of mare's milk wine, found Mo sure leaning against him, slightly intoxicated. Yet he still had the presence of mind to observe those around him. The transformation in Jiang Mei puzzled him. Could her type truly be one who would forsake everything for love? If so, Jiang Tu had serendipitously stumbled upon her ideal match, potentially garnering considerable favor. Brother, do refrain from drinking. The mare's milk wine was sweet upon entry, with a subtle hint of acidity, the alcohol flavor nearly imperceptible, indeed low in proof. Its aftereffect lingered. For those with a poor tolerance for alcohol who seldom indulge in drinking, it can be quite overwhelming. Lu Qianan wished to witness the state of Mo Shireen when inebriated, yet this was not the appropriate moment. Mo Shireen, vacantly gazing at Lu Qianan, set down his half-empty wine bowl. It was evident that he was still not sufficiently intoxicated, as a heaviness lingered in his chest. He contemplated consuming the remaining wine, but his outstretched hand was restrained upon the table. Lu Qianan, holding him captive, admired the flush on his cheeks, and, taking advantage of their secluded corner, whispered to the mildly intoxicated individual, "Brother, what do you expect me to do in this state?" Chapter 44, Imprint of the Prairie. He was uttering peculiar words again. Mo Shireen withdrew his hand, unable to discern whether he was awake or in a haze. The warmth from the alcohol enveloped him, igniting a heat that radiated throughout his body, including his heart. A fragment of rationality urged Mo Shireen to maintain composure. Lu Qianan remained oblivious to the internal struggles Mo Shireen faced. All he perceived was a moment of silence before the icy demeanor of the latter abruptly shifted, his thin lips parting to utter the most distant of remarks. "What I am is of no concern to you." However, the diligent Lu Qianan had his own interpretation. "Brother." He shifted his position, inclining his body slightly, exuding a hint of assertiveness, his earnest gaze possessing a magnetic allure that compelled one to meet it. "Are you feeling jealous?" Upon hearing Lu Qianan's inquiry, Mo Shireen recalled the words of Jiang Tu from 2 hours prior, which echoed a similar sentiment. It was merely a coincidence, for he knew of the amicable relationship between Lu Qianan and Jiang Tu, and he was certain that their bond would never transcend mere friendship. Yet, the mention of it indeed left a sour taste. The experience of being swayed by another's emotions was a novel one for Mo Shireen in his 27 years of life. He remained silent for a few moments. "Do you believe our relationship is one that warrants jealousy?" Lu Qianan responded with a brief, feigning contemplation. "Is it not? I would quite like to see you jealous on my behalf." Fearing that Mo Shireen might feel pressured, he added, "Jealousy is not limited to romantic partners. It is quite normal among friends and family as well." Friends, lovers, family. Mo Shireen yearned to inquire about the nature of their relationship, but hesitated, fearing the answer might be disappointingly clear. It seemed that as long as he never asked, he could unilaterally define their relationship as he wished. Perhaps I could like many people. Lu Qianan left no room for Mo Shireen's musings, reclaiming the hand he had just withdrawn and reverently kissing the inner wrist, where the prominent vein lay against the smooth skin. "Yet, the only one I love is you, now and forever," as long as Mo Shireen was willing. Regardless of how awkwardly he might withdraw his hand, Lu Qianan would draw closer once more, their fingers intertwining. This was his love, heavy and sweet, yet tinged with bitterness. Mo Shireen felt the weight of those words dispel his intoxication. It was clear he had consumed alcohol, It felt as though Lu Qianan was the one truly intoxicated. Are you serious? He regarded Lu Qianan, who was astonishingly focused, with trepidation. I cannot be more serious. Lu Qianan understood that sincere words delivered in a light tone might come across as jest, and so he proceeded accordingly. It was not yet the right time. He would not allow a moment of impulsiveness to jeopardize his entire plan. Provide Mo Shi with sufficient peace of mind. First restrain him, and then wait a while longer until all obstacles are eradicated, until no one can cast even the slightest doubt upon their love. The net is cast, and the mission is accomplished. Lu Qian is the most patient of hunters. The surrounding conversations gradually diminish, indicating that it is time to transition to the next phase. Mo Shi remains skeptical of Lu Qian's words, with no time for contemplation, urging him to let go quickly. He believes in Lu Qian's sincerity, but doubts that a young man endowed with such fleeting romantic capital could possess lasting affection. Once the novelty fades and Lu Qian perceives his shattered state, the so-called love is destined to vanish as swiftly as it emerged. Although reluctant to admit it, love is presently evolving into something superficial and insipid, beginning hastily and concluding in disarray. There is no need to consider how to allocate living arrangements this time. 2 yurts will suffice, with male and female guests residing separately, convenient and secure. Yin Dong, while packing his luggage, anticipates the torment of the forthcoming 3 weeks, daring not to hope that the two will remember to avoid suspicion, merely wishing they would refrain from flaunting their affection before him. The sound of the door opening interrupts, and Yin Dong hurriedly conceals his grimace, turning to encounter Mo Shi's indifferent gaze. Feeling guilty, he scratches his cheek. Mo, why are you back alone? Where is Xiao Lu? Mo Shi removes his coat, chilled from the night air, hanging it on the rack, and closes his eyes to alleviate his dizziness. He said he was going to find Wu Enki. Is the alcohol still affecting you? Yin Dong rushes forward to steady Mo Shi's shoulder. Having never witnessed someone in such a state of inebriation, he feels somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, Mo Shi has not consumed much, and his awareness is largely intact. He shakes his head. I am sensitive to alcohol and have a poor metabolism. It's innate. Standing at 185 meters, Yin Dong, who is of similar height to Mo Shi, naturally notices the flush on his cheeks, regardless of whether Mo Shi can recall it. Yin Dong solemnly warns, Mo, listen closely. You must never drink in front of Xiao Lu again. It's too dangerous. Especially during our time recording this program on the grasslands, you absolutely cannot drink. Not only is your health at risk, but as your temporary roommate. My mental well-being is also at stake. In the end, only that scoundrel Lu Qian would benefit, and that is simply unacceptable. Perhaps weary of hearing this, Mo Shi raises his hand to push away the bothersome grip on his shoulder. Yin Dong chuckles, retracting his hand, inadvertently tugging at Mo Shi's sleeve, causing the collar to shift slightly. Such a trivial alteration, yet Mo Shi reacts excessively, stepping back to adjust his collar. His movements are slightly slower than usual, and the keen-eyed, award-winning director notices a hint of red upon his pale skin. It resembles a love bite. Lu Qian has returned, holding a bowl of hangover soup brewed with ingredients from Wu Enki's home. The room is excessively quiet, a scenario he anticipated, and with calm composure, he retrieves a bowl, pouring a generous serving of the soup to offer to Mo Shi. Brother, drink this before sleeping, otherwise you will feel unwell tomorrow. The soup, contained in a thermos, is still steaming hot as Mo Shi cradles it, waiting for it to cool. Director Yin, since you have discovered this, please keep it a secret. Lu Qian grins, resting his chin on his hand. If you still need assistance in pursuing Sister Xia, just let me know. Yin Dong feigned a smile, saying, I originally intended to keep this a secret, and yet you dare to threaten me. Do you have no trust in your friends? Just then, Mo Shi interrupted their conversation, instantly dissipating the tension. Who were you just speaking of? This time, Yin Dong was invigorated, rising with an orator's poise to elaborate on the fateful bond between him and Yun Xiaoxia, embellishing the tale with fervor. Lu Qian's sharp critique noted, from Yin's perspective, it's a classic case of childhood sweethearts blossoming into love. From Xiaojia's view, it's akin to sworn brothers bound by deep friendship. Mo sure sipped his hangover remedy, placing the bowl on the table, forcing himself to endure Dong's impromptu performance. As fatigue set in, Dong's incessant chatter became increasingly distant, and Mo sure drifted into slumber, yet Dong's words continued unabated. It was only when Lu Qian saw Mo sure deep in sleep that he finally halted Dong's monologue, quipping, "If you keep going, I might fall asleep myself." Lu Qian, unrelenting in his jest, mused that it would be wise to record this for listening during sleepless nights. Dong, still reliant on his counsel, muttered something about their beautiful emotional journey before recalling a question. "Are you and your brother together now?" Dong clicked his tongue, pondering whether he had inadvertently crossed a line. Lu Qian paused in his tidying, shrugging in resignation. "Not yet. We are currently in a stage that hovers above friendship, but hasn't quite reached romance. I'm merely experiencing it in advance, which does not preclude a future confession." Despite the circumstances, he had seized the moment, planting a half-kiss, half-bite on the collar, leaving a mark that no one witnessed. But the moon bore witness, and all things under its glow observed their intimacy. Chapter 45, Prairie Script, Good morning. Did you rest well? Winky approached the yurt where the male guest resided, finding only Dong standing at the entrance, squinting at the sun. Dong's dark circles were unmistakable. Forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, he admitted, "To be honest, not very well. Cohabiting with two gentlemen in an ambiguous phase is undoubtedly the most unforgettable and trying experience of my life." This morning, the moment Dong opened his eyes, he was met with the shameless sight of Lu Qian, resembling a young girl, soliciting a good morning kiss from Mo Sure. He could hardly express his terror. Even more shocking was that Mo Sure actually obliged, albeit merely on the cheek, a scene too chilling for even a horror film. Dong must be struggling with the climate. He adjust in a couple of days. Lu Qian suddenly appeared behind him, playfully slapping Dong on the shoulder with a bit too much force. "Youth is truly a blessing," he remarked. Dong winced, suppressing the urge to grimace, silently repeating to himself that he must endure for the sake of pursuing Xiaoxia. Lu Qian turned, his smile radiating warmth as he called out, "Good morning, Xiaojia." The female guests arrived in groups, with Yun Xiaoxia rubbing her eyes and yawning, "Good morning. It's just like I'm attending an early morning class." Both amusing and disarming. Why was there no live broadcast from inside the room last night? Why? I yearned to witness the unfolding of events. Director Chun mentioned that time was too pressing to install cameras, thus commencing the live broadcast from tonight. The sensation of having no time difference is truly delightful, allowing us to sleep and awaken together, which is quite comforting. At this moment, among the six, the most alert is Mo Sure, who had listened to Lu Qian and share insights from his late-night reading of a romance novel about a domineering CEO. He is aware that their fatigue stems from staying up late, indulging in such tales. We engaged in gossip until the early hours of the morning. Yun Xiaxia, eager to share, momentarily forgot they were live streaming. For instance, Yao Jun and Dong manually muted her, restoring their composed public persona, smiling elegantly. Director Chun, the illustrious director most attuned to the script, was preoccupied with flirting with his young companion, leaving little time for others. He handed several task cards to Mo Sure. "What is this?" Lu Qian leaned in, curious to see alongside Mo Sure. The words on the cards were profoundly stirring. His expression shifted repeatedly as he snatched the card away, concealing it behind him. "Brother, stop looking. It's too intense." He then raised his hand, forcibly calling Dong out of his reverie. "Director, care to peruse the script?" Without a second thought, Dong accepted and began to read aloud. The principal characters included the border general, a powerless noble of a different surname, a prince of an enemy nation, a princess destined for marriage, a renowned courtesan, and a chivalrous female swordsman. The first task card contained but a single line. On this day, the fates of these 6 individuals became intertwined. This thin card was examined repeatedly, indeed revealing no further text. Skeptical, Dong picked up the next task card. The princess, blooming like a peach blossom, adorned in her bridal attire meant for the enemy prince, found her bridal procession diverted, landing her in the bed of the border general instead. The subsequent card read, "The courtesan, forced into marriage, lamented the injustices of fate, while the swordswoman intervened, abducting the courtesan." The final card stated, "The prince of the enemy nation sent envoys to declare a ceasefire, specifically requesting the noble of a different surname to negotiate." All the blanks required their input to weave a coherent narrative. Mo sure cast a sidelong glance at Director Chun, furrowing his brow coldly. Must we perform this? I refuse to engage in a poorly crafted production. Director Chun wiped the sweat from his brow, responding tactfully. The final piece will merely serve as an Easter egg, not a true shore drama. His primary aim was to allow the guest to experience the essence of shared travel, a season of courtship. In this phase, he sought to enable them to grasp the dynamics of everyday work relationships. After all, romantic getaways constitute only a small part of life. The reality of two individuals busily tackling mundane tasks is the prevailing narrative. One explosive plot. Please, grant us reprieve. We are grateful to Director Chun for allowing these 6 handsome individuals to perform this awkward little drama. Aren't we brothers? My head feels itchy, as if it's about to sprout a brain. Mo-ing these performances indeed always feature well-crafted scripts. Director Chun, please do not let him leave behind a single blemish on his illustrious career in variety shows. Mo sure is quite discerning regarding scripts. After much deliberation, he ultimately sent Lu Qianan to persuade him to comply with the arrangements. Lu Qianan was reluctant to pressure Mo sure into accepting something he disliked. He felt there was no alternative but to acquiesce. His method of persuasion was straightforward. He extended his arms around Mo Shure's waist, guiding him to a seat. Montak la oshi. Why not consider this an opportunity to practice with me? The tone is soft and enchanting, with a rising inflection at the end, as a warm breath grazes the ear. Lu Qian, in his capricious manner, asserts, "You are my teacher now. You must take responsibility for me." Mo, with an inscrutable expression, appears as unyielding as stone. Montak, my teacher, Lu Qian persistently murmurs, "Brother, guide me." Each plea drips with sweetness, akin to honey, as he speaks. The typically stoic Mo finds his heart softened under Lu's relentless charm, conceding with a gentle, "All right." It is indeed easy to manipulate him. Lu Qian poses for the camera, forming a V sign. "Hey, you two, the tension here is almost unbearable." Oh my, those sounds have left me quite dazed. Mo, the film emperor, exhibits remarkable self-control, remaining composed despite the beauty at his side. How do you know whether he's composed or not? Given Mo's temperament, he could be in turmoil, yet remain unflappable. Have you concluded your discussion? In Dong, who initially joined a variety show to explore romance, found himself instead buried in scriptwriting the following day. He gathered the papers on his desk and handed them to Mo, suggesting he choose a role first, for he was the only professional actor present. Lu Qian had acted in a few plays, demonstrating a commendable grasp of character and expressiveness, albeit lacking in experience. Yun Xiaxia had participated in 2 youth idol dramas, yet her acting skills were not commendable, possessing a somewhat naive charm. In Dong felt a pang of concern for her. As for Jiang Mei and Jiang Tu, one graced international runways, while the other had scarcely been seen prior to her journey in the heart. In Dong was left with no choice but to pin his hopes on Mo. After reading the script in greater detail thrice, Mo returned the papers to In Dong, stating, "The role of the general is quite intriguing. Allow me to take it." A young man renowned for his martial prowess, he navigated the battlefield not solely through loyalty and righteousness, but driven by an unyielding ambition. He sought to win the heart of the princess he had secretly adored for years through military accolades, only to receive the emperor's command for peace before his triumphant return, heralding the arrival of a marriage procession. Among the 3 male roles, the character of the general was the most challenging to embody. Mo was drawn to the subtle tragedy woven into the narrative. It was then that In Dong gathered everyone together, intending to discuss the roles for casting. "Wait a moment," Lu Qian interjected, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "I wish to portray the princess destined for marriage." The air fell silent, as if even a pin drop could be heard. In Dong slammed the table in exasperation. "Lu Qian, you nearly choked on your national essence before swallowing it back down. What's wrong?" The task card didn't specify that cross-dressing was prohibited. Lu Qian innocently pointed to his own face, asking, "Am I not attractive enough? I believe I have worked hard to appear charming enough to win the general's affection. Attractive you may be, but which noble princess stands at a towering height of nearly 2 meters? A princess from the land of giants? If Chi-Chi were a girl, she would indeed be well suited for the role of the marriage princess. Setting aside height and figure, he is genuinely beautiful, possessing a beauty that transcends gender, if anyone understands. I do, yet one imagines that such a marriage princess would find herself in a rather precarious position, waking with aches after spending the night in the general's embrace. Who dares to underestimate our Mo, the film emperor? Our encounter with beauty is indeed serendipitous. Is it truly possible to approach it this way? Yin Xiaoxia pondered deeply. Then I shall portray a prince of an enemy nation. Yin Dong instinctively sprang to his feet, only to remember that it was Yun Xiaoxia who spoke, and sat back down in silence, offering gently, "I should have no issue playing a prince of a different surname." Jiang Mei raised an eyebrow and turned to the unusually quiet Jiang Tu, inquiring, "What role do you wish to take on?" She guessed Jiang Tu would opt for the character of a swordsman. A sharp pain surged through Jiang Tu's wound as she glanced at the script. Fully aware that the swordsman had action scenes, yet she feigned innocence, saying, "Sister, you should play the courtesan. I am more adept at fighting." "If you are capable of fighting, then my role is rendered unnecessary," Jiang Mei teased, mocking Jiang Tu's lack of self-respect. She grasped Jiang Tu's wrist, lifting her injured hand. "If you can manage the props, then you may perform." That hand was slender, yet did not possess the delicate softness of Jiang Mei's. Rather, it was marked by calluses and faint scars, rendering it rather unsightly in comparison. Jiang Tu averted her gaze, gently withdrawing her hand to her chest, softly responding, "I can manage. Thank you for your concern, sister." Such a girl is to play a swordsman? Yin Dong felt a wave of darkness. Unable to envision the future of this short play, Lu Qianan offered a comforting remark. "It's all right. This isn't a story with an obvious ending." While Yin Dong continued to refine the plot, the others engaged with the staff and the extras they had invited. Mo sure followed closely behind Lu Qianan, merely observing the scene and occasionally responding to the extras who approached him. He feared his social skills were rather lacking. Thus he wore an expression that seemed to scream, "Keep your distance," to mitigate any potential conflicts. Lu Qianan, without turning around, sensed the unwavering gaze following him. Upon glancing back, the atmosphere shifted from eerie to radiant. The brief exchange with the staff elicited laughter, abruptly concluding their conversation. The playful laughter mixed with a tender warmth, as a breeze stirred, tousling his chestnut hair in the warm sunlight. Lu Qianan playfully draped his arm around Mo Shi's neck, teasingly remarking, "Brother General, you are rather clingy." Mo Shi permitted him to invert the roles, his expression remaining unchanged, "Cool as the moonlight, Your Highness." The endearing title would soften others, yet it only steeled Lu Qianan. How delightful and exhilarating. I suddenly find myself anticipating their serious performances together. Perhaps a hint of affection may emerge. I believe Chi-Chi should play the role of a princess. She is truly a wonderful treasure. Your group is truly formidable. Please support our canine-themed kawaii cult, Lu Qianan. I shall not allow anyone to infringe upon you. Look at Chi-Chi, secretly delighting in her role. I cannot even bear to comment on her. It's too embarrassing. Lu Qianan's fingers, resting at the nape of Mo Shi's neck, began to move. Just as he was about to descend, Jiang Tu appeared like a wraith, her eyes darting to observe their embrace. Teacher Yin Dong has asked us to return and review the script. He has transformed our little awkward play into a political drama. Mo Shi pressed his lips together, effortlessly detaching from Lu Qianan and stepping towards the yurt. Not taking offense at being pushed away, Lu Qianan, aware that Mo Shi was merely shy, cheerfully followed, only to be halted by Jiang Tu's day. The hour was late, and the light around them had dimmed. Jiang Tu's half-shadowed face was cast in the darkness of the setting sun. She still favored wearing white, her slender form enveloped in the fabric, the hem billowing with the wind, resembling a specter. "Lu Qian, how is it that you managed to be so close to him without being accused of impropriety?" She trembled, almost in terror, pleading for help. Jiang Tu had never lost her composure like this before. Fortunately, the photographer assumed they would quickly follow Mo Sure and missed capturing Jiang Tu's expression. Lu Qian shrugged, kindly advising, Jiang Tu, I am unaware of what you have endured, but in your current state, you will only push those around you further away. Calm down a bit. If you need assistance, feel free to reach out to me. It's more effective to retreat and advance, is it not? He felt a mix of sympathy and pity for Jiang Tuesday. One cannot truly understand another's suffering without having experienced it themselves. All Lu Qian could offer was the limited assistance he could provide, maintaining their mutually beneficial relationship. Jiang Tu crouched down, burying her face in her arms, and after a moment of choking sobs, cried out hoarsely, It's too late, Lu Qian, I have no time left. Tears, held back for 2 days, streamed down, soaking the fabric of her sleeves. She heard footsteps. Lu Qian was approaching her, prompting her to lift her face. The tears on her cheeks felt icy against the breeze, penetrating to her very bones. He wants you to crawl into your bed, Jiang Tu stammered, helplessness permeating the air. They had collaborated with the Yao family and held damning evidence against him. If Lu Qian did not cooperate, both the Jiang and Yao families would conspire to ruin his life. No matter how deep-rooted and powerful the Lu family was, they could not silence the public entirely. In the entertainment industry, what people fear most is not capital itself, but the manipulation of public sentiment by that capital. Jiang Tu had initially intended to gamble. If that little Rose cared for her even a fraction, she would have attempted to defy Jiang father, even willing to sacrifice her own lowly life, born from the mire, in exchange for the Rose's freedom. Yet, she could not find it. Lu Qian lowered his eyelashes, obscure currents swirling within him as he feigned nonchalance. Clapping his hands, I thought it was something serious. Let me think. Tell him I'm planning to become a eunuch. If he insists, let him unleash whatever dirt he has. The Jiang family was eager to marry their daughter into the Lu family. He had anticipated this, but had not expected such shamelessness. It is important to realize that by publicly disseminating scandalous information to force compliance and then shoving Jiang Tu into the mix, not only would Lu Qian be ruined, but also Jiang Tuesday. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. This old man would sacrifice his own daughter for gain. Lu Qian was curious to see what this so-called dirt could possibly be. It could not be that he had once operated a small anonymous account as Mo Sure's Dream Man, could it? That account had long been deactivated, and all inappropriate content had been deleted. He was optimistic about this. Jean Tues trembling shoulder gradualiste. She wiped her face and stood, expressing her gratitude. Finally at ease, Lu Qian intended to immediately review a script, but noticed Jiang Tu hadn't moved. Why aren't you leaving yet? Don't worry, just focus on pursuing your beloved. After all, we are brothers. My legs are numb from squatting. You should hurry off to flirt with your general brother, Jiang Tu responded, returning to her usual self. She wiped away the remnants of her tears. Her voice was still strained, but much improved compared to before. He rushed off to find Indong, discovering that Mo Sure had already returned to the bedroom, and with a slight grimace, he picked up a script to peruse. A few minutes later, Indong presented the second demand of the day that made the esteemed director slam the table. The romantic scenes were insufficient. Furthermore, I insisted on adding intimate scenes. Lu Qian placed down the script, simultaneously shedding his disguise. Chapter 47. Filming in the prairie. Inside the room, only Mo Sure was present. The newly installed camera, resembling an unyielding, I fixated upon him. Mo Sure had no interest in conversing with the camera. This trip had been hurried, and he had forgotten to bring a book, leaving him unable to conceal his face behind the pages to evade scrutiny. Thus, he could only lower his head and browse his phone for an ebook. However, the essence of an ebook pales in comparison to that of a physical book, and soon he grew weary of it. He began to seek distractions, which manifested in aimlessly scrolling through a certain platform. Due to the whims of big data, the recommendations were predominantly related to his emotional journey, an assortment of various content. The majority comprised fans obsessing over ship pairings and fervently praising their idols' looks. Naturally, there were also those who brought up the safety concerns of the live broadcasts, Yet their numbers were too few to stir any significant controversy. It should not affect the recording before the full release. Initially, the content appeared quite normal, until the fan edits of Lu Qian and Yao Juni's pairing surfaced before his eyes. Mo sure sat up straight, startled. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on the video. The moment the theme music of suspense played, it thundered through the stillness. The editing was utterly terrifying. Mo sure watched as Lu Qian affectionately called Yao Juni brother. The 2-minute video felt interminably long, akin to 2 hours. Halfway through, unable to bear it any longer, he scrolled through the comments section. Comments range from rivals cannot become spouses to enemies are simply fragrant, and the sense of fate is overwhelming. The sexual tension is palpable, along with here we go again. Spreading rumors about my favorite couple. While other claims could be dismissed, the rumors were undeniably scandalous, to the extent that the individuals involved would be inclined to report them. This phone was no longer a source of amusement. Fortunately, just then, Yin Dong and Lu Qian returned. As soon as Lu Qian noticed the camera, he greeted it, then lazily plopped onto Mo Shure's bed, refusing to budge. So tired, General brother, I need to cuddle. Lu Qian's audacity was not a new development, and Mo Shure, accustomed to it, affectionately tousled his soft curls, nonchalantly suggesting he move off. He was met with Yin Dong's astonished gaze, caught off guard by Mo Shure's nonchalance. Initially confident that Mo Shure would adamantly refuse the proposal for more intimate scenes, Yin Dong began to doubt his own judgment. However, the undeniable truth remained. Mo Shure had not engaged in any substantial intimate scenes for 9 years. Yin Dong, having collaborated with him on 2 occasions, understood that while Mo Shure could accept genuine action scenes, he consistently rejected real kissing scenes, citing them as distasteful. Due to his forthright refusals, he had faced backlash from multiple fan bases of female stars. Yin Dong had anticipated every possible outcome, yet he never fathomed that Lu Qian's pursuit of Mo Shure had progressed beyond 80%. A mere subtle maneuver from Lu Qian, such as feigning innocence, pouting, and calling out to him in a high-pitched voice, could leave Mo Shure utterly defenseless. All right, I will perform with you, Mo Shure agreed readily, leaving Lu Qian astonished. His eyes glistening as if having been washed with water, momentarily displaying a hint of dazedness. Unbeknownst to Lu Qian, Mo Shure, in secret, felt a twinge of inexplicable jealousy. Amidst his joy, he reflected, he truly is dedicated. The following day, Director Chun unveiled the initial captivating guide for the Prairie Journey, leading the crew to the filming location to shoot a promotional video, during which he was required to introduce the character he portrayed. Unfortunately, the weather was uncooperative. The sky was shrouded in a blanket of gray clouds, and a fine autumn rain fell incessantly. The withered blades of grass crunched softly underfoot, producing a delicate rustling sound. Lu Qian held an umbrella as he walked through the curtain of rain, glancing around to discover that, despite the dreary weather, some individuals were still harvesting hay, amassing a considerable pile. He turned to Wu Enki to inquire about the activity. The guiding Wu Enki explained, the grazing ban period is approaching, so the herdsmen are gathering hay to store it in preparation for the restrictions. Cattle and sheep cannot do without their fodder. Years ago, due to overgrazing, this expanse of grassland had become desolate and lifeless. Although the grazing bans and related restrictions posed minor inconveniences, they undeniably rescued the grassland and preserved the herdsmen's homes. Wu Enki spoke with pride. The location for their shoot was perhaps the most beautiful corner of the prairie, where snow-capped mountains sliced the horizon. The grass had not been cut, and the wind rustled through the blades without a cow or sheep in sight, only the erected tents, goose houses, and the borrowed idle horses acquired at a high price from the herdsmen. Upon seeing the horses, Yin Dong suddenly remembered that 3 characters were required to be adept at horseback riding: the general skilled in archery, the prince of an enemy nation raised on horseback, and the renowned female knight of the borderlands. Mo Shure had played similar roles before and had learned to ride for those characters, so he was not concerned. Yin Xiaoxia found mounting and dismounting somewhat challenging. Avoiding related shots would suffice, and it posed no significant issue. But what about Jiang Tu, who had recently fallen from a horse? Dong expressed his concerns to Lu Qian, who sighed. Director you are truly oblivious. Jiang too could ride. Her fall was a test of Jiang Mei's feelings for her. She had clearly gone too far, raising Jiang Mei's suspicions, yet Dong remained entirely unaware. It was no wonder that he and Yun Xiaoxiao were such close childhood friends. They both shared a certain obliviousness. The crew diligently set up the cameras in front of them, even pulling out a clapperboard from behind. Lu Qian, let's go. Mo sure adopted a professional demeanor, beckoning him with a finger, his expression as stoic and cold as a statue. In the past, when filming promotional videos, he only needed to recite lines in front of the camera, but today he had not prepared any, leaving him naturally anxious as he approached the lens, concocting words on the spot. Lu Qian exhibited no awareness of being treated like a pet. If you don't know what to say, it's perfectly fine to sneak behind me. I can help you speak. Mo Shi's breath momentarily hitched, and he halted in his tracks. Though confused, Lu Qian instinctively stopped beside him, tilting his head in puzzlement. Mo Shi raised his gaze to bring that stunningly beautiful face into view. It was a rare moment of complete rationality returning, and he realized that Lu Qian was always attempting to take on everything for him, shielding him from all that he was unwilling to bear. Dependency. He had long been reliant on psychiatric medication, and the agony of withdrawal remained vivid in his memory. Palpitations, anxiety, tremors. Up until now, his hands would tremble involuntarily during emotional upheavals, rendering him unable to grasp a pen. He could hardly fathom the torment that would ensue should he become dependent on companionship and assistance. How would he, when the time came for Lu Qian to depart, manage to let go with equanimity? Such a scenario would undoubtedly be more excruciating than death itself. Perpetually plagued by the fear of loss, he would find himself contemplating 100 different ways to cope with potential deprivation before even embracing what he had. Mo Shi could no longer accept the unmerited kindness of others with grace. Turning to Lu Qian, he stated, I wish to try on my own. That sounds splendid. Whenever my brother is at a loss, he can always bring his problems to me, Lu Qian responded. Mo Shi did not miss the fleeting confusion that flickered in Mo Shi's eyes, an emotion akin to guilt, perhaps, or a struggle restrained beneath the surface. Much like the depths of a tranquil lake concealing turbulent undercurrents. Lu Qian clenched his hand tightly before releasing it, a bittersweet ache filling his chest. He exhaled deeply, silently documenting their exchange, contemplating how to instill a greater sense of security in Mo Shi. For instance, by promptly defining their relationship and being forthright with each other. Chapter 48, Prairie Makeup Trial. Mo Shi was the type of person who would strive earnestly if he decided to attempt something. He gazed directly into the camera, presenting the script and his character with an air of calm. Having completed his brief self-introduction, Lu Qian glanced sideways and, as anticipated, observed Mo Shi gripping his trembling hands tightly, the knuckles paling, clearly exerting tremendous effort. Listening to Mo Shi's steady tone elicited a pang of sympathy. It was unexpected that his first collaboration with teacher Mo would occur during a variety show recording. He felt immensely honored, unsure of what else to say. Mo Shi found himself at a loss when Lu Qian seamlessly took over the conversation, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he encouraged everyone to pay attention to Heart Journey and to the bonus release of Dreams Beyond the Frontier. This was characteristic of him, effortlessly light-hearted and appearing quite innocent. The photographer paused the recording, signaling for Jiang Mei and Jiang Tu to prepare for the next segment. They stepped aside, becoming spectators. Mo Shi struggled to move his hand joints, loosening his fingers to reveal crescent-shaped imprints on his palm, crimson blood seeping forth, coalescing into tiny droplets at the wound's edge. Does it hurt? Knowing that Mo Shi would be reluctant to reveal his vulnerabilities, Lu Qian seized an opportunity to request some alcohol swabs from the production team. He firmly held Mo Shi's hand in place, lowering his gaze to disinfect the injury. The blood spread across the swab, diluting into a pale pink hue. Mo Shi did not respond, merely stating, Lu Qian, you need not be so kind to me. I do not require it. The sensation of pain had dulled, and he felt almost nothing, both physically and psychologically. No, You do need it, Lu Qian replied slowly, as if forcing his words into Mo Shi's resistant mind. You cannot be so impatient, brother. Clearly, I can assist you. Even if it meant helping Mo Shi find an exit route, it was better than witnessing him inflict harm upon himself. Their expressions remained placid, yet in silence. The wind howled like an eerie stillness. The fine rain slanted beneath the umbrella, falling into the amber depths of Mo Shi's gaze, mirroring the gray, overcast clouds. The rain persisted throughout the day. Lu Qian regarded their dialogue as a quarrel. Even in marriage, a dispute often engendered a period of awkwardness. When Mo Shi, intentionally or not, attempted to distance himself, Lu Qian would shamelessly draw closer, maintaining a precise half-step distance. Dongri watched the grand spectacle of pursuit and escape, where none could take flight, and the audience had grown weary. Merely the antics of those young lovers. The day before the official filming commenced, the makeup artist hired by the production team arrived at the shooting location, and the 6 participants proceeded to try on their makeup. In total, they had merely 2 weeks for filming. Mo Shi pondered whether this limited time frame would suffice, closing his eyes and allowing the makeup artist to work. The brush caressed his cheek with a delicate touch. The artist's movements paused momentarily, and after a hushed exchange of indistinct murmurs, a hand gently lifted his chin. The voice was peculiar yet vaguely familiar. Teacher Mo, please hold still. It will be ready shortly. The touch remained gentle, yet Mo sure sensed a difference. The hand, cradling his jaw, was warmer, the fingertips calloused. It must be that rascal Lu Qian. He guessed correctly, but chose not to reveal his thoughts, keeping his eyes closed as he awaited Lu Qian's next trick. Before long, the artist removed the brush. Instinctively, Mo Shi felt the other's face draw closer, perhaps to assess the makeup's effect. All done, it looks exquisite. Mo Shi opened his eyes, focusing slowly. Although he had surmised the identity of his makeup artist, he was still taken aback by the sight. With a striking red complexion, rosy lips, and long, lustrous hair adorned with pins, the ambiguity of gender was intentional. Golden foil and mica decorated his brow in a peach blossom motif, enhancing his regal appearance. Lu Qian knelt partially to apply makeup on Mo Shi, his vantage point lower, and with a flirtatious flick of his scarlet-tipped eyes, he revealed his captivating irises, enchanting and bewitching. To describe him as a peach blossom would not be an exaggeration. Mo Shi could not help but gaze at him once more. And again, and again. Brother General, you look so handsome. Lu Qian suppressed a laugh, returning Mo Shi's lingering glances. So, how do I look? Am I your type, Brother General? His compliment to Mo Shi was genuine, rooted in his belief of his own attractiveness. The makeup artist, considering Lu Qian's years guarding the borders, had deepened his complexion slightly, enhancing his striking features. The frost in his phoenix-like eyes exuding a chilling elegance. It looks wonderful. Stop fooling around. The proximity felt almost intimate, prompting Mo Shi to lean back slightly. Oh my, this pairing is simply too perfect. Someone please share a tutorial to seal this makeup. The thought of Mo Cat needing a deeper foundation color for his makeup gives me a slight chill. I'm vulnerable now. Who understands the significance of that stop fooling around? The tension is palpable. Okish, don't treat the audience like outsiders. Don't rush everyone. I heard Dongri complain that they not only have kissing scenes, but also bed scenes. Let us hope the live stream doesn't get shut down. Lu Qian ceased his playful antics and stood obediently. Mo Shi felt as though a wall had risen before him, seated in the chair. He stared up at Lu Qian, suddenly reminded of the height difference that had yet to be addressed. Oh, that's not an issue. I can kneel for the shot when we're in the same frame. Lu Qian replied nonchalantly, oblivious to any impropriety. What does it matter if a man kneels? He has never lacked for gold since birth. Moreover, he wasn't kneeling to anyone else. It was Mo Shi, after all, and when it comes to proposals, kneeling is inevitable. So what difference does it make this time? As he pushed open the door to the makeup room, the other 4 had already donned their ancient costumes. Yun Xiaoxia playfully toyed with the luxurious gems adorning her attire, a splendid imitation of Mongolian noble garb. Though the ensemble was considerably heavy, she felt no weariness as she hopped over, exclaiming, "Mo, go, Lulu, Look at me, am I not handsome? There was a reason why Dong crafted the formidable antagonist as a mischievous and pampered young prince. Mo generously praised, "You look adorable." Lu Qian'an chimed in, "Especially adorable." Dong hurried over to reassure, "No, it's handsome." "Xiaoxia, you truly are handsome, I swear." "Ah, my little prince understands me." Yin Xiaoxia beamed, wrapping her arms around Dong's neck, half of her weight draped over him in playful abandon. Jiang Mei adjusted her cloak, revealing a glimpse of her vibrant attire. Jiang, too, clad in a fitted garment with narrow sleeves, leaned against a prop sword, watching their antics with a smile. Their costumes harmonized beautifully. Jiang Mei, already stunning, effortlessly carried the bright reds and greens of her dress. Jiang, too, though soft-featured, had only invested effort in her eye makeup. Lu Qian'an and Mo were unexpectedly ushered into the changing room, greeted by two wedding outfits. They exchanged bewildered glances. Two rushed to question the situation before being compelled to change. Fortunately, staff assisted them. Otherwise, the intricacies of the garments would have been utterly confounding. Lu Qian'an raised his arms like a mannequin, remaining still as the young man helping him looked him over with suspicion, patting his chest. "Bro, your pectorals are quite impressive. Are you really going to dress as a woman?" "Well, I intend to marry my future boyfriend," Lu Qian'an replied, bowing his head to facilitate the placement of the red veil. His vision, though not entirely obscured, was dimmed significantly, rendering the world around him narrow. Not daring to lift the veil himself, he stood there uncertainly, calling out, "Brother." Emo's heart softened once more. He stepped forward to take Lu Qian'an's hand, guiding him outside. Lu Qian'an followed closely, without the slightest hesitation, for he placed complete trust in Mo. Dong, hearing the door open, glanced up at the charming pair and suddenly envisioned the future of dream beyond the frontier. Chapter 49. Encounter on the Prairie, the phoenix crown, the splendid attire, and the red veil, along with the accompanying hair ornaments, were undeniably heavy, prolonged or would likely strain the neck. Lu Qian'an silently dismissed the thought of having Mo don such an ensemble in the future. The playful teasing from the others caused Mo's face to redden increasingly, concealed beneath the veil. Lu Qian'an wore a sly smile as he tugged at Mo's sleeve, "General brother." Mo, unaware of Lu Qian'an's intentions, turned only to find him lifting a corner of the red veil, lowering his head to drape the fabric over Mo's own head. The outside world felt entirely concealed. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the sound seemed to soften significantly. Before Mo could speak, Lu Qian'an pressed his lips gently against his. A tentative kiss filled with unspoken words. Mo instinctively wished to push him away, but refrained from making any sudden movements. For the live camera was merely a meter away. Apart from the veil, there was no barrier. The sudden intensity of the reaction felt entirely inappropriate and would surely raise suspicions. Lu Qian'an chuckled softly, only to stifle his laughter upon receiving a fierce glare from Mo, his shoulders shaking in suppressed mirth as the tassels of his hair ornaments quivered alongside him. "Wow, romance novels do not lie. This is indeed thrilling. Brother, are you feeling shy already? It's merely a rehearsal." He lowered his voice to whisper, initially intending to be more intimate, but thought better of it. Mo did not believe this nonsense at all. How could rehearsals be conducted in such a furtive manner, akin to stealing glances at infidelity under the noses of many? When he lifted a corner of the veil, he intended to evade. Suddenly, Lu Qian'an ceased smiling, decisively wrapped an arm around Mo's waist, and brushed his fingers across the corner of his lips, wiping away a hint of soft red. With a lowered gaze, he remarked, "It seems this lipstick lacks staying power. Perhaps consider a different brand next time." Just narrowly avoiding exposure. That was a close call. Only then did Mo raise his eyes, calmly inquiring, "Did you not mention a rehearsal? What is there to be anxious about?" He was utterly perplexed by Lu Qian'an's demeanor. The risque venture was undertaken by Lu Qian'an, and the concealment was also his doing. Mo felt like an unwitting marionette, foolishly allowing himself to be led. The sensation of being on the verge of revelation, yet perpetually shrouded in a delicate veil, was bizarre and evidently detrimental to the heart, which thumped as though it might suddenly cease. Lu Qian'an was equally entangled, his fluctuating attitude stemming from an internal struggle. Desire clashed with reason. He could not respond to Mo.'s inquiries, and, instead, silently grasped the other's hand, resting his cheek against Mo.'s palm, maintaining an unwavering gaze. 3, 2, 1. Well, he had indulged, but who could blame him for such a magnificent visage? Mo.', fearing the ruin of his makeup, gently pinched his cheek before taking Lu Qianen's hand. Such playful antics could only work for so long. Eventually, they would no longer suffice. Lu Qianen truly dared not publicly confess at this stage, nor could he find a private moment for honesty. Stuck in a stalemate, he almost wished to rush to find Yao Jun or that old man from the Jiang family, urging them to expedite their plans and reveal the dirt. He needed a sufficiently shocking incident to capture more attention, while simultaneously evoking sympathy from Mo.'s to exploit his goodwill for personal gain. This was not a despicable act. Lu Qianen could see that Mo.'s liked him, though he remained uncertain about the depth and intensity of that affection. Testing the waters without assurance was not his style. During a brief moment to remove his makeup, Lu Qianen messaged Jiang Tu, attempting to persuade her to apply additional pressure on Jiang's father to swiftly generate public discourse. The indicator of the other party typing flickered on and off for several minutes before Jiang Tu's reply arrived. Not an agreement, but rather an invitation for him to bring along Yin Dong, suggesting a midnight meeting for the three of them. What could this mean? Were they forming a coalition of suitors? Jiang Tu's tone was resolute, and as Lu Qianen found himself at a loss for direction, he consented without further inquiry. In the stillness of midnight at 12 o'clock, Lu Qianen turned his head to see Mo.'s curled up, breathing evenly and slowly, soundly asleep. He quietly got out of bed and went to the other side of the room to find Yin Dong. The elderly man, well aware of the evening's affairs, was nevertheless fast asleep. Yin Dong, wake up! Lu Qianen feared that raising his voice might disturb Mo.'s, so he patiently called out several times. But Yin Dong showed no response, merely turning over and sinking deeper into slumber. Suddenly, Lu Qianen had a flash of inspiration, recalling a childhood story shared by Yin Xiaoxia. Perhaps a couple of slaps to the face would rouse him? Yin Dong is far more tenacious than Yao Jun. As Lu Qianen rolled up his sleeves, just before he could strike, an instinctive sense of danger prompted him to open his eyes and sit up abruptly. Poor fellow. He had barely awakened from a delightful dream when he was met with Lu Qianen's amiable yet unnerving smile, genuinely causing him to shudder. Those who are closer to Lu Qianen, aside from Mo.'s who perceives him as a foolish puppy akin to a white flower, have all discerned, to varying degrees, the madness lurking within him. He possesses both beauty and cunning. His sweet smile conceals a heart of steel, and he is willing to go to any lengths to achieve his objectives. If he desires it, anyone can be toyed with at his whim. As they departed for the meeting, Lu Qianen's smile faded, indicating his seriousness. Yin Dong ruffled his tousled hair and yawned as he followed suit. Jiang Tu, clad in a white nightgown, appeared particularly striking in the darkness. They made their way to a grassy patch about 50 meters from the yurt and settled down. The night was deep and heavy with dew. Their clothing was thin, yet no one mentioned the chill. Jiang Tu was eager to confirm, Lu Qianen, you haven't spoken to anyone about our meeting tonight, have you? Lu Qianen shook his head, inquiring about her concern. Jiang Tu pulled out her phone and revealed her chat history with her father. As the screen slowly scrolled, Lu Qianen caught sight of a crucial point amidst the sea of reprimands, his brow furrowing in confusion as he repeated. A certain acquaintance of his has provided substantial assistance, and will continue to do so. This was the first time Jiang's father had persuaded Jiang Tu to take the plunge, assuring her there would be no repercussions. His expression darkened noticeably as Lu Qianen sifted through the familiar faces in his mind, failing to identify a suspect. As he continued scrolling for pertinent information, a particularly glaring phrase caught his attention, causing him to abruptly halt, his grip on the phone instinctively tightening. It felt as though a knife had been plunged into his chest. No, this cannot be. How could they uncover such a clandestine matter? The words, along with his breath, lodged in his throat as he stared intently at the glowing screen, biting his lip before suddenly lifting his gaze. His expression transformed from its usual warmth to that of a wolf, feral and predatory. Jiang, too, who had been worried that her phone might shatter, now felt an even greater sense of dread. He still retained a semblance of rationality, soon relinquishing the phone, raising a hand to his forehead in an attempt to quell his anger while devising strategy. Jiang, too, found herself at a loss for words to comfort him. Even after years of friendship with Lu Qianan, she remained oblivious to such dark secrets and could only caution him. Be cautious not to use your work account to send any messages. If that acquaintance gains access to it, it could spell disaster. Also, be wary with your personal account. Yes, I understand, he replied hoarsely, accompanied by a deep sigh. Lu Qianan's plans had gone awry, disrupted by unforeseen and nameless factors. After a moment's pause to regain his composure, he adjusted himself back to normalcy and opened one of the chat threads on his phone, turning it to show.Mo. Brother Indong, I have good news for you. Sister Xiaoxia's parents are very supportive of your pursuit of her and are considering visiting the show to lend their assistance. Chapter 50, the Grassland episode begins. Lu Qianan rose early, unable to sleep or lie still. The water accumulated to a few centimeters high, gurgling down from the bottom of the sink, forming a small whirlpool at the center. He carelessly splashed his face, staring vacantly at the receding water before finally raising his gaze to the mirror reflecting his image. The damp fringe clung to his forehead, uncomfortable enough that he decided to slick it back. Beads of water clung to his straight nose, while droplets slowly gathered at his sharp chin before falling one by one. A hint of irritation marred his features, yet his exhaustion remained imperceptible. Lu Qianan slapped his cheeks with determination, relaxing his facial muscles, and effortlessly donned a natural smile, casting away any superfluous thoughts for the moment. Ensuring that he appeared perfectly normal, he returned to the bedroom. Mo sure had just awakened, sitting up in a daze, rubbing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Lu Qianan for a good 3 minutes before finally speaking. Are you feeling unwell today? It was evident he had been discovered. Lu Qianan quickly pondered, then leaned in with a flippant tone. Indeed. I'm unhappy because my brother didn't give me a good morning kiss. With this remark, Mo sure ceased his inquiry, his ears turning red as he headed off to wash up. It seemed that shamelessness indeed had its benefits. During breakfast, Director Chun arrived again with his little stool, squatting at the table, his rosy complexion and spirited demeanor starkly contrasting with his timid self during their time on the island. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that this was actually Chun Lingtian's hometown. His current trip was not solely for filming a variety show. He had also returned to visit his parents and relatives. No wonder he had been absent during the previous days of shooting, leaving only a few assistant directors present. It turned out he had been off having fun. Yin Xiaoxia took a bite of her scallion bun, her cheeks puffed up, unable to speak. She could only raise her arms in silent reproach. Yin Dong understood her unspoken words. Director Chun, this is rather ungracious of you. How could you abandon the diligent guest to indulge in leisure? Next time, remember to bring us along. Jiang Mei added fuel to the fire. Exactly. We've been exhausted these past 2 days, and you, director, have the audacity not to share in our struggles. You must make amends. Jiang too eagerly chimed in. At the very least, director, treat us to a meal. This is your hometown. After all, is it fair to leave us unfamiliar guests behind? Before Lu Qianan could respond, Chen raised his hands in surrender, saying, once the show concludes, let us find a time for a group meal. I'll treat. The group laughed, clearly reveling in the camaraderie of friends, unbothered by the cost of the gathering. Amidst the banter, comments flowed, still laughing here, only to be maliciously edited as guests flaunting their status while the director remains humble. Let me secretly tell you all that I am just a humble intern on the Heart Journey crew. Our atmosphere is truly delightful. Working feels like traveling while being paid. Wow, we have an insider here. Am I the only one working 996 and still haven't clocked it overtime? Look on the bright side. Although you're enjoying the joy of paid travel, you've also escaped the agony of being forced to work overtime. Director Chin's return was not a result of a newfound conscience, but rather to oversee the filming progress and ensure the script would be fully executed. Quality was not a strict demand. Rather, the primary goal was to create a fun and challenging experience. It remained unclear to Director Chun how the guests would intertwine the plot to craft the script, as the opening scene depicted a wedding between a general and a princess. The princess commanded her attendants to bind the general and forcibly dressed him in ceremonial garb, compelling him to bow in matrimony. Director Chun was taken aback, questioning how a pure love story of unrequited affection had transformed into a tale of a domineering princess enforcing her will. Dong calmly addressed Director Chen's confusion. I even worked through the night to modify the princess's character, born during a time of mourning for several deceased princes. Her neglected mother, fearing for her safety, disguised her as a male. With Lu Qianen's physique, portraying a female role would indeed be rather implausible. A sudden crash interrupted the conversation. Director Chen glanced down to find that his worldview had shattered. The ropes were tightly bound, and Mo sure pondered that. Given the general's temperament, even with the unexpected fortune of a beautiful maiden presented to him, he would not easily submit. Thus, he maintained an upright posture, allowing the ropes to constrict him. Behind him, the supporting actors pressed down on his shoulders, forcing him to bow, first to heaven and earth, and then to the ancestral hall. How exhilarating! Where's the chef? I must have this meal tonight. I wish to partake as well. Could you bring something meaty? The child craves meat. More food? I hesitate to mention it, but with that tag, it's almost always meat. If we eat it daily, we might grow weary of it. But alas, we must indulge a little more. Where's the chef? The binding was indeed amusing, and the vibrant red wedding attire was breathtaking. Yet in this situation, even the combination of the two merely made Lu Qianen worry about whether Mo sure might be hurt. He attempted to steal a glance at him, but the red veil obstructed his view, leaving him to dutifully perform his role. As the couple's bowing ceremony concluded, the general stubbornly refused to relent. His ceremonial attire now soiled and disheveled from the earlier struggles. In stark contrast, the elevated princess had risen and leaned closer to the kneeling figure. One hand gripped the general's chin, gently yet firmly compelling him to meet her gaze. The camera zoomed in, capturing her tightly pressed lips and elegantly defined fingers. The hands were masculine, broad-palmed with long fingers, the blue veins subtly visible on the back. Cut. Remarkably, all 3 shots of the first scene had been completed in one take, progressing with astonishing speed. Lu Qianen pulled off the veil and hurried over to assist in unbinding Mo, fumbled in his efforts, and tightened a knot in his haste, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Only through the first-person perspective could one truly appreciate Mo Shi's exceptional acting skills. Lu Qianen's mind was filled with the suppressed gasps he had heard earlier, and the eyes he had seen, filled with disdain and fury, felt like 1,000 needles piercing him. Mo Shi had already lost himself in the performance, perplexed by Lu Qianen's emotional embrace, sobbing, I initially intended to commend your talent, but now it seems you've lost your mind. Dong slapped his forehead with a wry smile, realizing they had delved too deeply into their roles. And it was no surprise that this individual would create a spectacle in front of the live cameras. The rope proved impossible to untie, and ultimately, it was the props team that could no longer bear to watch. They took scissors and severed it, freeing Mo Shi. A faint red mark now adorned his wrist, neither painful nor itchy, and Mo Shi couldn't be bothered to examine it further. He lifted his hand to gently pat Lu Qianen's cheek, attempting to rouse him. There was still a scene to perform. No tears were permitted, as a smeared makeup would lead to complications. Lu Qian grasped his wrist, stifling a sniffle that threatened to turn into tears, gazing longingly at Mo Shi. Brother General, I feel a bit reluctant to sleep with you now. Chapter 51, Prairie Kiss Scene. Is it a bit too chaotic? Perhaps you should reflect on it? Who is on top? I am quite curious to know if I have misinterpreted it. I advise Chi to cease being obstinate. The red veil is already in place. Isn't the distinction between dominant and submissive quite clear? In the midst of a profound silence, Director Chen emitted a piercing shriek. Surely, such remarks would not pass scrutiny. They cannot be uttered in the live stream. What nonsensical chatter was Lu Qian engaging in? Director Chen would never dare to directly admonish Lu Qian. Instead, he looked towards Mo Shi with hope, awaiting him to intervene and halt Lu Qian's reckless words. To his surprise, Mo Shi furrowed his brow and queried, Who are you referring to? Director Chun let out another frantic scream. Who would take responsibility for them? If the live stream were to be shut down, who would be accountable? Was it possible that the elder brother wished to take the lead? Zhang Tu, who had been summoned in haste to salvage the situation, covered Lu Qian's mouth with a palm, whispering in desperation, "Calm down, buddy. You two are merely acting in a scene, not actually engaging in anything." The final statement was the crux of the matter. Having been muted manually, Lu Qian could only twist a handkerchief in front of Mo Sure, feigning a pitiful demeanor, as if to suggest that should Mo Sure heartlessly choose to dominate him, he would simply cry without resistance. Mo Sure remained silent for 5 seconds, during which he contemplated nothing at all, and then, succumbing to Lu Qian's coaxing charm, relented. "Very well, then you take the lead." "Huh?" Jiang Tu momentarily hesitated, unsure whether to release his hold over Mo Sure's mouth, although aware they were discussing their characters. The subject used here is rather misleading. What exactly has Lu Qian done to become the dominant one? Is it merely through his cuteness? I find their communication style quite perplexing. "It's not that, buddy. I don't think it's that. Nor is it just not you all." Words fail me. The two exited to touch up their makeup and adjust their costumes, moving to another set, prepared to complete the kiss scene in one continuous take, thus concluding their scenes for the day. The props team had clearly put in considerable effort. In the harsh cold of the borderlands, the general had been stationed there for over a year. The original arrangement of the tent was far from new, with thick pelts for warmth giving it a dreary hue, making the vibrant and opulent silks laid down by the princess appear all the more striking. Reluctantly, Lu Qian found himself adorned with the veil once more, sitting upright on the edge of the bed, adopting a demeanor of obedient anticipation. He indeed had to wait. As Mo Sure was still engaged in an action sequence outside the tent, bound at his arms and unable to move his upper body. In order to engage in combat, one must rely solely on the finesse of one's legs. Fortunately, the ensemble cast consists of individuals seasoned in action sequences, fully aware of when to fall and when to charge forward. To save time, they did not rehearse the scene, instead improvising on the spot. As the sound of the clapboard echoed, Mo Sure abruptly turned, raising his leg to kick at one of his assailants, deliberately avoiding a critical strike and instead targeting the kneecap. The extra, feigning pain, contorted his fierce expression further, crouching down while grimacing and clutching his knee. With one less individual restraining him, Mo Sure seized the opportunity to escape the grasp of another, evading capture while testing the ropes binding him, not applying real force. He understood how to counter the intentional vulnerabilities displayed by the extras, delivering precise kicks to the chest and abdomen while sweeping the legs to unbalance them when necessary. The exchanges continued with flair until both assailants lunged simultaneously to subdue him. Without lingering, they exerted all their strength to hurl him into the tent, not neglecting to remove the ropes before sealing the entrance from the outside. The general, unyielding, attempted several times to open the door in vain, his frustration mounting further upon noticing the newlywed princess's indifference, which only fueled his anger. Clearly, the turmoil stemmed from the whims of this capricious and spoiled princess. Mo Sure sat sternly in a chair, flexing his sore arms, displaying no inclination to lift the veil. Then, a melodious voice, devoid of pretense, rang through the room, laced with mirth. If my husband were to obediently listen, wouldn't he spare himself some hardships? On their wedding night, did her husband intend to sit idly by for an entire evening? The latter remark carried a tone of unjust grievance, reminiscent of a neglected young bride. The general retrieved a long sword from the weapon rack, approaching the bed with a measured grace, lifting the hilt to gently displace the veil while maintaining a respectful distance from the princess. At last, light flooded the space. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled with a light-hearted smile as he recited his lines, patting the spot beside him with a tone that was almost teasing, enticingly inviting. "Come sit here, my husband, so we can reminisce." Outside the door stood the princess's entourage, and the general's subordinates dared not defy the royal family. Obedience was their only option. Mo Sure frowned and took a seat beside Lu Qian. A soft hand rested on his shoulder, tenderly caressing the side of his neck, while a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed playfully as Lu Qian smiled and called out, general brother. And Mo, sure, slightly parted his lips, intending to reprimand. But in that unguarded moment, his mouth was silenced by a fervent kiss. The heated, sticky embrace between the two, immersed in their roles, unfolded with an ease that was devoid of awkwardness. During the prolonged, humid kiss, Mo sure playfully bit Lu Qian's tongue, the taste of iron and rust only serving to heighten his primal instincts. Though he struggled, he did not exert himself seriously. Lu Qian pinned his wrist down, simultaneously pressing him back against the bed. Amidst the luxurious silk, the striking general's face flushed, his eyes, once filled with anger, now clouded with oxygen deprivation, painting a truly beautiful tableau. Lu Qianan released Mo Shi's moist, crimson lips, barely concealing the malice within, and smiled once more. This is the third time today I've been met with a screen full of question marks. How intimate. Under the live broadcast, how intimate. If you two aren't a couple, my boyfriend and I might just break up on the spot. Enough. Now everyone who isn't a CP fan is feeling defensive. Are you satisfied? A mere passerby, simply acting for the sake of filming. Is it really necessary for CP fans to crave attention like this? What else should we do? In a dating show, if we don't hype up the CP, what should we hype up? Your mouth that smells worse than a toilet? The performance was commendable. Dong nodded in approval, only to turn and see Director Chen's face as pale as a ghost, confusion etched across his features. Director Chen, have you transformed? This won't pass the review. Director Chen mumbled vacantly. My livestream room can't be gone, can it? Dong found no fault in the situation. After all, there were much more questionable elements that Lu Qianan had insisted on adding, which were certainly unfit for review. Chapter 52. The Desire of the Prairie. Lu Qianan found it increasingly difficult to distinguish between acting and revealing his true nature, with his knee trapped between his legs. A playful smile danced across his face as he gently caressed Mo Shi's cheek. Isn't General Brother skilled with his legs? How did you lose to me? Could it really be a bed scene? I thought you were joking, and now it's real. All right, I've betrayed my side. You can't eat without me. Can you? Though dressed as a woman, our Chi-Chi is still a man among men, the epitome of masculinity. The general, unaccustomed to being teased, felt his temper flare at the words. In his rage, he disregarded any notions of disrespect or insubordination, clenching his fist and swinging it toward the princess's beautiful face. Lu Qianan did not flinch, absorbing the blow, his cheek instantly flushing red. Nonchalantly, he held Mo Shi's hand down, declaring, I am already the general's wife. Sharing lips and teeth. Does the general truly wish to serve a mediocre king for life? Such disrespectful words struck a chord deep within the general's heart. The indulgent and excessively luxurious king would only seek peace and marriage during times of crisis at the borders. The general resented his weakness and had long contemplated rebellion, hindered only by his lack of power. Now, with a wife of noble blood, it would be far simpler to assassinate the emperor and support the princess's ascent to the throne than to topple a dynasty. Their entanglement was purely for mutual benefit. Upon realizing this, Mo Shi relaxed his fist, ceasing his fierce resistance, gritting his teeth in reluctant acceptance of Lu Qianan's advances. Is it absolutely necessary to consummate? Otherwise, how could I trust that the general will obey? His hand traced Mo Shi's chest, his long fingers delicately gripping the collar, slowly peeling it away. Through the silver-red gauze, two figures could be faintly discerned overlapping, culminating in a gentle sway of a beaded chain, the azure teardrop pendant resembling a tear falling from the corner of a wet crimson eye, the ambiguity palpable. Yet another scene was flawlessly completed in one breath. Dong couldn't help but applaud their perfect synergy. It was so charged with tension, so exhilarating. Director Chun stood in stunned silence, his complexion ashen and his heart still as water, raising his hand to weakly clap twice. The performance was captivating, imbued with emotional depth, and indeed, the artistic essence was profoundly present. However, it veered into the realm of excessive artistry, seemingly disregarding the review mechanisms in place. Once the scene concluded, neither of the two moved, and Mo sure extricated himself from his character. the flush on his cheeks still lingering as his expression regained its composure. Noticing that Lu Qianan remained frozen, he subtly shifted his position, intending to nudge him gently and hasten his return to reality. Yet, this slight movement rendered Lu Qianan momentarily stunned. This was troubling. The young man had immersed himself too deeply in the role. Startled by Mo Shi's inadvertent touch, Lu Qianan's face flushed a deeper crimson, his earlobes seemingly on the verge of bleeding. He hastily rose amidst the complex gazes directed at him, secretly relieved that his attire was sufficiently elaborate to conceal any signs of abnormality. Youthful exuberance, coupled with limited acting experience, often leads to such over-identification with a character. Mo Shi reassured himself, transitioning from shock to understanding in a mere minute, standing up with an air of calm. "Is it over?" Dong replied, "Yes, it is." Mo Shi, feeling at ease, naturally took the hesitant Lu Qianan's hand and led him away. Indeed, he was leading him. The other guests, observing from the sidelines, unanimously claimed to have witnessed the whimsical tale of a small fan and the disheveled plush ears drooping in feigned innocence. Mo Shi, citing a need for personal space, dismissed the staff, leaving only the two of them in the dressing room, without surveillance, cameras, or any other presence to notice. Lu Qianan anxiously clutched the hem of his clothing, fearful that he might involuntarily leap forward and consume Mo Shi entirely. Engaging in intimacy before establishing a romantic relationship could hardly be deemed honorable. Lu Qianan resolved firmly, today, even if it meant his demise or jumping from the dressing room window, he would not touch Mo Shi, not even a finger. Mo Shi, with his back turned, removed his outer robe. "Brother, you." Lu Qianan found himself unable to look away, staring blankly, utterly flustered. Unspeakable thoughts surged uncontrollably, beyond his ability to suppress. The excitement intensified, causing a slight discomfort. Mo Shi turned back, hesitating momentarily before asking, "Haven't you exited character yet?" He still believed that Lu Qianan's physiological response stemmed from his deep immersion in the role. Lu Qianan, unsure of how to convey his feelings, shook his head and nodded simultaneously, his gaze dropping. "My reaction isn't due to acting. It's simply because of you, brother. You know how to entice me." He lifted his delicate lashes to steal a glance at Mo Shi's expression. Mo Shi, seemingly unperturbed by this, left Lu Qianan in the dressing room and went next door to the makeup room to remove his makeup. "It was the general who seduced you. Go find your general brother to take responsibility." Lu Qianan felt a sense of relief. The cessation of contact meant there was no opportunity to force Mo Shi, at least ensuring his basic safety. However, he soon discovered another pressing issue. He seemed unable to control his own body. His mind replayed Mo Shi's performance during that intimate scene, recalling everything captured on camera and beyond. The dazed gaze, the wisps of hair clinging to a sweat-drenched cheek, the hurried, shallow breaths. The ceremonial attire complemented his figure, accentuating his fair skin like frost and snow, stirring an indescribable joy within him. After sitting for over 20 minutes, he still made no progress, until Mo Shi had removed his makeup and returned to the changing room to don his own clothes. He found Lu Qian still seated, unchanged in his position. Was he still not calm? A faint glance was cast in his direction, tinged with a sense of pity. Perhaps it was the detached indifference that severed the last thread of rationality. Lu Qian raised his gaze, his heart, filled with desire, pounding violently. Entering the changing space, he locked the door behind him. The area was sufficiently spacious, yet he was dissatisfied, insisting on pressing Mo Shi against the corner, their bodies closely entwined, with no distance between them. Mo Shi made no effort to resist this brazen act. His somewhat cool hands contrasted sharply with Lu Qian's warming body. Their kiss was chaotic, suffocating a senseless frenzy of biting that was both painful and exhilarating. After a prolonged period of repression, the accumulated desire did not subside. It erupted instead. After an indeterminate span of time, Lu Qian released his grip, his voice low and heavy as he called him brother. Mo Shi, finally catching his breath, still struggled to regulate his breathing, his presence unwavering. He understood Lu Qian's yearning, casting a sidelong glance, his atoms apple-bobbing as he hoarsely asked, "Is the door locked?" "It is locked. No one will enter." The lighting was dim, and in the shadows his eyes appeared nearly black, concealing nothing yet revealing everything. Laid bare from within, "Brother, help me." The discarded wedding gown lay in a heap on the floor, vibrant red, resembling a cluster of peonies. The one who had once knelt now stood, a solitary flower on a high ridge, bowing down, with cool brows lowered, speaking hesitantly, slowly. He kissed him. Chapter 53, Grassland Relations. In his 27 years of life, he had never experienced contact closer than zero distance with anyone. He found little interest in such intimacy, bordering on disdain, relying solely on memories of cinematic snippets. The unfamiliarity brought forth a choking sensation. Tears welled up in his eyes, chaotic and unrefined. The assailant remained acutely aware, his curled lashes lowered as he gazed at him, his hand resting at the back of his head, entwined with the smoky tendrils of dark hair. "Brother, I will never forget this day until my dying breath." Lu Qian was entranced, murmuring softly, then turning to wipe the droplets from the white camellia. "Mo, sure," starkly candid, his calm tone slightly softened by a hoarse voice, replied, "Then remember it well. Do not forget." The clock on the wall ticked away, the minute hand moving steadily. "Are you awake now?" Mo, sure, tossed the handkerchief, used to wipe his lips into the garbage bin, took a couple of swigs from a bottle of mineral water, his throat still pained as he spoke. Lu Qian's face remained flushed, and he, recalling his earlier shyness, stole glances at him several times before attempting to speak. "I'm sorry, brother. I was just a bit." The first genuine experience of intimacy had unfolded in such a chaotic manner, and Lu Qian, reflecting on his earlier vows, felt even more remorseful. Moreover, Mo sure had merely given of himself, not enjoying the process, which was hardly amusing. "I voluntarily consented. No need for apologies." Though there was also an element of indulgence, due to his inability to look away. Thankfully, he remembered to remove his clothing, leaving no trace behind. Mo sure donned casual attire, raising the collar to obscure the lower half of his face. Without waiting for the blushing Lu Qian to join him, nor seeking out other guests or directors, he departed alone. He required solitude to soothe his turbulent emotions. Indong was directing Jiang Mei and Jiang Tu in a scene. They had a fleeting moment of gazing at each other that they could not capture correctly. The reason was simple. The instant their eyes met, Jiang Mei would burst into uncontrollable laughter. After several attempts, on the fourth take, Lu Qian, now in his regular clothes, walked over alone. It was quite an unusual scene. Yun Xiaoxia, curiously chewing on beef jerky while observing Indong instructing the actresses, noticed Lu Qian and tilted her head in confusion, wondering, "Where is Mo Ge? Why aren't you sticking to him today?" In her mind, Lu Qian and Mo sure were inseparable, akin to conjoined twins, always together, unbreakable. Yun Xiaoxia privately believed that the friendship between Lu Qian and Mo sure was akin to her bond with Indong. Truly, they were good brothers. Lu Qian pinched himself several times, repeatedly affirming that this was not a dream, sitting in a daze beside them, utterly oblivious to Yun Xiaoxia's attempts to converse. Where did Mo Cat go? He clearly left with Chi-Chi, right? Why didn't the camera catch them earlier? I'm so curious. My instincts as a shipper tell me they must have engaged in some unspeakable adult activities. Hee. My heart is racing. Please, the main character, do tell the truth, or I might spread rumors. Xiaoxia, what is wrong? Indong noticed the commotion and left Jiang Mei and Jiang Tu to figure out how to maintain eye contact without laughing, striding over to Yun Xiaoxia. He knew who occupied Lu Qian's thoughts and raised an eyebrow. "Did you have a quarrel with your brother?" The dazed little dog shook his head. "Was it a fight?" He shook his head again, hesitating before uncertainly nodding. Indong, in a moment of impulsiveness, confidently declared to Yun Xiaoxia, his brain must be broken. The large dog with a broken brain was jointly packaged by Indong and Yun Xiaoxia, enlisting Director Chun as a tool to deliver Mo sure. The performance was a failure. Mo sure was not in the yurt where the male guests resided, and Director Chun searched in vain for his whereabouts. Lu Qian sent a message to Mo sure, but received no reply. "Director, you should head back. The live broadcast is ongoing, and we cannot proceed without your oversight. Before Chenling Tian could make a call, he casually waved his phone. I'll go find Shirge. He'll tell me where to go. Don't worry. In director Chun S. eyes, Lu Qian had always been reliable, and he trusted his words without doubt, bidding farewell with a smile before driving back to supervise the filming, his brow furrowed in concern. As the car drove away, Lu Qian opened his phone, closed the still inactive chat page, and dialed Mo Sure. Just before the call was automatically disconnected, it was answered. The voice on the other end, cold and ethereal, mingled with the faint sound of the wind. Lu Qian, where are you? Brother, let us talk. There was a moment of silence on the other end, both parties tacitly keeping the line open. Lu Qian held his breath, listening to the delicate rustling of grass and the sound of deep breaths. Walk towards the setting sun. I'll wait for you. Mo Sure was a person who greatly feared trouble, often too apathetic to discern specific directions, instead relying on distinctive landmarks such as flowers, trees, and even celestial bodies to navigate. After a 10-minute walk under the round, golden sun, Lu Qian finally spotted Mo Sure. He quickened his pace, feeling a sudden wave of uncertainty in front of Mo Sure for the first time, his hesitance resembling that of a small dog recently fitted with a collar, evoking a sense of amusement. The sunlight lazily cascaded at an angle, casting elongated shadows on the grass that stretched between the blades, akin to two parallel lines destined never to intersect. Mo Sure keenly observed this cruel scene, gently lowering his long lashes, contemplating a desire to effect some change. Though change would leave him utterly exhausted, for Lu Qian's sake, he believed it was still within the realm of acceptability. Lu Qian always took the initiative to approach him, never relenting even when he attempted to evade. Mo Sure stepped forward, closing the distance to nearly nothing, and with an air of calm that belied his inner turmoil. He opened his arms to embrace Lu Qian, wrapping his waist and resting his chin on his shoulder in a tender hug. Brother? Lu Qian's voice faltered, surprise overshadowing his joy. Not enough. Their moments of intimacy always began with Lu Qian, whether he was fully in control or merely guiding the way. Mo Sure withdrew one hand, firmly grasping the back of Lu Qian's head, pulling him down, their lips meeting in a kiss that was chilled by the wind. His crimson tongue cautiously prying apart Lu Qian's lips. When he sought to withdraw, it was already too late. Lu Qian seized the opportunity, indulging in the kiss. In the end, Mo Sure recalled that he had never openly expressed his feelings to Lu Qian, while Lu Qian frequently spoke of his affections, always reciting sweet nothings. This conversation should have been his to clarify. Lu Qian, I'm listening intently. Lu Qian was taken aback by Mo Sure's unusual behavior, unable to comprehend if Mo Sure had suddenly been possessed, instinctively responding in a compliant manner. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The sun descended in the west, its movement imperceptible to the naked eye, yet it undeniably sank lower, nearing the twilight. Mo Sure's confidence faltered, proving insufficient to utter such direct words, yet he spoke nonetheless. His lips parting softly, his lashes dark and dense, sealed within the amber of his gaze. Lu Qian, shall we date? The world transformed into a vast vortex, howling as it swept him in, engulfing everyone, the center of the whirlpool concealing unknown depths. No, brother. Lu Qian's beautiful peach blossom eyes remained tender, yet they bore the weight of a habitual heartbreaker. He embraced Mo Sure, making it clear that now was not the time. His meaning was unmistakable, a rejection. Mo Sure was unexpectedly taken aback by his own emotions, tinged with reluctance, and a hint of hope lingered. What exactly are we? Uncertainty loomed. Perhaps his smile was so gentle, a sweetness surpassing that of sugar. Mo Sure secretly cherished his smile in his heart, for at least this memory could be fleetingly his own. Lu Qian tucked a stray lock of Mo Sure's hair behind his ear with a delicate touch, his tone nonchalant. Perhaps just companions, who knows? Click, darkness fell. Chapter 54, Prairie Segment. You truly possess remarkable prowess, able to articulate a refusal even in such circumstances. That evening, during the meeting of the Pursuers Alliance, Yin Dong, upon hearing Lu Qian's lackluster summary, gazed skyward in astonishment. It turned out there had been neither quarrel nor conflict, but rather an entirely different development. He was at a loss for words on how to evaluate the situation. Lu Qianan, this young man, was both tender and callous. Jiang Tu also expressed his amazement, noting how he had often heard Lu Qianan instruct them on the most effective ways to pursue someone, always appearing so adept. Who could have foreseen that in just half a day, the dynamics would shift so dramatically? They had transitioned from innocent, ambiguous lovers to mere bed partners. As for Lu Qianan, his mind was wholly occupied with the small vial that Mo had produced after the live stream concluded that night. The investigative findings from the island lingered in his thoughts, causing him to doubt his decisions. He had only wished to spare himself some anguish. Yet the situation had evolved into this. After much contemplation, he stubbornly concluded, "I do not wish to reject Shurgo, but this is the most prudent course of action. It is certainly better than subjecting him to the same scorn I endure." Mo, though seemingly aloof and emotionally detached, possessed an unusually sensitive nature. Lu Qianan was reluctant to confine him within the confines of his own machinations. Anyone could become a pawn in his game, including himself, but Mo was an exception. I consulted that old schemer, and he mentioned that preparations would commence in the next couple of days, within 4 or 5 days at most. Your first scandal would be trending. The second scandal would be reserved for later use. Truly, he was a cunning businessman, meticulously plotting even against a junior like me. Unfortunately, Jiang Father had failed to foresee that the seemingly weak and gullible Jiang Tu would dare to betray him. Even more regrettably, both the Yao and Jiang families were woefully overconfident, deluding themselves into believing they could undermine the Lu family by targeting Lu Qianan. Greed and folly. Given that those around him could not be trusted, Lu Qianan instructed Yin Dong and Jiang Tu to return and rest. While he made a series of phone calls to his elder brother, Lu Manchu was still working late. The sudden ringing of the phone startled him. He rubbed his temples, set aside his documents, and answered, "So, you finally decided to seek assistance from the family?" Though the Lu family's enterprises primarily revolve around real estate, technology, and finance, they were not typically involved in the entertainment industry. Yet, the actions of the Jiang and Yao families had not gone unnoticed. There was no turning back. At worst, he could withdraw from the reality show and film after completing them. His family had never supported Lu Qianan's foray into the entertainment world. It had been precisely 10 years since he began as a trainee, and for a decade his parents and brother had urged him to reconsider. However, he was obstinate. A true maverick. Without familial endorsement, he chose to forego the resources offered by his family, concealing his identity and carving out his own path. In his youthful defiance, Lu Qianan had sworn to his frustrated father, should he ever seek help, it would mean he would retire, resigning himself to the family business and leading a tranquil life. Lu Manchu gave a non-committal grunt, choosing not to dwell on past grievances. "All right, speak up. How can I assist you? For the time being, should any scandals about me surface, do not suppress the heat. A little hype would suffice, but keep it discreet." Lu Qianan made his peculiar request, and do keep a watchful eye on Uncle's family as well. Lu Manchu felt an overwhelming urge to roll his eyes, yet he restrained himself. Recalling the persona he had crafted for himself this year as the aloof and domineering CEO, "Are you merely seeking to provoke me?" he retorted. His father had made it abundantly clear. If he failed to win over his crush this time, he would face the consequences upon his return home. "How was your progress?" It was rather amusing. Each generation of the Lu family employed a distinct method of child rearing. Yet there was one commonality among their disciplinary measures. They were undeniably awkward and mortifying. For instance, during Lu Qian's time, any significant misstep would necessitate the reading of one's childhood diary at the family gatherings held during festive occasions. Year after year, Lu Qian recited from his diary, now having reached the entries from when he was 16, honing his ability to extol Mo without so much as a flicker of embarrassment. The threat of such familial repercussions held little weight for him. The good news was that he truly liked me. The world around him faded into a hushed silence, leaving him feeling as though he were the sole inhabitant of existence. Lu Qian lowered his gaze, his tired profile still exuding gentleness. The bad news was that, until he resolved matters with the Yao and Jiang families, There could be no relationship between him and Mo sure. He succinctly relayed the events of the day to Lu Man Shu, leaving the workaholic, who had never experienced love, in a contemplative silence. Though he lacked romantic experience, he had read his fair share of romance novels. Lu Man Shu imagined Lu Qi and Mo Sure as the protagonists of a love story. Feeling a swell of emotion. Do you not perceive the unhealthiness of your relationship? Why can't you simply communicate your intentions to him? If I were to agree to become his partner, the inevitable backlash would cause him distress. Moreover, Montakshi, having grown up devoid of love and care, and also a novice in the realm of romance, would likely place great value on emotions, potentially leading to impulsive actions. It was not merely the fear of derailing their plans, but rather a concern that the online trolls would turn their ire towards Mo Sure. It would be far better for him to bear the burden alone. The reason for not entirely dismissing the idea and maintaining a semblance of intimacy was the fear that Mo Sure might ultimately abandon him. Each move felt like a precarious balance on a high tower, teetering on the brink of collapse. A moment's inattention could lead to a disastrous imbalance, scattering the black and white pieces across the ground. The faint sound of dripping water filled the silence, and when Lu Man Shu found his brother unresponsive, he ended the call. Exhaustion enveloped him. Lu Qi closed his eyes, realizing that, at this moment, there was truly no other awake soul in the vicinity. The moon hung high, marking the midnight hour, and the chill of the mid-autumn night was palpable as he entered the yurt, startled by the warmth within. Once he had dispelled the lingering chill and restored his body temperature to normal, he quietly slipped beneath the covers beside Mo Sure. In a state of hazy consciousness, just before surrendering to slumber, he buried his face in Mo Sure's neck, half dreaming and murmuring a confession. White camellia, how fragrant you are, brother. Today, I find myself liking you even more. He was not the perfect boyfriend, unable even to express his feelings openly. Lu Qi fell asleep, burdened by guilt and self-reproach. Minutes later, Mo Sure, whose hand had been relaxed and drooping, lifted it to gently embrace the figure nestled against him, closing his eyes once more and whispering softly, "Good night." A night devoid of dreams passed. On the third day of filming, a particular scene was plagued by repeated failures, and during a brief intermission, Lu Qi took a bottle of apple juice and leaned in to offer it to Mo Sure. It was a moment to savor the last vestiges of tranquility. He was perplexed as to why, upon waking that day, he found Mo Sure's demeanor had returned to its former state, neither overly intimate nor deliberately evasive. For him, this equilibrium brought a sense of happiness. The prelude released by the Jiang and Yao families merely stirred curiosity among the comments in the livestream. With the scandal yet to be revealed, he could enjoy a few more days of leisure. Today, having no scenes to film, he chose to assist around the set, acting as Mo Sure's personal aide. After sitting in the lounge with Mo Sure for merely 5 minutes, a knock at the door interrupted them. Lu Qianan reluctantly paused his watchful gaze and rose to answer it. To his surprise, standing before him were two unfamiliar faces, their warm smiles eliciting a moment of confusion. They appeared somewhat familiar. "Ah, you must be Xiao Lu. What a handsome young man you are." The well-groomed woman, one arm linked with her husband, playfully patted Lu Qianan's shoulder, exuding a friendly familiarity. The man, looking quite youthful if one overlooked his balding head, smiled benignly. "Xiao Lu, don't be afraid. My wife managed to snag tickets for the live stream and has been glued to it. She adores you and means no harm." Suddenly, Lu Qianan's memory clicked. No wonder they seemed familiar. They were Yun Xiaoxiao's parents. Upon closer inspection, Yun Xiaoxiao's features appeared to be a mosaic of her parents' attributes, remarkably resembling them. Montakshi, hearing the commotion, emerged from the room, juice straw in mouth. He recognized Yun's parents at once. "Uncle Yun, Aunt Hua." Lu Qianan followed suit, greeting them. "Hello, Uncle Yun." "Hello, Aunt Hua." "All is well. All is well," Uncle Yun replied succinctly, while Aunt Hua took on the role of conversationalist, her eyes crinkling with fine lines as she inquired, "How is Xiao Shure's health?" Lu Qianan sensed the conversation veering into uncomfortable territory and hurriedly interjected, "Uncle Yun, Aunt Hua, Sister Xia is filming over there. Let me take you to her." His intention was to divert the topic, fearing that Mo Sure, prone to overthinking, might feel more inadequate. To his surprise, Mo sure hesitated for only a moment before following suit, managing to feign a serious demeanor while offering a polite, albeit unclear smile. "I'm feeling much better. Thank you for your concern, Anhua." It was a lie. He had clandestinely taken medication the previous night, unbeknownst to anyone. Uncle Yun, oblivious to Lu Qianan's disapproving expression, nodded reassuringly. "That's good to hear, very good. Xiao Lu, heed your uncle's advice. If you wish to pursue romance, do so without fear." They had only met Mo sure twice, once in his childhood and once several years prior after the unfortunate accident. Naturally, they felt a deep sympathy for this young man, particularly regarding his emotional well-being. The open-minded couple, watching the live stream during their travels, reminisced about their own youthful romance as they observed the affectionate interactions between Lu Qianan and Mo Sure, deciding to offer them a bit of encouragement. Once their daughter's career became stable, they embarked on a global journey, rarely returning home. This trip also provided an opportunity to reunite with their daughter, leading them to pack their bags and head back. Coincidentally, they picked up their daughter, who had just returned from an island getaway. After Yun Xiaoxia set off once more, they visited several long-unseen friends, following the trail of the program crew to the grasslands. Yun Xiaoxia, clad in dark attire with her hair elegantly tied up, focused intently on her performance while riding, oblivious to her parents mingling among the staff. With bow drawn, she appeared as a strikingly handsome young warrior atop her steed. Uncle Yun and Aunt Hua proudly embraced each other, exclaiming how beautiful their daughter was. They marveled at how charming she looked in her male disguise, with Uncle Yun adding that they were blessed with children of both genders. After successfully completing the scene, Yun Xiaoxia, brimming with enthusiasm, halted her horse but found herself unable to dismount. Half of her body dangled awkwardly from the saddle, prompting Yin Dong to rush forward and catch her as she fell. The sudden clumsiness rendered her momentarily silly, leaving the onlookers in silence. Aunt Hua nudged Uncle Yin playfully, teasing him about their daughter. "Daddy, Mommy," with Yin Dong's subtle guidance. Yun Xiaoxia quickly located her parents and playfully leaped towards them, where she was securely embraced by their welcoming arms. The three of them formed a joyful huddle, completely devoid of the earlier awkwardness. Aunt Hua exchanged a knowing wink with Yin Dong, and seeing his lack of response, she playfully pulled him into their group, transforming their trio into a quartet. The spectators marveled at the delightful family dynamic, noting how beautiful uncle and aunt looked and how evidently their daughter's charm was hereditary. They observed the warmth and humor shared among the family, which seemed to transcend any generational gaps. Jiang Tu gazed enviously at the heartwarming reunion. Having endured 15 years of hardship alone, she had received no embrace when her parents finally found her. Her biological mother, holding a young boy, coldly scanned Jiang Tu from head to toe, dismissively waving her hand to signal that Jiang Tu should change her clothes, deeming her dirty. This chilling rebuke extinguished any warmth she had felt about returning home. Fortunately, a few hours later, she met her former savior, now her sister, Jiang Mei. Jiang Mei greeted her with a languid smile, quickly enveloping the frail girl in a protective embrace. The teasing words that reached Jiang Tu's ears felt ambiguous. "Hello, sister. I look forward to your guidance." Lost in thought, Jiang Tu was reminded of the years gone by, as Jiang Mei's voice resonated with memories, unchanged and exuberant. She yearned for a familial warmth she had never truly experienced, only glimpsed in dreams. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mei, she scoffed. "Are you longing for that old man who would trade his daughter for profit? Or perhaps the woman who only cares for her precious son while disregarding her daughter's plight? Or do you wish to serve the prince? Sisterhood, too, is family." Jiang Tu, chastised into clarity, dared only to quietly retort, "I'm right here. What is there to ponder? I once believed that Xiao Xiao was the most straightforward female guest on our journey, but I have now realized that Sister Rose is even more candid, truly a woman of the stature of an eagle. Thus, I advise women not to fall for straight women. Bending them can be an arduous experience." As a seasoned individual would warn, with guests in attendance, Indong took the initiative to pause the shooting for half a day, intending to accompany Young Xiaoxio to experience the charm of the grasslands with her future in-laws. The others were granted half a day of leisure time. Jiang Tu and Jiang Mei planned to visit the nearby horse ranch for some riding practice, casually inviting a photographer along before departing. Lu Qian followed Mo Shi back to the yurt with a sense of purpose. He was well aware of Mo Shi's preference for solitude, determined to remain indoors as much as possible, and thus prepared himself for an afternoon inside. He could not afford to act out of line at such a critical moment. Should the audience detect any anomaly, he might find himself under scrutiny. To play it safe, he limited himself to ordinary conversation. Mo Shi rummaged through his suitcase, retrieving a mint green notebook, and began to jot down notes with a pen, only half listening to Lu Qian's words. After a considerable time, he finally looked up, pursing his lips as he regarded Lu Qian. The nib of his fountain pen rested on the paper, the ink seeping through several pages. After a moment's contemplation, he lowered his head to add a final line before closing the notebook and returning it to his suitcase. He casually donned his black trench coat, lifting his chin with an air of pride, his eyes shimmering with a radiant light. "Let us take a stroll." Lu Qian, momentarily taken aback, hastened to catch up. A fleeting glance revealed something on the ground. He bent down to feign tying his shoelaces, swiftly picking it up and concealing it in his pocket. His heart raced with anxiety. If he was not mistaken, it was a crumpled sheet of paper filled with hasty scrawls that had fallen from Mo Shi's notebook. Chapter 56. The Grassland Envelope. The thin paper felt as hot as a piece of red-hot charcoal, constantly reminding Lu Qian of its presence, causing him to be distracted throughout their walk. Finally, they endured until 8 o'clock in the evening. Dinner was arranged by Grandpa Badu, with Winky welcoming the two newcomers with a beaming smile, while the couple shyly received compliment from one another. The yurt shared for dinner was warm and inviting, filled with several young Mongolians who joined in feasting, drinking, singing, and dancing, creating a lively atmosphere. In high spirits, Indong even borrowed a guitar from Lu Qian, serenading young Xiaxio with a few love songs, earning nods of approval from Uncle Yun, smiles from Aunt Hua, cheers from the crowd, and a blush from young Xiaxio that spoke louder than words. Mo Shi did not touch the cup of alcohol in front of him, and no one urged him to drink. He remained sober, observing the merriment around him as if he were in a different realm. Lu Qian, with a commendable tolerance for alcohol, downed 2 cups as if they were mere water. Yet regardless of persuasion, he refused to drink any more, playfully joking as he settled next to Mo Shi. "If you find it tedious, you may return to rest. They still have plenty of revelry ahead." The men and women of similar ages, along with the psychologically youthful older youths, could easily engage for hours. And Mo Shi, unable to drink and feeling out of place, would surely become impatient. It was not boredom. With delicate fingers, he lifted the white porcelain wine bowl to his lips, taking a gentle sip. The fiery liquor scorched his throat, and just a single mouthful brought tears to his eyes, prompting a light cough amidst the lively atmosphere. The drink of choice today was a rare collection from Wenki, a potent spirit exceeding 50 degrees, which, while exhilarating against the backdrop of the grassland scenery, was ill-suited for someone like Mo Shi, who seldom indulged in alcohol. Stealthily, Lu Qian moved the wine bowl that Mo Shi had set down to his own side, swiftly downing the remaining contents and wiping the corners of his lips, pleased to have decisively eliminated any chance of Mo Shi becoming inebriated. After a hearty meal, it was surprisingly only Indong and Yun Xiaoxia who succumbed to drunkenness. Following Indong's heartfelt serenade, a flustered Yun Xiaoxia, overwhelmed with emotion, unceremoniously challenged him to a drinking contest, which he readily accepted. Seated face to face, they downed bowl after bowl, and under the encouragement of Yun's parents, they ultimately drank themselves into a stupor. The unreliable couple even began to deliberate whether to tie the two children together and toss them onto the bed to expedite the process of bringing their relationship to fruition, avoiding the roundabout ways of one who remained silent and another who failed to grasp subtle hints. Jeanne promptly intervened, rescuing her sister from the depths of their drunken folly. Meanwhile, Lu Qian approached and effortlessly hoisted the slumped Indong, preparing to bid farewell to Yun's parents before retreating with Mo sure to revel in their pure, intimate world. However, they were unexpectedly called back. Xiao Lu, Auntie wishes to speak with you privately. Auntie Hua pinched Uncle Yun's arm, silencing him, her almond-shaped eyes, mirroring Yun Xiaoxia's, fixed intently on Lu Qian. Lu Qian hesitated, glancing at the completely inebriated Yin Dong, uncertain of how to manage the situation. You go ahead, I can handle this. The weight on his shoulder suddenly lessened significantly, as it was revealed that Mo sure had taken upon himself the burden of supporting Yin Dong, shifting the center of gravity to the other side with some effort to steady him. His slender frame, lacking the muscle mass of Yin Dong and Lu Qian, found it no easy task to stabilize a slightly taller man who might erupt in drunken antics at any moment. Concerned, Lu Qian asked, "Are you sure, brother? He might thrash about." As if to validate Lu Qian's apprehension, the previously motionless Yin Dong suddenly began to struggle. The inebriated man, full of strength and volume, shouted in protest against being separated from Yun Xiaoxia, desperately trying to lunge forward, threatening to break free from his restraints. Just as Lu Qian was about to intervene again, Mo sure remained expressionless, striking with precision and swiftness, delivering a deft blow to Yin Dong's raised elbow, twisting his wrist and pinning his arms behind him, subsequently pressing down on his upper body. With effortless grace, he subdued the man. His phoenix eyes remained calm and untroubled, as if nothing had happened. He reiterated to Lu Qian, "I can handle this." Wow, that was a skillful maneuver. A refined version, much gentler than the original. Otherwise, Director Yin would surely be howling in pain right now, haha. Mom, I want to learn this. It's far superior to the flashy trick scene in those viral videos. Who recorded the amusing segment of Yin Dong's drunken antics? Please share. It's simply hilarious and a perfect stress relief. Heart Journey's live broadcast is truly splendid. Where else can one witness a renowned director in such a state? With the moonlight softly illuminating the surroundings, the silvery hue enveloped the celestial dome. It could not penetrate the layers of velvety darkness. The suitcase wheels rolled over the uneven ground, producing a rhythmic and monotonous clatter that echoed, amplifying the noise in the tranquility. Lu Qian assisted in loading the luggage onto the designated vehicle. Auntie Hua, with her straightforward demeanor, wasted no time and delved straight into the matter, producing an envelope from her handbag. "This is from Xiao Shi's brother, entrusted to me for you." The dark green pearlescent envelope bore an embossed silver camellia design, sealed with white wax, and held an unexpectedly substantial weight in hand. Uncle Yun added, "The Mo family members each possess their own peculiarities. Take Xiao Qian, for instance. He has a penchant for writing letters for significant matters, believing that written words convey emotions more effectively. Yet, isn't a phone call far more convenient? You can hear the voice." Lu Qian unfolded the letter, extracting a cream-colored sheet of paper, illuminating it with his phone in order to read the text. Fortunately, it was penned slowly and thoughtfully by Mo Qian, with elegant handwriting that was easily discernible. The first two paragraphs were filled with elaborate pleasantries, while the third finally addressed the matter at hand. A few days prior, Xiao Shi confided his feelings for you and inquired how he could fulfill the yearning within his heart. I encouraged him to be bold, to approach you and confess. However, I received news from Mr. Lu Manchu recently. Though his words were gentle, I could discern that my impulsive counsel has caused you distress and inadvertently hurt my own younger brother. Lu Qian, the last time we met privately, you were still an 18-year-old boy. At that time, I was concerned whether you could mature into a responsible and dependable man. Thus, I refrained from disclosing my younger brother's past experiences, hoping you would retreat gracefully. Yet, 5 years have elapsed, and during the live broadcast, I witnessed your growth. I believe it is time to entrust Xiao Shi to you. I shall no longer interfere in your affairs, and I hope you remain steadfast and true to your original intentions. Enclosed was a photograph of Mo Shi from his youth. The boy, around 14 or 15, still bore the innocence of childhood, his features already reflecting a certain coldness. With a neutral expression, he posed for the camera, holding up a peace sign. Dressed in a hospital gown, perhaps due to his frailness, The garment hung loosely on him, and as he raised his hand, the sleeves slipped down, revealing scars on his forearms. It seems he had endured injury at such an early age. No wonder the source of the scar on Mo Sher's arm remained elusive. Events from over a decade ago are easily buried. Even without deliberate concealment, memories tend to fade with the passage of time. Ani Hua brushed her hair aside, speaking earnestly. Xiao Shi has suffered greatly in the past. I hope you will treat him well. Of course, do not neglect your own needs either. Lu Qianan interrupted her, his gaze intense. Do you still remember what Mo Shi has endured? Chapter 57. Essays on the Grassland. Lu Qian returned to the yurt, burdened with unspoken thoughts, only to find Mo Shi already asleep. He exhaled deeply, turned on the bedside lamp, and attempted to decipher the contents of the paper under brighter light. He had not gleaned any particularly significant information from Anhua. Apologetically, she informed him, I'm sorry. Xiaolu, we are unaware of the specifics. The Mo family is remarkably secretive. All I recall is that this child had a profound love for the piano in his early years. It was no wonder that upon seeing Lu Qian's hands, he inquired whether he could play the piano, even following him home to listen to the melodies. Evidently, Mo Shi still harbored a genuine affection for the piano. However, Lu Qian had never witnessed him perform even a single piece. Was it due to the injuries he sustained? Lu Qian felt a heavy gloom settle within him as he silently smoothed the crumpled paper. The paper bore signs of having been forcefully crumpled, its edges curled, the color yellowing and marred by ink stains. In the center, a large suspicious reddish-brown blotch permeated the paper, obscuring the text and rendering it brittle. It was immediately apparent that the handwriting was chaotic, with strokes twisted and tangled like a mass of disorder, interspersed with many incomprehensible symbols. There was no semblance of straight lines. Even a child just learning to write would not produce such a scrawl. After much effort, Lu Qian managed to piece together a few disjointed phrases. Today is clear. There's rain indoors. They're still watching me. The doctor said something about electroconvulsive therapy. I do not wish to undergo it. I want to go home. This sentence, the most coherent and logical, allowed Lu Qian to surmise that the paper contained notes from Mo Shi's time in the hospital. The subsequent text devolved into a jumbled collection of fragmented words strung together, scarcely qualifying as sentences. One could hardly expect a patient in a highly unstable mental state to compose anything of beauty, from the scattered words evoking themes of crash and death. It was evident that the writing occurred after the aviation disaster. It must have been a tormenting experience. As Lu Qian gently touched the reddish-brown blotch, he could no longer deceive himself. He had to face the grim reality. This was, in fact, dried blood. 6 years prior, in the 4th week following the tragedy, Mo Qian arranged a grand funeral for his parents, who had been hastily buried. Mo Shi had just emerged from a life-threatening situation. A series of 2 surgeries in quick succession had inflicted considerable harm upon his already frail constitution, leading to symptoms of heart failure and respiratory distress. With his condition deteriorating swiftly, he could not attend the funeral, nor did he wish to. When Mo Qian offered him the funeral video, Mo Shi shook his head, his face pale from excessive blood loss, dark circles under his eyes, and a haggard appearance. He closed his eyes, his raven-black lashes softly falling, his voice faint and hoarse, as if dissipating mist. Brother, I want to go home. The hospital felt too close to death, especially the ICU. Mo Shi had been there for merely 5 days, yet the patient in the adjacent bed had been replaced twice, not transferred to a general ward, but rather had succumbed. The oppressive atmosphere heightened his anxiety. Day and night, he was plagued by auditory and visual hallucinations, fearing that if he remained, he might unravel completely. Your physical condition does not yet permit discharge. The attending physician repeatedly emphasized the necessity of maintaining the patient's emotional stability. Alarmed by the grave consequences articulated by the doctor, Mo Qian acquiesced to Mo Shi's wishes. Otherwise, transfer to another facility was imperative. Thus, he was relocated to a private hospital invested in by the Mo family, where a single room isolated him from all foreign stimuli that could induce anxiety. Following this, a treatment regimen devised by specialists ensued. The term self-destructive tendencies was not merely a phrase on the medical record. Initially, Mo sure resisted any form of treatment as his energy began to wane. He struggled to regulate his emotions. During episodes of euphoria, his breathing quickened to the point of suffocation, and he would tear off the oxygen mask, allowing the sensation of asphyxiation to overwhelm him. He adamantly refused medication, and while the nurse would only leave once she witnessed him swallow the pills, minutes later, he would invariably rush to the restroom to induce vomiting, not to mention the intravenous needle lodged in the back of his hand, which he would pull out 4 or 5 times a day. Due to substantial blood transfusions, his platelet count had yet to return to normal. Blood droplets oozed from the tiny puncture wounds, incessantly dripping. Mo sure stubbornly insisted on clutching the 2 notebooks his brother had brought from home, staining the pages with blood, leaving large blotches. When he exhibited refusal to eat, the doctor resolved to employ electroconvulsive therapy. As the name suggests, a certain amount of electrical current would be administered to the brain, inducing loss of consciousness and seizures for therapeutic purposes. Given the complexity of Mo sure's condition, he underwent this procedure 12 times. The side effects, such as headaches, dizziness, nausea, and muscle soreness, had become familiar to him. The only discomfort stemmed from the loss and confusion of memory. Mo Qian inquired with the physician and learned that memory loss, while unavoidable, was reversible and would gradually restore over time, alleviating his concerns. Just as he was about to relinquish his worries after the 7th treatment, he witnessed the awakening Mo sure retrieving the 2 notebooks concealed beneath his pillow. Upon opening them and confronting the words within, he ultimately raised his gaze in bewilderment, seemingly questioning someone. What does this mean? He had forgotten the contents he had penned. Mo Qian refrained from examining the notebooks. He only recalled that the 2 notebooks Mo sure had cherished throughout his illness were a mint green and a smoky pink. Lu Qianan, rise and shine. A cool voice called his name, dispelling the enigmatic dreams. Lu Qianan, reluctant to open his eyes, instinctively buried his head into the embrace of the voice's owner. Soon, a cool hand approached, gently patting his cheek while urging, "Wake up, today is a challenging shoot. I need to act alongside my brother." With great effort, he cracked open an eyelid, his long, curled lashes fluttering to reveal his barely focused gaze. Lu Qianan, still dazed, caught sight of the surroundings, startled into a gasp, and widened his eyes, freezing in place. Mo sure knelt on one knee at the edge of the bed, facing him, his enchanting eyes like frozen dew, with shoulder-length black hair cascading to the side of his neck, partially veiling his cheek and softening his icy demeanor. One hand, porcelain-like, caressed Lu Qianan's cheek, while the other pressed against his chest for support. In this position, Lu Qianan unconsciously arched his back, accentuating the curve where his waist met his hips, conveniently positioned near Lu Qianan's hand, requiring just a slight flick of his wrist to grasp the slender waist. "Brother?" Lu Qianan made a valiant effort to divert his thoughts away from the 2 shallow dimples nestled at his waist, focusing instead on the visage that lay so close before him. Alas, it was futile, and Mo sure was exceedingly handsome, and to make matters worse, it was morning, a time when one's biological clock typically brims with vitality. Observing Lu Qianan's dazed demeanor, Mo sure remained oblivious to his flustered heart. With time pressing and tasks at hand, he resolutely tugged at the blanket that enveloped Lu Qianan. "Do not linger in bed." Wait. Lu Qianan fiercely defended his blanket, hastily reclaiming it and enveloping himself snugly, his face flushed with embarrassment as he blurted, "Brother, we have no time for that today." Chapter 58, Plagiarism on the Prairie. Mo sure fell silent, stepping back 3 paces with a furrowed brow, perplexed. Who taught you such words? Indeed, the microphone had yet to be donned, and the audience could only hear Mo sure's voice. There was a slight leeway to express something a bit more risque. Suddenly, Lu Qianan had an epiphany, recognizing the situation, and without hesitation retorted, "Then who is it that instructed you, brother, to rouse me from slumber? It must be someone with ill intentions, hoping I would err and find myself imprisoned." Not far away, Dong, breakfasting with a childhood companion, sneezed. Though he was quick-witted, he remained obedient. Lu Qianan requested Mo sure to step aside, lest his gaze upon him hinder his composure. After sitting idly until his desires subsided, he quickly rose to change and groom himself, preparing for the day ahead. Seizing a moment to glance at trending topics on his phone, he was pleasantly surprised to find a discussion about him had surged to the top 3 on the charts. The content was succinct and immediately discernible. Lu Qianan plagiarism was a blunt and brazen claim. Lu Qianan's past scandals were few, and any that surfaced would often ignite a brief flurry of attention, predominantly consisting of unfounded rumors that would eventually be debunked. However, this time, the source of the allegations was a prominent figure in the entertainment industry known for disseminating gossip. The original poster had released several images alongside a comparative audio video. The first image was a screenshot from Lu Qianan's post about his original single 18 Months, dated December 25th, 5 years prior, on the day of his coming of age. The second image captured the homepage of an obscure online singer named He, whose fame was negligible, with a follower count barely surpassing 1,000. Aside from a handful of songs, his profile was devoid of content, and his last release had been 4 years ago, followed by a complete silence. The third image detailed the song, First Son, released in the early hours of November 6th of the same year, over a month earlier than 18 months. The audio comparison video was arguably unnecessary. The two songs bore such striking similarities that even those unversed in music could discern the resemblances, with the lyrics conveying nearly identical meanings. Rarely had such irrefutable evidence of scandal surfaced, and the detractors were in an uproar. My goodness, this resemblance is uncanny. I have long held a disdain for LQA, and it seems their downfall has finally arrived. As a mere bystander, I shall refrain from commenting, yet the accusation of plagiarism is quite severe. Dear detractors, spare your futile attempts at justification. LQA is merely a decorative figure, having thrived for so long while managing to suppress all negative information. One cannot help but wonder if there is some hidden financial backing, perhaps even some wealthy matron in her 50s indulging this pretty boy. Laughter ensues. Does the internet truly lack memory? Was it not revealed that LQA had clandestine meetings with a renowned director, securing resources through dubious means? Such remarks inundated the comment section. Meanwhile, Lu Qian took delight in perusing these comments during breakfast, scrolling through hundreds with amusement. Upon encountering the scandalous claims, he merely glanced at himself, pondering the validity of the critiques. How could he possibly resemble such a lowly figure? With a strong psyche, he boldly continued to scroll, only to be caught off guard by the appearance of Mo Shure's name among the comments. In a moment of distraction, he nearly choked on his milk. Isn't LQA still filming a dating show? Not only has he had secret rendezvous with director Ian, but he is also currently fawning over the illustrious Mo Ingdi. With such shamelessness, he is bound to succeed in any endeavor. Someone chimed in below. I don't think Mo Shure is a saint either. Everyone knows he has quite the influential background. Who's to say how he acquired those awards? He's more than willing to associate with LQA, maintaining an image of a highbrow who shuns fame. Yet it's all for the sake of recognition. LQA is simply repulsive. Mo Shure may seem innocent, but who knows what he engages in behind closed doors. One wonders how many secret lovers he has. Lu Qian seethed with indignation, coughing as he forcefully pressed the report button. Still unsatisfied, he took screenshots of all the comments and user profiles, resolute in his decision to sue them for slander once the storm had passed. Criticizing him was permissible, but disparaging Mo Shure was a line he would not allow to be crossed. The barrage of insults filled the live stream, yet Director Chun, responding to the demands of investor Lu Manchu, chose not to terminate the broadcast. The cast remained unfazed, ignoring the tumultuous comments as they commenced today's filming with ease. Cut. Mid-scene, Mo Shure raised his hand to halt the action, his brow furrowed as he pulled the unresponsive Lu Qian up from the ground. His expression was grave. Lu Qian, you're not in the right mindset. If you cannot immerse yourself in the role, then perhaps you should refrain from performing today. Montakshi, oblivious to the gossip circulating in the entertainment industry, was entirely unaware of the disparaging rumors online. Lu Qian, bewildered, was tugged along, finally sitting up as he blinked his clear, bright eyes, a few blades of grass caught in his tousled hair. He appeared even more like a sorrowful puppy than usual, as if he had been wronged. It was perfectly acceptable to postpone the schedule. Mo sure softened his tone slightly. Let us take a break for now. Stand up. The ground is dirty. Dong nearly spat out his drink in disbelief, rubbing his ears in confusion, then turned to Yun Xiangxia, who was also observing the scene. To confirm, did Mo sure just say we should take a break? Yun Xiangxia, equally perplexed, nodded. The power of love is indeed terrifying. Mo sure was not typically this way with others. Dong recalled their last collaboration, where a particularly challenging scene had required exceptional demands of the actors, resulting in 4 or 5 takes before achieving a satisfactory performance. The crux of the matter is that it is particularly physically demanding, and the actor, Mo Sure, was already breathless by the 14th take. Mo Sure's dedication was almost frightening. He stubbornly refused to rest, insisting on perfecting the scene. He did not pressure his partner to focus on the finer details alongside him. Yet the young actor, mindful of social niceties, felt compelled to continue working hard rather than let his senior endure the toil alone. Ultimately, the scene was completed, but the young actor was subsequently carried aside to receive oxygen. Dong always felt that acting alongside Mo Sure was quite taxing, except for Lu Qianan. Without breaking a sweat, managed to earn Mo Sure's affection, a remarkable talent indeed. However, Lu Qianan, oblivious to his good fortune, remained awkwardly rooted to the spot. The princess, having wed the general, could openly don male attire within the general's tent, wearing his very garments, clad in a slightly snug, deep black outfit. Lu Qianan found the fit a tad restrictive, yet he still hesitated to move freely. Mo Sure patiently waited for several minutes, but Lu Qianan showed no intention of rising. Curled up and hugging his knees, gazing up at him with wide eyes. Embarrassed under the scrutiny of such a towering figure, Mo Sure felt his ears flush crimson, turning away without a backward glance. From behind, he appeared resolute, almost cruel. Lu Qianan remained seated for nearly another 10 minutes before finally springing up, feeling parched and uncomfortable. His first action was to fetch a bottle of water. Jiang Tu, having stood there for quite some time, recalled Lu Qianan's recent distracted demeanor and, out of a scarce sense of camaraderie, could not help but worry. Is it truly all right to let those online comments fester? You wouldn't want to lose your sanity over it. It's fine. I perceive no malice in them. The virtuous remain untainted. This is what Sure Gu taught me. Lu Qianan shrugged nonchalantly, his tone laced with a hint of flippancy. He genuinely did not mind. Jiang Tu remained unconvinced. Then why were you so distracted just now? Lu Qianan tightened the cap of his water bottle and placed the remaining half on the table, its surface glimmering with droplets. You know, Sure Gu has been teasing me since early morning. His words struck Jiang Tu as boastful. Now, whenever Sure Gu approached him, he found himself unable to resist reminiscing. I feel so sleepy, desperately so. Unprepared for his friend's outrageous declaration, Jiang Tu had the following 6 assessments. Lu Qianan, you are utterly insane. During her time of being bullied at school, Jiang Tu had endured a multitude of venomous remarks, leading her to develop a sharp tongue that spared no one. Lu Qianan, adept in the art of gentle resilience, smiled in response, straightening his attire before lightly tossing out. It seems you have picked up some undesirable habits from those malicious individuals. Should I report this to your courtesan's sister? In that case, I might just have to share those unfiltered thoughts with your general brother. In the world, there exist 3 types of good friends. Those in love, those in a love-hate relationship, and a third kind, exemplified by Lu Qianan and Jiang Tu, who thrive on their playful antagonism. Fortunately, although today's scene was challenging, it did not delve into overly intimate content, focusing instead on the general and the princess strategizing their power grab. The princess remarked that his physique closely resembled that of a trusted confidant raised within the estate of a high-ranking court official, suggesting he could masquerade as an assassin. With his intimate knowledge of the palace's inner workings, he could seize the opportunity to approach the emperor and strike. Even if he did not succeed in killing him, he could inflict serious harm upon his vitality. After all, that particular minister had long harbored treasonous intentions, so it could hardly be deemed unjust. The general, Skeptical of the plan's success, questioned the princess's martial skills. Growing up on the battlefield, the general was a fervent martial artist, and, after a few rounds of debate, he proposed a sparring match, albeit only to a limited extent. Thus, an impromptu duel ensued. This bout was somewhat acceptable. After all, Lu Qianan had practiced combat sports and would instinctively respond to Mo's attacks, avoiding passivity due to distraction. The physical contact was intense yet brief, lasting scarcely 2 seconds. Moreover, Mo's strikes were decisive and uncompromising, each move executed with such elegance that it was impossible to overlook. A portion of Lu Qianan's focus remained on the offensive, making it easier for him to neglect the undeniable entanglement he shared with Mo. Enduring the moment, he thought it would soon pass. Mo lightly kicked his calf, signaling cooperation, skillfully bringing him down again, and momentarily pressing his weight onto the youth, while leaving a gap for Lu Qianan to reverse their positions. With his mind in disarray, the small dog looked down, sensing the gaze hovering above him. The destructive tendencies innate to humanity surged forth, compelling Lu Qianan to seize Mo and unleash his rampant desires until he melted away like snow into gentle spring waters, exposing all his vulnerabilities. It was not mere desire that drew him in, but rather a fondness that birthed such longing. Bold fantasies flooded his mind as Lu Qianan took a deep breath, silently reciting the mantra of restraint. Yet, how could he truly endure? Mo, oblivious to the tempest within Lu Qianan, only noticed that the movements beneath him had ceased for a few seconds. Suddenly, he felt a powerful grip on his shoulder as Lu Qianan forcefully twisted their positions. A thin layer of grass cushioned the fall, yet the impact with the ground still sent a dull ache through his back. Mo attempted to kick him away, but found his knee pinned against his chest, causing him to wince in pain. Just as he was about to call for a halt, he inadvertently met Lu Qianan's gaze. The suppressed brilliance in those peach blossom eyes shimmered like a dream. As he slightly parted his crimson lips, a single strand of dark hair brushing against them, the interplay of black and red utterly captivating. "My dear husband, general brother, you have lost." The inky locks cascaded between them, melding with the dark robe he wore, as Lu Qianan flashed a playful smile, strikingly beautiful, akin to a mischievous fairy. After Dong called out Cut and lavishly praised their collaboration, Mo found himself unable to divert his gaze from Lu Qianan's face. Amidst the torrent of derogatory comments flooding the screen, a few distinct observations emerged. Disregarding character, LQA possesses an undeniable beauty, unmatched across the internet. Has he truly never undergone any cosmetic procedures? It appears to be purely natural. As someone involved in aesthetic medicine, I have examined his photographs from when he was 14, and it is evident that this child has been strikingly handsome from a young age. It is rather disheartening how one's values can be overshadowed by mere appearances, with accusations of plagiarism amounting to 4,000, and those defending the act also numbering 4,000. The barrage of comments is overwhelming. Might one not pause for a moment? Is it not enjoyable to watch a delightful variety show without the incessant noise? It has become unbearable, and I have resorted to blocking it out. Lu Qian anxiously shook his head, casting aside distractions, and reached down to pull Mo up from the grass, glancing behind him. "I'm sorry, brother. I couldn't control the pain. Did you hurt yourself?" "It doesn't hurt." The fleeting pain had long dissipated. Mo brushed off the dust clinging to his sleeves and removed the tiny blades of grass caught on Lu Qian's collar. His amber eyes, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared even lighter and more translucent, resembling a cat, an elegant, long-haired creature. Lu Qian felt inexplicably exposed under the gaze of those innocent eyes. The situation escalated rapidly. Preoccupied with filming, Lu Qian had not checked his phone for an entire day. It wasn't until he returned to the yurt that he found the time to peruse the news. The topic of his alleged plagiarism had surged to the top of the trending list, surpassing the scandal of Yao Jun. A multitude of individuals traced the threads back to his account, listening to a dozen or so songs, discovering that nearly every track corresponded to songs from Lu Qian's debut original album. with an average resemblance exceeding 70. His album comprises 9.5 songs, the latter half being incomplete as the final track, Indefinite, lasts less than 2 minutes. Lucien claimed that he was still composing the latter half of the song and would release the complete version in due time. Yet even now, there are no signs of this promised completion. Conversely, the song from He's collection that bore a striking resemblance to Indefinite is a fully realized 5-minute piece, serving as undeniable evidence of Lucien's plagiarism. Those who initially doubted his integrity swiftly turned against him in light of the overwhelming evidence. My favorite album turns out to be a product of patchwork. I'm honestly pleading for mercy. I feel utterly despondent. LQA, are you confused? I have cherished your album for 5 years. Why must you resort to being a seamstress? Ex-husband, though beautiful, is frankly foolish. Even being a mere ornament is preferable to plagiarism. The cruel irony is that LQA's taste in music might actually be quite good. I listened to that song reminiscent of Indefinite, and the latter half pales in comparison to the first, feeling rather superfluous. No wonder only half was copied. Not bad at all, not overly foolish. The indoor cameras were turned off earlier than usual, yet Mo sure remained awake. Lucien mumbled softly, clutching a pillow to his chest. Mo sure seemed to heed Lucien's unspoken desire, shutting off his phone, which he often used to read ebooks, and swallowed 2 unidentified tablets. He turned away, curling up in a feigned slumber, thus granting Lucien ample personal space. Indeed, the medication was a sedative. Yet having taken it for so long, he had developed a significant tolerance. Its effects were nearly negligible. Mo sure lay there, eyes closed, feigning sleep while remaining acutely aware. Soon, instead of the sound of conversations, only the faintest of footsteps, barely audible, could be heard. A shadow descended, and Mo sure felt the soft quilt gently rise, enveloping his shoulders. Lucien carefully tucked him in, alongside his gaze lingering on the dark, heavy lashes that drooped low. He turned to face Dong, his expression grave. Taking too many sleeping pills is detrimental to one's health. How can I assist my brother in breaking free from this dependency? Dong, bewildered, pointed to himself. You're asking me? It was merely a soliloquy stemming from affection. He paid no heed to Dong's expression of confusion, sighing with distress. See, my brother is indeed quite fragile. If the things said online were about him, he would surely hide away and weep in secret. Dong, still puzzled, pointed at Lucien. Who are you referring to? You seem to have a profound misunderstanding of Mo sure. Is this what fans refer to as the transcendent perspective in fan fiction? The original, having listened intently, also found it perplexing. When Lucien mentioned how he and his brother had indulged in a blissful night of intimacy 7 times, he could no longer contain himself. No longer could he endure. Mo sure, resolute, suddenly pushed aside the overly snug quilt, facing Lucien's alarmed gaze, and sat up expressionless. Who are you sharing a night of 7 times with? Chapter 60, Revelation of the Prairie Arc. The air became thick with tension. This was the essence of the moment, breath erratically disturbed, a flash of white light flickering through his mind, leaving him in a haze, unable to discern between dream and reality. His body feeling foreign, as if his soul had detached from his flesh, instinctively guiding his vessel. Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? It eludes my memory, but it is of little consequence, because Mo sure was kissing him. Lucien had never been so enraptured by any form of physical contact. The prolonged kiss initiated by Mo sure, with an undeniable greed, seized control and extended the moment. Lou, wait a moment. The respiratory distress caused by his injuries was managed well. Yet even with recovery, it would leave its mark. For instance, his lung capacity was not what it once was. Lucien kissed deeply, leaving no opportunity for breath, soon rendering him breathless. When he finally released some space, Mo sure barely managed to call out his name, only to have the stubborn fellow seal his lips once more. Lucien adored embracing, his arms wrapped around Mo sure's back, tightening their hold, giving him the sensation of being crushed to pieces. His slender fingers tangled in the youth's tousled hair, akin to pulling on a fierce dog collar. The naturally soft, slightly curled hair yielded to his grip. devoid of its owner's relentless ferocity. When Lu Qian relinquished his oppressive stance, he resembled the impression his hair imparted, docile and gentle, easily molded, devoid of aggression. Brother. It was he who nearly gasped for breath from the kiss, and yet it was he whose eyes glistened and whose nose reddened with a pitiful plea. Lu Qian thought little of it, silently wishing that the other would not misconstrue their exchange. Mo sure did not release him. Rather, he grasped the disheveled strands with a firm yet measured hold, his voice hoarse, mingling with unsteady breaths. Lu Qian, I know everything. The word everything was indeed a delicate term. Lu Qian swallowed hard, murmuring an apology. I'm sorry, brother. He intentionally lowered his voice gradually until silence enveloped him, revealing no specific details. He cunningly laid a trap, probing how much Mo sure truly comprehended. You should not keep secrets from me. The air was frigid, and his reprimanding tone was equally icy. Lu Qian rested his head in Mo Shure's palm, coincidentally catching a glimpse of the warmth in Mo Shure's eyes. A concern, a silent invitation for cooperation. Mo Shure could scarcely fathom the torment of rejecting a confession, facing the wrath of millions online, and lacking a single person in whom he could place his complete trust. What immense psychological burden must this young man, not yet 23, bear to uphold his convictions? If one were to suggest self-destructive tendencies, perhaps Lu Qian could be seen as possessing a penchant for self-sacrifice. Montag schist toekoekt meandert. And he unconsciously relaxed his grip, allowing his fingers to glide through Lu Qian's naturally curled brown locks. Lu Qian, displeased by the abrupt cessation of their intimate contact, wrapped his arms around Mo Shure. He had deduced that Mo Shure was merely aware of the scandal, perhaps even the entirety of the plan, yet remained oblivious to his background. Concealing his mischievous intentions, he leaned down to kiss the delicate skin beside the older man's Adam's apple, whispering, "What must my brother do to cooperate? Are you deliberately avoiding me? I might shatter." With that, he cast his gaze downward, his long lashes casting a shadow of melancholy over his eyes. A pitiable glass dog indeed. Mo Shure covered his neck, his cheeks, along with his earlobes. Flushing a soft pink, his lips resolute. "No, I will fulfill my duties as a bedmate." It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no resentment. He still recalled the cruelty of Lu Qian's rejection. He had genuinely wondered if Lu Qian were merely a charming dandy, given his remarkable ability to allure, suggesting he was not entirely inexperienced. Though he understood now, the term bedmate lingered uncomfortably in his thoughts. If Lu Qian were to act coy or hurriedly explain, they could brush aside this matter and start anew. However, Lu Qian's exceptional comprehension shone even brighter. "So, will you sleep with me, brother? Can I experience it now?" The narrative seemed to diverge from his expectations. Thus, would they embark on a relationship rooted in their bedmate status? As Mo Shure hesitated to respond, a faint, mournful voice drifted from the corner. "Have you two come to an agreement? I've covered my eyes and am nearly asleep." The sole victim, Indong, emerged from beneath his blanket, whispering weakly, "If you must sleep, please wait until I am asleep or absent. It would allow me to enjoy the thrill of your clandestine affair without any cost, better for us all. At least, for everyone beyond the couple's barrier." Their meeting transformed into a gathering of 21. Lu Qian insisted on sharing a bed with Mo Shure, while Indong, unable to bear the sight of Mo Shure indulging him, attempted to find humor in thoughts of his own childhood sweetheart. Haha, if Xiao Xiao were to witness such a scene, she would undoubtedly comment on the trio's arrangement as one of utter bliss. Amidst the tranquility of time passing and the silence of unspoken words, the sudden ring of a mobile phone pierced the air. Whose call could it be? Startled from his reverie, Indong noticed Lu Qian frowning at the call interface on his phone and quickly inquired. Lu Qian nestled against Mo Shure's shoulder, lazily stifling a yawn. "It's my manager, Rennie." He had anticipated that. Even with Lu Manshu's entertainment company exerting pressure to prevent Ren Yi from contacting Lu Qian, Ren Yi would still take the risk of reaching out to him, regardless of the potential consequences. Patience was imperative before answering. To seize control, one must maintain composure and deftly undermine the opponent's rationality. After waiting for over half a minute, Lu Qian leisurely pressed the answer button, feigning a drowsy tone as if just awakened. Ringo, what is the matter? Unlike most agents at the company, Ren Yi genuinely cared for his artists. Sensing that Lu Qian had been disturbed from his sleep, a wave of guilt washed over him. I apologize, Xiao Lu, for bothering you at such a late hour. It's nothing, Ringo, I'm fine. Lu Qian nestled deeper into Mo Shi's neck. Relieved that Ren Yi was not entirely oblivious to the nuances of the situation, making communication relatively easy. Unfortunately, it seemed cruel to toy with such an earnest individual. Ren Yi felt increasingly remorseful, hesitatingly expressing, I've noticed many people criticizing you online over the past couple of days. I intended to address it yesterday before it escalated. But the higher-ups refused to agree. After a brief pause, Lu Qian responded in a low voice. It's all right. This isn't the first time. Ren Yi, perhaps it's best if you refrain from intervening. This will pass in due time. Ren Yi, who regarded Lu Qian almost as a younger brother, became agitated. No, this method of attracting attention is too damaging. You should seek assistance from your family. The intention was now laid bare. Lu Qian, unhurried to ensnare his prey, flashed a playful smile at Mo Shi, signaling for silence. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Ringo, I wish to rely on my own efforts. This is my dream, and you know it well. After persevering for so many years to realize my dream, it would be a grave loss to give up after just a day or two of criticism. This perfectly crafted an image of stubborn resolve. Ren Yi's tone abruptly escalated, instinctively seizing upon the erroneous keyword. What dream? You're mistaken. Your scandal has already tarnished your reputation. His rambling, reminiscent of a nagging mother, merely conveyed that Lu Qian's situation was damaging his public image and causing a significant loss of followers. The sooner it was addressed, the better. Prolonging it would only hinder future prospects. He endeavored to persuade Lu Qian to seek familial support. Lu Qian muted the phone's microphone, turned to Mo Shi with eager eyes, and whispered, Brother, did you notice the inconsistencies in his words? Mo Shi, taken aback by the question, yet unfazed, nodded. Firstly, he knows that seeking help from your family necessitates stepping back from the industry, yet he persists in urging you. Secondly, he seems exceedingly concerned about the urgency of resolving this matter. Feeling anxious is natural, but Ren Yi's urgency had escalated to a level of anxiety. Wishing for Lu Qian's scandal to vanish from the internet in an instant, leaving no trace behind. A seasoned agent should not exhibit such a lack of composure. As for why he would want Lu Qian's family to assist, Mo Shi did not dwell on it. Lu Qian's unwillingness to disclose his family background must have its reasons. He intended to wait for the other party to reveal it personally. Absolutely correct, brother. You are quite perceptive. Ren Yi's words gradually slowed, indicating he was nearing the end of his statement. Lu Qian seized the moment to lean in and plant a kiss on Mo Shi's lips, signaling that the following content would be encrypted. The encryption method was straightforward and blunt. He picked up his phone, stepped outside, ensuring he was approximately 10 meters away from the yurt to guarantee that his voice would not carry indoors, before responding to Ren Yi. Unlike the subtle probing earlier, filled with grievance and confusion, Lu Qian's voice now turned cold, laced with a hint of scornful mockery, sharp and chilling. Ringo, I find myself rather curious. Why would you choose to ruin yourself for the sake of a fool? It's a losing endeavor. A jolt resonated in Ren Yi's heart, and his breath deepened, the rhythm stretching long. Lu Qian keenly observed every change, further solidifying his inner suspicions. Choosing not to hold back any longer, he pressed on aggressively, intent on shattering Ren Yi's psychological defenses. Opinions about Lu Qian varied widely among those who bore him animosity. Yet they shared a common sentiment. They regarded him as a duplicitous scoundrel. When this little rascal was not deliberately sweet-tongued, his words struck with piercing precision, repeatedly provoking Ren Yi's recollections of events from years past. I offered a chance once, but there shall be no second. Ren Yi, do not forget how you acquired your position. If you believe their deceit, it only proves that you and your dear brother are truly kin, equally dim-witted. Even without his words, Lu Qian could discern the truth. A sudden clarity dawned upon Ren Yi, illuminating the awkwardness of his situation. If this continued, He would not only lose his job, but perhaps even his brother Ren He. The choice of allegiance was no longer within his discretion. Ultimately, Ren He confessed everything. According to him, he had not been involved in the incident. It was his brother Ren He who mingled with the Yao and Jiang families. Ren He had aided them in fabricating slander against Lu Qian. Moreover, leveraging his brother's position, he had gained considerable insight into the internal dynamics of the Lu family and had promptly contacted Lu Qian's uncle. One party sought profit, while the other sought power, and thus a collaboration blossomed. Lu Qian's uncle, eager to alleviate the Jiang family's concerns, even promised that should the scheme succeed, he would allow one of Jiang's daughters to wed his only son. Indeed, the second piece of defamatory material came from the uncle. Lu Qian was not surprised. He was convinced that only close relatives would know the intricacies of past events. Naturally, their parents and grandparents would never jeopardize their children's futures, and the brothers shared a bond so close that their interests did not conflict, rendering any malevolent intent unnecessary. The uncle, indifferent to fame and fortune, had only acquired his shares due to Lu's grandfather's concern for his well-being. Maintaining a relationship with the younger generation akin to that of brothers, he could not be the source of the betrayal. This left only the uncle's family of four. The animosities between the uncle and their family were extensive and storied. This tale predated Lu Qian's birth, something he had not witnessed firsthand. But he had always been fond of the gossip shared by the family's old nanny. By the age of 6, he had finally pieced together the fragmented accounts and sought confirmation from his grandfather. The old man, initially amused by his antics with the parakeets, had intended to lift him onto his lap upon the boy's arrival, only to be evaded. Young Qian, believing that inquiries should be taken seriously, clung to the table's edge with a solemn expression, his innocent wide eyes sparkling, as he recounted the unspeakable matters that the family had long avoided discussing. Hearing his grandson's candid revelations, Lu's grandfather felt as though darkness had encroached upon him, muttering the child's innocence repeatedly, and only regained his composure after taking medication to lower his blood pressure. With a gentle yet earnest touch upon the frightened child's nose, he solemnly urged him to keep the secret, insisting it must never be spoken of, before promptly dismissing the elderly nanny. As he grew into his preteens and began to comprehend the gravity of the past he had uncovered, Lu Qian realized how deeply secretive and significant those memories were. Bound by his promise of silence, he confided only in his elder brother, Lu Manchu, keeping even his younger siblings in ignorance. The seeds of hatred had lain dormant for years, nearly forgotten in the calm, yet they still managed to stealthily take root and flourish. Lu Qian sent the recorded conversation between himself and Ren He to Lu Manchu, exhaling a cloud of white mist into the cold air, his icy fingers tightening around his phone as he hurried toward the yurt. Meanwhile, within the yurt, the atmosphere was palpably strange. Dong gazed at the ceiling, the floor, and the bed linens, but could not bring himself to look at Mo Sure. That wretched Lu Qian, if he was going to kiss, why such fervor? He had practically bruised the lips of the esteemed Mo actor, and even a single glance reminded him of the helplessness he felt earlier while pretending to be oblivious. Tomorrow would be a demanding day for the makeup artist. Director Mo Sure composed himself, hesitating briefly before adopting a more casual address. You must be aware of Lu Qian's plans, aren't you? To those unfamiliar with him, the statement might seem accusatory. Fortunately, Dong had interacted with him enough to recognize that Mo Sure was merely socially awkward, and he offered a gentle smile. I know a part of it. The plan was devised between him and Jiang too. I merely observed, alongside learning from their cleverness. The trio of pursuers in this alliance possessed an impressive array of cunning, each of Lu Qian and Jiang Tu having 500, while Dong, the straightforward fellow, was at a deficit. Yet he was self-aware, fearing that an ill-timed, thoughtless comment might lead to misunderstandings with Mo Sure. He finally managed to articulate, Mo, go. I will speak candidly. Lu Qian, that lad, cares too much, which is why he keeps everything from you. He has harbored a crush on you for many years, wanting to confess daily, yet fearing it might startle you. Instead, he has quietly pursued you online for 5 long years. Mo Sure's lips curled into a distant smile. as an unexpected thought surged into his mind. He ceased his conversation with Dong, urgently grasped his phone, and navigated to a long-neglected social media platform, ignoring the disparaging remarks directed at Lu Qian that adorned the homepage. He directly accessed his private messages. Chapter 62. Obsession on the Prairie. Over 60 messages awaited him, nearly all from the same account, the glittering V badge shining brightly. Even during the filming of their variety show, and particularly on that fateful night they shared a bed, messages of affection had not ceased, with daily declarations of love. Mo sure began to scroll upwards slowly. The latest message, sent late last night, was also the longest amidst the flood of texts. On the 1826th day of loving you. Brother, you might calculate it as 260 weeks, about 60 months, or precisely 5 years. However, I prefer to quantify it as over 43,000 hours, nearly 263 million minutes, or 7 billion seconds. As you read these words, my love for you has grown by a few more seconds. Brother, rather than striving to validate the intensity and depth of my love for you, I yearn to prove that I can cherish every facet of you, cherishing each fleeting moment. Love does not demand grand gestures. It thrives in the heartbeat of every specific instant. My affection for you remains unwavering, even if the world were to crumble in the next heartbeat. In this very moment, I shall remain wholly devoted to you. The weight of my love envelopes me, the words almost tangible in their intensity. Mo sure clutched his calves, resting his chin upon the hard bone of his knee, silently counting the seconds, his fingertips gliding over the screen to continue perusing the messages above. On the 1825th day, he uttered an apology, asserting it was the best course of action, wishing for Mo sure not to harbor hatred towards him. Disdain was acceptable, but not hatred. On the 1824th day, he remarked that his brother resembled the white camellia as well as the jasmine, yet he preferred to liken him to the white camellia, a symbol of a cautious yet proud soul, embodying innocence and idealistic love. On the 1823rd day, he reflected on the 1800th day, the night he noticed a private message but did not delve into its contents. It turned out to be a note from Lu Qian. Brother, please forgive my capriciousness. I cannot help but express that I will always stand behind you, protecting and cherishing you for this lifetime and beyond. Mo sure read a few more messages, his eyes brimming with tears. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions as he scrolled through the records, each flick revealing dozens of chat boxes in rapid succession. Yet he had not reached the end after flipping through numerous times. Lu Qian had sent him 5 years' worth of musings and private messages, totaling over 2,600 entries. Rather than mere declarations of love, they resembled a chronicle of his feelings and moods. Mo sure randomly perused a few. It became evident that Lu Qian had experienced confusion, sorrow, and self-doubt. However, he always managed to convince himself to continue sincerely loving someone. Upon reaching the 1,000-day mark, Montaxi paused it. He could no longer bear to read. Tears accumulated in his eyes, blurring his vision. He blinked gently, his dark lashes dampened, forming deeper shades of ink black. Mo sure's emotions were less influenced by external factors than most. He had seldom shed tears due to emotional matters since childhood. In the past 5 years, his off-screen tears could be counted on one hand. Yet now, he found himself weeping over these trivial words. Dong. Hey, he called out twice, feeling helpless, uncertain whether it was something he had said that had distressed Lu Qian, hesitating on whether to comfort him. Clear tears, unbound, slid slowly from the reddened corners of his eyes, tracing warm paths down his cheeks before disappearing into the fabric below. His expression remained inscrutable, and as he raised his hand to wipe away the damp traces, the tears continued to flow, rendering his efforts futile. He surrendered to the muffled sobs, staring vacantly at the now darkened screen of his phone. A heaviness settled in his chest, a painful ache stirring within. The door opened and closed abruptly. Lu Qian rushed in, his expression fraught with concern as he enveloped Mo sure in a protective embrace. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying? It's nothing. Mo sure tightened his hold on Lu Qian's shoulder, drawing him closer to wipe away the remnants of his tears, calm yet resolute. Lu Qianan, I wish to profess my love once more. He immersed himself in the perspective of Lu Qian, growing increasingly anxious. If he were Lu Qian, he would have long relinquished the obsession of awaiting results. Mo sure felt a pang of sympathy for this deeply affectionate yet naive child, shedding tears for Lu Qian. Whatever brother says, I will comply. Please stop crying, all right? His tone was almost coaxing as he gently wiped the last traces of moisture from the corners of his eyes with his fingertips. The callous touch from practicing his instrument made the area more tender, rendering the corners of his eyes as red as blooming peach blossoms in spring. This was an act of pity. Mo sure held Lu Qian's hand firmly, leaning down so that his soft, warm lips brushed against the knuckles, eliciting silence from the little dog who straightened its back, sitting upright as if at attention. Listen closely to me. There are words I must, indeed, convey to you. Seizing the moment while Lu Qian remained silent, Mo sure took control of the conversation. With a mischievous poke at his slightly parted lips, Lu Qian quickly withdrew his hand, obediently perking up his ears to listen, his invisible fluffy tail wagging rapidly. Satisfied with his compliance, Mo sure gently squeezed his palm, carefully choosing his words to awkwardly articulate. Your love will never be one-sided. With every passing second, our fondness will multiply. A question lodged in Lu Qian's throat, but he refrained from asking, cradling Mo sure's hand and tilting his head to nuzzle it, encouraging him to speak. Amused, Mo sure's heart fluttered as he kissed the earlobe, softly whispering what felt like a secret. I like you, have liked you many times. It was only this month that Mo sure realized he had been secretly enamored with two individuals who, in fact, were the same person. Lu Qian was not only the object of his two unrequited loves, but also his first love. The initial spark of affection ignited when he encountered a notebook cloaked in ash pink, adorned with wild roses on the cover. And elegantly pinned on the first page was a line from one of Shakespeare's sonnets. Love does not alter when an alteration finds. It remains steadfast until the end of days. During the healing process, the chaotic and fragmented memories, coupled with the immense energy expended, left him incapable of seeking any form of amusement. He had not recovered to a state where he could interact normally with others, choosing instead to languish in the confines of his hospital room. Initially, he could watch television, but upon seeing his own reflection on the screen, he was overcome with emotion, struggling to rise from his bed and smashing the screen with a thermos, injuring his hand in the process. 2 hours later, Mo Qian had the television dismantled and removed, picking up the notebook that had remained on the table since Mo sure's amnesia, flipping through the first 2 pages before selecting the ash pink one and handing it to the now calm Mo sure. The hospital complied with the family's request, ceasing to provide any entertainment facilities deemed hazardous, believing all such amenities posed a safety risk. After 3 aimless days, Mo sure opened the first page of the notebook. The page contained 2 short poems, each written in a different hand. He recognized one as his own, somewhat pedantic and lacking flair, and chose not to read it closely. Turning to the other poem, despite its immature content and style, even Mo sure, who could not comprehend poetry, sensed the emotions encapsulated within. The specific sentiment eluded him, but it could hardly be categorized as a love poem. It was of a style he cherished. Day after day, I read and ponder, and as my condition improves, I, Mo sure, increasingly perceive the profound emotions of the author. Although I am unaware of the poet's identity, I am certain that this little bard embodies a gentle spirit brimming with vitality, the very type of person I yearn to become. At the age of 21, I, in a rather impulsive manner, have become obsessively enamored with the words behind Lu Qianan. In chapter 63, The Prairie Romance, Lu Qianan listens intently as I recount my experiences. And perhaps due to his sensitive nature, his eyes soon glisten with unshed tears. I suspect he may burst into tears at any moment. Indeed, despite our enduring love, it took Lu Qianan's pursuit of a reality dating show for our hearts to finally resonate with one another. It is too late, too slow, and far too painful. Unsure of how to console him, I can only continue to kiss him softly, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, my lips tracing a path from the corners of his eyes to the edges of his lips. Lu Qian reciprocates with a more passionate kiss, his initial boldness giving way to tender intimacy as our breaths intertwine. In that moment, the world shrinks to insignificance. I can almost feel my own pulse thumping beneath my skin, a rhythm that feels eternal. My heart is tumultuous, my mind a haze. I release my swollen, bruised lips, yet I find myself drawn back to him, my arms affectionately encircling his waist. The fleeting thought that crosses my mind is, how wonderful it is to be alive. No, I ought not to think this way. Lu Qian brushes aside my lingering thoughts and gazes into my eyes, questioning why my brother did not seek me out after regaining his memory. Because I truly did not remember, I reply with calm assurance, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. It is not just that memory. I have forgotten much from my childhood as well. I speak the truth. After completing 12 sessions of electroconvulsive therapy, I was discharged from the hospital to continue my recovery at home. Initially, the doctor indicated that my memory loss would likely resolve within a month. However, 2 months have passed since my discharge, and I still cannot recall many events from my childhood, the origin of the scars on my arms, or the reasons behind my poetry. Any attempt to dig deep into my memories results in excruciating headaches, as if countless needles are piercing my temples, rendering me breathless. This is not a symptom of post-therapy side effects. The clinical environment is cold and sterile, with red and green lights flickering incessantly, and the sharp scent of disinfectant pervades the air as I undergo another series of examinations. There are no external injuries to my brain. Ultimately, the doctor's conclusion is that my amnesia may stem from psychological issues and memory decline caused by medication for autism. He recommends consulting a psychologist. My brother, engrossed in his work, is unable to accompany me for the follow-up appointment. Instead, my sister-in-law, Yu Qinghan, is by my side. She hails from a cultured family and has not faced significant adversity. Upon hearing the doctor's words, she panics and immediately seeks to contact the best psychologist in the capital. I stop her, shaking my head. Aware that my brother would never endorse my perspective, I decide to appeal to the more sympathetic Yu Qinghan. Sister-in-law, the things I've forgotten are unimportant. There is no need to remember them. Having just recovered from a major injury and still on a substantial dosage of medication, the side effects have left me gaunt and pale. The illness lingers, and I express my desire in a pleading tone. I wish to pursue acting. Yu Qinghan has known Mo Qian since childhood, having watched me grow up. Long before, she had felt a deep sympathy for the child's lack of affection. Yet her parents had taught her to refrain from meddling in the affairs of others, forcing her to learn to ignore the little one often huddled in an unnoticed corner. After marrying Mo Qian, the three of them could finally be considered family. Yu Qinghan began to feel a twinge of guilt for indulging their shared younger brother. She was almost ready to utter the words, "As the eldest sister, you may as well call me mother from now on." The brother rarely displayed any affection, and she found it impossible to refuse him. The reticent Mo, uncharacteristically verbose, stubbornly argued with Yu Qinghan for 2 hours, ultimately persuading her to agree to help keep a secret and promising to mention to Mo Qian the possibility of allowing Mo into the group. This discussion took place in late spring, and by the time she received approval and saw a few scripts delivered by the agent, it was already early autumn. Throughout the summer, Mo had endured a wretched existence. He lacked the desire to venture outside, to move, or even to speak. Apart from the exhaustion that engulfed him like ocean waves, he felt nothing else. Occasionally, when a sliver of energy surfaced, he would pull out his notebook, seeking solace in the vibrant words that soothed his pain. If reincarnation were indeed a reality, Mo wished to become an unknown little poet, gentle, passionate kind, capable of perceiving the world in the most beautiful light. Thus, he perused all the scripts and roles, ultimately selecting the one deemed least suitable for him by outsiders, solely because the character, radiant as the morning sun, resembled the very soul he had fallen in love with. If he could not possess the other, at the very least, he should be allowed to temporarily experience it, right? That film had brought him to tears on numerous occasions. Lu Qian interrupted his reverie with a playful complaint. slyly assessing Mo Shure's expression to ensure there was no change, before comfortably indulging in her teasing. "Brother, how wicked you are, secretly liking me so much. I one tea concede, I will return the affection." Mo Shure's lips curved into a gentle, subtle smile. "All right." Then he added, secretly thinking, how can one make their beloved confess twice? A good man must declare his feelings aloud. The response remained brief, laced with a barely perceptible choke. "All right." Lu Qian did not exhibit her inner ecstasy. Instead, she sighed in relief, took Mo Shure's hand, bowed her head devoutly, and planted a kiss on his forearm. The contrast between her rosy lips and his dark, jagged scar made the latter appear even more grotesque and loathsome. Mo Shure felt as though he had been scalded, his entire being trembling, instinctively pulling away, yet failing to escape. Lu Qian tightened her grip on his wrist, grinning to reveal her sharp canine teeth. "I will kiss every part of you. Consider this a preview." The obedient and gentle pup, once given a taste of sweetness, revealed a lingering ferocity in its nature. Regarding the inexplicable sense of déjà vu, Mo Shure remained silent. In the next moment, Lu Qian chuckled and released his hand. "Just kidding. If you're unhappy, you can always tell me. My aim is to make you happy." "Excellent." She was still that sunny, silly little dog. Having just established their romantic relationship, both inexperienced and uncertain of what to do next, they simply exchanged blushing goodnights and retreated to their respective beds to prepare for sleep. Lu Qian suddenly recalled that Yin Dong, who had been left to shine alone for quite some time, had fallen asleep while attempting to withdraw into his shell for the second time. Poor wallflower. I feel for you, but dare I say, next time you might reconsider. Lu Qian resolved to devise 2 methods for him to pursue the charming plum blossom as a form of compensation. Mourning is not ideal. How can LQA still have the face to remain in Heart Journey? I believe YJY surpasses him in at least one aspect, having a sense of shame. Let us not mention it. It has been several days without even an apology or clarification in sight. If I recall correctly, Heart Journey does not confiscate phones. Plagiarism for 1,000 instances of plagiarism for 1,000 instances of plagiarism. I implore a thorough investigation into LQA. Who knows if he has evaded taxes? With such poor character, he could engage in any number of misconducts. Early in the morning, the barrage of comments was fierce and relentless, even more so than in the previous days. Lu Qian glanced at the screenshots shared by his younger brother in their group chat and understood the situation. Someone had unearthed Run He's private account, revealing him as a graduate of a prestigious music academy. The songs attributed to him were released during his freshman year, and in his sophomore year, he announced his retirement from the public eye, vowing never to release any further music. A musical prodigy reduced to singing in bars. Instantly, the crowd expressed sympathy, with some speculating that Run He's withdrawal was due to coercion from the capital. The vitriol directed at Lu Qian became increasingly crude and vile. Yet, Lu Qian himself remained entirely indifferent to the matter. This only intensified the pressure on the Yao and Jiang families. Ren He's popularity with the Yao and Jiang families stemmed from his greed and superficiality, as well as the leverage he held in the form of potential slanderous evidence. Now, this scandal had failed to compel Lu Qian to yield and marry into the Jiang family, nor had it prompted the Lu family to defend Lu Qian's tarnished reputation. All information regarding Run he had been thoroughly exposed under their guidance. Ren He's brother, Ren Yi, conveniently called, lamenting his inability to find any dirt on Lu Qian, currently indulging in a life of excess. Ren He remained oblivious to the fact that his value was rapidly diminishing, soon to become the first discarded pawn in this unfolding drama. Chapter 64. The Hardships of the Prairie Arc. In today's scenes, the protagonists were the Jiang sisters. Jiang, too, having taken advice to conceal her darker side, maintained an appropriate social distance from Jiang Mei. This adjustment resulted in a surprisingly closer bond between them, resembling that of genuine sisters. If one were to overlook the occasional sinister glances Jiang too cast upon Jiang Mei's nape, she would almost appear as the quintessential good sister, not only devoid of competition, but also displaying endless concern for her elder sibling. In stark contrast, Jiang Mei could be somewhat less endearing at first glance, Many might perceive her as a spoiled and willful young lady. However, after the prolonged live broadcasts of Heart Journey, particularly following the confession incident involving Jiang Tu, even the dullest of viewers could discern that Jiang Mei was merely a sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted individual, prideful in her demeanor. Their clashes remained verbal, devoid of physical altercations. Meanwhile, the neighboring bickering duo, Dong and Xia, would engage in playful skirmishes, scratching each other's itches with gleeful abandon, managing to go back and forth 18 times without losing a single strand of hair. The internal grouping of the characters in the heart-wrenching journey has become quite evident, with 6 individuals forming 3 distinct pairs. Criticism regarding the groupings has diminished significantly. However, the debate surrounding the roles of dominant and submissive continues to ignite fervent discussions among the audience. This is particularly true now, as the official release has reached the island segment, captivating many viewers with the enchanting scene of the concluding fireworks gala, leading them to inadvertently delve into the charm of the floral duo. Their partnership is currently thriving. Consequently, when they share the screen together, the narrative focal point, Lu Qianan, cleverly hides just out of the camera's view, resulting in a notable decrease in derogatory comments in the bullet screen. The previously rampant insults have transformed into fervent calls for the freedom to love. Lu Qianan, with a playful grip on Mo Shi's hem, sits in a position originally designated for Director Chun, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he points out the supportive comments to others. For Jiang Tu, this has been a journey from hardship to sweet reward. However, Mo Shi perceives amidst the blessings a few critical remarks directed at Lu Qianan, causing him to furrow his brow in contemplation, struggling to find the right words to comfort him. It will get better. Indeed, it certainly will. While Lu Qianan remains concerned about the societal acceptance of their love, he responds with a gentle smile, reassuring Mo Shi. Let us enjoy the performance. The valiant female swordswoman gracefully mounts her steed, her wide-brimmed hat casting a shadow over her features as the rhythmic sound of hooves strikes like iron against bone. Stirring up clouds of dust, she halts her horse, adeptly dismounts, and securely ties the reins to the hitching post at the inn's entrance. As she lifts her hat slightly, a face of soft lines, even charmingly adorable, is revealed. Jiang Mei, observing from the sidelines, bursts into laughter. On the first official day of filming, Dong instructed a change in Jiang Tu's makeup, advocating for the preservation of her original features to create a contrast effect. While the notion of cuteness was acknowledged, the result appeared somewhat incongruous, prompting Jiang Mei to chuckle. Jiang Tu, overhearing this, felt a faint blush creep to her ears. Yet the scene continued unabated as she retrieved a pouch from her waist and placed it before the innkeeper, declaring a room, please. The innkeeper, recognizing the renowned heroine, lowered his gaze apologetically, stating, regrettably, all our rooms are currently occupied. It appears there is a wedding procession, and we cannot accommodate any other guests for the time being. Perhaps you might seek lodging elsewhere. With a flicker of determination in her eyes, concealed beneath her hat, Jiang Tu chose not to linger and departed with her pouch in hand, successfully concluding this segment of the scene. Yun Xiaxia, unable to contain her mirth, nudged Jiang Mei, exclaiming, Sister Mei, it's your turn to appear in the next scene. Jiang Mei wiped away the tears that had formed at the corners of her eyes, noticing a faint blush on her fingertips, which instantly stifled her laughter. She dutifully went to retouch her makeup for the 3rd time that day, feeling both physically sore and emotionally drained. The makeup seemed far too prone to smudging. Was this truly necessary? As the makeup artist worked, Jiang Mei picked up a small box from the table, dabbing a bit of powder blush on her fingertips, pouting in dissatisfaction. The makeup artist gently explained, it's intended to smudge easily, allowing for a more poignant depiction during emotional scenes. Dong envisioned capturing the essence of a dreamlike beauty, with tears cascading down like crimson on the railing. After all, the courtesan, famed throughout the capital, had initially believed she had secured the favor of a high-ranking noble upon her redemption. Little did she know that she was to be a stand-in for a princess, a ploy to placate a foreign prince. Thus, she would transition from stunning courtesan captivating the world to a prisoner of a barbaric realm. Unable to find solace in sleep, she donned a light garment under the cover of night, leaning against the railing as tears fell. It was then that a female swordsman waiting outside the inn abducted her. Together, they traversed the mundane world, reveling in their newfound freedom until they heard of the intensifying war, prompting them to seek refuge with a general. To their dismay, they discovered that the princess had already forged an agreement with the prince of the enemy nation, unveiling the border crisis as a mere charade. Unbeknownst to them, the noble from a different clan was actually a member of the rival royal family. The young prince sought to protect him, insisting he be the one to marry into their family. The 6 individuals converged, inexplicably forming a united front, determined to overthrow the court. Jiang Mei, reflecting on the plot, loosened her makeup box for the artist to procure powder. Director Yin truly complicates matters, leaving us amateur actors in a quandary, she remarked. Jiang Tu nodded in agreement. Not everyone possessed the extraordinary talent of the renowned actor Mo. Individuals like Lu Qian, who could quickly adapt to any role, were few and far between. Yet, the script was so brilliantly crafted that none could bear to alter it. They could only strive to deliver their best performance, presenting a complete work to the audience. Sister, we must put in our utmost effort, Jiang Tu stated, glancing past the camera to see Lu Qian and Mo sure engaging intimately behind the lens, her thoughts trailing off, uncertain in what aspect they should endeavor. Jiang Mei placed her hand gently on Jiang Tu's, signaling her agreement. For the sake of filming, she had removed her meticulously done nails, opting instead to dye them with balsam flowers, their vibrant red hue strikingly beautiful. Jiang Tu gazed at her fingertips, her earlobes flushed deeper than the flowers. Meanwhile, Lu Qian was far from idle behind the camera, busily flirting with his boyfriend while simultaneously devising strategies for Indong, who was somewhat reserved and hesitant, unable to fully leverage his popularity and talent. Lu Qian, confident in Jiang Tu's capabilities as an outstanding student, felt at ease. Yet, Indong, with his serious demeanor, was not as proactive, despite possessing a charming visage and considerable skill. Lu Qian tapped at his phone screen, leaning into Mo Sure's embrace as he caught hold of his hand, resting it on his head and seeking affection. Montauk's cheeks flushed, and after ensuring no one was watching, he obliged Lu Qian with a few tender caresses. The youth instantly lit up, his eyes sparkling like stars, his smile as endearing as a loyal dog basking in the sunlight. Don't be coy, Mo Sure playfully admonished as he tousled Lu Qian's hair, which sprang into a wild curl. Lu Qian, embodying a carefree spirit, leaned in to kiss the palm of Mo Sure's hand. When the latter attempted to withdraw, Lu Qian grasped his hand again, tracing the fine lines hidden within. Having never learned palmistry, he could only identify the 3 major lines by name and measure their lengths with his fingers, comparing them without truly understanding their meanings. Montauk, allowing Lu Qian to indulge in his whimsical antics, pretended to focus on the filming while awaiting Lu Qian's conclusions. He was a believer in fate. Chapter 65, The Prairie's Fate Lines. Lu Qian discreetly pulled out his phone to search, examining the lines of his palm with a furrowed brow that swiftly transformed into delight and mischief. The emotional line is deep, long, and clear, devoid of any intertwining lines, its endpoint resting at the base of the index finger. Brother, look, our bond is destined to endure, without deception, he exclaimed, his smile radiant and carefree, betraying not a hint of the worries concealed within. Mo Sure's lifeline bore 2 island patterns in its midst, seemingly an ominous sign. Lu Qian anxiously reassured himself, shaking off the dismal thoughts. It was merely the musings of a so-called expert found through a casual online search, lacking in credibility. Lost in thought, Mo Sure twisted his wrist, deftly grasping Lu Qian's hand, signaling him to lay his palm flat, indicating a desire to read his palm, similarly guided by the online findings. So, you have an interest in such matters? Lu Qian released his grip, leaning in to explore the intricate patterns together. The lifelines arc crossing the vertical line of the index and middle fingers symbolized a resilient vitality. The wisdom line, long and curved, suggested a capacity for profound contemplation. while the emotional line rose swiftly, indicating a propensity for passionate sentiments. Yet its bifurcated end hinted at the line of the goddess of fortune, likely to bestow luck upon those nearby. Mo sure scrutinized the lines, analyzing each detail. Just moments ago, a skeptic of the so-called experts, he found himself smilingly drawn closer. Then I shall bring you luck, brother. Foolish. Mo sure seemed a loss for words, but did not withdraw from his young partner. His fingertips glided to the final clear line, a cross pattern nestled between the wisdom and emotional lines. After flipping through several pages of images, he finally located the corresponding entry. Upon reading the text, his phoenix-like eyes momentarily lowered, and he softly intoned the words, "Strong sixth sense, under the protection of deities, may be spared from calamity." To be spared from calamity does not necessarily herald good fortune. Mo sure understood this all too well. He had experienced it himself. Oftentimes, it is the survivors who bear the greatest anguish, trudging through life with the scars of disaster etched upon their souls, forever seeking solace. Upon noticing Lucien abruptly withdraw his smile, his complexion turned pale, as if recalling a painful memory. After a prolonged silence, he managed to curve his lips into a habitual smile once more. The air was still. They remained silent and motionless. The mobile screen in their grasp dimming on its own, time flowing by almost tangibly, like sand slipping through their fingers. Their conversations often meandered without a clear beginning. Yet this particular topic felt especially weighty. Lucien's brow appeared somewhat blurred, strands of hair cascading down, partially obscuring his face. "Brother, I do not wish for longevity at all." Mo sure, who had never smoked nor relished the scent of tobacco, found himself unexpectedly yearning for the faint whiff of its melancholic essence in the air, only to be met with the dry scent of withered grass instead. "Why?" he ventured, his lips moving to pose the question, though he already knew the answer. After all, he too did not desire a lengthy existence. He even longed for death, as time had proven to be unbearably cruel. To hear such words spoken with solemnity from the lips of youth felt peculiar. The thought of aging was beyond my comprehension. I deeply admire those who can accept the passage of time with grace. Rather than growing old together, I would prefer a sudden departure, devoid of suffering. Witnessing the beloved's aging visage would undoubtedly shatter one's heart. Life is, after all, a gradual march towards death. In the eyes of Lucien, rather than prolonging a futile existence, it is far more commendable to live flamboyantly and gracefully, ultimately embracing death with a sense of joy, akin to the ephemeral beauty of fireworks that vanish silently without a trace. Mo sure found himself inclined to agree solely with the notion of dying together, while he regarded Lucien's other unconventional ideas as excessively idealistic. Lucien concurred, admitting, "I too find myself overly idealistic. Thus, my ultimate plan is to pass away alongside my brother in the future, which will be splendid." It seemed as if he had meticulously plotted every aspect of his life. Mo sure, perplexed by the thoughts swirling in Lucien's mind yet again, silently absorbed it all, drawing strength to persevere in life. He accepted the affectionate gestures of his lover, their hands intertwined, palms pressed together, as if their lives were now irrevocably entwined, each word a solemn promise. "Very well, we shall die together." At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lucien's personal social media account unexpectedly posted a message concerning his scandal, a simple phrase, "The innocent remain innocent." Providing no evidence, the tone resembled that of someone stubbornly defiant under duress, and the comments section was inundated with vitriol, while his private messages were flooded with grotesque images and curses. The housekeeper called him, trembling as she informed him of several foul-smelling packages that had arrived that day. Noticing the ominous black-red hue seeping from the parcels, she opened one to find either the mutilated corpses of cats and dogs or severed human tissues. As she spoke, her hands trembled, accidentally brushing against the table where the packages were placed, causing a severed finger to roll off, leaving a long, red trail behind. The poor housekeeper first screamed in terror, then succumbed to her nausea. Lucien offered her some words of comfort through the phone and granted all employees a leave of absence until the tumult had completely subsided. He also reached out to his bodyguards, instructing the bolder among them to deal with the disturbing deliveries. As the topic continued to gain traction, Mo grew increasingly anxious, fearing that they might inadvertently worsen the situation. Dong wished to squeeze his head between the two, receiving a piercing glare from Lu Qian. Touching his chilly neck, he silently retreated, reflecting, "Even Xiao Xia has begun to share your pessimism. Lu Qian, this is excessive." It seemed as though he regarded himself as a pawn that could be sacrificed at any moment. Was it truly necessary to combat the Yao and Jiang families? Those outside the Lu family were oblivious to the internal affairs, making it difficult to comprehend Lu Qian's actions. He offered no elaborate explanations, merely glossing over it with vague remarks. "I want to prevent them from having the opportunity to continue leaking information. It would be best to resolve this in one fell swoop." He could articulate the false accusations of plagiarism, but he was at a loss regarding the rumored second scandal. Fortunately, Jiang Tu had already set individuals in motion to steer public opinion, prompting an investigation into the origins of Lu Qian's alleged misconduct. The current generation of netizens displayed remarkable initiative, having discovered that the influential account, which had initially ignited the controversy, had recently been in frequent contact with the Yao family. Furthermore, those with connections had unearthed that the initial surge of interest in the topic had been bought by a former employee of a Jiang family enterprise, who was dismissed just days after the incident occurred. Lu Qian, a minor celebrity, has surprisingly caught the attention of two prominent families. Some netizens have expressed skepticism regarding his undisclosed family background, yet reminders often arise. It is well known that Yao Zheni, who recently faced a scandal and is likely to face further repercussions, is the young master of the Yao family. Meanwhile, sisters Jiang Mei and Jiang Tu hail from the Jiang family, destined for a union. During a gathering on the island, Lu Qian offended Yao Zheni and inadvertently facilitated the romantic development between the Jiang sisters, which understandably angered both families. However, it is almost certain that his prospects are dim. "They have already begun to bury me in the cyber realm," Lu Qian thought innocently, blinking as he revealed the screen, displaying the furious netizens' edited black and white memorial photos of him. This elicited a rare feeling of anger from Mo. I suppose I must rise from the dead to defend myself," Lu Qian mused, still in good spirits. He playfully reached from behind Mo. To outline his jawline. His eyes subtly lifted as he whispered, "Or perhaps, if my brother prefers the ghostly allure of male spirits." Chapter 66, Grassland Edition. Amber, dogs and cats simply do not coexist harmoniously. Lu Qian, having made a jest at his own expense, found himself unable to meet Mo's gaze. Yet, perhaps it was for the best that he kept his head down, burying it into Mo's embrace, nuzzling against his chest until the latter softened, and then tilting his face upward with a beauty that rendered Mo reluctant to reprimand him. He raised a finger and vowed, "I promise I shall never act like a ghost again. Teacher, Mo, I was wrong." This was Lu's art of charming others, an intricate method that could be distilled into 5 simple words, a blend of coquettishness and allure. It was unfailingly effective. When his father imparted this wisdom to his sons, he boasted about how he won over his wife with the same strategy, leading to their marriage. His mother, overhearing the lesson, playfully struck her husband on the back of the head, scolding him for his immaturity. Memories and sensations intertwined subtly. Mo gave him a gentle pat, as light as a cat's touch upon something cherished, retracting claws and merely using soft pads to caress. The best way to train is not through violence, but through gentle entrapment. Lu Qian felt a momentary breathlessness, an urge to adorn himself with a collar and surrender the leash into Mo's hands. Alas, he forgot that his lover's eyes resembled amber. His heart, having replaced the fluttering insects and blooming flowers, was ensnared by the amber, filled with a viscous honey-like substance that coursed through his veins in rhythmic cadence. He willingly became the prey, captured by the amber's allure. The voice of his brother, Lu Qian, unknowingly turned hoarse, a fire igniting within his chest. Dongxing cleared his throat with a couple of coughs, interrupting the sugary exchange between the young couple. Feeling weary, "You two should exercise some restraint. There's another person present." The atmosphere, once heated, was doused and returned to a calmer state. "Get up," Mo sure said, coming to his senses, patting the furry head that had once more nestled into his embrace. Lu Qian pouted, I won't. I want to sleep with my brother. After years of unrequited love, they finally found themselves in a relationship, and he intended to make up for all the intimacy he had missed, aiming to be inseparable for 25 hours in a day. Mo sure raised a hand, pointing at the camera facing the bed, silently observing the childlike antics of his partner. I have found a reliable individual to clarify the scandal. Scheduled for tomorrow evening at 9 o'clock. Lu Qian recalled his compliance and, albeit reluctantly, propped himself up to discuss subsequent arrangements. Given the current trajectory, the online community will undoubtedly be able to pinpoint the two families in Yaojiang tomorrow, and the buzz will be sufficient. Brother, there is no need for concern. He understood that Mo sure often struggled with insomnia, particularly during emotionally turbulent times when sleep eluded him for several consecutive nights. Fearing that his own troubles might inadvertently cause distress to the other. I believe in you. Mo sure's expression softened, as if clouds had parted, revealing a bright moon. Though there was little visible change, the sensation was entirely different. Lu Qian etched his appearance into memory, belatedly realizing that he too was seeking solace, hoping that Mo sure would affirm his decisions. Good news. Tonight he would be able to dream sweetly. Mo sure felt fortunate for his adeptness at reading micro-expressions. The pills crumbled between his teeth, their dry bitterness lingering. He took several sips of water, yet failed to wash away that peculiar taste. Glancing back nervously at Lu Qian's bed. Fortunately, he received a call from an unknown number, temporarily stepping outside the yurt. Yin Dong had already succumbed to slumber, adhering to the elder's sleep schedule. Only then could Mo sure discreetly take his medication. It was still clonazepam, though he dared not replicate the previous dosage. This time, he swallowed only one pill, deliberately chewing it to hasten its effect. The stomach is indeed an organ of emotion. Mo sure worried for his boyfriend, while simultaneously urging himself to trust Lu Qian's capabilities, the pressure remaining within manageable limits. There was a sense of nausea, but it had not escalated to pain. He could endure it. However, the effort to suppress the queasiness caused his eyes to redden, his porcelain-like skin starkly pale, where even the slightest hint of color was conspicuous. Fearing Lu Qian would notice his unease, Mo sure covered himself with a blanket, feigning sleep. Strands of dark, shoulder-length hair cascaded from behind his ear, perfectly shielding his eyelids. The contrast of the black hair against his pallid face heightened the distinction, making the dark seem darker and the pale even more striking, like frost crystallized in time. The slightest sound was heavier than breath. Lu Qian's hand brushed against his cheek, and wherever his fingertips grazed, the frost melted away, leaving behind the warmth of spring. Stray strands of hair were gently pushed aside, replaced momentarily by something warm and soft that brushed against the outer corner of his eye. It was a good-night kiss. Montagsches Eyelashes flutet. He was well acquainted with the art of feigning slumber, yet at that moment, he was uncertain how to continue the ruse. Fortunately, Lu Qian truly believed him to be asleep. He turned off the light, and in the darkness, the slightest movements went unnoticed. Neither did he see Mo sure's eyes suddenly open, nor the subtle gesture of his fingers brushing the corner of his eye. There was no moisture, which was a relief. The pill swiftly enacted its intended purpose, almost imperceptibly, as genuine sleep descended like a heavy cloud enveloping him. Mo sure fell into slumber, and this time was real. The quantity of sleep seemed governed by some mysterious law of conservation. Lu Qian, on this night of sparse stars, found himself wide awake. A rare occurrence, if not a first in life, at least the first since the scandal erupted. With the lights extinguished, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of a monster's gaping maw from a fairy tale, leaving Lu Qian feeling inexplicably apprehensive, relinquishing his intention to get up and wander, instead nestling into bed to scroll through his phone. The family group chat was unusually quiet, and even the smaller groups amongst the brothers lacked any spontaneous conversation, as each was preoccupied with their respective work and studies. The last message in the small group was a casual photo shared by Lu Shi, time-stamped at 10 in the morning, as he prepared for an art exhibition abroad. Lu Qian modified his group profile, sending a message that he did not expect would elicit a response. Yet to his surprise, a notification appeared almost instantly. Group chat. A family united. How did you know that Go is my boyfriend? Good evening, how are you? I've started learning to paint. So let me be. Oh, second brother, if you're dating, just date. Why change your name to Shrimp and Pork Heart? Brother S racing car goes 800 miles. When did you two get together? Why didn't you tell us? When will you bring him home to meet mom and dad, the future son-in-law? How did you know that Go is my boyfriend? Go away, Lu Yung. Are you already urging me to meet the parents? Tell me, is it dad or mom who is behind this? Brother S racing car goes 800 miles. Report to second brother, they're both in it together, a delightful mix of nagging from both genders. Damn this group of younger brothers. I'm done. Lu Qian has finally managed to get herself engaged. Congratulations are in order. Gifts and envelopes are expected. I've started learning to paint, so let me be. Eldest brother, are you typing less? What gifts and envelopes? I've started learning to paint, so let me be. No, that is not right. Derailing into meaningless topics is easier than drinking water, and the four of them erupted into laughter endlessly. By 2 in the morning, the younger twins finally succumbed to fatigue. Lu Yung complained about the early morning, while Lu Shi vented about the challenges of preparing for the exhibition. The two shared a tacit understanding and wished each other good night. Thus, the remaining 2 elder brothers were left. Lu Manchu, having maintained his icy, domineering persona for too long, communicated with Lu Qian in their private chat, punctuating each sentence with a comma. Lu Manchu, domineering CEO version Lu Qian. Lu Manchu, domineering CEO version, you can tell the family anything. If you cannot solve it alone, we can assist you. Lu Manchu, domineering CEO version, don't forget your family after you have a wife, even though you've never remembered. Indeed, he had never faced everything alone. Behind him were family and loved ones, a happiness that felt almost surreal. Perhaps it was for this reason that fate would deliberately impose trials upon him, allowing him to perceive the darker side of life. Despite the touching sentiment, Lu Qian moved his fingers to reply. Lu Qian, I understand. Don't worry, I know my limits. Lu Qian. Also, is the gift and envelope thing for real? Chapter 67, Prelude to the Prairie Arc, the next day. The actors with the most scenes, Yin Dong and Yun Xiaoxia, were already made up and rehearsing. Despite director Yin's remarkable talent, he could not simultaneously act and direct. The relentless filming the day prior had left the Jiang sisters utterly exhausted, causing them to sleep until well past noon, and they had yet to rise. Therefore, Mo took on the role of a temporary director, observing every detail with unwavering focus. Lu Qian found himself without any further excuses to evade the camera. Time was running short, and with 6 individuals and the crew working diligently, they calculated the days ahead. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they should complete the filming within the deadline. Lu Qian felt cornered this time, instinctively distancing himself from Mo by 2 meters while holding a small stool, striving to minimize their interaction and lowering his gaze to suppress the fervent intensity of his stare. He was acutely aware of the advantages he possessed as a man with a certain allure. Whenever he appeared on screen, the atmosphere in the live stream transformed dramatically from a harmonious family gathering to a chaotic slaughterhouse filled with rancor. The audience's perception was abysmally poor. It was not enough for them to target him alone. They would equally unleash verbal assaults on all guests who came within a certain proximity to him, particularly those like Mo, whom they deemed to have a past with Lu Qian. Fortunately, in the days leading up to the incident, the two had begun to distance themselves, allowing the audience to refrain from incessantly binding them together. The director, Chun, who had not seen Lu Qian for several days, had lost the desire for socializing and returned to the production team to oversee the filming diligently. He contemplated the situation. Truthfully, the program could last a while longer, but if the circumstances continued to escalate unchecked, it would only be a matter of days before Heartfelt Journey would be forced to halt production. As a relatively unknown director without power or influence, a failure of this program would spell the end of his career. After much deliberation, he resolved to have a conversation with Lu Qian. The central figure of the public opinion attempted to project a desolate and melancholic demeanor for the audience, hoping to set the stage for an online backlash against the Yao and Jiang families later that evening. However, his efforts were not progressing well. Lu Qian rubbed his eyes, feeling a dryness that rendered him incapable of shedding tears. Perhaps he had wept too much recently and was simply exhausted. He resorted to his usual imaginative tactics, envisioning arguments with Mo, sure, but that proved unfeasible, as it would only lead to him being beaten by Ge, which would be rather enjoyable, actually. He recalled how his brother had refused to share a bed with him last night. Director Chun approached with a small stool, intending to inquire about Lu Qian's plans, and cautiously poked at the listless figure hanging his head. After several attempts, Lu Qian finally lifted his face to meet his gaze, his eyes glistening with tears reminiscent of dew-kissed peach blossoms, the fine red veins from sleepless nights accentuated by the moisture. His voice quivered. "What do you want?" Chen's mind lit up with the thought. Being handsome is indeed powerful. Even a simple cry creates a mesmerizing scene. If it were him crying, ugh, before he could utter a word, his conversation partner was already in tears. Chun, startled, instinctively jumped up, anxiously searching for a familiar face. "Where's Teacher Mo? Where's Teacher Mo?" Mo sure was directing Yun Xiaoxia from a distance of 10 meters. With her typically sweet and innocent demeanor, she hardly exuded the nonchalance of a prince from an enemy nation. He taught her how to slightly raise her eyebrows, how to curve her lips to exude a roguish charm, and how to pose in a manner that struck a balance between ease and authority. Indong nodded in agreement, unable to contain her enthusiasm as she joined in instructing Yun Xiaoxia. The young girl took her lessons seriously and, under their guidance, managed to evoke a hint of mischievousness. Upon hearing Chen's urgent call, Mo sure tilted his head, although he had no immediate intention of returning. He noticed Lu Qian discreetly wiping his eyes and instantly lost his composure. He turned and hurriedly made his way back, his mind clouded with thoughts. Lu Qian truly understood him. Perhaps refusing to confess was the right decision, having only established their relationship a mere 2 or 3 days prior. His heart had been precariously suspended on a fine thread ever since. Mo sure was pathologically concerned about Lu Qian, his anxiety surpassing all else. The pressure from this concern had even triggered the recurrence of ailments that had previously posed no threat to his life. He was unwilling to witness his beloved suffer any indignities. A dull ache gnawed at his stomach, like a hidden needle pricking that delicate organ. Yet this minor discomfort did nothing to impede his pace. Lu Qian, clearly slower than Mo sure in his efforts to coax Director Chen back into his seat, could only rise and step forward a few paces, speaking soothingly. "Brother, I'm fine. Please don't worry. Why do you look so pale?" He dared not call him brother too affectionately, fearing it might draw the audience's attention. Mo sure remained unconvinced. Lu Qian had a tendency to feign strength, easily boasting about good things while burying the bad in silence. The more he cared, the less he revealed, stubborn as a fool. According to the meticulously gathered information, concealment in significant matters was the greatest taboo in a relationship. Thus, he pressed, "Then why were you crying?" "I wasn't crying," Lu Qian replied, fearful of Mo sure's concern for him. He subtly turned his back to the live camera, removing the microphone from his collar, and confessed candidly for 2 reasons. 1, I had to perform for the audience. 2, I missed you. He spoke with a steady heart, revealing his feelings openly. Mo sure found no trace of deceit in his tone or expression, though he remained skeptical and shifted the topic. "It's cold. Make sure to dress warmly." His implication was clear. He didn't want Lu Qian to dwell on him, as intimacy was always within reach. A slight nod was uncertain, but Lu Qian's mischievous smile was unmistakable. He used his body to shield his mischievous hands, letting his fingertips glide across Mo sure's chest, feigning to gauge the thickness of his collar. Once he had teased enough, he returned to genuine concern. "Your clothing is too thin. You must wear more." Director Chun, observing the entire interaction from his little stool, suddenly understood why Indong repeatedly insisted on single rooms during their travels. He directed the staff to completely shut off the microphones of the two, hesitatingly asking, "Are you two together?" Lu Qian was taken aback. "Is it that obvious? Need you even ask? It's as if you've painted it on your faces." The intensity of young love certainly was formidable. Any hint of their communication could be fatal. Director Chen fabricated a reason to speak a few words on camera, regardless of whether the audience believed his nonsense. Before ushering Lu Qian and Mo Sure away in front of a crowd of tens of thousands. Winding through corridors, they finally entered a cramped resting room, repeatedly confirming that no cameras were present before locking the door. Chunling exhaled in relief. Lu Qian also relaxed, planting a few kisses on the cheek of the person beside him, clinging tightly as if determined to make up for the lack of affection throughout the morning. Yet, there were still others around. Lu Qian's grip was too tight, and Mo Sure furrowed his brow in warning. The encircling arms loosened slightly, allowing for basic movement, but Mo Sure sought to struggle further. Lu Qian nestled against his shoulder, affectionately calling out, "Brother." The resistance ceased instantly, more effective than a pause button. Observers would know, and Chunling face-palmed. This is bad. Mo Sure has been thoroughly ensnared by this person. The words slipped from his lips softly. It's fine to be in a relationship, but can we perhaps keep it under wraps for a while? Have we resolved the scandal? Chapter 68, The Prairie Episode Counterattack. The unique guest of your heart journey has collapsed, with YJY rolling away so swiftly. When will Ka roll out? Seeing him feels rather ominous. Ka's studio has been utterly silent. It has been days without a response, leading to reasonable doubts of feigned ignorance. After all, someone relies on climbing into beds and selling flesh to exchange for resources. If it weren't for HH's lack of fame, how could a plagiarism dog like him be given a chance? Isn't Ka merely a nominal top-tier celebrity? I've never heard of him winning any awards. It's all just a facade. The power of capital is truly formidable. It can elevate anyone. Chunling Tian meticulously selected comments, discarding those excessively venomous and violent, and presented a few that were still bearable to Lu Qian. Lu Qian chuckled as he read. Why didn't you choose the more biting ones? Their insults are rather amusing. Do you think this makes any sense? Chunling Tian was infuriated, his fingers scrolling the screen, revealing a plethora of unsightly insults that filled the display. Wow. The person being criticized, in a tone devoid of fluctuations, praised the comments, swiftly raising his hand to cover his boyfriend's eyes, decisively blocking the view. You mustn't peek, dear. It's too filthy. Chunling Tian seemed to lose all strength and means. Suddenly blinded, Mo Sure displayed little reaction, calmly removing Lu Qian's hand and scanning the screen filled with curses directed at his ancestors. He did not follow the entertainment news and had not seriously read those aggressive remarks, but that did not mean he had never heard unkind words. After all, he was not an otherworldly being that could escape the mundane, and he had experienced the trials common among celebrities. For instance, having offended a female star during filming. He was maliciously cornered by her fans at the airport, expressionless as they hurled insults for 2 hours, only to check his watch and casually tell his manager to rebook for the next flight, or when attending an event required him to stay overnight at a hotel. Waking in the middle of the night to footsteps, he turned on the light and found a stranger, mistaking them for a thief, and promptly subdued the intruder before sending them to the police. Only later did he learn that it was a devoted fan who, enamored with his character, had daringly sneaked in and hidden under the bed for an entire day. Mo Sure had glimpsed the darker side of the entertainment industry. He was merely an actor focused on his craft, while Lu Qian was a genuine traffic star, with numerous fans and an equal number of detractors, often more zealous and extreme. It was not hard to imagine the extent of Lu Qian's experiences that allowed him to regard such malicious evaluations as commonplace. Chunling Tian suddenly realized that complaining to Mo Sure seemed far more effective than directly persuading Lu Qian, and hurriedly switched to another live-streaming platform. He opened a room ranked first on the hot list. In the center of the screen appeared a familiar face. The young man had a fair complexion, and while not exceptionally striking, he possessed a pleasant and refined appearance. Mo Sure frowned and moved back, distancing himself from the screen to check the account name below. His name was Tian Gao Renhe Fei. Isnt this Renhe? He has even taken up live streaming for sales now. Ru Qian leaned in, pointing at the cosmetic link hanging in the live streaming room, his focus decidedly misplaced. The brand's advertisements were well crafted, yet the product itself proved to be quite ineffective. My mother had fallen prey to such advertisements before, eagerly purchasing several boxes, only to discard them after a single use. He curled his lip in disdain, reflecting that this behavior bore a striking resemblance to Run-He's character, glittering on the outside but rotten within, merely concerned with superficial appearances, feigning benevolence while harming those who genuinely cared for him. And Mo sure recalled the name, striving to remember Run-He's face, connecting the two in his mind, repeating it once, twice, thrice, until it was firmly etched in his memory. Director Chun glanced at the two idlers, teetering on the brink of exasperation as he banged the table. This is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is that he intends to confront you to the bitter end. Millions of viewers watched as he confessed that Ru Qian had plagiarized, lamenting that he had refrained from asserting his rights previously because Ru Qian was backed by affluent patrons, threatening that if he reported the matter, the school would expel him. Rennie then shifted the topic to discuss his own experiences. His father had passed away early, and his mother had single-handedly raised the two brothers. His elder brother worked part-time while studying. In a year, he finally secured a job, wherein he was also accepted into his dream university. With the dawn of hope for a better life in sight, he was unwilling to jeopardize his family's hard-won aspirations over a few songs. Thus, he compromised and overlooked the plagiarism issue. His narrative was captivating, and as emotion overwhelmed him, he covered his face with his sleeve, sobbing softly, exuding a powerful charisma. Were it not for Ru Qian being the party involved, one might have believed those fabrications. They were, in truth, extracting the last vestiges of value from Ren-He. Ru Qian placed Chun Ling Tian's phone on the table, affirming that Ren-He's rhetoric was impeccably crafted, leaving no room for error, especially as he boldly articulated Ru Qian's transgressions. This only underscored that the Yao and Jiang families intended to abandon him, hastily covering up the incident to minimize its repercussions on themselves, while simultaneously unveiling the damaging information provided by Ru Qian's uncle, initiating a new round of conflict. Mo Sure, quick to respond in matters that required no consideration of human sentiment, followed Ru Qian's lead and switched off the phone, displaying the live stream. This works well. It even helps generate some buzz for you. The moment he pressed the button, the screen dimmed, Run-He's visage vanished, leaving only darkness. Even the dimmest of minds could discern that Ru Qian and Mo Sure had long devised a plan. Ah, how foolish of me to interfere. Director Chun retrieved his phone, slipping it back into his pocket, observing their playful banter while simultaneously strategizing, feeling both at ease and pained. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Ru Qian's studio erupted into unprecedented activity, releasing over 10 posts on a certain platform in rapid succession. The first post was a clarification. Accompanying it were 3 images and a video. The first image displayed a handwritten apology from Ren-He, his handwriting unchanged, matching the details of casual photographs from his private account perfectly. The second image showed a notice of disciplinary action from the school and a low-scoring report card. The reason cited being academic misconduct, with grades barely scraping past the passing threshold for graduation. The final image was a screenshot, proving that the video was filmed nearly 5 years ago, after both had released songs on June 1st of the following year. The video was quite explosive. Ren-He held the apology letter, reading it word for word, and bowed deeply to Lu Qianan, presenting the letter with sincere hands. Accompanying the message was a link that meticulously chronicled the events from years past, showcasing Lu Qianan's handwritten drafts of his songs, which formed a substantial stack, marked with numerous revisions. Once the news broke, professionals swiftly arrived to authenticate the materials, ultimately confirming that the images and videos had undergone no post-production. All were genuine. The initial drafts unequivocally indicated that all the songs were original creations of Lu Qianan, embodying his countless efforts. In the subsequent posts, aside from one demanding Ren-He to respond, the rest were legal filings asserting that action would be taken against the vehement and slanderous detractors. In an instant, public opinion turned tumultuous and chaotic. Still live streaming, Ren-He noticed the unusual comments flooding in, hurriedly opening a certain platform, where a 2-minute lag nearly drove him to madness. The irrefutable evidence lay before him, causing him to panic, and he promptly dialed Yao Jun. Chapter 69. The Truth of the Prairie. Yao Jun had anticipated trouble and knew that once it arose, the thoughtless run he would undoubtedly seek him out, oblivious to the multitude of viewers still watching the stream. As soon as the call connected, it was glaringly revealed that the mastermind behind the scenes was Yao Jun himself. What could follow but a swift resolution? He hung up and messaged Ren He, instructing him to shut down the live stream immediately. Ren He, his mind a blank slate, realized that the affluent life he had been enjoying was entirely due to the benefits bestowed by the Yao and Jiang families. He trusted Yao Jun implicitly and obeyed, swiftly reaching to turn off the device. The stream was closed too abruptly. The audience was not naive, naturally connecting his reaction to his evident guilt. Due to Ren He's extreme actions, the clarifications issued by Lu Qian in studio gained increased credibility in the eyes of netizens. A significant number of viewers, after examining the content linked, decisively turned against Ren He. At this pivotal moment, Lu Qian's personal account announced that he had simultaneously opened a live stream on the same platform as Ren He, inviting netizens to join. Countless onlookers flocked to the newly created stream, and within minutes, the online viewership soared past 10 million, propelling it to the top of trending charts. Ren He, anxiously awaiting Yao Jun's next directive, switched to a secondary account, struggling multiple times to enter the stream. The prairie had entered late autumn, with darkness descending early. The Heart Journey program's crew would shut off the live cameras at 9:30 each evening, and this now belonged to the recording's off hours. Lu Qian repeatedly confirmed that there would be no impact on Heart Journey, allowing him to confidently decide to appear on screen. His roommate, Indong, wisely chose to lie down and refrain from disturbing him, falling asleep earlier than usual. 2 minutes before the stream commenced, Lu Qian, still filled with concern, repeatedly asked Mo, "Sure, brother, are you truly certain you want to appear on camera? The audience may be numerous and not particularly friendly." Mo sure nodded, his narrow, cold phoenix eyes slightly squinting. "I am certain. I will be with you." Lu Qian expressed his unwavering commitment to stand by him, cherishing and protecting him for eternity. Conversely, Mo sure also yearned to protect his beloved companion, providing constant care and ensuring his lifelong safety and tranquility. Setting aside other matters at the very least, having someone by his side would grant Lu Qian a greater sense of security. "I shall strive to remain in the closet," the young man earnestly vowed, raising 3 fingers in a playful gesture, his eyes shedding the clouds of doubt, sparkling with an unwavering brightness akin to the scorching sun. Lu Qian adjusted the angle of the camera, ensuring that both of them could be framed together while leaving a temporary escape for Mo sure. Under such circumstances, he embodied the essence of a perfect partner. Then, the live stream commenced. Lu Qian lifted his gaze towards the screen, focusing on his own face and the rapidly ascending viewer count. Within mere seconds, the barrage of comments began to flood in, layering upon one another in a chaotic wave. "Finally made it in. Hurry, everyone, gather for the gossip. Mo sure is here too. My heavens, is that a year in the background? So what exactly happened?" I barely had time to examine the link. I rushed over upon seeing the notification. I watched but didn't understand. "Please, someone translate." Lu Qian discerned the main content of the comments. Using the cover of the table, he discreetly pinched his boyfriend's fingers, which had slipped into his palm, and then, with an unusual earnestness, greeted the audience. Mo sure attentively monitored the comments, simultaneously holding onto his partner's playful hand, their fingers intertwined. Cool as jade once grasped, it would not be released, akin to roots deeply embedded in the earth. Lu Qian tightened his grip, casting a fleeting, gentle smile filled with warmth, before adopting a solemn demeanor to begin recounting the story of past events. The aspiration to compose a series of songs and create a personal album had taken root long ago. However, it was not until after Lu Qian's 17th birthday that he began to put this dream into practice. At that time, he was not yet the illustrious star he would become, merely a member of a 3rd or 4th tier boy band. The lack of fame had its advantages, such as fewer activities and ample free time. Without informing anyone, Lu Qian embarked on his long-planned creative journey. He secluded himself in his room, surrounded by pen, paper, and various instruments, making excuses to decline any engagements except for those he was absolutely required to attend. Those in the know had urged him to utilize software for online composition, asserting that it was unnecessary to learn instruments with which he had no affinity for just a few songs. The obstinate young man disregarded their advice, convinced that only the notes played by human fingers could convey genuine emotion. Thus, the 9 songs he had envisioned took over 10 months to compose and complete. In that span of 10 months, much transpired. For instance, the company decided to disband the boy band once the youngest member reached adulthood, allowing each member to pursue their individual paths. Those wishing to remain in the entertainment industry would seek out new managers. Lu Qian was merely a month older than the youngest member, Su Qiu. As the nearing dissolution of the group rendered it virtually defunct, Lu Qian met his new manager, Liu Bei, in advance of recording his first song, 18 months. The company held high expectations for Lu Qian, believing in his potential for stardom. Otherwise, they would not have entrusted him to Liu Bei, who had successfully guided several rising stars. Liu Bei, possessing a discerning and seasoned eye, could hardly overlook the potential that lay within the young man before him. Just as he was about to offer a few words of caution to Lu Qian, he was met with the sight of the youth's eyes crinkling in a smile. "I apologize, Brother Liu Bei. Although the official handover won't occur until mid-January next year, it will be courteous to mention that the subsequent content may not be particularly pleasant." Rarely did unknown artists dare to speak to their agents in such a manner. Liu Bei furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lu Qian from top to bottom, as if assessing merchandise. "However, what was this? Perhaps throughout next year. My primary focus will be on recording songs. Brother Liu Bei, could you possibly arrange fewer activities?" At present, he could still conceal matters from others. But facing the renowned control freak Liu Bei, he recognized his inability to hide the truth and opted for early candor. Liu Bei did not outright dismiss him. Instead, a wave of inexplicable frustration swelled within him. Accepting the sheet music that Lu Qian offered, he squinted and clicked his tongue, slapping onto the table. "I've heard that you entered the music scene rather late, yet your talent is commendable, learning swiftly in whatever you undertake." His evaluation was casual, straightforward, and pragmatic. The songs were indeed well-crafted, a point he conceded, yet to capture attention, one must rely on one's appearance. There exists an abundance of melodious songs. Few are truly needed. In Liu Bei's eyes, Lu Qian's greatest asset was his visage. As long as he made appearances in public, a multitude would inevitably be drawn to him. Spending a protracted period perfecting a song might not yield greater rewards than a few strolls down the red carpet or a few photo shoots. Lu Qian tucked away the sheet music and smiled up at him. "I understand, but these songs must be recorded. Brother Liu Bei, I implore you." Stubborn, disobedient, and possessing an overly developed sense of self, he was the most challenging type of artist to manage. During his years of work, Liu Bei had only experienced the feeling of being catered to by compliant artists. Encountering Lu Qian left him particularly impatient. He ceased to respond, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to leave. Lu Qian initially thought he would not return for several months. To his surprise, the very next day, Liu Bei arrived with a youthful lad who bore a pleasing demeanor and was of a similar age to Lu Qian. With a wary gaze, the boy beside Liu Bei broke into a smile and extended his hand in introduction. "Hello, I am Ren He." Chapter 70, Pass to the Prairie. Lu Qian locked eyes with Ren He, whose pupils were as deep as obsidian, devoid of overt hostility, yet his smile was faint. Within mere seconds, the probing intent hidden beneath the gentle exterior pricked at Ren He's heart with unease. "Greetings, there's no need to be so tense." Just as Ren He was about to withdraw his hand in trepidation, Lu Qian finally reached out for a friendly handshake, quickly retracting his hand and adopting his most amiable demeanor. As expected, a layer of calluses adorned Ren He's palm, confirming Lu Qian's speculation. "He appears to be a music student." Lu Qian shifted his gaze to Liu Bei, silently inquiring for clarification. "This is my colleague's younger brother, who has studied music for 13 years and happened to come to the company today to find his brother." Liu Bei's sharp gaze bore an expression of ridicule, clearly asserting that he deemed Lu Qian's efforts to be futile. "Let him listen to your songs and determine whether you are worthy of pursuing music," he declared, his words heavy and domineering. In truth, Ren he had merely stumbled upon the company after failing to locate his brother and had fortuitously encountered Liu Bei, deciding to tag along for the spectacle. Lu Qian was unaware, only feeling the countless nights infused with the essence of concentrated black coffee, and the innumerable moments of despair evoked by the memories meticulously crafted by songs, which, in Liu Bei's eyes, seemed a futile waste of time. Yet, Lu Qian harbored no anger. His youthful, unblemished brows softened as he gazed, seemingly in good spirits, and retorted decisively, "I merely wish to express myself through music. It is not a matter of being worthy or unworthy." From the very beginning, he had never regarded music as a mere tool for generating traffic or profit. Cradling his guitar, its weight grounding him, his fingertips danced across the strings, producing a clear, bright tone that mingled with the pre-recorded accompaniment, akin to the soft sigh of a youth lost in confusion. To be fair, 18 Months is not the type of song that captivates upon first listen, but it possesses a lasting appeal, with well-crafted lyrics brimming with profound emotion. Its climactic moments diverge from the ordinary, surging with an undercurrent of intensity, vitality breaking through the soil. Later fans would describe it as a crystalline pool of water, reflecting the clarity of spring, seemingly shallow at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, revealing unfathomable depths. The transparency is attributed to the half-moon resting serenely at the bottom. Ren He, growing increasingly displeased, wore a dark expression, while Liu Bei, invigorated, intervened to halt Ren He's attempt to call for a stop, patiently waiting for the song to conclude. Liu Bei, characterized by a strong desire for control and a penchant for dictatorial tendencies, had hastily dismissed the score he received yesterday without thorough examination. However, upon hearing it live today, he could discern its subtleties. Regrettably, the initial impression lacked richness and ultimately fell short of its potential. Nonetheless, it was sufficient to prompt Liu Bei to reconsider the viability of pursuing this path. As the song came to an end, he extended his hand to Lu Qian, requesting, "Please provide me with all your song scores. I shall contemplate it." Lu Qian carefully set his guitar aside, hesitating to move. Liu Bei urged him, "Hurry. If you want to produce songs, you'll ultimately need my assistance in arranging them." This was indeed the truth. Once he fell under Liu Bei's management, a portion of his freedom would be sacrificed. After half a minute of contemplation, Lu Qian reluctantly retrieved a copy of his score and handed it over. In the days that followed, he cooperatively submitted the completed recordings and began discussing creative inspiration and specific plans with Liu Bei. Though Liu Bei still held a certain disdain for Lu Qian, as a manager, he relished the opportunity to unearth an artist's strengths, albeit those perceived through his own lens. Having witnessed Lu Qian's musical talent firsthand, Liu Bei's opposition to his musical pursuits diminished. To everyone's surprise, Ren He, having only heard one song, conceived the notion of theft. Seizing the opportunity while his brother Ren Yi was working late, he stealthily entered Liu Bei's office and surreptitiously photographed the scores laid upon a desk. No one would casually review the surveillance footage. Ren Yi's actions were executed flawlessly. Until he uploaded the modified songs online, not a single person took notice. Who could have anticipated that the plagiarist would be this complete outsider? Had Ren He possessed a modicum of cleverness and understood the mechanics of viral success, perhaps Lu Qian would have discovered his actions sooner. Alas, his lack of skill resulted in 9 uploaded songs, none of which made a ripple. Like stones cast into water, they sank without a trace, never to be seen again. In retrospect, Lu Qian, under the auspices of Liu Bei, saw his work 18 Months generate a modest yet impactful stir online on Adult Day, serving as a significant encouragement for a nascent creator. Over the subsequent 6 months, he released 9 songs, gradually garnering popularity, though not achieving meteoric fame, earning him the moniker of the entertainment industry's rising star. By May of that year, Liu Bei had taken Lu Qian to attend events alongside popular celebrities. During the months they worked together, conflicts between Lu Qian and Liu Bei were incessant, and the pent-up resentment was bound to erupt, particularly as Liu Bei, proud and vengeful, would seize any opportunity for retaliation. Disillusioned with Lu Qian and incited by rival companies, Liu Bei resolved to abandon his charge and sabotage Lu Qian's career agreeing to collaborate in a scheme against him. By a twist of fate, Lucien encountered Mo sure once more. On the early morning of the summer solstice, he released a half-finished song titled Indefinite, born from an emotional surge of creativity. A unique miracle even he could scarcely replicate. Undoubtedly and unexpectedly, it became an overnight sensation, propelling his other works into the limelight as well. In a heartbeat, Lucien surged into the public eye like a flame carried by the wind, effortlessly captivating audiences with his charm. Upon learning of Liu Bei's resignation, the newly ascended star turned to the very manager who once aided him and sought to ruin him, offering a sweet smile. "Thank you, Brother Liu Bei, and best of luck." There was no need for Lucien to take matters into his own hands. The news of a manager conspiring against his own artist soon tarnished Liu Bei's reputation, and the rival company was not inclined to let him off lightly. Months later, Liu Bei leapt from a high-rise building, ending his life. However, that was a matter for another time. Liu Bei's departure left an urgent need for Lucien to find a new manager. Coincidentally, Ren Yi arrived at this juncture with Ren He to offer an apology. Lucien raised his gaze, his calm eyes traversing past Ren He to rest on Ren He, who was hidden behind his brother, and smiled. Long time no see. He had not intended to create such a high-stakes, luck-dependent scenario, yet if Ren He was willing to approach him, he would not decline. It was foolish to delve into a situation rife with cunning characters. Lucien maintained his composure, inwardly mocking Ren He several times while feigning innocence as he listened to Ren Yi recount the process of discovering Ren He's plagiarism. Occasionally, he would hear his brother inadvertently reveal details about checking the surveillance footage, hesitating before deciding to apologize. The rhetoric was impeccably crafted yet cliched, culminating in Ren He respectfully recording an apology. This left a trail of evidence without crossing the line into bitterness. Ren Yi was astute and equally ambitious, albeit shackled by familial ties. Lucien signed the compensation agreement, explicitly avoiding a public apology to preserve Ren He's reputation, and boldly extended an olive branch. "Become my manager. I prefer working with those who possess intellect." With the objective achieved, Ren Yi accepted the documents with a demeanor of utmost respect. "I look forward to our collaboration." Lucien glossed over certain details, painting the three individuals, each with their own ulterior motives, as passionate youths beset by misfortune in their shared love of music. At last, the despondent Shun hung his head, murmuring to himself, "I cannot fathom why Ren He refuses to delete the plagiarized songs as per our agreement, and instead turns against Yen Yi, despite the considerable sacrifices he has made for him. How can one be so ungrateful?" The gentle words of tea and conversation resonated with the audience, even managing to soothe Mo sure into viewing him as a benevolent, delicate flower. Lucien naturally found solace in the arms of those comforting him. In Chapter 71, Grassland Interlude, there were whispers of disbelief. "My heavens, this is truly tragic. Is there any esteemed figure who can analyze this?" LQA's version appears to be the correct one. The evidence is evidently more comprehensive, and there are prominent individuals who have validated its authenticity. Regardless of your belief, I have come to accept it. So, RH is the one guilty of plagiarism? This is utterly shameless. RH, you must come forth and explain yourself. Nonetheless, is it true that Mo Ingdi's influence serves as a sedative? Rennie likely did not intend to spread rumors. I merely seek an explanation. Lucien's alluring peach blossom eyes, often glistening with moisture, appeared even more enchanting as they brimmed with tears, resembling exquisite, sparkling glass. The muffled accusations tugged at the heartstrings, twisting with a persistent ache akin to fine threads. Emotion held him closer, oblivious to the fact that the one feigning distress buried his nose into his collar, greedily inhaling the faint scent of camellia that lingered on him. Perhaps influenced by his mood, the fragrance intensified in sweetness, igniting a whimsical desire to sink his teeth into Lucien's collarbone. However, there were matters of greater importance to attend to. The direction of the barrage of comments shifted under his influence, veering towards the reasons behind Ren He's sudden fabrications after so many years. Yet, those engaged in discussion were but a minority, while the majority remained skeptical. The corners of Lu Qian's eyes flushed with a faint crimson, uncertain whether it was an act of pity or the flames within him that burned. If Renhe could see, at least tell me why the rumors were spread. I'm unsure if I have done something wrong. To divert blame, one must trace it back to its roots. He sought not to topple Renhe, but rather the influential families behind him, the Yao and Jiang clans, while also striking at the restless relatives of his uncle. Indeed, RH must be aware that LQA possesses evidence. How could he dare to brazenly defy the heavens in such a situation? Although RH may appear somewhat dim-witted, surely he cannot be foolish enough to seek his own demise. Is there anyone who can unearth the details? Please share. Was it not said that the matter involved the Yao and Jiang families? Could they be the masterminds? I am utterly confused. Why does this situation grow increasingly convoluted? I entered the live stream merely to curse LQA. As the discussions in the barrage found their rhythm, Lu Qian felt a sense of relief, emboldened to playfully tease Mo Sure. The playful banter before the camera often required no explicitness to be stimulating. He slightly loosened the grip of his hand concealed beneath the table, toying with the long and elegantly jointed fingers of his beloved. It was only when Mo Sure's ears flushed with embarrassment, yearning to withdraw, that he obediently ceased, instead tracing small hearts on the back of his hand. Truly, a complete and utter innocent fool. Mo Sure lifted his gaze, just in time to catch sight of that innocent fool tilting his head, silently whispering to him. A message so clear that even those who could not read lips would understand what Lu Qian conveyed. Do not worry about me. The previously trivial annoyance dissipated like smoke, as Mo Sure gently beckoned with his fingers, re-establishing his grip. His expression remained impassive, yet internally he sighed. How could he not worry? This foolish individual must have indulged in too many tales of heroism, yearning to transform himself into an invincible and indestructible champion. Do flesh and blood not feel pain? The live stream had persisted for a full 2 hours, yet there was still no sign of Renhe. Mo Sure, retreating from the camera's view, glanced at the trending topics and discovered that the scandal surrounding Lu Qian and Renhe's alleged plagiarism, along with the conspiracy theories targeting the Yao and Jiang families, had climbed to the top 2 positions. He gestured an okay sign. Lu Qian's eyes flickered slightly as he gradually transitioned from his interaction with the audience, fatigue stretching a faint smile across his features. He raised a hand to shield his uniquely haggard appearance, tousling the disheveled strands of hair at his forehead. After a few hasty words of farewell, he pressed the button to end the live stream, proclaiming the first half of the performance a resounding success. In the next moment, Lu Qian lunged toward Mo Sure, effortlessly pinning the unsuspecting individual onto the bed, his previously groomed hair now a wild mess, reminiscent of a frizzy puppy. Mo Sure did not struggle, instead ruffling Lu Qian's hair. Get up, you're heavy. Are you worried about me, brother? Lu Qian's expression was playful as he leaned in, planting a sticky, lingering kiss on the side of Mo Sure's neck, his pearly canines gently grazing the skin, leaving a faint indentation. The subtle sting caused Mo Sure's ears to flush crimson. He discerned that the weight pressing down on him was intentionally being coy, yet he softened his tone, refraining from a direct response. Are you a dog, so fond of biting? Lu Qian, a true genius, nodded in affirmation as if it were a matter of course, burying his face in the crook of Mo Sure's neck, swaying an imaginary fluffy tail, and playfully barking. He appeared somewhat innocent. However, the hands that roamed restlessly shattered Mo Sure's resolve. With a helpless frown, he pressed his palm against Lu Qian's shoulder to create some distance, diverting his gaze to avoid the searing intensity of Lu Qian's stare. It was too hot, too fiery, more candid than any sweet nothings exchanged. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Someone like Lu Qian, accustomed to sweet talk, would rarely reveal his true sentiments even to a lover. Only through the depths of his gaze could one occasionally glimpse the glimmer of his genuine feelings. In that fleeting moment, Mo Sure instinctively discerned the thoughts swirling within Lu Qian's mind. He desperately sought an outlet for those unspoken desires at that very instant. I want you. In a hushed murmur that barely escaped his lips, Lu Qian pressed his palm against Mo Shi's waist, his fingers firmly clutching the curve of his slender form. Although he playfully barked in response, there was an unmistakable wolfishness within him, an overwhelming possessiveness. "I need you." This declaration resembled less of a plea and more of an imperative demand. Lu Qian's kiss was a brand, a potent enchantment, entwining around Mo Shi's neck and gripping his heart. Should he ever resolve to abandon this connection, the invisible threads would gradually tighten, compelling him back into Lu Qian's embrace. "Only you. I desire only you." Lu Qian trapped him within the narrow space between his body and the bed, descending to plant soft, warm kisses that brushed against Mo Shi's earlobe, a playful act that disturbed the chaos of his untamed hair. Amidst the thunderous drumming of his heart, Mo Shi thought, rather inopportunely, that his hair had grown a bit too long. Perhaps it was time to tie it up. "Everything will be fine, brother. This will soon come to an end, so there is no need to worry." Unable to distinguish between comforting his beloved and persuading himself, Lu Qian murmured the phrase twice. Leaning against Mo Shi, "I want to sleep beside you." Before Mo Shi could utter a word, Lu Qian hastily added, "I promise not to engage in anything too intimate. I've set an alarm. I'll return to my own bed before the camera turns on in the morning. Rest assured, brother, I know my limits." Of course, if met with rejection, he would stealthily climb into bed once Mo Shi fell asleep. No sooner had he finished speaking than his cool fingers pressed against Mo Shi's lips, silencing his incessant chatter. Mo Shi felt that even a fool could see that Lu Qian was unconsciously seeking a sense of security. He was all too familiar with the unsettling experience of feeling utterly unanchored. Though he too was plagued by a profound lack of security, he wished to offer Lu Qian some solace. Most importantly, he realized that the comfort sought could only be provided by him, so Mo Shi had no intention of refusing. He reached out and patted Lu Qian, saying, "All right, let us sleep." That night, their bodies and souls intertwined, two embraced figures occupying a warm corner between heaven and earth. Chapter 72. The Prairie chapter draws to a close. Good morning. Morning. Is today really the last day? The 6 guests, collaborating for the first time on a film, discovered that working together brought them closer than mere travel and leisure ever could, fostering a profound friendship among them. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the wrap-up day. During breakfast, Indong mentioned it, and Yun Xiaxia, pouting, expressed that she felt slightly unsatisfied. Lu Qian fixed his gaze on Mo Shi's loosely gathered hair, poking at the 2 freshwater pearls dangling from the hair tie, only to have them swatted away as expected. Early in the morning, Jiang too, having seen the trending topics, felt relieved to know they were temporarily free from worries, allowing him to quietly mock Lu Qian, his doe-like eyes curving into crescent moons as he whispered to his sister. Jiang Mei experienced a delightful sense of anticipation as work neared its end, her demeanor noticeably more amiable than usual. Gossip is inherent to human nature. The more she listened, the more amused she became, until her astonished gaze landed on Lu Qian and Mo Shi. The light-hearted atmosphere finally returned after a long absence, becoming a precious commodity as they laughed together at an astonishing frequency, as if to dispel the tension of the past few days. The barrage of comments had improved significantly. Although a small faction continued to scorn Lu Qian, the majority were now discussing the show's content. Is the Prairie chapter coming to an end? How can it be so fast? I was too busy criticizing Lu Qian the other day to really pay attention to the show. Is there a way to replay it? Unfortunately, the show has explicitly stated that there will be no replays. How frustrating. In the blink of an eye, they've already progressed halfway through the program. It's amusing. Those who were full of criticism just a few days ago are now showering him with endearments. People can change. With thoughts weighed down by unresolved matters, the lingering apprehension had not dissipated despite the storms faced by the Yao and Zhang families. Lu Qian calculated when they might strike again. At the very least, this month was out of the question. Even the most foolish would fear igniting a fire that might consume them. Lu Qian decided to indulge in happiness for a few days. However, his plans crumbled when he saw the set of jet black nightwear laid out in the changing room, extinguishing his good mood entirely. Though he is indeed handsome, wearing women's clothing is not as arduous as it seems. However, due to the demands of the plot, he must conceal several hidden weapons within his attire. The prop team of Heartfelt Journey has truly overstepped. These weapons are made of solid metal, and their weight aside, they clink noisily against the lining with every step, occasionally causing discomfort. As he passed by, Dong kindly reassured him, "Think of something joyful. Today, you and your beloved boyfriend can experience the joys of parenthood in the play." I refer to our little prince. To be frank, Sister Xia has long played the role of our daughter, especially during our time on the island. Lu Qianan smirked wryly. "You might as well call me father-in-law." Dong hesitated, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this notion. The humor of this rigid fellow is astonishingly barren. With a thud, Lu Qianan slammed the door of the compartment, sighing as he worried not only for Yun Xiaoxi's future, but also for his own present, lifting a piece of fabric whose layering he had yet to determine. After finally arranging his attire, he pushed the door open to find Mo silently fiddling with a prop sword. The general, clad in his military garb, exuded a vigorous energy, his brows shadowed by an indescribable emotion. With a firm grip on the sword's hilt, a glimmer of silver light caught the edge. He pursed his thin lips into a straight line and glanced at the person who had just peeked out, lifting the sword slightly. "Lu Qianan, take a look at this." Mo effortlessly executed a series of sword flourishes, the cold glint trailing behind, carving elegant arcs through the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing through the wind, emanating an ominous aura that was chilling to the bone. The momentum was abrupt, and the sword remained perfectly unchanged. Lu Qianan was momentarily awestruck by his handsomeness, and as he regained his senses, he took 2 large strides forward, his expression cracking with disbelief as he received the sword. "Is this a real sword?" As you can see, the prop team has made an error, and it is too late to change the props now. Dong, holding the sword he was to fasten to his waist, rubbed his forehead in exasperation. They had to finish filming today, as Wu Enki had plans for tomorrow. The others seemed unfazed, yet the general and the princess, this couple engaged in a playful rivalry, seemed to adhere to the peculiar logic that hitting is akin to affection. In the end, they were still embroiled in a quarrel, an actual fight devoid of any props. The general, being sincere and passionate, had developed a unique bond with the princess throughout their interactions. Upon seeing his companion clad in night attire, resembling an assassin, he was filled with both surprise and dread, leading him to engage in a struggle. In a fit of rage, he pressed the sword against her neck, demanding an explanation. With her life at stake, even the usually unreasonable princess had to comply, revealing the details of her private discussions with the prince of the enemy nation and the newly allied female swordsman. Thus, the subsequent gathering of the 6 was arranged. "Mo Gu, we have but this one small path. We must ensure I am not truly stabbed by the sword," fretted the well-meaning Dong, anxious about the filming schedule. Lu Qianan, in high spirits, retorted, "What are you saying? To be stabbed by my brother would be an honor." Mo still cradling the sword, seemed quite pleased with it, not fully grasping the nature of their exchange. "Actually, I can handle it well. Don't worry." With the dark robes billowing, Lu Qianan nearly leaped to Mo's side, enveloping his beloved in a warm embrace from behind, his smile radiant. "Then I shall entrust this to you, General Brother, though I feel a tinge of regret." Completely bewildered by his regrets, Mo pursed his lips and, with a sigh of resignation, prodded the cheek of the person behind him with the hilt of his sword, urging him to let go. "Now I can peacefully enjoy my heart's journey again, and the path remains as sweet as ever." Hooray! Wonderful! The main character is taking the initiative. We are saved. After last night's live broadcast, Chi-Chi has garnered yet another batch of loyal fans. Can they truly not perceive how this young man sends shivers down one's spine and raises goosebumps? Once the 3 female guests had changed into their costumes, the final scene was finally ready to shoot. At Yun Xiangxia's enthusiastic suggestion, Dong, in a moment of inspiration, cheerfully infused a few comedic elements into the script, including, but not limited to, the romantic escapades of a courtesan and a swordsman, as well as the prince of a rival nation facing a collective reprimand during a heartfelt gaze shared between the general and the princess. To prevent any difficulties in immersing into the roles, The first scene shot were the combat sequences between Lu Qianan and Mo. After several takes of the fight scene, the novice Lu Qianan had already mastered the techniques, leaving just the right amount of openings for Mo. to strike accurately. Talent is a wondrous thing, enabling this beginner to hold his own against the ruthless performance of the esteemed actor Zhou. After several exchanges with the sword aimed at the throat, a mere roll of the Adam's apple could mean the fragile skin touching the cold metal, staining the silver with blood. Mo's grip was steady, and Lu Qianan felt no fear. After a stalemate lasting half a minute, the silver blade shimmered, prompting the princess to speak. "Husband, I shall say it, but please do not truly turn yourself into a widower." Chapter 73, Rap of the Prairie Arc. He was a vividly toxic serpent, reciting lines as light as drifting clouds. With a slight movement of his fingers, a willow leaf dagger slipped from his sleeve, held delicately between his fingers, pressed against the general's lower back. The closest of companions, the most fitting allies, yet also, at times, each other's most competent adversaries. As the words of the secret were clarified, Mo's expression grew increasingly ambiguous. According to the script, he should have released his grip and risen at this moment to discuss the meeting with the prince of the enemy nation. However, as inspiration struck him unexpectedly, he remained still, twirling a lock of loose hair around his finger, tightening his grip on the hilt and severing it. A fine strand of silky hair falling into his palm. The intent was to intimidate, to warn the princess to keep her thoughts in check, lest the next thing to fall would be his head. Lu Qianan blinked, receiving a flash of inspiration directly into his mind. Improvising as he swung the willow leaf dagger in 2 circles, trimming a cluster of ink-black hair that hung at Mo's waist and presenting it to him. 2 dark strands intertwined, resembling inseparable water plants. On their wedding day, they had missed the hairpin ceremony. Today, he was making amends. "Husband, don't be upset, all right?" He cooed in a playful tone, teasing rather than pleading. The general, feeling annoyed, roughly shoved the severed hair back to the princess and stood up, pointing the sword's tip at Lu Qianan's chin, commanding him to negotiate obediently. "Cut. Excellent. Another successful take." The underperforming actress Jiang Tu was summoned by Yin Dong for an urgent lesson. With a piece of beef jerky in her mouth, her cheeks puffed. She had only one question after observing for so long. "How did you come up with the idea to improvise?" Mo truly harbored a profound affection for that sword. Responding cheerfully to a question that was seldom entertained, it is a matter of habit when one possesses a genuine sword. It is challenging to refrain from indulging in some extravagant actions. It was purely a whimsical impulse that prompted the decision to take action. Fortuitously, I am well aware of what my husband desires. Lu Qianan placed a hand on Mo's shoulder, his fingertips teasingly grazing the willow leaf sword, boasting with unabashed pride. "Oh, those damned little lovebirds." Jiang Tu felt as though she was enduring a mental onslaught. With Mo and Lu Qianan having set a precedent for the destruction of props, the situation began to spiral out of control. Yun Xiaxia, who was supposed to merely sample the pastries and feign sophistication, took advantage of others reciting their lines, ostentatiously displaying 4 pieces of delicacies, leaving her companion Yin Dong wide-eyed in astonishment. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Mei relaxed as well, while the swordsman and the general conversed. She stood behind Jiang Tu, idly toying with the conical hat hanging from the other shoulder. The pastries appeared utterly delectable. Is there a link? The prelude had transformed from a power play drama into an odd yet slightly humorous power play drama. It is hard to envision what the final product will resemble, as it is entirely different from the previous filming atmosphere. This is precisely the short drama I had envisioned. I adore watching their daily interactions. Thus, is there a link to the pastries? They truly look irresistible. Indeed, the pastries were exceptionally delightful. Yun Xiaxia's hand repeatedly emerged from unnoticed corners, deftly sneaking into the plate, each time absconding with a piece of soft, sweet cake. Fortunately, before she finished that plate of pastries, the final shot was captured, allowing Yin Dong to approach and memorize the appearance of the delightful treats. Milky white, shaped like peach blossoms, exuding a fragrant milky aroma, abundantly filled with sweet red bean paste. Are they truly that delicious? Lu Qianan inquired with curiosity, having received an enthusiastic offering from Yun Xiaxia, the sweet food enthusiast. He inexplicably found himself in possession of a fluffy piece of cake. He took a delicate bite. It was excessively sweet, almost cloying, not the type Mo sure would appreciate. Lu Qianan silently noted this and decisively avoided it in the future. The 6 individuals were ushered by the staff to view the results of the recent filming, cramming several heads before the modest screen. The novices laughed and joked while watching, while the professionals furrowed their brows. Yingdong raised a hand to point, her eyes reflecting the screen's glow. They have relaxed. The effect is not as good as before. And Mo Go, do you think a reshoot is necessary? Mo sure has always maintained a rigorous and demanding attitude toward his work, yet this time, observing the vibrant energy emanating from the solemn, quiet shadows. His expression softened considerably. No need. Let be as it is. With anxiety temporarily soothed, clarity often ensues. And Mo, sure, who had been perturbed by the awkwardness of the plot prior to filming, suddenly grasped the essence. The purpose of the Heart Journey program was not to burden them with filming, but to allow the guests to experience the conflicts that arise in work, learning to resolve such conflicts and achieve harmonious outcomes. The objective had been fulfilled, and they had derived joy from their collaboration. Why impose difficulties upon mere passers-by who did not consider this their vocation? Yun Xiaxia, scratching her cheek in confusion, gazed at Mo, sure. Mo, Go, why do you seem to have become so much more amiable in the past few days? I did not mean to imply that my previous sentiments were unfavorable. Rather, I have grown weary of fixating on trivial matters. With my emotions now in a more tranquil state, I no longer engage in internal conflicts, as if I have suddenly gained clarity regarding certain aspects of life. The duration of my relaxed demeanor has evidently surpassed that of the past, and I find myself imbued with a touch of warmth towards humanity. His transformation was abrupt, akin to a decision made in a moment of joy. Montauk-Shits, oblivious to this change, uttered a single-syllable query, even as his mind rapidly conjured a myriad of disparate responses regarding his own transformation. Perhaps it is due to a regulated medication regimen, or the comforting familiarity of the filming environment devoid of any sense of alienation. Or perhaps the serenity of residing in the grasslands, which brings one closer to nature and instills a sense of ease. It might also be that he has finally discerned Lu Qianan's stance, alleviating a considerable burden from his heart. It appears I am not alone in this sentiment. Having revisited the island segment, I now perceive that Mo Mao's emotions have indeed stabilized considerably. I concur. During the island phase, he seemed particularly withdrawn and somewhat wooden, but now he appears more at ease, likely due to his growing familiarity with the guests. There is an inexplicable sense of pride akin to watching one's child mature. Our Mo Mao has finally learned to interact normally with others, which is delightful. Setting aside romantic entanglements, the camaraderie among the 6 of them is commendable, and the chemistry is simply marvelous. Have we wrapped up? Is it true? Jiang Tu paused, breath held, inquiring softly. Yingdong repeatedly checked and confirmed the assertion, a smile of extraordinary joy illuminating his face. Indeed, this marked his first collaboration with the young heroine, an unprecedented sense of achievement and pride that left the renowned director feeling rather overwhelmed. Yun Xiaxia leaped up in exultation, exclaiming, "How wonderful! I am utterly exhausted. I need to sleep. Sleeping. I rise at 7 every day, and I must catch up on my rest. Director Chun, could we perhaps have a half-day off, please?" Lu Qianan remained detached from the commotion, nestled in a corner with Mo Shiz, resting his head on his boyfriend's shoulder, lifting his gaze adorned with rosy eyeshadow. He remained silent, appearing fatigued, gently nuzzling against the nape of his partner's neck. After a considerable span of time, long enough for the others to grow impatient and rush to remove their makeup, he finally uttered a languid promise from between his lips. "We will act together again, I assure you." Chapter 74, Preparations for the Grassland segment. After prolonged periods of labor, entertainment activities are the most alluring. The lengthy slumber replenished the energy of several guests, and the next morning, They awoke promptly, summoned by their biological clocks, requiring no alarm to rouse them. Winky was quite pleased with this, setting the breakfast on the table and eagerly welcoming his guests. Beside him stood a striking young girl, seemingly in her early teens. Adorned in traditional Mongolian attire, unfamiliar to him, he could at least ascertain that he had not encountered her in the past 3 weeks. Lu Qianan, having seen the vitriolic comments directed at Renhe on social media, paid little mind as he tucked his phone away in his pocket, catching up with Mo shiz, and discreetly squeezing his hand. There will always be those unfamiliar with him who may perceive Lu Qianan as an optimistic individual. However, the truth is more nuanced. He is, in fact, a person capable of rationally assessing reality and unperturbed by forecasting the worst possible outcomes, an ordinary individual. Our relationship remains unhealthy. This is not right. And it must change. The cool hand was captured, resting peacefully in his palm as Lu Qianan tightened his grip, lost in thought. However, his contemplation was abruptly interrupted by the girl's melodious voice calling out his name, swiftly followed by the mention of Mo Sure. Dong tilted his head, puzzled, and inquired, "Have you two really had a daughter?" After having lectured him for quite some time yesterday afternoon, he now exhibited a hint of humor, albeit in a rather unnecessary context. Lu Qianan smirked at the dim-witted student. "Would you like to hear my affirmative response to the notion that we have a child?" Mo Sure paused, firmly pinched Lu Qianan's palm, withdrew his hand, and turned to face the jubilant girl, accepting the pen to sign her name in the album laid before her. He still tied his hair with a ribbon adorned with 2 freshwater pearls, and as he bowed, the pearls swayed and collided amidst his dark hair. Even the most stoic individual tends to soften in the presence of an adorable child. Mo Sure patiently answered the girl's anxious, hushed queries, glancing back at Lu Qianan from time to time, as if discussing him. Lu Qianan playfully nudged the bashful Dong towards Yun Xiangxia and hastily approached. "Brother, what are you discussing? May I join in?" "No, you arrived too late," Mo Sure replied lazily, narrowing his eyes, his demeanor reminiscent of an elegant and cunning feline. "How heartless, brother!" Lu Qianan exaggeratedly reproached, eliciting a giggle from the girl, thus naturally diverting his attention towards her, his signature radiant smile lighting up his face. "Then, allow me to join the conversation." The girl, named Surina, was the granddaughter mentioned by Grandpa Badu. She resided in the bustling city with her parents, who worked there, rarely returning to the grasslands. At 14 years old, she was in her 3rd year of junior high. With the impending high school entrance examinations, she had little opportunity to return and chase after her idols closely. However, coinciding with her birthday, her parents, swayed by Grandpa Badu's persuasion, granted her a 2-day leave to visit her hometown. Lu Qianan listened intently as Surina shared her daily anecdotes, signing her name in the album beside Mo Sure. Reminiscent of the time he had signed a postcard handed to him by Batu. Wu Enki approached to take a closer look. "Surina, didn't your grandfather get you some autographs?" "It's different, Uncle Wu Enki. That one will be personally cherished by Grandpa." Surina wagered she could not acquire the postcard from her grandfather's possession. Moreover, her goal was to collect the entire set of signatures. The little girl puffed out her cheeks, drawing a few small hearts beside their names, eager to seek signatures from the others. Lu Qianan swiftly halted her actions, playfully obscuring half of his face as he whispered, "Surina, have you noticed who Indonga likes? One would think he is attempting to seduce a minor." He mused. Surina and he shared a peculiar understanding, both covering their faces and murmuring, "Of course, anyone can see that. We are not blind." It had now transformed into a clandestine meeting of an underground organization. Unable to bear it any longer, Mo Sure intervened, akin to a police officer descending from the heavens. Pointing directly at the microphones on their collars, "Stop. Your manner of conversation bears no distinction from that of ordinary discourse." I have fully grasped the humor, and today I have unleashed my first hearty laughter. Our dear Mo cat has even been compelled to take on the role of the critic. I wonder how our clever little dog, Chi-Chi, has suddenly acted so foolishly. You may not comprehend this, but the little pup is crafting an image of a charming fool to evoke sympathy from Cat Cat, allowing for whimsical nonsense. Such a daft little dog is destined to be smothered with affection by mothers. The plan is in motion. Lu Qian, in a flustered state, hastily removed the microphone while repeatedly apologizing. I sincerely apologize, Sister Xia. I hope you're not upset. Oh dear. Brother Yin Dong, as pursuit of Qing Mei, has me in a tizzy. His voice, intermittently captured by the microphone, fortuitously recorded his address to Yun Xiaoxia, sparing the audience the effort of reading his lips. This has transformed the scene into one of clandestine rendezvous. Upon hearing Lu Qian's words, Surina signaled her understanding and confidently strode towards Yun Xiaoxia. From a distance, Mo Xuan could see Yun Xiaoxia's face visibly reddening. He raised his hand and playfully tapped Lu Qian's forehead, exclaiming, "How is it that I don't recall our princess also being a red thread goddess? You certainly enjoy teasing. Wow, even his sarcastic tone is endearing. He loves me so." Since the microphone had yet to be reattached, Lu Qian unabashedly continued, "If I were a red thread goddess, the first person I would bind would be you, brother," tightly securing the other end of my hand. "What binding method do you prefer? I could learn overnight. How about tortoiseshell binding or pentagram binding? It would suit you perfectly." His audacity left Mo Xuan's face burning. He recalled the ropes that had ensnared him on the first day of filming. Mo Xuan despises being constrained. The mere thought of lifeless ropes tightening against his skin evokes feelings of suffocation, reminiscent of vitality being snuffed out, depriving him of sight and the right to voice, reducing him to a marionette devoid of agency. Yet if the one binding him were Lu Qian, he would be willing. "Calmly, montak shiyuan aseatit. UNT, do anything I dislike." Lu Qian, securing the fluffy microphone to his collar, responded, "Well said, a perfect score. Ah, Kiki, we have seen through your little antics. Clearly, you wish to show off. That little clip is quite amusing, particularly the green tea flavor. It is bound to captivate Emoingdi. Let us not pretend. They both adore it, as if they are truly in love. While my boyfriend and I do not engage in such flirtation." Before they realized it, breakfast was consumed amidst the cheerful clamor. They only remembered that after breakfast, Wu Enki had asked Surina to chat with her grandfather, thus discreetly assigning the final non-mandatory task to the six of them. Today marks Surina's 14th birthday, and we shall host a family gathering to celebrate this evening. Would you all be willing to join our little gathering? Yin Dong, fully supportive of this endeavor, readily agreed, resembling a reliable young adult rather than a mere youth. Yun Xiaoxia, still recalling the bold inquiry from the young girl, blushed like an apple and nodded in agreement. The Jiang sisters found a delightful camaraderie with Surina, as the girl's innocent purity was truly captivating. Naturally, they were eager to infuse some joy and festivity into the child's birthday celebration. Lu Qian furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering whether there was sufficient time to prepare a gift and if he could borrow a vehicle. "Of course, oh wait, we need to shoot. It's better to have the staff take you to your destination," Director Chen chuckled. Despite Wu Enki's repeated insistence that there was no need to go to such expense for gifts, the others promptly retorted, each contributing their thoughts. The six of them boarded the same bus, en route to a small town on the edge of the grasslands to procure a birthday gift. Chapter 75, Grassland Segment. Accessories. The group divided into pairs according to the little birthday star's preferences. Yin Dong and Yun Xiaoxia conferred for a while, seemingly reaching a consensus. Before entering a corner bookstore, Jiang Mei and Jiang Tu immediately set off to find a clothing store where alterations could be made. Lu Qian surveyed his surroundings and, accompanied by Mo Shi, ventured into the only shopping center in the six-line small town. "I think I'll purchase a necklace or perhaps a bracelet," he declared with a smile, identifying an infallible gift choice. Although customized items hold the deepest significance, time was of the essence, and he resolved to procure something now, intending to supplement it later. Mo Shi glanced around. The small town's economy was underdeveloped, and the shopping center was modest in scale. It was unrealistic to expect to find unique jewelry among the ubiquitous national brand franchises. Thus, Lu Qian opted for an alternative approach, treating the task as a leisurely stroll with his boyfriend, meandering until they eventually entered a tucked-away jewelry shop. The door creaked ominously. its sound elongated and piercing to the eardrums. Lu Qian stepped aside, allowing Mo Shi and the following photographer to enter first, the door closing with a cacophony of creaking. Inside, the shop was not adorned with neatly arranged displays of uniform sparkling gold and silver jewelry, but instead exuded a muted atmosphere, lacking vibrant colors. The shopkeeper was an elderly woman with snow-white hair, distinctly different from the young couple standing behind the counter. If the opulent brand stores resembled transparent glass, this quaint shop was akin to dark sandalwood, appearing unremarkable at first glance, but revealing a solid core upon closer inspection. What a charming fairy tale. It feels like a place brimming with secrets, where one might encounter a hermit from the novels. How does Chi always manage to discover such inconspicuous corners? It's remarkable. I almost missed the entrance. I bet this shop will become immensely popular. Quick, tell me where it is, and I'll be among the first customers. Mo Shi was already aware of Lu Qian's exceptional social skills, calmly observing as his boyfriend approached the counter, bending down to greet the elderly woman with warmth and familiarity. His handsome visage was generally well received, and this occasion was no exception. Even with complete confidence, Mo Shi couldn't help but sigh in relief when the initially stern expression of the elderly woman softened, revealing a smile. Unexpectedly, the next moment, she beckoned him over. She possessed a stunning collection of traditional Mongolian jewelry, exquisitely crafted by hand and quite valuable. Mo Shi stepped closer to Lu Qian, overhearing his enthusiastic sharing that this gift would surely be a splendid choice. Before Mo Shi could respond, the elderly woman gently grasped his hand, patting the back of it, her expression softening with kindness. Her voice, whether by the passage of time, was as raspy as coarse sandpaper. I recognize you. I saw you on television many years ago. After a prolonged pause, she continued, indeed, it was a long time ago, back when my late husband was still with me. She seemed to drift into reminiscence. As the elderly often do, reflecting on the companionship of a lifetime, inevitably drawn into the well of memory during moments of solitude. Mo Shi leaned slightly forward, preparing himself to listen intently. The woman's life had been rather uneventful, perhaps even mundane. Her education was limited. She could read a few large characters, a common circumstance for most of her generation. She grew up, entered the workforce, married, and had children, who quickly matured and left the nest like swallows. Together with her husband, who had accompanied her through decades, she aged slowly, until he passed away first due to organ failure, peacefully returning to the earth beneath the grass and soil. It is wonderful to pass these on to the young ladies, she mused, reflecting on her life journey. With her eyes closed, she rocked gently in her chair, which creaked softly, contemplating that it had never been worn by another. It should not be as old as she. Indeed, this is the essence of our lives, isn't it? I cannot imagine what I will be like when I grow old. Time is terrifying. If those around me were to pass before I do, I would be utterly shattered. Why has the conversation veered into such somber territory? This unscripted journey of the heart is far too prone to abrupt shifts in mood. On a lighter note, does no one wish to know what the elderly lady's jewelry looks like? Due to his youth, Lu Qian was not invited to partake in the woman's nostalgia. Yet this did not deter him from standing nearby, eavesdropping with an occasional nod, revealing a depth of character not typical of his usual demeanor. When the lengthy recollection concluded, the elderly woman dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief, preparing to retrieve the jewelry from the wooden chest. Lu Qian swiftly stepped forward to assist, retrieving the items as directed. The lid of the box was covered in a layer of dust, which he carefully wiped away with a damp tissue, revealing the wood's intricate grain beneath. The elderly woman opened the box and withdrew the jewelry she had crafted by hand. The pieces exuded a wild beauty, yellow agate, turquoise, and red coral, each adorned with exquisite inlay work. As the long-hidden treasures caught the light, they immediately captivated the eye. At that moment, the elderly woman finally displayed the pride and satisfaction one would expect, holding up the smallest of the rings to showcase its delicate craftsmanship to her two customers. On the 1 square centimeter surface of the ring, silver filigree entwined, with a minuscule ruby nestled at the center of the silver blossom, radiant as if each petal were crowned by the rising sun. Lu Qian expressed his genuine admiration. How exquisite! Such intricate work must have required immense effort, Mo Shi remarked, cradling the ring in his palm, his lashes delicately brushing against the surface, perceiving that the coiling silver threads were no thicker than his own eyelashes. The elderly woman sighed, her voice long and wistful. Alas, this is the only complete set I have managed to create in my lifetime. If this does not appeal to you, I have other individual pieces. Handmade Mongolian traditional jewelry is arduous to produce and commands a high price, rendering it unaffordable for the average person. She had opened her shop merely to pass the time, harboring no real expectation of selling anything. Captivated by beauty, I searched the online prices and lamented that I was unworthy. This lavish ensemble would cost around 600,000 to 700,000 yuan, a sum equivalent to my entire decade salary. Yet it was undeniably stunning, exuding a wild, untamed beauty reminiscent of the vast grasslands. I was enamored and contemplated purchasing a replica. Wealth certainly has its advantages. For Lu Qian, price was merely a string of numbers. The elderly woman, having long harbored a desire to express herself, reclined comfortably in her rocking chair, gesturing for the two to contribute as they pleased. As the money held little value for her, the shop lacked even a card reader or a scannable QR code for payments. Left with no other option, Lu Qian contacted the woman's children working abroad, inquiring about her bank account number to arrange a direct transfer. As for the price, he refrained from making arbitrary decisions and sought the insight of an expert in the field. Upon a brief examination, the expert provided an approximate value, to which Lu Qian added an additional 200,000, ultimately transferring 800,000 yuan to secure the gift in full. The wooden box, already imbued with charm, required no repackaging. As they prepared to leave, the elderly woman called out to them, catching up and placing 2 silver-plated agate bracelets into Mo Shi's palm as a gift, insisting they each wear one. The agate, enveloped in a translucent candy coating, appeared as beautiful as a hazy dream. Chapter 76. Celebration on the Grassland. We were almost ready to purchase that shop. Yun Xiangxia, waiting by the car, was eager to share the news. Surina, still a minor, perhaps should not receive such extravagant gifts. Hence, Yindong and Yun Xiangxia deliberated on the best approach to present the gift. Ultimately, they emptied half of a bookstore, reserving everything Surina might need for her 3 years of high school. It was undeniably a thoughtful gesture. With the wooden box securely placed, Lu Qian leaned against the car door, lifting his wrist to reveal the bracelet, rolling up his sleeves. Look, it's a pair with Shirgo. The bracelet fit loosely around his slightly protruding wrist bone. The agate, secured by black leather, was adorned with silver threads, resembling a delicious soft candy, its nearly transparent exterior concealing a lovely peach-pink interior. Mo Shi was tugged by the hem of his clothing, revealing his wrist bracelet in response. His slender wrist, with the cord not tightened, allowed the light green agate to droop, appearing somewhat forlorn. Lu Qian placed his wrist alongside Mo Shi's. And the moment the stones touched, the feeling of them sliding apart vanished, their pastel pink and green resembling a clear spring day. Yun Xiangxia remarked earnestly, "It looks quite delectable. Oh, greedy child, eating everything will only harm you." However, it truly resembles soft candy, one peach-flavored and the other green grape-flavored, bursting with flavor. Then you should eat it, one bite, and you won't utter a word. Your teeth will be shattered. Jiang Mei and Jiang, too, returned late, with someone graciously carrying their heavy box behind them. The packaging style mirrored that of the jewelry, and before anyone could inquire, Jiang Mei explained, "We found handcrafted Mongolian robe dresses, tailored to Surina's measurements, with slight adjustments to the design. I apologize for keeping you waiting." A staff member from the clothing store, witnessing the tireless efforts of 2 individuals engaged in design and sewing, could not bear to see them struggle further and extended a helping hand. A few resourceful individuals gathered together, whispering in hushed tones and with clear division of labor, approached the employee who was about to leave, waving goodbye to the camera. Lu Qian stepped forward to block his path, while Yun Xiaxia grasped his left arm and Jiang too restrained his right. Jiang Mei, ever articulate, directly inquired if he had anything to say to the group, eager to seize the moment. The young man appeared momentarily bewildered, seemingly caught up in the atmosphere, and without a hint of stage fright, recited a classic line about yearning for freedom and romance. Realizing something was amiss, Mo sure tugged at Lu Qian, pulling him away from the encirclement, witnessing the transformed marriage-seeking event, where guests took on the roles of enthusiastic parents at a matchmaking corner in a small park. The commotion bore no relation to him, allowing Mo sure to ponder and pose a question. Lu Qian, do you think the Heart Journey differs greatly from the variety shows we usually see? Hearing such a blunt remark, the perpetual smile on Lu Qian's face began to waver. Indeed, it was remarkably different, particularly amusing, unexpectedly abstract, and utterly captivating. By the time they returned to the campsite, dusk had fallen, and Su Rina held a Chinese textbook, mumbling incoherently as she attempted to recite jumbled phrases, her gaze lost in the distance. It was not until a vehicle appeared on the horizon, framed by the setting sun and low-roofed houses, that the girl erupted in joyful exclamation, her long hair bouncing playfully behind her. Finally, she need not worry about the guest being late. Wu Enki took the Chinese book from the girl, who was oblivious to it, and, shaking his head with a gentle smile, deemed it unnecessary to be upset over a mere line of poetry forgotten. He carefully put the book away and asked the newly arrived guests if their journey had been smooth. It was splendid. In fact, we acquired some marvelous gifts, Lu Qian said, clasping Mo Shu's hand, inadvertently revealing matching bracelets, ensuring Wu Enki noticed before cheerfully adding, among them, we have 2 items we believe are perfect to present before the birthday celebration begins. Mo Shu's ears flushed a bright red, quickly withdrawing his hand, concealing his wrist beneath his sleeve. He was still unaccustomed to Lu Qian's spontaneous displays of affection. Thus, at the evening banquet, the girl donned a perfectly fitted traditional gown. Opulent jewelry adorned her head, and though she had not pierced her ears to wear earrings, the weight of the gems was sufficiently heavy, creating a delightful clattering sound with each movement. Wearing it for long might strain her neck, but it was simply beautiful, unable to restrain herself. Su Rina caressed the intricately embroidered hem and played with the cool stones, her youthful face radiating excitement and joy, her cheeks flushed like they had been brushed with rouge. Do you like it? Jiang Mei asked, uncertain of her own sewing skills. Su Rina replied, loud and clear, I love it especially. Thank you, sister. Thank you, brother. As long as you like it. Mo Shu, who rarely attended birthday parties and felt a twinge of nervousness, grasped a small piece of fabric from his garment, nervously wrinkling it in his hands. Had it not been for Lu Qian's gentle nudge against his waist, Mo Shu would have been at a loss for words in this situation. At 7 in the evening, guests gathered. Grandpa Badu took his place at the head of the table, and Su Rina's parents arrived. In contrast to others clad in traditional Mongolian robes, they appeared in ordinary professional attire, their hurried demeanor particularly striking. As Mo Shu escorted them to their seats, he overheard the man, with his arm entwined around his wife's, quietly remarking, it's been ages since we last returned. Our hometown remains unchanged. The woman surveyed the surroundings, her tense expression easing into a weary smile. Indeed. This must finally quell your homesickness, right? If not for life's demands, who would long to leave their homeland, drifting like a dandelion in a forest of steel? Who would wish to be deemed unfilial descendants, as spoken of by the older generation? As the birthday banquet commenced, the yurt was filled with close relatives and friends, thus devoid of excessive formalities. Those who wished to eat did so, and those who desired to drink partook as well. Some audacious souls dashed to the center of the venue, pulling friends and family into a lively dance, eliciting peals of laughter and joy. Su Rina rose from between her parents and grandfather, joining the revelry. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Yun Xiaxia, who adored the lively ambience, mingled in to dance alongside Su Rina, while Yin Dong's gaze was magnetically drawn to her radiant smile. Jiang Mei and Jiang Tu engaged in pleasant conversation with Su Rina's parents, all 4 exuding joy. Lu Qian and Wu Enki had engaged in several rounds of drinking. The man, raised on the grasslands, succumbed to the effects of the alcohol and slumped over the table, waving his hands in refusal of further drinks. In contrast, the young man, with a cheerful smile and crinkled eyes, displayed his empty glass to those across from him, aside from a slight flush to his cheeks. The alcohol seemed to have no effect on him. It appears I am the victor. Excellent drinking capacity. Come, let's have a few more. The onlookers immediately began to cheer. Others playfully shoved Wu Enki's shoulder, laughing good-naturedly at his defeat to a younger opponent. Lu Qian set down his glass and rose to search for Mo Shi. As expected, he did not spot that silvery figure, reminiscent of moonlight. He shook his head and politely declined further drinks, stepping aside. Once the attention of the crowd shifted away from him, Lu Qian discreetly slipped out of the yurt. Chapter 77. Return to Grasslands. By mid-October, the temperature on the grasslands had significantly dropped, becoming especially frigid at night. Today, the wind howled, and the temperature plunged near freezing. Lu Qian braved the wind for 2 minutes, attempting to dissipate the scent of alcohol from his clothes, lest Mo Shi be discomforted by it. The cold air relentlessly seeped into his collar, and despite tightening his coat, it offered little solace. A fierce gust swept past, stinging his eyes and causing exposed skin to ache. His cheeks, numb from the chill, prompted Lu Qian to rub them vigorously, thinking that when he found Mo Shi, he would scold him thoroughly, ensuring he understood that one should not remain outdoors for extended periods in such cold weather. Moreover, Mo Shi's thin attire made him vulnerable to the biting cold. With this thought, he shifted his steps, unconsciously choosing a direction, walking forward at an angle against the wind, squinting his dry eyes while keenly attuned to the sounds around him. Lu Qian's familiar, cool voice called out. Perhaps the wind had muddled his hearing, as the low utterance seemed somewhat indistinct. Though the soles of his shoes were worn flat and lifeless, the resilient grass blades still retained their flexibility. Lu Qian followed the sound, walking further away from the yurt, and inevitably found his little moon amidst the darkness. The sky was heavy and dark, the stars distant, and the moonlight dim. The vast grassland was equally shrouded in darkness, enveloped in a chilling atmosphere, silent as a desolate wilderness. Lu Qian willingly stepped into the night, distancing himself from the only light source left behind. He paused beside Mo Shi, lowering his gaze to the person seated on the ground, who had disregarded his fastidiousness. He caught a faint whiff of sweet wine, causing his brow to furrow. "Brother, have you been drinking?" Mo Shi was somewhat aware of his own tolerance for alcohol, and prudently avoided strong spirits. However, he did not anticipate that the fruit wine served at the gathering also bore a considerable potency. The effects of the alcohol, born from a lingering sweetness, spiraled through his thoughts, leaving him agitated and discontented. Thus, he decided to slip away for a moment of respite. Stealing a moment with his new boyfriend was equally delightful. Mo Shi beckoned Lu Qian to sit down, and upon seeing him obediently comply, his mood lifted slightly. The influence of alcohol emboldened him, and he took the rare initiative to lean closer, his lips almost brushing against the corner of Lu Qian's mouth, his eyes shimmering with softened reflections as he chuckled lightly. "Just 1 cup, it won't tea hurt. Didn't you drink as well?" After a brief pause, his hand rested on the subtly warm corner of Lu Qian's eye. The darkness obscured his vision, yet in his imagination, the strong liquor would surely paint a blush on that exquisite face, fragile as crushed petals. Confidently, Mo Shi continued, "Look, your cheeks are flushed. You mustn't touch alcohol again." The delicate, fragile persona he feigned was deeply ingrained, leaving Lu Qian both amused and exasperated. Considering that Mo Shi was not entirely clear-headed, he simply grasped his colder hand, cradling it tenderly, and pressed a gentle kiss on his lips, which carried the sweetness of fruit wine and the chill of the wind. Intending for a brief taste, he was suddenly met with another hand at the back of his head, pressing downwards, coaxing a soft tongue to entwine with his own, unabashedly encouraging Lu Qian to continue exploring. "Brother?" In the intervals of their kiss, Lu Qian, puzzled by the sudden shift in his lover's demeanor, voiced his confusion. Montakshi, without a word, leaned in again, having just finished a deep kiss, his breath still uneven, and yet he forced himself into a state of emotional turmoil, tears welling up. "This simply wouldn't do." Lu Qian freed one hand to gently grasp Mo Shi's chin, his movements tender yet firm, pushing him back a few inches, their foreheads touching as he softly reassured. All right, my dear, calm down. I will always be here for you. He could not bear to see Mo sure tormenting himself, nor did he wish to be overly forceful, so he wrapped him in his embrace. Mo Sure's cream-colored sweater felt plush to the touch, making him appear somewhat softer. It was rather ill-suited for the current temperature. Through the fabric, Lu Qian could feel the contours of his back, memorizing every detail without a word. Then, he unzipped his jacket, intending to drape it around Mo Sure, hoping to shield him from the cold before bringing this half-drunken individual back to the yurt. No need to take it off. As Lu Qian opened his jacket, he had not yet made his next move when Mo Sure, regaining his senses, embraced him tightly. A dull ache in his brow stirred his fatigue, compelling him to draw closer to the warmth. His voice, a mere whisper, conveyed that this closeness was indeed comforting. The rapid thumping of his heart was deafening. Lu Qian found himself blushing at the unintentional seduction of his lover, nearly succumbing to the illusion of steam rising from his head. The tactics of coercion and enticement employed during negotiations were rendered ineffective. His eloquent tongue seemed to falter, unable to resist the urge to abandon the act of removing his outer garment. Instead, he tightened his arm around Mo Sure's waist, exerting a force as if he wished to meld the other into his very being, while his free hand lifted the jacket, enveloping Mo Sure in warmth. Mo Sure recalled a picture book he had read to his little nephew, which featured a heartwarming illustration. Snowflakes fell gently, the wind whisked away a snowman's knitted hat, and silence reigned over the snowy expanse, where two parallel footprints stretched across the ground. In a corner, a puppy and a kitten huddled around the same red scarf, curled into two fluffy balls, their only source of warmth a cluster of golden flames before them. Yet within that moment, they experienced the entirety of the world's happiness. The two remained still for quite some time, with Lu Qian nearly convinced that Mo Sure had fallen asleep. The sound of Mo Sure's voice startled him when it broke the silence. I feel a bit sad. His gaze was unfocused, the night casting a deep darkness over his irises, the stillness akin to a space bereft of stars. You said it's a painful thing to realize that one can never live the life they hope for. I senti it? Mo Sure could not fathom the origin of his own question, nor the source of the bittersweet pain he felt. Perhaps voicing it would bring relief, so he spoke, his inquiry directed at no one in particular, devoid of expectation for a response. Lu Qian's attempt at conversation bore a similarly perplexing tone. I have gathered some information regarding Surena's parents. Coincidentally, our family business is hiring, and it would be prudent for them to give it a try. From an outsider's perspective, he discerned the reason behind Mo Sure's despondency. Surena's parents merely desired a life spent in their hometown, peacefully traversing their days. Yet years passed without even a visit, drifting far from their simple aspirations. Moreover, both were now in their 40s, facing the risks of layoffs and reductions, questioning their ability to sustain a living as past hopes transformed into elusive wisps of smoke. Mo Sure felt sorrow for them, catching a reflection of his own struggles within their plight. Autism, a developmental disorder, remains pathologically incurable. The vision of a normal life he longed for shattered repeatedly by reality, leaving no trace of even a fanciful dream. That's wonderful, he replied, attempting to dispel the gloom. He swiftly shifted the topic, seizing upon another keyword. Your family has business? Alas, he had let slip a secret. His performance was lacking, betraying no hint of alarm. Mo Sure cast a couple of glances at him, lazily closing his eyes as his body gradually warmed, the weariness intensifying with the rising temperature, extinguishing his already scant interest in conversation. Let us go back to the young master who promised them an ideal life. He understood, or at least guessed, the truth of the matter. All right, let us return immediately. Lu Qian relished the elongated title, We're Going Home. Chapter 78, Early Departure from the Prairie. When Lu Qian said immediately, he meant it. When he said home, he truly meant to return home. Half an hour later, the two individuals who had been missing for quite some time appeared side by side at the entrance of the yurt as the birthday celebration approached its conclusion. Serena's father was kept inside by Grandpa Badu, who was rambling on, while the birthday girl stood at the door, entwining her arm with her mother's to bid farewell to the guests. She spotted the two latecomers even before her mother did, and, her tongue quicker than her mind, exclaimed, "Have you returned from your secret rendezvous?" Lu Qian, with a smile illuminating his face, deftly shifted the conversation. "Is Serena happy today?" "Absolutely. This is the happiest birthday I've ever had." She nodded vigorously, the tassels of her pearl adornments jingling with her movements. Behind Serena, Lu Qian caught sight of Yindong, who was dragging the inebriated Yun Xiangxia, belting out songs at the top of her lungs, while the Jiang sisters leaned against each other, half drunk and drowsy. Bidding them farewell seemed impractical, so he approached Director Chen instead. The tall young man had half his face obscured in shadow, resting a hand on his partner's shoulder in a seemingly innocuous manner. Yet Director Chen felt the palpable weight of his presence, which was rather intimidating. And Mo Shi could not refuse Lu Qian's request. Not only did he don the other S-coat, but he was also compelled to wear the hood, causing his formerly smooth bangs to become disheveled and stand on end. The cold wind drained the color from his cheeks, leaving him with a pallor that bordered on sickly, save for the faintly rosy hue on his lips from the kiss. Drinking alcohol and then stepping out into the wind was certainly ill-advised, and his headache intensified, causing his complexion to worsen. Director Chen initially hesitated, but quickly dismissed the thought, concerned like an elder brother. "How are you two getting back to Beijing?" "It's already dark. We'll just grab a few things and leave. I've arranged the itinerary," Lu Qian replied, glancing at Serena's family, his words hinting that perhaps one of them might assist them part of the way. The items they needed were minimal. Most of Lu Qian's belongings remained behind, intended for the production team to handle as they saw fit. And Mo Shi, too, habitually kept his important items in his suitcase. And, as he shut it with a casual motion, he suddenly recalled something. Turning back, he encountered Lu Qian, who was raising an eyebrow while holding the prop sword that belonged to him. And Mo Shi exhibited an extraordinary fascination with this sword, often hanging it by his bedside. And when in high spirits, he would unsheath it and play with it. Lu Qian had been observing Mo Shi for several years and had never heard of his interest in cold weapons, nor had he seen him take an interest in other props. The only explanation seemed to be that this particular sword was exceptionally pleasing to the eye, inexplicably capturing his favor. Lost in thought, a pang of jealousy surged within him. "Is this it? Why is my brother so attentive to it? I'm feeling envious." He weighed the prop's sword in his hand, retracting the gesture of handing it to Mo Shi, cradling it in his embrace instead. Yet, since his brother cherished it, he resolved to safeguard it diligently. Lu Qian felt no qualms about competing with an inanimate metal object. His intention was merely to indulge in a whimsical display, unbidden for a response. Given Mo Shi's temperament, a retort to his fanciful provocations would be utterly preposterous. Thus, upon confirming that Mo Shi had indeed uttered a reassuring phrase, stating that nothing could rival him as a romantic rival, Lu Qian's worldview experienced a slight tremor. Could it truly be supernatural? Or perhaps, the whims of love were infectious? Lu Qian contemplated pursuing the matter further, but Mo Shi interjected, reminding him not to keep their guide waiting, and swiftly exited the yurt without a backward glance. Led by Su Rena's mother, they traversed the path out of the camp, with Lu Qian contentedly entwining his hand with Mo Shi's, gazing up at the moon, which had inexplicably brightened. Mo Shi followed suit, pulling up the collar of his coat. They had rushed and forgotten to change into their own clothes, but it mattered little, for he wore his boyfriend's attire, which he found delightful. The fabric retained the lingering scent of Lu Qian's recently favored perfume, a rich and warm woody aroma that fostered a serene and pure sense of comfort, devoid of any vulgarity. It must be a bespoke fragrance, Mo Shi mused hazily, then inhaled deeply as the damp, cold air filled his lungs, restoring his clarity of thought, and he could not suppress his vexation. He should not have indulged in alcohol. Now it felt as if his thoughts were manipulated by another, consumed solely by the desire to burrow into Lu Qian's embrace, like a rogue. With a stronger waft of the woody fragrance drawing near, Lu Qian willingly ensnared Mo Shi in his arms, adding with a teasing tone, "Brother can do anything he wishes to me. I shall pretend to forget. But I'm not drunk. I will remember." Mo Shi raised his hand to pinch Lu Qian's cheek, playfully tugging it with a gentle force. Their conversation, unrestrained by the need for lowered voices, drew the attention of a woman 2 meters ahead, who, recalling her daughter Su-Rena's enthusiastic musings, gradually grasped the situation and wisely refrained from interrupting the young couple's exchange. The journey was brief, and mere minutes later, they halted beside an SUV. Second young master, the door on the driver's side swung open, revealing a robust, middle-aged man clad in a sharply tailored black suit, who, even at midnight, wore sunglasses that lent him an imposing air. The burly man bent slightly towards Lu Qian, standing upright to face Mo, struggling to find the appropriate term of address, ultimately articulating the formal title of young madam with great effort. Uncle Lu, Lu Qian interjected, flustered, his ears reddening as he hastily corrected the overly presumptuous title before Mo, could bury his face in embarrassment. Uncle Lu, understanding, promptly referred to Mo, as Mr. Mo, dutifully lifting their suitcases and placing them in the trunk. Lu Qian, noting Montauk's discomfort, urged him to enter the vehicle and rest while he lingered to exchange a few words with Su-Rena's mother. The woman's expression shifted from shock to trepidation. Lacking familiarity with the entertainment industry, she was aware only of Lu Qian's immense fame, yet the concept remained abstract. It was only upon seeing the SUV, priced over $7 million, that she felt the gravity of the situation, growing increasingly anxious. As luck would have it, Uncle Lu, who happened to pass by, discerned the subtle gestures of the employer and, with a hearty grin, presented her with a deep gray card embossed with silver. Illuminated by the car's headlights, she deciphered the words, Lu Qian, 23 years old, vice president of the Lu Group, accompanied by the contact information of his assistant. The Lu Group? Was it truly that Lu Group? Her hands trembled. The small piece of paper felt as though it weighed a ton, clutched tightly in her grasp, as if it were a lifeline. The young man beamed brightly. Of course. I am aware that you and your husband are facing challenges in employment. If you are interested, simply take my card to any company under the Lu Group, and they will grant you an interview opportunity. Lu Qian seldom engaged in visible company management and rarely appeared in public. Thus, few were fortunate enough to receive his card, alleviating any concerns of proliferation or forgery. Moreover, while he merely offered a chance for employment, whether they could seize it depended on the couple's performance. After weighing the ethical implications, he concluded that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, prompting his decision. The woman carefully tucked the card away in the safest place, repeatedly bowing in gratitude to Lu Qian, her voice trembling with joy, tears welling in her eyes as she raised her face. She and her husband had toiled for so long, their hearts never straying from their hometown. In the midst of an industry downturn where mere survival was a struggle, the sudden appearance of a benefactor not only offered a chance for stable employment, but also the possibility of returning to their roots. It felt too good to be true. I am so grateful. I will do anything to repay your kindness, she babbled, eager to share this wonderful news with her husband. Lu Qian waved his hand gently, advising her to return home early and get a good night's sleep, for the night was chilly and the dew heavy, making the roads treacherous. My daughter has said that you are a remarkably kind, attentive, and perfect person. The woman wiped her tears and replied, she spoke truly. You and your loved ones will surely find happiness. Without a doubt. Thank you. And may you also find happiness. Lu Qian watched her retreating figure, glancing back multiple times, before lowering his eyelids, slowly caressing the wrist strap, the leather cool to the touch. He murmured softly, almost as if in a fervent prayer, it will surely come to pass. Chapter 79, Daily Recording Meeting. Mo awoke to find herself in a room that was both familiar and slightly unfamiliar. The floor-to-ceiling windows were adorned with tail-shaped sheer curtains, softening the sunlight of 8 in the morning, making it gently luminous rather than blinding. Before her sluggish mind fully roused from sleep, Mo first sensed a warm breath against her neck. As she shifted slightly, she became aware of a heavy weight pressing against her waist. It dawned on her. No wonder this place felt familiar. It was Lu Qian's bedroom, a location she had visited once before. Turning her head, she confirmed that the person behind her was indeed Lu Qian. He was nestled against her back, his arms wrapped around her waist, the embrace firm yet comfortable. In this familiar sanctuary, she finally lowered her guard, her brows softening, lips curling into a gentle smile, as if she had just emerged from a romantic and tranquil dream. Enchanted by his allure, she willingly lay still, serving as a pillow until he naturally awoke. "Good morning, brother," she greeted. Lu Qian slightly lifted his eyelids, confirming her wakefulness before speaking in a playful tone. "I returned too late yesterday to see you home. Will my brother mind sharing a bed with me?" As I spoke, I embraced him tighter, wishing to transform into an octopus, enveloping him within my grasp. If he were to mind, I would have departed half an hour ago. And Mo tenderly massaged the soft, tousled locks nestled against his neck. He seemed quite eager to indulge in comforting me. However, the limited time of 2 days was indeed insufficient. For Lu Qian had numerous matters to attend to upon his return and could not afford to neglect his responsibilities. Thus, 2 minutes later, Mo gently pushed away the clingy little dog, propped himself up, and conveyed his refusal through action. "You have an appointment, and it's getting late." It was not yet 9 o'clock, hardly enough time. Lu Qian pouted, regretting that he had scheduled the meeting so early. Reluctantly reaching for the remote control to draw open the curtains, allowing the sunlight to fully rouse him. After a few minutes of wrestling with the covers, the battle remained indecisive, and Lu Qian watched helplessly as Mo returned to his bedside, his expression unreadable, asking, "Where are my clothes?" Half naked, his slender physique adorned with a graceful form, broad shoulders tapering to a slim waist, the elegant contour of his side was strikingly beautiful, causing Lu Qian's cheeks to flush. Wait, he wasn't wearing a top. Lu Qian hastily threw off the covers, trying to leave the bed, rushing to assist in retrieving the clothes, nearly tripping over his own feet. It was only when Mo, under gentle encouragement, dressed meticulously that Lu Qian felt at ease, solemnly advising, "Brother, you caught a chill yesterday. You're quite likely to catch a cold, so please be mindful of keeping warm." Mo, hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue, weighing them carefully before ultimately swallowing them down. How could he remind Lu Qian that the indoor temperature was a constant 26 degrees, with the sun shining brightly outside? A rare warmth? Lu Qian was fully aware of his driving abilities, knowing he could at best avoid accidents, which hardly qualified as comfortable. Therefore, he requested Uncle Lu, who had accompanied them back to Beijing, to take Mo home, while another driver would transport him to the studio. As the car navigated through the bustling streets, the landscape transformed with towering buildings densely packed, fleeting past his dark eyes. The familiar scenery appeared novel and strange,